Super Devouring System Chapter 599 to Chapter 685. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation Sun Xingyu. I thought you died because you were unwilling to submit. So you ran away. Humph, you can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. As long as you're dead, the other half-demon heart refined from a virtual god beast will be mine. Sun Xingyu's eyes lit up as he charged at Yi Xian with the green light sword. Along the way, a half-demon captain blocked his line of sight. Sun Xingyu slashed and killed the half-demon captain. Trash, how dare you block my way? Sun Xingyu snorted in his heart. At this moment, Yi Xian also felt a powerful aura that was quickly approaching him. He turned around and discovered that it was actually Sun Xingyu. Sun Xingyu's strength has increased so quickly. It seems like he's highly regarded by the experts of the demon clan. Yi Xian reacted instantly. However, as long as his opponent had not broken through to the virtual god realm, he would be a piece of cake in front of him. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and 8 sharp blades flew towards Sun Xingyu. Humph, such a petty trick. Sun Xingyu was not afraid at all. He moved quickly on the ground and shook off the 8 sharp blades. His speed was almost on par with Yi Xian's. As expected, this guy must have refined the half-demon heart of a virtual god beast. His physique has increased tremendously. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although Sun Xingyu's strength was stronger than an ordinary black-armored captain, as long as Yi Xian gave him some time, Sun Xingyu would definitely be cut down by his sword. Sun Xingyu admitted that he had underestimated Yi Xian. The 8 sharp blades and Yi Xian made it difficult for him to get close. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly released the 8 sharp blades and sent them to kill the surrounding black-armored captains. You're courting death. Don't blame me for this. Sun Xingyu's eyes shone brightly. Even if all the surrounding black-armored captains died, it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, if one more died, he would have one less share of the treasures. Wouldn't that be better? Yi Xian, hand over your life. Sun Xingyu quickly rushed to Yi Xian's side and launched an attack. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian did not care at all. He had split out the Bahuang sword to kill the other black-armored captains because he could see that this Sun Xingyu was not much of a threat to him. Otherwise, he would have killed Sun Xingyu first. However, after the 8 sharp blades separated, they began to bombard the captain in black armor quickly. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, who was fighting Sun Xingyu, was collecting the cosmos rings casually. I have the half-monster's heart refined by the void god beast, but how did his strength improve so quickly? Sun Xingyu felt a little unbalanced in his heart. In his eyes, he was the #1 genius, but now there was someone who was even more monstrous than him, which made him very unhappy. However, how could he know that there were quite a few spirit stage martial artists that had comprehended profound within the Warlord Palace? Even if he was sent to the main palace, he would be at the bottom. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 91. While Yi Xian defended against Sun Xingyu, he also took the time to kill the black-armored captains. His realm had also slowly increased. Bastard, do you dare to fight me with your full strength? Sun Xingyu shouted angrily when he saw that Yi Xian was distracted. Wait until I kill all of them, then I'll deal with you. Yi Xian replied coldly. Sun Xingyu's strength had exceeded his expectations. If the two of them were to fight now, it would take too much time, and Yi Xian was afraid that something unexpected would happen. For example, if an elder from the Warlord Palace died. For example, if a few hidden experts from the devil race appeared. Therefore, strength was the most important thing. Alright, since you want these cosmos rings, I'll give them all to you. Suddenly, Sun Xingyu stopped attacking Yi Xian and turned towards the black-armored captains. What? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment when he saw Sun Xingyu instantly kill a black-armored captain and throw his cosmos ring over. F***ck, this Sun Xingyu is really crazy. He actually started killing his own people. This idiot. Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sun Xingyu was actually helping him, and this made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, Yi Xian accepted all the cosmos rings that flew over. He did not reject any of them. Oh no, Sun Xingyu has betrayed us. Run. The black-armored captains' faces darkened as they fled in all directions. The situation on their side also fell into the eyes of those empty God realm experts. What's the situation? There's a traitor among us? The experts of the devil race turned their heads and their gazes landed on a red-robed elder. This red-robed elder had just launched a sneak attack on his own people and then defected to the devil race's side. At the same time, he was also Sun Xingyu's master. However, at this moment, Sun Xingyu had killed a large number of black-armored captains. Following this, he started fighting with Xian again. Everyone immediately understood that Sun Xingyu was thinking that these black-armored captains were a hindrance, so he cleared the battlefield. Xian, let's fight! Sun Xingyu shouted. As you wish. The corners of Xian's mouth slightly curled up. This Sun Xingyu really wouldn't die if he didn't seek death. Originally, he still needed some time to kill the other captains, but this Sun Xingyu was actually helping him. This was obviously kicking him into a dead end. At this moment, Xian's earth attribute conversion had increased to 93 points. He only needed 7 points to reach 100 points, which was the peak of the spirit realm, no, the void god realm. He had already comprehended the earth throbbing profound. As long as his attribute conversion reached 100 points, he would be able to break through. Sun Xingyu, although you've saved me some time, you actually dared to cause trouble for me. Die. Xian's killing intent was revealed, and his aura instantly soared. Just now, he had deliberately concealed his aura so that Sun Xingyu would think that he was still in the same realm. However, he had increased his attribute conversion by 3 points and was much stronger than before. Although the difference of 1 point in attribute conversion was not large, it could determine the outcome of a battle. 3 points was enough. What? I became stronger? Sun Xingyu's eyes widened as he watched the black-eyed Xian quickly rush towards him. He knew Xian's methods, so he had been flying at a low altitude without touching the ground. However, the threat of the earth-shattering sword and the 8 desolate wind array had suddenly increased. Clang! 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 Sun Xingyu relied on his vitality, which was stronger than Xian's, to defend against Xian's attacks. However, he had overlooked 1 point. His true qi was of the metal attribute. On the other hand, Xian was of the earth attribute. The metal attribute had strong attacks, while the earth attribute's true qi was weaker. Therefore, it was countered. If Sun Xingyu was a sharp sword, then Xian was a hard shield. Moreover, it was a shield with thorns. Void battling mythical beast impossible, you bastard, go to hell. At this time, Sun Xingyu suddenly poured out a large amount of metal attribute Jin Qi, which then condensed on the azure light sword. This is, Xian's eyes widened. Sun Xingyu had used this move before when he was fighting against Murong Shui. At that time, Murong Shui was unable to react in time and was almost killed by this move. In the end, she was saved by Huang Tianyu. Humph, don't think that I only know how to use a sword. Xian snorted coldly in his heart as he quickly struck out with his left hand. Emperor Dragon Fist, a brown-yellow true qi heavenly dragon blasted out, directly interrupting Sun Xingyu's ultimate move, and sent him flying. At this moment, Sun Xingyu's face had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He realized the danger, so he hurriedly shouted, Master, save me. Unfortunately, the red-robed elder was fighting with the others. No one could save him now. Die. Xian's eyes flashed. Bang. 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 In less than 3 seconds, Sun Xingyu's head was pierced by the sharp blade and shattered by the throbbing pulse of the earth. Death. I was going to let you jump around for a while more, but who would have thought that you would send yourself to death? The more Xian thought about it, the more ridiculous he felt. He quickly rushed over and put away Sun Xingyu's interspatial ring. Sun Xingyu had already been accepted as a disciple by that red-robed elder, so he had obtained quite a few good things. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 95 points. Another notification sounded in his mind. 95 points away from breaking through to the virtual god realm, Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. As long as he broke through, his strength would increase greatly. Immediately, he dashed out and killed all the remaining black-armored senior captains who were still alive. What? The scene of Yi Xian killing Sun Xingyu fell into the eyes of many. The red-clothed elder's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, he was currently being pestered by others and was unable to avenge Sun Xingyu. That brat, the red-browed middle-aged man, also noticed Yi Xian. Previously, he had been in seclusion, so he did not recognize him. However, if a person who could kill 100 black-armored captains and Sun Xingyu by himself was sent to the main palace, he would definitely be heavily nurtured. After all, Yi Xian had yet to break through to the virtual god level. At this moment, Yi Xian had already gotten rid of all the irrelevant people around him. Then, he looked up at the sky. In the air, there were more than 10 figures fighting. The Hall Master of the Warlord Hall was currently fighting with the white-browed old man, the Grand Elder, and the Vice Hall Master. The other 5 Monster Clan experts joined forces with the 3 Grand Elders to fight against the other 8 Battle King Hall Elders. Yi Xian could not tell who had the upper hand now. In any case, he could not interfere. "Brat, you can't help. Hurry up and leave." All of a sudden, an elder shouted. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. He wanted to leave too, but he was waiting for someone to fall. At that time, he would be able to break through to the virtual god level with the help of the universe rings of those who had fallen. However, he did not know if things would go as smoothly as he imagined. Roar. However, right at this moment, a loud roar that shook the heavens entered everyone's ears. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that a black dragon had actually flown out of the Warlord Hall. Oh no! Yi Xian's face darkened. He had seen this black sky dragon when he had first entered the Warlord Hall. It was a virtual god beast. This void god beast was captured by an elder and was chained up by him. Yet now, he was actually released by someone. Although the black sky dragon was not of much use in the battle, it could not fight back against any of the elders. However, there was still a spirit stage martial artist present at this moment. Yi Xian. Ha ha ha, go, tear him apart. One of the monster race experts shouted. The monster clan and the beasts were inextricably linked. To put it simply, the monster clan was a beast in their previous life. After they obtained the ability to transform, they called themselves monster clans. Therefore, the monster clan could communicate with the virtual god beast. Roar. The black sky dragon had been trapped for a long time and was finally released. It roared and charged towards Yi Xian, who was the closest to it. Since the others were stronger, it was useless for it to go over. Therefore, it naturally went to find the weakest Yi Xian to vent its emotions. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed in his heart as he raised his spirit to 120%. He was already invincible under the virtual god realm and there was a virtual god beast in front of him. Although it was dangerous, it was also an opportunity for him. Let me see if your virtual god beast is really that strong. Yi Xian charged over. He had heard that the virtual god beast had just broken through to the sacred beast level and was not strong. As long as he could kill it, he might be able to break through to the virtual god realm with the help of the virtual god beast's corpse and the sacred beast's soul. Roar. The black sky dragon roared and swiped down with its claw. At this moment, Yi Xian was on land and nimbly dodged the claw. Bahuang sword, assemble. Yi Xian quickly reassembled the Bahuang sword and took out the dragon-slaying sword that he had not used for a long time. The sky dragon was a dragon, but it was also a beast. Yi Xian had the Beast King bloodline in his body. Now that he had the dragon-slaying sword, his attacks had a huge boost to the sky dragon. Dragon-slaying sword, dragon's judgment. Yi Xian held the dragon-slaying sword and slashed at the sky dragon's huge body. This slash was also combined with the second layer of the Earth's pulse and was extremely powerful. Boom! The slash landed on the sky dragon's black scales and dealt a heavy blow to it. However, the virtual god beast was still a virtual god beast. Its strength was several times stronger than a sacred beast at the peak of the spirit stage. This attack could only barely crack its scales and was unable to break through its defense. So strong. Yi Xian's heart trembled. It seemed that this battle would not be easy. Roar. The black sky dragon was enraged. It flew at a low altitude and continuously used its claws and tail to attack Yi Xian. Boom. 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 The earth was shattered by it, but it was unable to hurt Xian. That brat didn't get killed? The experts couldn't help but focus their attention on Xian. A virtual god beast could easily kill any spirit stage expert. However, Xian was actually able to fight against it. It was simply inconceivable. However, when they thought about how Xian had killed over 100 black armored captains at the peak of the spirit stage, they felt relieved. This brat's future is limitless. This was the same thought that everyone had. However, it was still uncertain whether Xian could leave this place alive. This was because the gap between the shifter race and the branch palace had widened. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Empty God Realm. Meanwhile, on the ground. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Xian used his dragon-slaying skill to attack the Black Celestial Dragon. Although he could dodge the Black Celestial Dragon's attacks with the martial dragon body technique, his attacks were not strong enough to break through the Black Celestial Dragon's defense. Ding! The proficiency of the martial dragon body technique has increased. It is currently at 60%. F***ck, what's the use of increasing the proficiency now? Xian was helpless. The Black Celestial Dragon was not as fast as him. Increasing the proficiency of the martial dragon body technique would not help at all. If this dragged on and the Shifters tribe killed one of the elders, the situation would change instantly. He would be dead meat then. Whatever, I'll fight another 30 rounds. If it doesn't work, I'll escape immediately. Xian made a plan in his mind. Boom. 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 Xian's attacks landed on the Black Celestial Dragon continuously. Time passed slowly. 10 rounds, 20 rounds, 30 rounds, it seemed that Xian was going to leave. I don't care. Although I'm a member of the Warlord Palace, I can't help much now. Retreat. Xian made a decision in his mind. He would only fight for his life when he was at his wit's end. He still had a chance to escape, so he had to cherish it. If someone died later, he would not be able to escape. However, at that moment. Ding! The host has learned the Earth's pulse level 4. Suddenly, Xian stopped in his tracks when he heard the system's notification. What? The Earth's pulse level 2 had evolved to level 4. Haha. Xian was so surprised that he could not help but laugh. This breakthrough had come at the right time. You're a virtual god beast, right? Now, I'll beat you to death. Xian suddenly felt confident and immediately turned around to attack with the Dragon's Judgment. Previously, the Dragon's Judgment had integrated the Earth's pulse level 2. Its attack could not break through the Black Celestial Dragon's scales. But this time, Dragon's Judgment had fused with 4 of the throbbing pulse of the world. The throbbing pulse of the world of 4 layered waves would cause 4 vibrations upon impact. This was several times more powerful than 2 consecutive waves of the throbbing pulse of the world of 2 layered waves. He might not have been able to do so in the past, but he would definitely be able to do so now. Bang! When the Dragon's Judgment, infused with the 4 layers of the pulse of the earth, landed on the Black Sky Dragon, a crisp sound rang out. This was the sound of the Black Heavenly Dragon's scales shattering. Success! Haha, Virtual God Realm, here I come. Xian's aura soared as his pitch-black eyes locked onto Black Heavenly Dragon. In the blink of an eye, he sent out several dragon's rulings. Kacha, 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 a series of crisp and clear sounds rang out. The Black Celestial Dragon was finally injured. Roar! It roared and charged towards Xian. However, Xian's movement technique was impressive. Coupled with the advancement of his agility, it could not hurt Xian at all. Moreover, after the throbbing pulse of the world had evolved to the 4 layers, the defense of the pulsating guard had also increased. Therefore, the threat of this Black Sky Dragon was greatly reduced. So what if you're a virtual god beast? Aren't you still being chased around by me like a punching bag? Xian sneered in his heart. Relying on his extraordinary speed and powerful attack power, Xian aimed directly at the Black Sky Dragon's head. The Black Sky Dragon was dazed by the throbbing pulse of the world, and its speed had decreased. It was helpless. Who would have thought that Xian would break through at this moment? At this moment, the group in the sky widened their eyes in disbelief. Previously, Yi Xian could not break through the Black Sky Dragon's defense. Now, he could. Therefore, they focused their attention on Yi Xian's attack. 4 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world? This kid broke through in the middle of a battle? The throbbing pulse of the world is extremely difficult to comprehend. How old is this kid? How could he have comprehended the 4 layers? If he had comprehended the 8 layers, his power would be so strong that he could kill us instantly. The experts were extremely shocked. One of them had reddened eyes. That was the deputy palace master. Previously, when he saw the red-browed middle-aged man in the depths of the sub-palace, he and the great elder had put on a show. Then, he had used the earthwalking skill to leave. However, the earthwalking skill was the ultimacy that he had comprehended when he was at the peak of the spirit stage. Because of that, he had broken through to the empty god stage. Until now, it had been a few decades. However, in these few decades, he still had not comprehended the 2 ultimacy. Therefore, he was jealous. He was jealous that Yi Xian could comprehend such a powerful ultimacy. This kid, the deputy palace master's eyes flickered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, just as he was feeling indignant, there was a change in the battle on land. Plop, the black celestial dragon was continuously hit by Yi Xian. The continuous shaking caused its head to be unable to bear the impact and it fainted. Its huge body smashed onto the ground like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Let me send you on your way. Yi Xian suddenly swept into the sky. The black celestial dragon's consciousness was in a trance. It could still feel the movements around it, but its body could not keep up with the rhythm. Just now, it had dodged the attack. Now that it could not move, what awaited it was death. Dragon's judgment. Dragon's judgment. Dragon's judgment. Yi Xian continued to wave the dragon's judgment as the dragon's judgment landed on the dragon's head. Dozens of dragon's judgments landed on the black celestial dragon, causing it to be beyond recognition. Kacha, suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. This time, it was not the sound of dragon scales shattering, but dragon bones shattering. The black celestial dragon's body struggled, but unfortunately, it was too late. After Yi Xian had blasted more than 70 dragon's judgments, the black celestial dragon's head had exploded. With its head exploding, even a void god beast would die. The black celestial dragon was dead. Yi Xian immediately flew to the ground and waited for the black celestial dragon to die. Then, he directly devoured the black celestial dragon's corpse. Ding, the host's earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently, it is at 100 points. Ding, the host has comprehended the profound and broken through to the void god realm. Currently, the void transformation level is at 1 point. 2 notifications sounded out in a row. Right when the notifications sounded out, the earth attribute divine soul within Yi Xian's body dimmed down. Right now, all of the true energy within his body had been converted into earth attribute true energy, and its strength had increased by leaps and bounds. When a divine core warrior broke through to the strength realm, he would break the core and form the soul. Right now, his divine soul had finally broken through to the void god realm. Yi Xian had skipped the peak of the spirit realm and broken through to the void god realm. His true energy was several times stronger than a peak spirit realm warrior. Haha. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Void god realm, he had finally broken through to the void god realm. Ding, will the host fuse with the sword god's bloodline? Ding, will the host fuse with the beast god's bloodline? Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales 8 Barren Swords. Yes. Yi Xian shouted yes 3 times in his heart. Then, his body underwent an earth-shattering change. The divine sword bloodline increased all ranks by 10%. The divine beast bloodline increased all ranks by 10%. The divine tree of life bloodline increased all ranks by 10%. At this moment, Yi Xian was no longer able to describe his strength with words. Ding. Host has learned the first move of the 3rd level of the 8 Barren Swordplay, 8 Barren Swords. Ding. Host has learned the 3rd level of the 8 Barren Swordplay, 8 Barren Jin. After breaking through to the empty god realm, there were too many ways for Yi Xian to increase his strength. Not only that, his 2 empty god realm martial arts were no longer restricted and could be increased to 70%. However, at the same time that Yi Xian broke through to the empty god realm, there were casualties in the battle in the sky. An injured elder could not hold on and was killed by an expert from the demon clan. His corpse fell from the sky. That kid has broken through to the empty god realm? Everyone was shocked at this moment. A single battle actually allowed Yi Xian to break through to the Nihility God stage. That kid cannot be left alive. Quick, kill him. The white-browed elder said in horror. The death of the elder from the palace would affect the entire situation. However, Yi Xian's sudden breakthrough made the white-browed elder very uneasy. Therefore, the red-browed elder who killed the elder from the palace rushed towards Yi Xian. Kid, how dare you kill my disciple? Go to hell. The red-browed elder was Sun Xingyu's master. Of course, Sun Xingyu was not worth his anger. He was afraid of Yi Xian's talent. Haha, I am not afraid of you now. Yi Xian laughed and threw out the 8 barren swords. In the next moment, the 8 barren swords broke into pieces and arranged themselves in a few rows. What? The red-browed elder was surprised. At this moment, the 8 swords suddenly separated a trace of true qi and connected with the other 7 swords. In the next moment, a brownish-yellow energy body appeared in front of everyone. This was the 8 barren jinn. Go. Yi Xian thought. Then, the 8 barren jinn flew quickly. Its speed was not slower than the red-browed elder's jinn than the red-browed elder. What the hell is this? Scatter. The red-browed elder wielded the green light sword and slashed at the 8 barren jinn. At the same time, the jinn threw a punch. The fist was jinn barren swords. Bam! The barren swords jinn was jinn. How is this possible? The red-robed elder's eyes widened. He was a Nihility God stage ranker, and his fire attribute had already reached 10%. However, his attack was actually destroyed by something condensed from Yi Xian's Jin Qi. This was truly too unbridled. Most importantly, his fire attribute was still able to restrain Yi Xian's earth attribute. So powerful. Is this the 3rd layer of the 8 desolate wind formation? Yi Xian was also shocked. However, he could see that the 8 desolation giant spirit had used a sharp blade to block the punch. Moreover, it had the effect of the 4-layered pulse of the earth. That was why it had been able to disperse the Red Elder's attack. This was only the killing formation of the 8 wastelands. Yi Xian had yet to try out the 3rd level of the 8 wasteland swordsmanship, the sword cleaving 8 wastelands. However, that didn't matter. He had to kill this red-robed old man first. Immediately, he took out the azure light sword again and rushed up. The 8 desolate sword art required the 8 desolate sword to be used, so he could only use the earth-splitting sword to attack. Earth-splitting sword. Emperor Dragon Fist. Martial Dragon Movement Technique. Throbbing Pulse of the World, 4 layered waves. Yi Xian's individual combat power was already very strong. Now that he had the 8 desolation jinn, the red-robed elder was forced to retreat in the blink of an eye. The red-clothed elder was not from the demon clan. She was only cooperating with the demon clan like the vice palace master and the grand elder. If I kill you, I can break through again, and both of your interspatial rings will be mine. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Just now, the red-clothed elder killed the other elder of the sub-palace and took the latter's interspatial ring. If Yi Xian killed him, the interspatial ring would be his. At that time, he might be able to dominate this battle. Kill. Yi Xian attacked with all his might. Under the 2-pronged attack, the red-clothed elder could not hold on any longer. Oh no! The demon clan members' expressions changed abruptly. They originally had the upper hand, but now they saw the red-clothed elder being suppressed by Yi Xian, who had just broken through. If the red-clothed elder died, they would regain their advantage. No, they might even be able to reverse the situation. Let's go. The white-browed old man knew that the situation was not good, so he hurriedly shouted. They were not half-demons, so they could not demonize. They could only revert to their original forms. Although reverting to their original forms would increase their strength, they had to pay a huge price every time. Therefore, they did not want to revert to their original forms easily, as it might cause their realm to drop. This was the demon clan that had been cursed. After hearing the white-browed elder's words, everyone was stunned. Immediately after, a demon clan elder did not hesitate to take the risk of dropping his realm and transformed into his original form. A sky dragon, his original form was a red sky dragon. Let's go. The white-browed old man quickly retreated, preparing to jump on his back. In terms of speed, the sky dragon was faster. However, not everyone was able to leap onto his back. You want to leave? Stop them. The red-browed middle-aged man shouted. What kind of joke was this? One of the sub-palace elders had died, and the sky dragon's corpse of the void god realm king had been snatched away. The demon clan members wanted to leave? What a joke. Bang. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. Everyone glanced at the red-clothed elder, who was fighting with Xian, and saw him fall from the sky. Dead, they saw that Xian had just put away the 2 interspatial rings. Ding. The host's void transformation level has increased. The current level is 5 points. The system notified. What? That's all? Xian was startled. He thought that he would be able to increase it by 10%, but he didn't expect it to only be 5%. However, he was already able to kill an elder who had reached 10% of the void transformation level. Then, he really could reverse the situation. At that moment, he charged over again. In an instant, Xian met up with the experts from the sub-palace. Quick, attack them together. The red-browed middle-aged man shouted. In an instant, the 9 people from the sub-palace, including Xian, attacked the red sky dragon. 8 Desolation Giant Spirit, come back. Xian suddenly called back the 8 Desolation Giant Spirit and reorganized it into the 8 Desolation Sword. 8 Desolation Sword Technique, Sword Break 8 Desolation. He held the 8 Desolation Sword in his hand, aimed at the red sky dragon, and slashed. This seemingly ordinary slash was extremely fast and contained an enormous amount of power. Whoosh! Suddenly, the slash split into 8. Annihility God Stage Palace Guard. At this moment, the 8 slashes suddenly gathered together, combining into one. Immediately, their power increased greatly, and they were several times stronger than before. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. This sword-breaking 8 Desolation landed on the red sky dragon's body. This demon clan expert, who had already reached 10 points in the void transformation stage, was instantly pierced through with a large hole. What? Everyone was shocked. Xian had killed the red-clothed elder. This was actually nothing, but this demon clan expert had already transformed into his original form. However, he was still pierced through by Xian's attack. One had to know that just now, Xian was unable to do anything to that void god beast that had just broken through. In just half a minute, why was the difference so big? Alright. Seeing this, the branch palace master also shouted loudly. However, in the next moment, the white-browed old man also transformed into his original form, and another red sky dragon appeared. His strength was much stronger than the red sky dragon that was pierced through by Xian. He extended his claws and grabbed the few human elders, preparing to take them away. Don't even think about escaping. The branch palace master condensed his innate chi and suddenly thrusted his sword towards the white-browed old man's body. Whoosh! The flaming sword light instantly pierced through the white-browed old man's body, causing his body to tremble. However, the white-browed old man's speed was very fast, and he instantly pulled away. As for the red-browed middle-aged man, he did not know the earth movement technique, so he could only watch as the demon clan group left. Roar! The red sky dragon that was abandoned by the demon clan expert roared and attacked Xian. How dare you! The remaining elders were furious. They attacked together and killed him in an instant. Originally, the elders of the branch palace wanted to keep him alive and ask him a few questions. Unfortunately, he suddenly wanted to attack Xian. The remaining elders were afraid that Xian would be injured, so they attacked together and killed him instantly. Sigh, the clues are gone. When the branch palace master saw the fallen red sky dragon, he thought helplessly in his heart. The white-browed old man did not hesitate to take the risk of his realm dropping and transform into his original form. His speed was so fast that even he could not catch up to him. This way, the sky dragon's corpse would not return. Palace master, what do we do now? An elder walked over and asked. Hollow God Realm Sky Dragon corpses have been snatched. If they refine them into half-beast hearts, even if they can't break through to the Hollow God Realm, it will still greatly increase their physique. At that time, I'm afraid no one in our sub-palace will be able to stop them. The red-browed middle-aged man looked in the direction where the monster clan expert had left. He paused and said, however, this thing is not so easy to refine. Then, should we chase or defend? Stop chasing. You won't be able to catch up unless I have world walking. The red-browed middle-aged man shook his head, then turned to look at Xian and said, it's all thanks to you, little brother. May I ask who you are? Hall Master, Xian is also a member of our Battle King Palace. He comprehended profound when he was at the spirit stage. He just became a palace guard a few days ago, reminded an elder. What? The red-browed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said, a Void God Realm Palace Guard? The elders were also helpless. They remembered that during Xian's previous assessment, he had only converted 50 to 60% of his attributes. However, in such a short period of time, Xian had already broken through to the Void God Realm. Furthermore, he had killed a powerful Void God Realm elder. This growth speed was simply heaven-defying. The red-browed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at Xian for a while. He then said, right now, our sub-palace is empty. There are only a few of us left. The two of you, quickly go and pack up your things. Yes, Hall Master. Two of the elders quickly rushed into the sub-palace. Xian, keep this sky dragon corpse. The Qianquan ring should be in its mouth, the red-browed middle-aged man said to Xian. Hearing this, Xian's eyes lit up. This corpse was also given to him? Thank you, Hall Master. Xian quickly thanked him. He then rushed down to find the Qianquan ring and put away the sky dragon corpse. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. It is currently at 7 points. His cultivation level had increased by quite a bit. However, he did not dare to expose himself. He hurriedly restrained his aura. It had only been a second, and his cultivation level had increased. He would definitely be suspected. At this moment, the red-browed middle-aged man suddenly activated the Guardian formation and then led Xian and the rest in. Follow me. Don't run around. After the red-browed middle-aged man finished speaking, he rushed to the deepest part of the sub-palace. Previously, he had been cultivating in the sub-palace. No one knew because only the three of them knew about the secret passage. He rushed to the place where he had been cultivating and was shocked. The sky dragon corpse of the Void God Realm King was still there. This is, Xian's eyes lit up. Was this the body of the sky dragon that was at the Void God Realm? In an instant, all the blood in his body began to boil. At this moment, he really wanted to rush forward and keep the corpse. If he devoured this corpse, he was afraid that he would instantly soar by dozens of levels. However, there were many experts around him. If he dared to act rashly, he might be killed on the spot. The Great Elder didn't keep it? Don't tell me the Demon Clan isn't after the Sky Dragon's corpse? An elder asked in astonishment. No. The red-browed middle-aged man shook his head and then rushed over. Everyone's eyes gathered and found that the Sky Dragon corpse's stomach had been cut open. Sure enough, the heart is gone. It seems that the Great Elder didn't keep the entire corpse because of his age. The red-browed middle-aged man sighed and kept the Sky Dragon corpse. If he had known this would happen, he would have kept the corpse and chased after the deputy palace master. It's fine if it's just a heart. An elder heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. The corpse is still intact. People with the fire attribute can still cultivate here. The red-browed middle-aged man nodded. Soon after, the few of them quickly rushed out. The two elders also put away the items and handed them to the red-browed middle-aged man. Palace master, are we going to the main palace? An elder asked. No. The red-browed middle-aged man shook his head. Suddenly, he took out a piece of paper and said, look at this. Everyone's eyes gathered on the piece of paper. In the next moment, their faces changed. There was only one place on the piece of paper, Mount Qing. Could it be the Great Elder? That's right. I found this in the Sky Dragon corpse. It should be the great elder who left it. The red-browed middle-aged man nodded. The great elder left us a clue. Is it real or a trap? It should be a trap. If the great elder is on our side, why would he take the sky dragon's heart? Even if it was an act, he could have turned the situation around if he joined forces with the palace master. Yes, it must be a trap. The elders were discussing among themselves. Yuelulu didn't say that she would be updating these few days, but I saw that many readers were urging me, so I've been updating overnight. Including the previous explosive updates, the total number of updates has exceeded 200. It was too tiring. Yuelua's body couldn't take it. It was like a 20-hour language class. She was physically and mentally exhausted. Her body was her capital. Today was the last day to update. From now on, she would update at least 3 chapters every day. Once she had time, she would release more chapters. Translator, Transin editor, Transin towards the main palace. Yes, it could be a trap. However, it could also be that the Great Elder is using the Beast Clan. He wants to use the Beast Clan to obtain the half-beast heart refined from the Sky Dragon's heart, said the red-browed middle-aged man. Monopolize? Everyone immediately reacted. However, when they thought about it, this was indeed a possibility. Oh right, how long has Lord Jigu been gone? The red-browed middle-aged man suddenly asked. He just left yesterday. An elder replied. What about the other 3 elders? The red-browed middle-aged man asked again. The other regions have been destroyed by the half-beasts. They just left recently. I don't know when they will return. The red-browed middle-aged man sighed and said, Yi Xian, it's better if you don't get involved in this. Elder Wu, take him to the main palace. If you see Lord Jigu on the way, ask him for help. Palace Master, you are. Elder Wu frowned and asked. If we wait for the experts from the main palace, they would have left already. Therefore, we have to go and take a look. Even if it's a trap, we have to go. The red-browed middle-aged man squinted his eyes and said. After all, he was the palace master of the sub-palace. This time, they were the only ones left in the sub-palace. How could they not take revenge for this? Palace Master, I will go as well, Yi Xian suddenly said. No, you go with Elder Wu to the main palace. If possible, ask the main palace to send experts over. Even if we are in trouble, we have to find the Sky Dragon's heart, the red-browed middle-aged man refused directly. But I am not weak. I can help, Yi Xian said again. This was a good opportunity. If he could obtain the corpse of the Void God Realm King, he would be able to break through greatly. No need. One of the Beast Clan's experts died and one of them transformed into his original form. If that is the case, I am enough to deal with them. We don't need you. Elder Wu, there is no time to lose. Take him to the main palace immediately and look for Lord Jigu. I will go and hide the sub-palace's wealth. Even if we all die, we cannot let the things fall into their hands, the red-browed middle-aged man shook his head and said. Yes, Palace Master. Elder Wu nodded and then looked at Yi Xian. All right. Yi Xian editor, Transin. Since the Palace Master did not agree, he could not follow. In fact, he really wanted that corpse. As long as it was given to him, he would annihilate all of the demon clan. Unfortunately, he couldn't reveal the devouring system. After all, he had encountered too many things. What if someone found out about his secret and tried to steal his body? So far, he had already encountered it twice. The first time was in the Shattering Cloud sect, when his master wanted to steal his body. The second time was on Heavenly Wolf Island. The demon lord possessed his body and tried to erase his will. Therefore, he had to be cautious. In the end, Yi Xian decided to follow Elder Wu to the main hall. Transin was Transin. Immediately, they set off for the main palace. Yi Xian, your talent is the best I've ever seen. How old are you this year? Transin. I'm 21. Yi Xian reported his age. In the past, he was afraid that his secret would be discovered, so he often lied about his age. But now, he had seen many geniuses. Age was nothing. After all, Jiang Tianjin was not that old. Amazing. I'm 3 times your age, but my strength is the same as yours. I've been living like a dog all these years. Elder Wu said in shame. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly and did not say anything else. At this moment, they had already traveled for half a day and were far away from the sub-palace. But they did not know that there were people lying in ambush in front of them. They're coming. The news is accurate. They're going to the main palace. How arrogant. Only an elder is escorting them. He comprehended ultimacy at the spirit realm and broke through to the empty god realm in such a short time. We can't let him return to the warlord palace. The ice goddess and the fire emperor have already broken through to the nihility god realm. The warlord palace has hidden themselves well. I heard that the 3 warlord palaces are going to form a team to enter the wilderness. Great, let's destroy them all. These 2 siblings are enough for us. Now that there's another one, we can't leave them alone. If we let them grow, they'll become another void god realm king in the future. Let's kill him while he just broke through. The 3 people hiding in the clouds were discussing in low voices. At this moment, Yi Xian and Elder Wu were heading in their direction. It's about time. Kill. The 3 of them instantly charged down. What? After sensing the 3 powerful auras, Yi Xian and Elder Wu stopped in their tracks. Not good, there's an ambush. Elder Wu's expression changed. Yi Xian had also reacted. However, he couldn't understand why the shifter race would block their path. They had only left for half a day. Could it be that the white-browed old man had immediately notified the other shifter race to stop them after he left? It seems that my aptitude is so strong that even the shifter race is afraid of me. Yi Xian thought to himself. The 3 of them quickly landed on the ground and blocked Yi Xian and Elder Wu's path. You guys are from the shifter race, right? Elder Wu had already drawn his longsword and was glaring at them. That's right. The leader, a muscular man, laughed. How did you know? After the battle, we started our journey almost immediately. Elder Wu asked, puzzled. Let's not talk about the shifter race's special communication method. How can the shifter race's physique be compared to yours? The muscular man laughed. A bald man at the back also smiled and said, that's right, that Lord Yigu of yours was also intercepted by us. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured by us. We don't know where he is hiding to recuperate. What? After hearing this, Elder Wu and Yi Xian were shocked. The main hall emissary who was stronger than the main hall master was also intercepted and heavily injured? Don't be afraid. He wasn't injured by the 3 of us. We don't have the strength. However, we can still deal with the 2 of you. The muscular man said with a smile. Just the 3 of you? Elder Wu's eyes turned cold. He could feel that the 3 of them were stronger than him. In other words, the 3 of them had more than 10% of their void transformation level. Old man, I know you. Your strength is invincible among those of the same level. Although the void transformation level is only 10%, you have comprehended the inextinguishable inferno. It's very difficult to deal with. The muscular man narrowed his eyes. Ambush. Elder Wu snorted coldly. Brat, you're even more powerful. You managed to comprehend the profoundness before reaching the peak of the spirit stage. You even managed to break through to the nihility god stage within a month. You even managed to kill a branch elder who had reached 10% of the void transformation stage. If you continue to grow, you will become a huge threat to the Devil clan. After the muscular man finished speaking, he took out a pair of gloves and continued, therefore, this day next year will be the anniversary of your deaths. Yi Xian understood that this pair of gloves should be a void divine weapon. Furthermore, it was a void divine weapon that had been nurtured for many years. He had just broken through to the nihility god stage and had just started nurturing the Bahuang sword with his true qi. Although he had been using up his true qi for the past half a day, it had only been a few days. Fortunately, the Bahuang sword was not a low-rank void divine weapon. It was at least a middle-rank void divine weapon. It might even be a high-rank void divine weapon. Yi Xian, I'll hold back 2 of them while you quickly deal with one of them. If there's no other way, I'll use my death to hold back the three of them. Elder Wu said softly. Elder Wu, you. Yi Xian said in shock. Don't say any more. I still have a trump card. Elder Wu said solemnly. The three experts of the Devil clan were standing 1,000 meters away, so they could not hear them. Ha ha ha, old man, I can read lips. Do you think I don't know what you're saying? The muscular man in the lead laughed. Trump card? I'd like to see what your trump card is. Go. In an instant, the three of them charged forward. Elder Wu's expression darkened. He raised his hand and shot out a few streams of true qi that contained flames. He had already comprehended the profoundness of the inextinguishable flames, so his true qi was extremely powerful. However, the opponents were all from the Devil clan. Their physique was stronger than humans. Coupled with their movement techniques, they were able to dodge the attacks. Kill. Yi Xian immediately used his demon god transformation and attacked with the Bahuang sword. He only had one move of the Bahuang sword technique that he had just learned. It was called sword slashing Bahuang. Furthermore, he did not have any proficiency points. He had used this move once half a day ago. It pierced through the body of a sky dragon and was extremely powerful. However, this move had exhausted all of the true qi in his body. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he could not use it. Otherwise, without the support of his true qi, he wouldn't even be able to use his movement technique. It would be very easy for accidents to occur. If he wanted to win this battle, he had to make his opponent careless. After all, his opponent had never seen his true strength. In an instant, Elder Wu came into contact with the other two demons. As for the last demon clan member, he was also continuously sending out flaming sword qis at him. The fire element countered his earth element, causing his expression to darken even more. Pulse guard 4th level. He hurried to use his power Upanishad to increase his survivability. What a brat. You really do have the 4th fold of the throbbing pulse of the world. You've transformed twice at such a young age. I can't allow you to live. Yi Xian's opponent was the bald man. He couldn't help but think to himself when he saw the fluctuations around Yi Xian. However, his attacks could break through the 4th layer of the pulse guard. Coward, coward first. At this moment, Yi Xian kept reminding himself in his heart. On the other side, Elder Wu was single-handedly holding back two demons of a higher realm than him. Therefore, the battle couldn't be dragged out. Therefore, he had to make them look down on him, When the time came, he would explode with power and kill his opponent. He just didn't know if this plan would succeed. The two of them exchanged a few blows in a second. However, what surprised the bald man was that Yi Xian wasn't as strong as he had heard. Is it a disguise, or is the information inaccurate? The bald man thought to himself as he attacked. He wasn't stupid. He had seen many powerful people deliberately hide their strength and then amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Yi Xian was beaten back repeatedly. Soon, 50 rounds had passed. Bam! Suddenly, a loud sound came from not far away. Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Elder Wu's figure fly backward. This made his body tremble. As expected, although Elder Wu had comprehended the profound meaning of the inextinguishable inferno and had extremely strong offensive power, his opponents were still demons. Furthermore, there were two of them, and both of them had higher realms than him. It was already very good that he could hold them off for 50 rounds. Haha, you dare to be distracted? Die, you brat. The bald man gripped his longsword tightly with both hands and viciously chopped down at Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian dodged the strike with a gloomy expression. No, it should be said that he dodged a vital point. However, the strike still chopped off his entire left arm. It's time. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The Bahuang sword instantly shattered and reformed. Bahuang wind-killing formation, Bahuang Jin. Suddenly, a brownish-yellow true qi giant spirit appeared and threw a punch at the bald man. This punch contained the 4th layer of the pulse guard earth. What? The bald man was shocked. He had never heard of Yi Xian having such a move. However, his reaction was quite fast. He immediately held his longsword in front of his chest to block. Clang! The Bahuang sword on the Jin's fist struck the bald man's longsword. The bald man was flying close to the ground, but now, he was blasted to the ground by this punch. However, at this moment, Xian suddenly stomped his right foot heavily. Pulse guard earth. Wang. When the bald man's foot made contact with the ground, his head shook. Xian had comprehended the pulse guard earth using the battle dragon stomp. Previously, he had combined the battle dragon's 10 steps with the pulse guard earth. However, this did not mean that the pulse guard earth had to be combined with the battle dragon stomp. After all, he could combine the pulse guard earth with a casual punch. Naturally, he could also stomp his foot. While the bald man was in a daze, the Bahuang Jin suddenly swept over and threw another punch. Bam! This time, the bald man had no way of blocking. He was directly struck in the chest and sent to the ground. Again. Xian stomped his foot again, directly causing damage to the bald man through the air. Damn brat, this won't do. I have to revert to my original form, or I'll be killed directly. The bald man thought in a daze. In the next moment, his body began to expand. Sure enough, he was also a heavenly dragon. The monster race was born with a curse. After they transformed into human form, they had to pay a huge price to revert to their original form. But now, the bald man's life was threatened. If he did not revert to his original form, he would die. Damn it, I'm still one step too slow. Bahuang Jin, come back. The monster race's expert transformed at will. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to kill the other party, but he was still one step too slow. However, would it be useful to revert to his original form? Clang! The Bahuang sword was instantly reassembled. In the next moment, Xian summoned the Bahuang dragon slaying sword. The bald man's human body had already exploded, and then a red heavenly dragon drilled out. This red heavenly dragon's body was rapidly expanding. Translator, trans and editor, trans and behead the beasts. Dragon slaying sword of 8 desolation, dragon's judgment. Xian instantly slashed out with a slash. The sword god bloodline, beast god bloodline, dragon's judgment, and earth-throbbing sword of 8 desolation. All these factors made this slash extremely powerful. Rip. Before the burly man could fully transform back to his original form, he was struck by the dragon's judgment. In an instant, his huge dragon body was split into 2. Roar. The red dragon roared at the sky. Die for me. Xian slashed out again. This time, he directly chopped off the dragon's head. The beasts needed some time to transform back to their original form, and this time was enough to kill them. Previously, at the entrance of the sub-palace, someone had also transformed back to their original form, but at that time, the white-browed elder and the others helped to defend, so the red dragon was not injured. This time, his teammates were held back by Elder Wu, so there was no one to help him block the attack. Plop! When the dragon's head and body fell to the ground, the earth trembled violently. In the blink of an eye, Xian quickly flew over. The experts of the demon race did not have the soul of the saint beast, so they could cultivate it. That was why they cultivated the soul of the saint beast into a divine spirit. However, this muscular man had the void spirit. After he died, the void spirit directly shattered. Therefore, Xian could only take their interspatial rings. He could not even devour their corpses. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased to 10 points. Now, Xian was at the same level as Elder Wu. After breaking through, he quickly rushed in Elder Wu's direction. The 8 desolation spirit appeared again. What? This kid killed third brother? The burly man's eyes widened. His third brother's void transformation level had reached 15%, which was 5% higher than Elder Wu's. However, he died at the hands of Xian. But in the next moment, the burly man discovered something else. Xian's severed arm grew back. How was this possible? Even the wood attribute's rapid healing profound could only heal injuries. It would take time to heal a severed arm. The second profound of rapid healing, rejuvenation withered wood, had this effect. However, Xian had the earth attribute. Did this kid eat the twin fruit? Is it divine soul art? The burly man guessed. The twin life fruit was a legend. Anyone who swallowed it would be able to condense a second spirit. This meant that that person could possess various attributes and could comprehend the profound of too profound. However, in all his years of chaos profound realm, the burly man had never heard of too profound attribute. This brat must die. The brawny man made up his mind. Yi Xian, even if he die, he would die. Mu Xian is Amr. At this moment, Yi Xian had already led the 8 desolation giant spirit over. He held the azure light sword in his hand and attacked the brawny man. Now, it was 3 against 2. Elder Wu, how are your injuries? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Not bad. I won't die. Let's join hands and kill them. Elder Wu shouted. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. The burly man and the other person were slightly stronger than the bald man. If even the bald man was killed by Yi Xian, then Yi Xian's strength would be a threat to them. Therefore, the burly man and the other man looked at each other and made a decision in unison. Transform. Second brother, I'll help you stop them. The burly man shouted. At this moment, his second brother was already transforming. His human body was about to explode, and a heavenly dragon was growing in size. Yi Xian, I'll stop him. You go and kill that heavenly dragon. Elder Wu shouted. Don't even think about it. The burly man's face darkened. If he could not stop them, then his second brother would be beheaded by Yi Xian, just like his third brother. Yi Xian looked at the heavenly dragon that was growing bigger and bigger as he thought quickly. To deal with a heavenly dragon with a strong defense, it was best to use the dragon's judgment. However, the dragon's judgment required the Bahuang sword. If he withdrew the Bahuang spirit, then Elder Wu would be in danger. So this time, he had to change his plan. Kill the burly man first. Seeing that Yi Xian was indifferent, the burly man's face darkened. What he was most worried about had happened. Yi Xian and Elder Wu were prepared to kill him first, then fight with his second brother who had transformed into his original form. This was troublesome. Bastard, even if I die, I will kill you. The burly man shouted. Although his realm was the highest among the 4 of them, after 2 breakthroughs, his void transformation level could reach 20%. However, his attribute was metal. Elder Wu had comprehended the inextinguishable raging flames, so his attack power was extremely strong. As for Yi Xian, he could also fight against him. But what about the Bahuang spirit? Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared beside the burly man. Bam! The burly man resisted with all his might, but he was still sent flying by the Bahuang spirit's punch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly followed and attacked crazily. Bam! 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 The cyan light sword and the burly man's gloves collided, creating a violent vibration. After a few rounds, the burly man's arm became numb and began to tremble. Although he was a demon, he could cultivate. Unfortunately, when he broke through to the Nihility God realm, he comprehended the profound mysteries of turning stone into gold. Turning stone into gold, if one did not injure the enemy, it would not be effective. Just now, when Elder Wu was injured, it was his second brother who injured him, not him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly rushed up and slashed down. Good chance, go die. The burly man suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat out a wave of true energy. In the next moment, Yi Xian felt an extremely strong sound wave. Demonic dragon roar. Wang! Elder Wu instantly fainted. This was one of the Sky Dragon's ultimate skills, and very few people knew it. Moreover, using it once would cause great damage to one's vitality. This was a rare opportunity for the burly man to use it. However, this move was useless against Yi Xian. Yi Xian also knew how to attack using sound waves. It was the first stage of the Bahuang swordsmanship, the Bahuang heaven-shaking sword. Ever since he'd learned this martial art, Yi Xian had developed a habit of gathering true energy in his ears to prevent such a thing from happening. The burly man did not expect Yi Xian to be prepared. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of him. Rip! A head flew up. It was the burly man's head. Big brother! When the red sky dragon saw the burly man, its eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It roared loudly. It only took about a second to transform, but in that second, Yi Xian killed the burly man. Then, the next one would be him. Go to hell. The red sky dragon opened its mouth wide and aimed at Yi Xian and Elder Wu with its sky dragon breath. However, at this time, Yi Xian had already reassembled the Bahuang sword. He activated all the true energy in his body, connected with the heaven and earth yuan qi, and then slashed with his sword. Twin fruit swish. This slash split the sky dragon's breath into two and followed the dragon's breath into the sky dragon's mouth. Bam! The red sky dragon's brain was shaken and its body trembled violently. Then, its huge body fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Sword slashing 8 desolates. This move was first split into 8 and then combined into 1. This way, its power would multiply. Although Yi Xian's attack was not split, there were no scales in the dragon's mouth. In addition to various factors, this attack directly slashed into the red sky dragon's brain. Phew, it's finally dead. Yi Xian hurried over and kept the 2 universe rings. Although the demon clan's predecessor was a void god beast, they were different from the sea clan. Their corpses could not be devoured. What a pity. Ding, the host's void transformation level has increased to 13 points. The system notified. Yi Xian's strength had increased by a little. Elder Wu, are you alright? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. I'm alright. The one who injured me is also of the fire attribute. Let's go. If there are more demon clan experts, we'll be in trouble. Elder Wu hurriedly took out a bottle of healing medicine and drank it. Alright. Yi Xian nodded and hurriedly helped him out of this place. At the same time, he glanced at his panel. The battle just now was not without benefits. His martial dragon movement technique had increased by 10%. It was just that the battle just now was too intense, so he did not pay attention to it. However, at this time, he discovered another point. The 3 divine rank bloodlines that he had fused with actually had a bracket behind them. Void. It seems that these 3 divine rank bloodlines are not true divine rank bloodlines. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was looking forward to it because he would soon be able to expand his first bloodline. Bloodline expansion was the most expensive for combat bloodlines, followed by physique bloodlines, and then support bloodlines. Although they were only support bloodlines, he found a very good support bloodline among the thousands of divine rank bloodlines. Gemini bloodline, this bloodline could allow him to condense another void spirit, allowing him to have 2 attributes. If he could obtain a twin life fruit, he could condense a clone with the same combat power as him. This clone also had 2 attributes. However, these were all for later. Let's talk about it after he safely arrived at the main hall. At this moment, Elder Wu suddenly turned his head and stared at Yi Xian's sleeveless left arm that was exposed to the air. He said, Yi Xian, I clearly saw that your arm was chopped off. How did you recover so quickly? This is a fortuitous encounter I had in the past. Although I didn't condense the earth spirit, my recovery ability is astonishing. Yi Xian casually made up a story. Oh, I thought you ate a twin life fruit and a wood spirit, Elder Wu said. Twin fruits, when this word entered Yi Xian's ears, it caused his body to tremble violently. Wasn't the requirement for the Gemini bloodline to condense an avatar the Gemini fruit? Elder Wu, have you heard of the twin fruits? Yi Xian asked hastily. How could I not have heard of it? The twin fruits can allow a person to condense a second spirit. Think about it, how powerful would a person's combat power be if they comprehended 2 profound elements? Elder Wu nodded. Yi Xian nodded silently. If he comprehended the gold defense and combined it with the throbbing pulse of the earth, he would become an unkillable cockroach. It would be too heaven-defying. Elder Wu, do you know where the twin fruits can be found? Yi Xian asked hastily. I don't know. The twin fruits is only a legend. I have never heard of anyone possessing 2 spirits. It is said that the twin fruits are a divine item that can be found anywhere. Even in a village that lacks yuan qi and doesn't even have a spirit 4th stage, it can be found. Elder Wu shook his head. Oh. Yi Xian's expression immediately dimmed. From the looks of it, the twin fruits were extremely difficult to obtain. However, since the Gemini bloodline gave a hint, then it definitely existed. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking of quickly leveling up and expanding his bloodline to fuse with the Gemini bloodline. The Gemini bloodline had the same effect as the twin fruits. It could allow a person to condense a second spirit. If he could obtain another twin fruits, he would be able to condense a doppelganger. At that time, his combat power would increase exponentially. Level up, breakthrough. Yi Xian's eyes widened. After killing the 3 Devil Clan experts, Yi Xian and Elder Wu did not encounter any more Devil Clan experts. It had to be said that the Devil Clan was too careless. They only sent 3 people. If they sent an expert like the white-browed Elder, Yi Xian's corpse would have been completely devoured by the sacred beasts. Yi Xian rushed for a few days and finally arrived at the main hall of the Warlord Palace. There might be news of his father, Yi Chong, here. The main hall was similar to the sub-halls, but the size was more than 10 times different. Yi Xian saw the huge main hall from afar. However, there were sentry towers around the main hall. Behind the sentry towers, there was a no-fly zone and a defensive formation. Anyone who wanted to enter had to be notified. Who are you? Below the sentry tower, a main hall guard stopped them. Yi Xian and Elder Wu stopped in their tracks. The latter hurriedly said, I am Elder Wu Bo from the 9th sub-hall. There is a major crisis in the 9th sub-hall. I am here to report. Something happened to the 9th sub-hall too? The guard was shocked. Too? Yi Xian and Elder Wu looked at each other. It seemed that something had happened to the other sub-halls too. Wait a moment. The guard entered the sentry tower and led a gold armor squad leader down. F***ck, even the main hall squad leader is at the virtual god realm. Yi Xian was shocked. After the gold armor squad leader came down, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and Elder Wu. He said, identity token. Wu Bo immediately understood. He took out a token from his universe ring and threw it over. The gold armor squad leader confirmed it and took out a portrait for comparison. The identity token and portrait are correct. Now, we will verify your attribute, realm and ultimacy. The gold armor squad leader said. Is the verification so strict now? Elder Wu raised his eyebrows and slashed a ray of sword chi towards the sky. Fire attribute, inextinguishable flame, 10% void transformation. The gold armor squad leader nodded. The last time Elder Wu came, his void transformation level was less than 10%. The difference was not big, so there was no problem. After all, he would break through. Identity token, portrait, attribute, realm and ultimacy. There were 5 levels of verification. The gold armor squad leader's realm was higher than Elder Wu, so he could confirm it. Please forgive us. Recently, the demonic beasts have been rampant, and all the branches have been infiltrated. Now, Elder Wu, please swallow this pill. The golden armored captain took out another pill and threw it to Elder Wu. What is this? Elder Wu caught the brown pill and asked curiously. Author's note, I guarantee at least 3 chapters a day. This chapter is the 4th chapter. Today's extra chapter. Thank you for your monthly votes and tips. The more monthly votes and tips, the more motivated Moonfall will be. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Warlord Palace. This is a transformation pill. You must consume it in front of me. If you are a shifter, you will be forced to transform into your original form. Even if you are a half-shifter, you will immediately transform into a shifter, said the golden armored captain. So that's how it is. Elder Wu nodded and swallowed the pill on the spot. After waiting for about 5 seconds, the golden armored captain focused his attention on Yi Xian and asked, You can confirm your identity now. Who is he? This is a genius from our branch palace. He comprehended the profound before reaching the peak of the spirit stage. He has now broken through to the nihility stage. His realm is even higher than mine, Elder Wu quickly introduced. After the previous battle, Elder Wu had also sensed Yi Xian's realm. However, in his eyes, Yi Xian was a super genius. Continuous breakthroughs weren't a big deal. Oh? Your realm is higher than his? The golden armored captain squinted his eyes and tossed another transformation pill to Yi Xian. Yi Xian understood what he meant. He pretended to throw the transformation pill into his mouth and swallowed it in front of the golden-armored captain. 5 seconds later, he did not transform into his original form, nor did he transform into a shifter. This proved that he was a human. However, what the golden-armored captain did not know was that the transformation pill had already been swallowed by Xian. Okay, you are not a shifter. However, I cannot confirm whether you are colluding with the shifter to obtain information. Be careful when you enter. If anything goes wrong, you will be killed by an expert on the spot, said the golden-armored captain. Yes. Elder Wu nodded, then brought Xian through the formation and walked in. After they entered the warlord palace, the formation was immediately restored. Although he could not see it, Xian could feel it. I never thought that the shifter would be so rampant. They have placed people in all the branch palaces. Even the elders are colluding with them. This is troublesome. Elder Wu could not help but speak as they ran from the sentry tower to the main palace. Elder Wu, what is the meaning of this? Xian was a little confused. Hadn't they already verified their identities? Why was it so troublesome? Elder Wu replied, although we can prove that we are humans, we can't prove that we have colluded with the demons. If you come in now, they might think that you are deliberately planted here by the demons. They will be worried about you. I see. After hearing this, Xian nodded silently. Indeed, in this type of situation, the War King Hall was extremely careful, not nurturing any newcomers. However, even a person like the first elder of the sub-palace had been bribed by the Yao clan. How many people could prove their innocence now? After all, the first elder of the sub-palace was the previous sub-palace master. Elder Wu led Xian into the main hall. The branch that Xian had joined was the 9th branch, the last branch. At the same time, an elder would come to the main branch every once in a while to stand guard and receive the people from the branch halls. This time, Elder Wu was leading Xian to find this middleman. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get in touch with the higher-ups of the main palace. The main palace was really big, and there were many patrolling guards along the way. Elder Wu and Xian were relatively unfamiliar with each other, so they were stopped and questioned a total of 6 times along the way. After that, they finally found the 9th branch of the main palace. Elder Huang. Elder Wu walked in and shouted loudly. Xian also looked around and realized that this place was completely a library with a large number of books. This should be news from the 9th branch. Elder Wu, why are you here? What happened to the 9th branch? After hearing Elder Wu's shout, an old man in a yellow robe walked out from the inner hall. He had been in the main palace all this time, so he naturally knew about the demons. Our branch was also attacked. This is the report written by the palace master himself. Take a look. Elder Wu handed over a sheepskin scroll. Elder Huang took a look and jumped in fright. What? Even the Grand Elder and the Vice Palace Master colluded with the demons? However, after he finished looking at it, he exclaimed, our branch palace actually has a Void God King level Heavenly Dragon corpse? That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. This corpse was picked up by one of our palace masters. It is said that this sky dragon corpse did not have the soul of a saint beast, so it could be a demon expert. Elder Wu nodded. After Elder Wu's reminder, Xian suddenly remembered something. He could not devour a demon corpse, so he could only devour void god beasts. If that corpse was a demon expert, it would be useless to him even if he took it. At the mention of corpses, Xian naturally thought of the palace masters of the branch halls. What happened to them? Oh right, Elder Wu, is it necessary for the demons to use the heart of a saint beast or a void god beast to refine a half-demon heart? Xian suddenly asked. This, I'm not very sure. However, I don't know what happened to our branch halls. Therefore, I guess that white-browed demon race was planning to attack the Battle King Palace, and that corpse was probably something they did along the way. Elder Wu answered. Elder Wu, this little brother is? Elder Huang asked in astonishment. This was his first time seeing Xian, but he felt that Xian was very strong, not any weaker than him. He's a genius from our branch hall. His cultivation realm is higher than mine, so the palace master asked me to escort him to the main palace. Elder Wu answered. Hearing this, Elder Huang was shocked. What? His cultivation realm is higher than yours? That's right. Earlier, we were intercepted by 3 demon experts. Each of them had a higher cultivation realm than me, and all 3 of them died in Yixian's hands. Elder Wu nodded. Elder Huang was shocked. I thought this little brother was a genius from the main palace. I didn't expect him to be from our 9th branch hall. Elder Huang, then do you know the answer to my question? Yixian asked again. Only the demon race knows how to refine a half-demon's heart. However, as long as there is a method, we humans can refine a low-grade half-demon's heart. However, I'm afraid that a void god's heart would need to be personally refined by a demon clan expert. Human experts would only be able to help at most. As far as I know, the half-monster's heart cannot be refined using the heart of a dead demon clan expert. Cannot be refined, Yixian narrowed his eyes. If it couldn't be refined, then what did the group of demon experts who attacked the 9th branch hall need that void god realm king level sky dragon's heart for? No, it was still impossible to determine whether that void god realm king level sky dragon's corpse belonged to a senior of the demon race or an ordinary void god realm beast. If it was a senior of the demon race, then it couldn't be refined into a half-demon's heart. If it was a void god realm beast, then it could be refined into a half-demon's heart. Although it wouldn't reach the void god realm, it would still be very strong. However, Yixian couldn't be bothered to care so much now. Ice Lady, Flame Emperor. Elder Huang, hurry up and report this matter. Elder Wu urged. Yes, I will immediately inform the main hall elder. Elder Huang hurriedly nodded and said, Yixian, follow me. Yixian, go ahead. With your aptitude, you will definitely be nurtured with priority as long as there are no accidents. Elder Wu said. N. Yixian nodded silently and followed, while Elder Wu stayed behind. After leaving, Elder Huang could not help but remind him, Yixian, you have to be mentally prepared. If it was before, you would definitely be nurtured with priority. But now, the demon clan seems to have made a big move. Newcomers have to go through strict vetting. I understand. Yixian nodded. Now that the demon clan was running amok, even if he did not receive priority nurturing, he could still go out and hunt by himself. Sigh, there was also a genius who came last month. He was also an Ahility God Realm genius. Now, he has been sent out to carry out an assessment mission. It is said that he has to kill 100 demon clan members of the same level. Elder Huang sighed. What? 100 demon clan members of the same level? Yixian was shocked after hearing this. He had reached 10% of the void transformation stage, which meant that he needed to kill 100 demon clan members of the same level. This was 2F** King Deceptive. It's to show your loyalty. As long as it's a demon clan member, it's fine too. Elder Huang continued. Where can we find so many demon clan members? Yixian rolled his eyes. One had to know that the number of demon clan experts he saw was only a dozen or so. Although he had seen quite a few half-demons, what he wanted now were half-demons of the same level. Where could he find them? Don't worry, our 9th branch is the weakest, so there are very few demon clan members there. If you go to the 1st, 3rd, and 6th branch, the demon clan will appear in groups. Elder Huang's voice suddenly became softer as he continued, the 6th branch palace's Yangdu region's beast tide was actually caused by the demon clan. The rumors outside said that there was a void god beast, but that was fake. At that time, there were over 100 demon clan experts, but in the end, they were all killed by our 2 new elders. Over 100 demon clan experts? Yangdu region? Upon hearing this, Yixian recalled that he had indeed heard of this matter in the restaurant. At that time, he thought that these 2 people were Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. At this moment, he thought of something and said, I've heard of this before. I heard that it was quelled by a pair of siblings who recently joined the Battle King Palace. Elder Huang, do you know their names? That's right, these 2 elders just joined our Warlord Hall. They are the secret weapons of our Warlord Hall. Their talents are very high, so they were hidden by the Hall Master. No one knows what they look like. It is said that they wear armor that covers their faces all day long. I only know that one of them is of the fire attribute and the other is of the ice attribute. Therefore, the outside world gave them names. The younger sister is called the Ice Goddess and the older brother is the Flame Emperor. Elder Huang shook his head helplessly. He was only an elder of a branch hall, and his strength was too weak. He did not have the qualifications to meet those two people. Ice Goddess, Fire Emperor. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, then, Elder Huang, do you know where they came from? It is said that the young hall master brought them back, but I don't know where they came from. Elder Huang shook his head again. Yi Xian couldn't help but stop walking. It had been more than a year since he left. During this time, the two siblings might have cultivated to the void god realm. After all, Lin Wenyue once said that Song Suijing and Song Saijue had come to find him after they had mastered that wondrous cultivation method after returning to Tianshui continent. I don't know their names or appearances. Could it be them? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. To be honest, he hoped that the Ice Goddess and Flame Emperor were Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. That way, he wouldn't have to look for them. Moreover, this Ice Goddess and Flame Emperor seemed to be stronger than him. Yi Xian, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Yi Xian was deep in thought, Elder Huang suddenly asked. Nothing, this is the first time I've heard of the ice and fire attributes. Yi Xian said with a smile. Indeed, this is also the first time I've heard of it. The wind attribute appeared in our main hall before, but when he went out to train, he didn't return. I think he died. Elder Huang sighed. Elder Huang, what are the mysteries of these three attributes? Yi Xian asked curiously. Elder Huang continued to shake his head. I don't know about the ice and fire attributes. It's too good to keep it a secret. As for the wind attribute, I know about it. The wind attribute is also a powerful attribute. Its mysteries are wings of the wind, binding of the wind, and wind blade. These are the three mysteries I know. The wings of the wind can increase your flying speed and attack speed. The binding of the wind and the binding of the water can restrict the enemy. As for the wind blade, it's an extremely powerful cutting mystery, comparable to the metal attribute's metal cutting. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The wind attribute could increase one's speed and restrict the enemy. It was too powerful. In addition, the wind attribute isn't restricted by any other attribute. It's considered independent. Elder Huang added. Yi Xian nodded silently. He had also guessed this. Other than the 5 elements being restricted, the other attributes weren't restricted. This was the true strength of the wind attribute. Elder Huang had been in the main hall for a long time, so he definitely knew more than Elder Wu. Therefore, Yi Xian asked for more information. Soon, Elder Huang led Yi Xian to a person. It was an elder of the main hall. His strength was unfathomable. Yi Xian estimated that his virtual spirit had reached at least 50% virtual spirit transformation. Elder Helion, this is the dossier that our ninth palace sent over. Elder Huang handed the dossier over to Elder Helion. Although this Elder Helion wasn't the strongest, his position was extremely high. He was in charge of many matters in the main hall. He took the dossier and his expression changed drastically. Something happened in the 9th branch hall. What? A sky dragon's corpse of a void god king? Why did you only report it now? Elder Helion shouted. This? Only the hall master has the right to know. Elder Huang said with a gloomy expression. Damn it. A void god king fire attribute dragon's corpse. If brought to the main hall, it could greatly increase the perception of fire attribute experts. Elder Helion's expression darkened. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly interrupted, the sky dragon's corpse is still there. It only lost a heart. The 9th branch hall master must have hidden the yin and yang ring. Loyalty assessment. Yi Xian is the 9th branch palace's black-armored captain. He broke through earlier and has been working hard for the 9th branch palace. If not for him, the 9th branch palace would have been annihilated by the demon clan. Elder Huang hurriedly said. The reason he said this was to prove Yi Xian's innocence. Although it could not be completely proven, it could dispel some of Elder Helion's suspicions. Oh? So you're saying that he's a meritorious official? Elder Helion narrowed his eyes and said, even so, there's no proof. You should also go and accept a mission to kill the experts of the demon clan and bring back their corpses to prove your innocence. In the end, Yi Xian still had to go out and carry out the mission. Yes, sir. Yi Xian nodded respectfully. I will also immediately send experts to investigate. If they can really find a Void God King level Sky Dragon corpse, everyone will be rewarded. Elder Helion said. Following that, Elder Huang left with Yi Xian and received a mission to kill 100 Demon Clan experts of the same level. Demon Clan experts of the same level are no threat to me. What I'm afraid of is encountering experts. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At this time, an elder in the main hall handed him a piece of information. This was a map of the recent distribution of Demon Clan experts. Let's go to the third branch palace. Yi Xian said. There are many Demon Clan experts in the third branch palace's territory. You are only at the void transformation stage. Are you sure you want to go? The elder said. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Alright, your cultivation level is at the void transformation stage, so you have to bring back 100 void transformation stage experts. Even half demons are fine. The elder did not say much and directly registered Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly asked, if I break through on the way, the requirements won't change, right? No. Very quickly, Yi Xian finished registering and left. However, after he left, the elder who was in charge of registration suddenly muttered, Gao Zhan, who was sent by the 7th branch palace, seems to have also gone to the 3rd branch palace's territory. If these two are loyal to my War King palace, then they will definitely be nurtured. Then, I'll be the one to test this kid. Suddenly, another elder walked out from behind the door. Alright, don't get discovered. He's the only empty God realm genius with the earth element in our warlord hall. The elder in charge of registration nodded. If he wanted to prove that he had not colluded with the demons, he would have to kill 100 demons of the same level. At the same time, an elder would be secretly observing to see if he had cheated. The demon race had infiltrated too deeply. There were even traitors in the main palace. In order to sneak in one person, what harm was there in sacrificing a few demons? After the registration, Yi Xian went to bid farewell to Elder Wu and Elder Huang before leaving the Warlord Hall. His destination this time was the 3rd sub-palace. Something big had happened in the 3rd sub-palace. Almost everyone in the 3rd sub-palace had been massacred. Therefore, Yi Xian and the rest of the examiners had gone over to help. On land, Yi Xian's speed was very fast, so he didn't need to use the art of Qi to fly. He just relied on his legs to run. My martial dragon body technique has improved to 70%. I wonder when I'll be able to learn the earthwalking skill, Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried along. The earthwalking skill could greatly increase his running speed. It was very useful for traveling. It was even more useful for fighting on land. Yi Xian loved speed the most. Therefore, all 3 of his advancements were in agility. Strength could defeat all tactics. Speed was the way to go, even if it was just a chopstick. If Yi Xian threw it casually, he could kill a sacred beast. The main palace was a little far from the 3rd sub-palace. Even if Yi Xian hurried along, it still took him 7 days. Now, he regretted not choosing the 3rd sub-palace. If he had chosen the 3rd sub-palace, he would have completed the mission in 7 days. I heard that there were more than 10 traitors in the 3rd sub-palace. The palace master died in battle. If I come, I can meet up with them, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he felt that it was better to forget about it. After all, he couldn't trust anyone right now. Maybe his own family members could collude with the demon clan, so it was better for him to move alone. At most, he would go and inquire about some information. However, while Yi Xian was deep in thought, a figure flew above him. Huff, huff, doesn't this kid know how to be tired? He's been on the road for 7 days straight? This elder was the one in charge of secretly assessing Yi Xian. He had also flown with Yi Xian for 7 days without resting. At this time. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a series of loud sounds fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and anxiously rushed in that direction. However, he was extremely careful because it was said that there were demon clan S that had reached 30% to 40%. When he went over to take a look, he discovered that 3 demon clan S were besieging a middle-aged man. The reason why Yi Xian was able to recognize them was because these three demon clans were only half-demons, and were extremely different from humans. I heard that there will be people disguised as humans. When someone goes over to help, they will suddenly launch a sneak attack. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. These three half-demons were all at least 10% void transformation stage, so they could be considered Yi Xian's mission. He took out the Bahuang sword and summoned the Bahuang spirit. Then, he held the azure light sword and rushed over. The Bahuang spirit was formed from the 8 blades of the Bahuang sword and Yi Xian's earth attribute innate qi. Its body also carried the 4 layers of the earth pulse. Just its strength alone was enough to deal with these 3 half-demons. Therefore, Yi Xian only held onto his azure light sword and watched from afar. What? When the 3 Nihility God stage half-demons heard the wind, they were shocked. What was that? A Nihility God beast? In the blink of an eye, the Bahuang spirit arrived in front of the 3 of them. Then, with a punch from each of them, the 3 of them instantly exploded. The 4 layers of the earth pulse coupled with the Bahuang spirit's fist were extremely powerful. These 3 people couldn't even take a single punch. Soon after, the Bahuang spirit returned with the 3 corpses and universe rings. Well done! Yi Xian grinned and kept the universe rings and corpses. When the Bahuang spirit went out, Yi Xian glanced at it and found that this Bahuang spirit was actually one of his companions. In other words, the Bahuang spirit had the Beast God Bloodlines bonus, which increased all attributes by 10%. In addition, with the Beast King deterrence, it could increase the effect of attacks on beasts by 20%. Therefore, the 3 half-demons couldn't take a single punch from it. The middle-aged man was scared silly. She didn't even move her hand. Just by relying on a strange beast, she was able to deal with 3 half-demons that had suppressed him to the point of retreating. Her strength was definitely much greater than his. Thank you for saving my life. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. You're from the 3rd palace? Yi Xian asked. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I'm an elder of the 3rd palace. You are? Gao Zhan from the main palace? The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and said, Yes, the elders of the 3rd palace have already gathered. However, when we entered the camp, we were ambushed and had no choice but to scatter and escape. Ambushed? Be careful. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and left. He did not know if the middle-aged man was from the demon race, so he could not fully trust his words. It was better for him to move alone and gather information about the others. Then, Yi Xian quickly left. The elder who was testing him in the sky squinted his eyes and thought to himself, what a mysterious technique. What is that? Could it be the new profound of Earth? However, this brat killed decisively. I wonder if he was just putting on a show for me to see or if he really is from the human race. Just one test was not enough to prove Yi Xian's innocence, so he needed to continue to observe. Soon, Yi Xian encountered the 2nd batch of half-demons. They disguised themselves as humans and wanted to recruit Yi Xian. However, how could Yi Xian be fooled by such a trick? This time, he had brought many transformation pills. Once the transformation pills were taken out, the other party revealed their true forms. All of you, die. Yi Xian and the 8 Desolation Jin charged into the crowd. This time, they killed a total of 8 half-demons. However, 4 of them were less than 10% void transformation and did not count. Ding! Host's void transformation has increased to 14 points. The system notified. Why did Yi Xian choose the 3rd palace which had so many experts from the demon race? Firstly, it was to complete the test. Secondly, it was to break through and level up. He did not care about the test. It did not matter if he took the test or not. Leveling up was the most important thing. Why do I feel that something is wrong? The demon race actually transformed so many half-demons. What are they trying to do? Yi Xian thought to himself as he wandered around. Although he did not know much about the grudges between the 2 races, he knew that something big was about to happen for the demon race to erupt at the same time. At the same time, he also knew something. None of the experts from the demon race had reached the Void God realm. They were all ordinary Void Gods. This was because the demon race had an agreement with the Sword God Palace to not allow Void God Realm kings to come. Of course, it would be a different story if they were to break through here. Right at this moment, a black figure suddenly entered Yi Xian's eyes from afar. Just one person. Is he a demon or a human? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had the 8 Desolation giant spirit stand guard in front of him while he stood with the azure light sword in hand. Very quickly, this person arrived in front of Yi Xian. The two of them were 1,000 meters apart. This was a young man. He was slightly older than Yi Xian, but he wasn't even 30 years old. Yi Xian. Of 2. Then. This young man didn't care about anything else and directly attacked Yi Xian. What a guy. He attacked without distinguishing between right and wrong. He must be a human. This was Yi Xian's intuition. If the other party was from the demon race, he would have known that he was a human. After all, the demon race had a special way of distinguishing between each other. Therefore, this person must be a human. He should be a Void God Realm genius from the Warlord Hall. Yi Xian was right. This person was called Gao Zhan. Like Yi Xian, he came from a side hall and was in the middle of an assessment. His cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's, reaching 25%. His attributes also countered Yi Xian's. Most importantly, like Elder Wu, he had comprehended the inextinguishable inferno. Bang! A flaming sword chi broke through Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword, which contained the 4th layer of the earth-throbbing pulse, and headed straight for Yi Xian. Damn it. I forgot. Yi Xian's face darkened. His opponent was of the fire attribute and had comprehended the inextinguishable inferno. Most importantly, his opponent was using a Void God Realm martial art. His earth-splitting sword was at the bottom of the supreme grade heaven-level martial arts. Therefore, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. 8 Desolation Titans, kill him. Yi Xian commanded in his mind with a solemn expression. At the same time, he kept using the earth-splitting sword. His left hand was also using the Emperor Dragon Fist. It was still uncertain who would win this battle. However, at this moment, above the two of them. Hey, why are you here? An elder in gray robes flew over. Yi Xian's assessment elder raised his eyebrows and asked, "How did your assessment go?" "This Gao Zhan has been here for half a month. We have collected all the corpses and there is nothing strange about them." However, he did not return and continued to kill the demon race, the elder in gray robes said. "Then there is no problem." The assessment elder nodded silently. "What's up with you? Where did you come from?" The elder in gray robes asked. "He came from the 9th palace. The 9th palace is relatively weak. It is strange that such a genius would appear and they did not report it." The assessment elder replied. The elder in gray robes glanced at the two fighting below and said, "TSK, the earth-splitting sword has reached the 4th layer. This is a genius. He might even become a King Realm expert in the future. Let's not interfere. Let's watch. These two brats seem to be on par with each other." The assessment elder said indifferently. He was here to take the assessment. Even if Yi Xian was in danger, he would not interfere. TSK, they seem to be on par with each other. This Gao Zhan has a trump card. Even I can only admire him. The elder in gray robes laughed. He only knew about it recently. When Gao Zhan was surrounded by demon race experts and was in imminent danger, he used that trump card in the end. "What kind of trump card is it?" The assessment elder asked curiously. "Profound." The elder in gray robes replied. The assessment elder paused and said, "Could it be that this Gao Zhan has comprehended a second profound? Is it rising from the ashes, fire clone, or?" "That's right. It's the 2nd layer of the inextinguishable flames, raging flames burning the heavens." The elder in gray robes nodded. I didn't expect him to have comprehended a 2nd layer of the profound. Raging flames burning the heavens. If it's combined with the fire clone, its power will be shocking. The assessment elder in gray robes was envious. The elder in gray robes nodded, "That's right. It seems that your people are in trouble. However, I find this brat pleasing to the eye. Moreover, it's the rare earth attribute. If he can't hold on, then I'll pretend to be the third palace elder and save him. At this moment, Yi Xian and Gao Zhan had also fought for dozens of rounds. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Humph, I've already seen through your strength. Demon God transformation. Yi Xian roared in his heart. In the next moment, his eyes began to turn black. When he was in the spirit realm, the profound was his trump card. However, when he reached the empty God realm, everyone had their own profound. Therefore, the demon God transformation became his trump card. In the past, Old Devil One created the demon God transformation and killed many people. However, at that time, his strength was not as high as the current Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian used the demon God transformation and surpassed Old Devil One. Raging flames incinerate the heavens, raging flames incinerate the heavens. Seeing Yi Xian's aura skyrocketing, Gao Zhan narrowed his eyes. The fire attribute qi in his body suddenly began to surge. At this moment, Yi Xian's 8 desolation spirit suddenly appeared beside Gao Zhan. The 8 desolation spirit had already been blasted apart by Gao Zhan, but Yi Xian's qi was almost limitless. After the 8 desolation spirit died, it quickly recovered. However, this time, Gao Zhan wanted to kill both Yi Xian and the 8 desolation spirit together. Die. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Suddenly, a flame shot up into the sky. Yi Xian only saw a flash in front of his eyes as an extremely powerful aura spread out. Not good. Yi Xian felt the danger and hurriedly rushed toward Gao Zhan. At the same time, the 8 desolation spirit also rapidly retreated. 8 desolation shield. The 8 desolation spirit instantly disintegrated and condensed into a shield in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, Gao Zhan's entire body exploded like a bomb. Boom! The shockwave swept out, and everything within 10,000 meters of Gao Zhan was blown into a vacuum. If he had detonated it on land, the power would not have been inferior to that of a giant meteorite. It was too terrifying, even the 2 main hall elders in the air couldn't help but shudder at this scene. This move was enough to threaten them. This is bad. This raging flames incinerate the heavens is not like the other profound skills that can be used as one pleases. I didn't expect Gao Zhan to use it without warning. The grey-robed elder's face darkened. He was extremely displeased in his heart because Yi Xian should have been killed by this attack. This was a waste of a seed with the potential to break through to the Nihility God realm. Don't be anxious. At this moment, Yi Xian's elder suddenly said. What? The grey-robed elder followed his gaze and saw a figure more than 10,000 meters below. Who else could this person be but Yi Xian? When the grey-clothed elder saw that there was nothing beside Gao Zhan, he thought that Yi Xian was dead. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian had only been blown away by the explosion. Indeed, Yi Xian did not die. He had used the Octaterra shield to protect his vitals. His entire body was curled up within the Octaterra shield, so he had only suffered a small impact. He had not been burnt to a crisp. Damn, this is the second level of the inextinguishable inferno, raging flames incinerate the heavens? Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. The tree of life was taking effect. Previously, he had chatted with Elder Huang quite a bit, so he knew that this was the second level of profound meaning. His pulsating guard was also at the second level of profound meaning, but one was for defense, while the other was for large-scale attacks like the original one. Humph, you overestimate yourself. After using raging flames incinerate the heavens, Gao Zhan could not help but mock. At this moment, he did not notice that Yi Xian was still alive. After all, Yi Xian was already high up in the sky. It was not that Yi Xian was afraid, but that Gao Zhan seemed to think that he was dead. Therefore, Yi Xian happened to be hiding, preparing to ambush him. According to Yi Xian's vengeful personality, how could he not take revenge? TSK, this brat head. It seems that he knows that he cannot defeat Gao Zhan. The grey-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. You go and make this Gao Zhan return. Don't wander around outside. If he encounters experts from the fiend race, even we can't protect him. Yi Xian's trial elder said to the grey-robed elder. Understood. The grey-robed elder nodded and prepared to step in. However, at this moment. Octaterra swordplay, sword-cleaving Octaterra. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the clouds, suddenly reassembled the Sword of Desolation. Then, facing the panting Gao Zhan, he directly used his strongest move. A slash broke through the air and instantly split into 8, flying towards Gao Zhan. What? Gao Zhan, who heard the slash, turned his head and saw the 8 sword rays converging into a terrifying sword ray. Damn it! Gao Zhan immediately reacted and prepared to use Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens to block again. Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens was a second-level profound meaning. However, it was not like other profound meanings, which could be used at will. This move required a large amount of true qi. He had used it once just now and had used up more than half of his true qi. This time, he had to use up all the true qi in his body. This was because this Sword of Desolation was so fierce that he did not think that he could dodge it. Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens. Just as the Sword of Desolation was about to hit Gao Zhan used the second-level profound meaning of the inextinguishable flames again. Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens. At this moment, there was not a trace of true qi left in his body. As for the Sword of Desolation, Yi Xian had also used up all of his true qi. The only thing was, who would win and who would lose. Bang! The sword ray was instantly enveloped by the flames and shook violently. Damn it! Who won? The gray-robed elder cursed angrily. Once again, he saw a fireball expanding in an instant. The flame soared into the sky. Soon, the fireball quickly dissipated. Then, a figure came into the sight of the two elders. He's not dead? The gray-robed elder and the exam elder widened their eyes. However, in the next moment, they saw someone dashing towards Gao Zhan. Gao Zhan used all of his strength to use Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens to block the Sword of Desolation. However, he had used up all of his true qi and could barely fly. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life and had recovered most of his true qi. You piece of trash. Go to hell. Yi Xian widened his eyes and swung his sword. Stop. The gray-robed elder couldn't help but shout. However, his sword had already been swung. An earth-shattering sword pierced through the air and cut off Gao Zhan's head. Who is it? Yi Xian jumped in fright and quickly put away Gao Zhan's interspatial ring. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased to 20 points. This time, he had a huge breakthrough, jumping from 14 points to 20 points. After all, Gao Zhan had already completed the assessment mission and there were large amounts of treasures in his interspatial ring. After Yi Xian broke through, he turned around and looked at the gray-robed elder with fear. Monster Clan? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. Gao Zhan did not turn into a monster before his death and did not release any monster aura after his death. Therefore, he was a human. However, the gray-robed elder suddenly appeared and told him to stop. Therefore, it was possible that he was also a human. Of course, this was not 100% certain. After all, many humans had colluded with the Monster Clan. I am the main hall elder of the Warlord Palace and also his examiner. The gray-robed elder revealed his identity. Main hall elder? Examiner? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and reacted instantly. If the gray-robed elder was speaking the truth, then he might also have an examiner. In order to prove his loyalty, other than killing 100 Void God Realm monsters of the same level, there would also be people secretly observing. I don't know you. Yi Xian shook his head. Seeing Jiang Tianjin again, the gray-robed elder was Gao Zhan's examiner. He had seen Gao Zhan's every move along the way. Gao Zhan was arrogant and powerful. He would not show mercy when he saw the demon clan. However, after a few days, he was so arrogant that he even killed humans. Gao Zhan was the one who made the first move, so the gray-robed elder did not blame Yi Xian. Elder, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian said and quickly retreated, facing the gray-robed elder. Wait. The gray-robed elder suddenly stopped him and said, if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be alive now. You don't have to be afraid of me. Indeed, his realm was very high. He could kill Yi Xian with a single finger. Yi Xian could also tell that this person's strength was much stronger than the elder Hellion he'd seen before. It was reasonable to send out a high-level Nihility God Realm expert for a genius. Elder, what's the matter? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said. You've passed the test. Come back with us. Don't stay outside. The gray-robed elder said. Us? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. As expected, he also had an examiner. He did not pass the test just now, but now that he had killed Gao Zhan, his corpse was enough. There were 100 corpses of Void Transformation Realm experts, and there were a few hundred corpses in Gao Zhanxin and Yangring. Moreover, their strength was more than 10%. This was enough. However, he did not want to go back with them. Because, what if these two people colluded with the demon clan, dragged him away and forcibly turned him into a half-demon? No, Elder. I want to complete the mission myself. Yi Xian still refused. It's very dangerous here. The people of the third branch are also preparing to leave. You should hurry back. We can also come out to kill the demon clan. The gray-robed elder said. At this time, another figure descended from the sky. It was Yi Xian's examiner elder. I'm your examiner. You've passed. Let's go. The examiner elder said to Yi Xian. Two experts stronger than Elder Halian. This gave Yi Xian a lot of pressure. To be honest, if these two people colluded with the demon clan and attacked directly, Yi Xian would not be able to resist at all. He would be captured instantly and brought back to the demon clan. However, they did not. This made Yi Xian somewhat believe them. Alright, let's go back. Yi Xian nodded. Let's go. The two of us will escort you back. Elder Grey Robe said. Yi Xian was honored to be escorted by two elders at the high level of the Nihility God stage. However, right at this moment. Boom, suddenly, the three people's attention. Elders. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Their realms were enough to sweep through all of the Yao here. However, in their eyes, Yi Xian alone was more important than the branch hall. This was a seed with potential, a genius who had a chance of breaking through to the Void God realm, or even the Void God Emperor. It wasn't impossible. Let's go. Yi Xian's examiner elder rushed to Yi Xian's side. He patted his shoulder and led him away. The two elders had high cultivation bases. Their flying speed was much faster than Yi Xian's. What? The Vice Hall Master? When the gray-robed elder got closer, he realized that it was not a group battle. There were only two people. Moreover, he recognized one of them. It was the Vice Hall Master of the Battle King Hall. Why is the Vice Hall Master here? The gray-robed elder and Yi Xian's examiner elder were shocked. They could not understand why the high and mighty Vice Hall Master would be here. He was a Void God Realm King. At this time, their gazes fell on the person fighting with the Vice Hall Master of the main hall. Someone who could fight with a Void God Realm King must also be a Void God Realm King. The person fighting with the Vice Hall Master of the main hall was a youth in white. The gray-robed elder and the examiner elder were unfamiliar with this person. However, to Yi Xian, this person was very familiar. Who is that person? He can fight with the Vice Hall Master. The gray-robed elder asked subconsciously. However, when Yi Xian saw the person's face, he exclaimed, Jiang Tianjin? That's right. The person fighting with the Vice Hall Master of the Battle King Hall was Jiang Tianjin from the Jiang family. You know him? The gray-robed elder suddenly turned his head. Jiang Tianjin, from the Weapon King Hall. Yi Xian shouted. From the moment they heard the name Jiang Tianjin, the two great elders had already guessed who it was. There were not many Void God Realm Kings in the Eastern Continent. Naturally, the Jiang family would think of the Weapon King Hall. However, what the gray-robed elder did not know was why Yi Xian knew Jiang Tianjin. Boom. 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 The Vice Hall Master of the Battle King Hall was also very strong. He suppressed Jiang Tianjin. However, there was a strange energy colliding around the two of them. There was a strange flame burning in the air. The metal territory is indeed powerful. In the metal territory, the opponent does not dare to take out his Void God weapon. He can only rely on his folding fan. The gray-robed elder said. Metal territory. When Yixian heard this, he could not help but ask, Elder, what is the metal territory? Territory is an ability unique to Void God Realm kings. When the Vice Hall Master's metal territory spreads out, he can control all the metal weapons in the territory. Therefore, the opponent does not dare to take out his Void God weapon. Even his interspatial ring is made of white jade. The gray-robed elder said. So powerful? Yixian opened his eyes wide. The metal territory could control all metal weapons. If someone used a weapon in the territory, wouldn't that person be controlled and attack the owner? This metal territory is like my Bahuang sword. However, this is an enhanced version of the Bahuang sword. Yixian thought to himself. The Bahuang sword could only control 8 sharp blades. However, the metal territory could control countless weapons. 10, 100, 1,000, controlling 1,000 Void God weapons to attack the enemy was 2F** King awesome. Moreover, it could control the interspatial ring and take away the enemy's interspatial ring. Elder, does Jiang Tianjin have the fire territory? Yixian asked with a frown. That's right. In order to break through to the Void God Realm King realm, one must comprehend the elemental ultimacy of each element. For the metal element, one needs to comprehend the metal elemental ultimacy. As long as the Vice Hall Master wills it, he can gather the metal element Yuan Qi in the air and form shields, weapons, etc. The gray-robed elder paused for a while and said, Jiang Tianjin has comprehended the fire elemental ultimacy. He can gather the fire element Yuan Qi and burn it at a specific location. If he has also comprehended the inextinguishable flame, then this flame will be the inextinguishable flame. What? When Yixian heard this, he was completely shocked. Burn everything? Undying Sword God, Yicheng, back at the Shangqing Palace, Yixian had been fighting with the black-eyed old man when Jiang Tianjin had suddenly appeared and shocked everyone. Then, with a single glance from him, Wei Zhentian had suddenly been set ablaze and burned to ashes. Now, Yixian finally understood how Wei Zhentian had died. Jiang Tianjin. Yixian stared at the white-clothed youth. It was him who had killed Wei Zhentian and tortured Yixian twice. How could he not take revenge? Suddenly, Jiang Tianjin, who was fighting with the vice leader of the Battle King Palace, glanced at Yixian in astonishment. He had not expected that Yixian had really joined the Battle King Palace and was even able to stand in front of him. He had estimated that Yixian would only be at the spirit realm even if he had joined the Battle King Palace. He had not expected that Yixian would already be at the Void God realm. So what if you have grown quickly? I can still kill you with one hand. Jiang Tianjin was filled with disdain. He would not admit that any genius was a genius because he was only 3 years older than Yixian, but he had already broken through to the Void God realm and was the #1 genius of the Weapon King Palace. However, he had already fought with the vice leader of the Battle King Palace for hundreds of rounds and the latter could only barely suppress him. Jiang Tianjin suddenly stopped and shouted, "That's enough. I won't fight over that heavenly dragon corpse." Hearing this, the vice leader of the Battle King Palace also stopped and snorted, as expected of the #1 genius of the Weapon King Palace, you have actually reached such a realm. I am impressed. Don't be so polite. If my father was here today, you would not be able to obtain the Sky Dragon corpse. Jiang Tianjin's face darkened. This Void God Realm Sky Dragon corpse originally belonged to my Battle King Palace. Is your Jiang family a bunch of bandits? The vice leader of the Battle King Palace said unhappily. In this world, the strong are respected. If I were stronger than you, that Sky Dragon corpse would be mine. Jiang Tianjin didn't want to waste any more words. He turned to Yixian and said, Yixian, I didn't expect you to climb up in such a short time. I hope you'll be in the second team. What? The Vice Hall Master of the Battle King Hall turned his head in surprise and looked at Yixian. This Jiang Tianjin actually knew Yixian? I once swore that I would kill you with my own hands. Yixian stared at Jiang Tianjin and said coldly. Shameless boasting. After Jiang Tianjin said that, he turned around and left. Yixian frowned. He felt that this Jiang Tianjin was different from the Jiang Tianjin he had met before. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tianjin disappeared from Yixian's sight. Right now, there were only 4 people left. Elder who is he? asked the vice leader of Battle King Palace. Vice leader, he's a genius from the 9th palace. His name is Xian, replied the gray-robed elder. The vice leader narrowed his eyes and asked, Xian, how do you know Jiang Tianjin? This? Xian hesitated for a moment before replying, my mother is from the Jiang clan. Jiang Tianjin had called him cousin before, so he was sure that his mother was from the Weapon King Palace's Jiang clan. This sentence gave the three people present a fright. If Xian's mother was from the Jiang clan, why wasn't Xian's surname Jiang? One had to know that if one wanted to marry a girl from the Jiang clan, one would have to marry into the family. In other words, the child had to be surnamed Jiang. Wait, surname Yi? The vice hall master of the warlord hall raised his eyebrows and asked in disbelief, Xian, your father is. What was Xian's purpose in coming to the Bloodstone continent? Wasn't it just to find his father? His father had only left a message about the Battle King Palace. It wasn't easy for him to climb to his current position. Now that the vice leader of Battle King Palace was in front of him, this person might know something. My father is called Yi Chong, replied Xian truthfully. Boom, the vice leader wasn't the only one who had heard of this name. Even the gray-robed elder and Xian's trial elder had heard of this name. Moreover, they were very familiar with this name. You're the Undying Sword God's son? Then your mother, exclaimed the vice leader of Battle King Palace. Undying Sword God, when these 4 words entered Xian's ears, he shuddered violently. He seemed to have heard of this name before. Jiang Xinyan, why won't you admit it? Xian frowned. Because your uncle is the palace master of the Sword God Palace and the guardian of the last floor of the Sword God Pagoda. He was the one who brought your mother back to the Jiang family and severely injured your father. Your uncle is Jiang Tianjin's father. The vice palace master replied. Xian finally understood why Jiang Tianjin was able to recognize him at first glance. Bloodline could only mean that Xian had the Jiang family in him. Perhaps someone from the Jiang family had left him a debt. What allowed Jiang Tianjin to confirm Xian's identity was the Bahuang sword. Jiang Tianjin and his father are both bad people. Xian thought to himself. Jiang Tianjin's father, who was his uncle, had injured his father more than 1,000 times. As for Jiang Tianjin, he had also tortured him twice. Furthermore, he had burned Wei Zhentian to ashes. Their hatred was stacked. Senior, what is my mother's name? Xian suddenly thought of this question. After all, the word mother was too far away from him. Jiang Xinyan, the holy lady of the Jiang family. She is the most promising empty god realm emperor in the Jiang family. Empty god realm emperor. In the eastern continent, there is no other emperor other than the Sword God Palace. The vice palace master sighed. Jiang Xinyan? So my mother's name is Jiang Xinyan. Xian immediately remembered this name in his heart. What he wanted to do the most now was to help Yi Chong enter the Sword God Palace and reunite with Jiang Xinyan. However, he was still too far away from that goal. After all, even Yi Chong, who was an empty god realm king, couldn't break through the first floor. What was the use of an ordinary empty god realm king like him? He might not even be able to pass the first floor. Xian stood there quietly and sorted out his emotions. He already knew where his father was. All he could do now was to break through again and again. Xian, Jiang Tianjin is extremely conceited and has a fickle personality. I don't think he will tell the Jiang family about you. However, you must be careful not to tell anyone that you are Yi Chong's son. The vice palace master reminded him. I understand. Xian nodded. If the Jiang family found out about this, he would probably die at an early age. However, the name Xian did not matter. It had been 20 years, and the Jiang family would not remember it at all. Besides, after he was born, he might be carried back to the Heavenly Water continent before he even had a name. That Void God Realm Sky Dragon corpse has been obtained. Although it is missing a heart, it is not a big deal. Let's go. The vice leader of the Battle Emperor Palace flew over, preparing to bring Xian and the other 2 back to the Battle Emperor Palace. Xian had already guessed that the Sky Dragon's corpse should be the one in his 9th branch palace. Vice Palace Master, how are the elders of the 9th palace doing? Xian asked worriedly. By the time I arrived, they had all died in battle. There were elders' corpses, as well as demon race experts' corpses. However, the Sky Dragon's heart was nowhere to be seen. I believe that the first elder of the ninth palace took it away, the vice palace master said. All died in battle? First elder? Xian narrowed his eyes. He had already tried to guess the outcome of this before. As expected, this was all part of the first elder's scheme. He had used the demon race to obtain the half-demon heart refined from the Sky Dragon's heart. However, there is no need to worry. It is only a half-demon heart. It is not that easy to refine it. Moreover, it will only be at the Void God realm at most. It will not become a king, the vice palace master said. Xian paused. Even if it did not become a Void God realm king, it would still be a huge threat. After mourning for a few seconds, Xian stopped thinking about it. In this world, death was a common occurrence. The vice palace master and first elder of the ninth palace had done their part. Subsequently, Xian returned to the Battle King Palace under the escort of a Void God Realm King and 2 advanced Void God Realm experts. When the Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Hall returned, he immediately notified many elders. There were more than 10 advanced Void God Realm experts and even peak Void God Realm experts. This made Xian feel immense pressure. Vice Palace Master, how is it? An elder asked. We have retrieved the corpses. They are of the fire attribute. We even fought with Jiang Tianjin of the Tool King Palace. This kid is much stronger than before. He might even surpass me in a short period of time, the Vice Palace Master said. What? Didn't this kid just become a king? Too frightening. Compared to his father, this brat is not inferior at all. Sigh. Among the 3 king palaces, only the Tool King Palace is improving day by day. We and the Beast King Palace are declining. Let's not talk about this. Previously, I went to take a look around. Most of them are half-beasts. I reckon that their half-beasts' hearts were brought out from the wilderness, the Vice Palace Master said. Could it be that these beasts are looking for the heart of the great emperor? Isn't this just a legend? It is said that an empty God Realm Emperor fell in the eastern continent. What a joke. These beasts in the wilderness are really idle. However, they are indeed strong. Fortunately, the Sword God Palace is here. Otherwise, they would be kings of the Void God Realm. The elders started to discuss among themselves. Alright, what should we do now? What should we do? Previously, a team from the Great Wilderness has already entered the Great Wilderness. Now, we need to form a second team. If any elders have any good candidates, please name them, the vice head of the Battle King Hall said loudly. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Most of the geniuses had already entered with the first team. Even the young palace master of the Battle King Palace had gone. What other geniuses would there be? The second team doesn't need to be too strong. 10 to 20% of the Void God Realm is enough. We will first train in the wilderness. There is no need to enter the wilderness, the Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Palace said. If that's the case, I have one here. I have 2 here. I have 1 too. The elders began to list out the Void God Realm geniuses they knew. They were all under the age of 30. There are already 8 of them. In addition, Xian has also passed the test. Count him in. The Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Palace suddenly looked at Xian. He had not asked for Xian's opinion before making this decision. However, Xian understood the Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Palace. Alright. Xian nodded in agreement. There were many Void God beasts and beasts in the wilderness. Moreover, there were many opportunities. It was a good place to level up. However, at this moment, suddenly, a petite figure rushed in. She ran to the Vice Palace Master and said, Father, I want to go too. This girl was 16 or 17 years old. She was the Vice Palace Master Lan Yao's youngest daughter, Lan Xian. Nonsense. Cultivate properly. Don't cause trouble. The Vice Palace Master's face darkened as he coldly shouted. Special training cultivate, cultivate, cultivate all day long. Sister has already gone to the wasteland. I have to go find her. Lan Xian shook Lan Yao's arm. Her delicate face seemed to be on the verge of crying, causing the elders to feel heartache. Your sister is already a void god realm king. What about you? Lan Yao asked with a cold expression. Lan Xian blurted out, I'm already halfway to sister's level. No. Moreover, your sister is in the depths of the wasteland. This second team is only in the outskirts. Lan Yao still refused. My strength is not bad, and I have the wind attribute. Even if I can't beat them, I can still run away. Lan Xian continued. The elders on the side all knew Lan Xian, so they could only stay there in silence. They could not interfere in this matter. Lan Yao's eldest daughter, Lan Yu, had already broken through to the void god realm. She was the #1 genius of the Battle King Hall. This time, she was leading the team into the wasteland, which was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Lan Yao could not let his youngest daughter enter. Yi Xian, who was quietly waiting at the side, was already helpless. This girl, who was a few years younger than him, was already at 50% void transformation stage. She had a powerful background. However, what Yi Xian cared about was that Lan Xian actually had the rare wind attribute. If she had comprehended the wings of the wind, then this little girl would be able to surpass 10 to 20%. In the end, the little girl could not dissuade Lan Yao and left sadly. Vice Palace Master, do we need to join forces with the Beast King Hall and the Tool King Hall this time? An elder asked. The first team has already joined forces. There is no need for this one. The more people there are, the bigger the target. Everyone, prepare for a month. After a month, we will enter the wasteland. Lan Yao said. Yes. Then, all the elders left. Yi Xian, the wasteland's outskirts are not very dangerous, but you have to be careful. Lan Yao reminded. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. After hearing about his father and seeing how powerful Jiang Tianjin was, he wanted to break through the wasteland. Strength was the foundation. You go as well. Elderly, you'll be in charge of teaching him this month, Lan Yao suddenly said to an elder. Elderly was actually the elder who had secretly tested Yi Xian. He also happened to be of the earth attribute. Yes. Elderly nodded. Following this, Yi Xian would have to undergo a month of special training. Although the outer regions of the Great Wilderness were not as dangerous as the inner regions, Yi Xian's realm was not high. He would not be able to increase his realm in a short period of time, so there was only one way to increase his strength. That was to comprehend Upanishads. Elderly brought Yi Xian to the training field and asked, Yi Xian, I'll be teaching you from now on. However, I want to see your actual strength first. Yi Xian understood what he meant and immediately took out his Bahuang sword and azure light sword. For the past few days, Yi Xian had been using his Xianxia to nurture the Bahuang sword. Therefore, one day for him was equivalent to several months for others. After all, others only nurtured their Xianxia during their free time. Sometimes it would take 2 hours, sometimes it would take 4 hours. Moreover, they also needed to recover their Xianxia. However, Yi Xian did not need to recover his Xianxia. Therefore, the nurturing level of the Bahuang sword could be measured in years. Come, use your strongest strength to fight with me. Elderly shouted and took out a lower-grade virtual god weapon that he had nurtured for decades. This ethereal divine weapon was comparable to a medium ethereal divine weapon. Elderly, if that's the case, then I will offend you. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and his pupils suddenly turned black. The Bahuang sword instantly shattered and swept out. As for himself, he held the azure light sword in his hand and slashed at Elderly, heaven-shattering slash. A ray of brown sword energy swept out rapidly. This was a void god martial art that Yi Xian obtained after killing Gao Zhan. It was of the earth attribute. The earth-splitting sword from before was too inferior. It was not much stronger than an ordinary sword energy. However, with this martial art, the attack power of his original body was much stronger. 8 sharp blades that contained the pulse of the earth swept towards Elderly. However, they were all deflected by Elderly's sword. Bang! Although the heaven-shattering slash was powerful, Elderly had suppressed Yi Xian's cultivation level. Hence, he only needed a light slash to split the blades apart. Damn, the difference in cultivation level is so huge. What's the point of training? Yi Xian's face darkened. However, he continued to attack. Ding. The proficiency of the heaven-shattering slash has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. Ding. The proficiency of the heaven-shattering slash has increased. Current proficiency is 30%. Ding. The proficiency of the heaven-shattering slash has increased. Current proficiency is 40%. With the bloodline of the sword deity, Yi Xian's speed of cultivating the sword skill was extremely fast. In just 10 seconds, he had increased his proficiency to 70%. Good lad, as expected of the son of the undying sword deity. His comprehension speed is so fast. Elderly was shocked. He could break the heaven-shattering slash without using his true chi. However, it was now so strong that even he did not dare to underestimate it. Yi Xian, haven't you learned any fist techniques? Elderly suddenly asked. Fist techniques? Yi Xian was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he knew the Emperor Dragon Fist. It was said that someone had comprehended the profound meaning of strength from this martial art. He immediately clenched his left fist and punched out. Emperor Dragon Fist. Good one. Elder Li's eyes lit up, but he went forward to meet it, and then dispersed the Emperor Dragon Fist with a punch. He's so strong without using any martial art. Could it be that he comprehended the profound meaning of strength? Yi Xian secretly guessed. Haha, I comprehended the profound meaning of strength by relying on this Emperor Dragon Fist. Come again. Elderly shouted. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Martial arts needed to be cyclical and gradual. One must remember not to bite off more than they could chew. If he comprehended the profound meaning of strength, his strength would at least double. He immediately withdrew the 8 desolate sword. His hands were empty, and he madly attacked Elderly. Bang! 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 Yi Xian's fist shadows were shattered by Elderly's ordinary fist. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows. Ding, the proficiency of the Emperor Dragon Fist has increased. Current proficiency is 90%. A notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had not comprehended the profound meaning of strength even though he had reached 90%. However, Yi Xian had a premonition that as long as he reached 100% proficiency, he might be able to succeed. After all, he had the bloodline of the Fist Emperor. Ha ha ha, kid, eat my fist. At this time, Elderly suddenly punched out. It was the Emperor Dragon Fist. This punch was several times stronger than Yi Xian's. Its speed was almost faster than Yi Xian's reaction. 8 desolate shield. Yi Xian could not even dodge. He hurriedly took out the 8 desolate shield. The 4-layered earth pulse was already attached to the 8 desolate shield. Boom! The fist shadows hit the 8 desolate shield, and the 8 desolate shield hit Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian was sent flying. Profound meaning of power bam. Yi Xian fiercely smashed into the wall, embedding himself in it. The surrounding experts and elders of the Warlord Palace who were passing by were shocked. Elderly is really powerful. Can that brat withstand this punch? It is said that Elderly has long comprehended the profound meaning of power. I feel that Elderly might be able to comprehend the second level of the profound meaning of power this year. TSK, maybe Elderly has already comprehended it? The passers-by were discussing in low voices. At this time, Yi Xian walked down from the wall. That punch just now was indeed very strong, but he had the 8 desolate shield and the 4 layers of the great earth pulse. As long as he was not hit head-on, everything would be fine. Not bad, not bad. He actually received 10% of my strength from the Emperor Dragon Fist. Elderly nodded in satisfaction. This 10% strength of his Emperor Dragon Fist was enough to kill a 30% void transformation stage martial artist. However, Yi Xian had just turned into nothingness, yet he was able to receive it peacefully. He was indeed worthy of being called a genius. Elderly, eat my fist as well. At this time, Yi Xian threw a punch at Elderly with a solemn expression. It was still the Emperor Dragon Fist. However, the power of this punch was more than twice as strong as the one he had just thrown out. What, 100% mastery? Elderly was shocked. Just now, he felt that Yi Xian's Emperor Dragon Fist was only at 60 to 70% mastery. But now, it had actually doubled in power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Elderly dispersed the punch. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. After the first punch, there was a second punch. As for the second Emperor Dragon Fist, it was even stronger than the first punch. It had actually doubled in power. This is bad. Elder Li's mind went blank as he hurriedly blocked it. He could not believe that Yi Xian was actually able to do it in such a short period of time. The profound meaning of power, he actually comprehended the profound meaning of power on the spot. This is impossible. Definitely. Otherwise, how could the second Emperor Dragon Fist be so powerful? The spectating experts were all stunned. As expected of the son of the undying sword god. He actually comprehended the profound meaning of power after fighting with me for less than 5 minutes. Elderly sincerely admired him. Profound force was the profound force he had used to break through to the empty god realm. It was also his first profound force. But to Yi Xian, it was the second profound meaning. At this moment, Yi Xian was so excited that he couldn't speak. Elder Li's Emperor Dragon Fist had allowed him to reach 100% mastery. Following that, he had comprehended the profound meaning of strength. Yi Xian, there are only a handful of people in the younger generation of Battle Monarch Hall who have comprehended two profound meanings. Your aptitude in martial arts is already comparable to young hall masters. Elder Li said. Now, Yi Xian also understood who Elder Li's young hall master was. She was Vice Palace Master Lan Yao's eldest daughter, Lan Yu. She was only 25 years old and had already become a Void God Realm King. She was the only one who could compare to Jiang Tianjin. At the same time, he was also the one who brought the Ice Lady and the Flame Emperor back to the Warlord Hall. This time, young Hall Master seems to have brought the Ice Lady Flame Emperor into the vast wilderness. I wonder if she's the one I'm looking for. If she is, Yi Xian thought to himself. If the Ice Lady was Song Suijing and the Flame Emperor was Adjudicator Song, then it would be a tragedy. The vast wilderness was the most dangerous place in the eastern continent. It was much larger than the territories under the 3 Battle Monarch Halls. There were Void God Realm Kings in the vast wilderness. When Elder Li saw the thoughtful Yi Xian, he thought that Yi Xian was summarizing his experience from before, so he said, Yi Xian, this profound meaning of strength is only the beginning. Next, there are still the second level of profound meaning, light as light, and the third level of profound meaning, light as heavy. If you can master the profound meaning of strength, then even without using martial arts, you'll be able to kill an expert of the same level with a casual punch. After hearing Elder Li's words, Yi Xian regained his senses. The profound meaning of strength actually had the second and third level profound meanings. The stronger the strength, the faster the initial speed of the attack. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Why could it kill? It was because it had an extremely high initial speed when it was shot out. After I merged with the Beast God bloodline, my strength advanced once. With the addition of the profound meaning of strength, my strength has at least doubled. Yi Xian was suddenly bursting with confidence. During the battle with Gao Zhan, he barely managed to kill Gao Zhan. If he had comprehended the profound meaning of strength back then, he would have easily killed Gao Zhan. Yi Xian, the profound meaning of strength isn't like the throbbing pulse of the earth. Since you've comprehended the profound meaning of strength, then we'll move on to other training, Elder Li said. Yi Xian nodded silently. Now that he had comprehended the profound meaning of strength, he didn't want to ask for the second or third level profound meanings of the profound meaning of strength for now. Yi Xian, how do you want to train next? Elder Li asked. Yi Xian paused for a moment before replying, underground technique. His attacks were already enough. What he lacked now was the ability to protect himself. Moreover, the underground technique could greatly increase his strength, so he prioritized training it. If he comprehended the profound meaning of the underground technique, then with the 3 advancements of his agility, his speed would explode. In the following period of time, he would train to avoid attacks while Elder Li attacked. Time passed slowly. Although Yi Xian's realm didn't increase, his strength continued to grow. At the same time, the situation outside had changed. The beast race was rampant in the territories of the three kings, but strangely, the three kings didn't send out any void god realm experts. This was a crisis, but at the same time, it was an opportunity. These dozens of sub-palaces had existed before the kings were split, so the three kings were taking advantage of this opportunity to undergo a baptism. The eastern continent only needed the three kings, not so many sub-palaces. Very soon, a month had passed. During this month, Xian sparred with elderly every day. During this month of training, although Xian didn't comprehend any new profound meaning, his throbbing pulse of the earth had increased to the 8th level. At the same time, all kinds of martial arts had been raised by him to 100%. His strength was several times stronger than it was a month ago. Now, the second team to enter the wasteland had been selected. Xian was one of them. Other than him, there were 3 other geniuses from the Warlord Hall. These geniuses were usually the children of the elders, so their aptitudes wouldn't be too bad. The 3 of them were all at a higher realm than Xian, and the higher one had already reached 50% void transformation. The worst one was at 30% void transformation, so Xian was at the bottom. At this time, in a hidden palace of the Warlord Hall. The 5 of you must not let your guard down. In the wasteland, other than the orthodox beast race, there are only those rogue beast race. These beast race often roam the wasteland. If you are discovered, you must not show mercy. The vice hall master of the Warlord Hall, Lan Yao, said earnestly. Yes, sir. Great wasteland team. In that case, your team will be led by Gung Lei. Gung Lei, you are very meticulous, so you must be careful. As Lan Yao spoke, he also glanced at Xian intentionally or unintentionally. Xian's life was very important. If the undying sword god Yichong found out that Xian had died in the Great Wasteland, it would be terrible. Alright, the 4 of you can leave through this secret passage. After entering the Great Wasteland, go to my Warlord Hall's secret base in the Great Wasteland first. After Lan Yao finished speaking, he personally pushed open a door. Following that, Captain Gung Lei led Xian and the other 2 in. The Warlord Hall was a great power with a rich foundation, but in this world, there were many great powers that were destroyed. Therefore, there were countless secret passages in the Warlord Hall that led to the outside world. Xian followed behind Gung Lei, slowly walking. Captain, you are Elder Gung's grandson, right? Suddenly, someone broke the silence and asked. That's right, Elder Gung is my grandfather. Gung Lei, who was walking in front, nodded and said, since that's the case, let's take this opportunity to introduce ourselves. This trip to the Great Wasteland is extremely dangerous, so it's better to get to know our teammates. I, Gung Lei, am at 50% void transformation. Profound inextinguishable raging flames. Zhao Jinlong, 40% void transformation, golden touch, golden defense. Zhao Junbo, 30% void transformation, stacking waves profound meaning. After a young man with a buzz cut finished speaking, he looked at Xian and asked, what about you? Xian, 20% void transformation. Just as Xian opened his mouth, Zhao Junbo cried out in alarm, what? Only 20% of the void transformation? Then why are you following us? Are you courting death? Why would the hall master let someone with 20% void transformation form a team with us? It was obvious that he had never seen Xian before. Furthermore, there didn't seem to be any elders with the surname Yi in the Warlord Hall. At this time, Gung Lei's gaze suddenly landed on Xian and said, Zhao Jinlong, Zhao Junbo, you 2 brothers were in closed-door cultivation before, so you might not have heard of it. Brother Xian has comprehended 2 kinds of Upanishads and 1 level 2 Upanishad. What? Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo were bewildered. 2 profound meanings and 1 second-level profound meaning? When Zhao Jinlong had introduced himself, he had also mentioned the second level of his Midas touch. He had originally thought that he was pretty good, but in front of Xian, he seemed a little weak. Xian, you're now my teammate, so I hope to understand your true strength, Gung Lei said. Xian was actually very unhappy when he was interrupted by Zhao Junbo. But seeing that Gung Lei's attitude was not bad, he continued, void transformation 20%, earth pulse, pulsation protection, profound meaning of power. As expected, there were 2 of them. Gung Lei's heart skipped a beat. He asked, may I ask what level your earth pulse has reached? 8th level. Yi Xian replied. This was the result of his 1 month of hard work. 8th level. When they heard his words, Gung Lei and the others were also shocked. Damn, it's actually so high. My stacking waves profound is only at level 4. Zhao Junbo was very unhappy. The water attribute's stacking waves profound was the same as the earth attribute's profound meaning of power. They could both increase one's strength. Both had some advantages. For example, the stacking waves profound had many levels that were easier to improve. As for the profound meaning of power, it had 3 levels. The first level was strength, the second level was lifting heavy as if it were light, and the third level was lifting light as if it were heavy. The stacking waves profound was easier to improve, but if the profound meaning of power was improved once, it would be equivalent to the stacking waves profound several times over. I didn't expect Brother Yi to be so strong. I was blind. The older brother, Zhao Jinlong, hurriedly cupped his fists. You flatter me, Yi Xian replied politely. TCH, you must have comprehended it by luck. Zhao Junbo was very unhappy. Soon, the 4 of them walked out of the secret passage, then rushed out of a barren mountain. Alright, let's go. Gung Lei said. Then, Yi Xian flew in the direction of the wasteland. This time, they entered from the direction of the first group from the wasteland. After flying for 7 days, they finally arrived at the entrance of the wasteland. During this time, they had killed many monsters along the way and gained a lot. Alright, after passing through this mountain range, we will arrive at the wasteland. Everyone, keep your spirits up and fly into the clouds. Gung Lei looked at the mountain in front of them and said. Yi Xian and the other 2 nodded silently, then flew into the sky. For the past 7 days, he had been holding the Bahuang sword at all times, constantly nurturing it. The Bahuang sword was the weapon of the Bahuang sword god. It was an upper-grade void god weapon. After being nurtured by Yi Xian for a period of time, its enhancement was comparable to a middle-grade void god weapon that had been nurtured for 10 years. With the Bahuang sword in hand, Yi Xian had the confidence to fight with Gung Lei. However, just as they were about to fly into the mountain range, a figure suddenly flew in their direction. Be careful. Gung Lei was the first to notice and quickly reminded them. However, when he saw the person's face, he suddenly let down his guard. Young Hall Master? Gung Lei was shocked. There were only 2 young Hall Masters in the Warlord Palace. They were both daughters of the Vice Hall Masters. The eldest daughter, Lan Yu, was an empty God Realm king. She had already entered the depths of the wasteland. The person who was flying towards them was the youngest daughter of the Vice Hall Master, Lan Yao, Lan Xian. Lan Xian had a pair of green wings formed by her genuine energy behind her back. Her speed had already surpassed that of the 4 people present. Ah, it's Brother Stone. Lan Xian said in surprise as she approached. Obviously, she knew Gung Lei. Young Hall Master, why are you here? Gung Lei asked with a frown. My father said that 4 is not a good number, so he asked me to round it up. Lan Xian looked at Gung Lei with a smile. Bullshit, Gung Lei and Yi Xian thought to themselves. Yi Xian had seen Lan Xian acting coquettishly towards Lan Yao. Vice Hall Master Lan Yao would definitely not allow her to enter the wasteland. Now that she was here, there could only be one answer, secretly running away. Moreover, she should have been guarding for a while. Young Hall Master, you should go back quickly. If the Vice Hall Master finds out, we will be in trouble. Gung Lei said helplessly. If you want me to go back, you have to keep up with my speed. If you catch me, I'll go back. Lan Xian said playfully. Gung Lei rolled his eyes. What kind of joke was this? Lan Xian's realm was the same as his, and she had the wind attribute outside of the 5 elements. Most importantly, Lan Xian had comprehended the profound meaning of the wings of the wind. The wings of the wind, also known as the wind acceleration, could greatly increase the speed of a martial artist's flight. Not only that, it could also increase the speed of their attacks. There was once an elder at the 7th level of the void transformation stage who was unable to catch up to Lan Xian. Gung Lei was only at the 5th level of the void transformation stage. If the 2 of them were to compete, they would probably be instantly shaken off by Lan Xian. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Young Palace Master. I know it's dangerous, but I have the wings of the wind. It's already good enough for a middle-empty god to appear at the outskirts of the wilderness. Advanced? How is that possible? Xianxia shook her head disapprovingly. Her speed was so fast that those who were not advanced empty god would not be able to catch up with her. This? Deng Lei was still hesitant. Brother Stone, if you don't agree, you can go in by yourself. I'll just follow you. Xianxia smiled and said, moreover, I have the protective charm that my father gave me. As long as no empty god realm masters come, I won't be in danger. Deng Lei hesitated for a while and nodded helplessly. They were already at the entrance of the wilderness. If they went back now, their team would be delayed. After all, there were actually 2 teams entering the wilderness. The 4 of them were the first team and the second team would be formed soon. They would enter the wilderness after them. Thank you, Brother Stone. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Xianxia smiled as her evil plan worked. Deng Lei sighed. What a joke. Xianxia was faster than him. How could he protect her? However, what he did not know was that the life-saving talisman that Xianxia had spoken of was simply nonsense. The 5 of them entered the mountain range. As it was the first time that Xian had seen the wind attribute virtual spirit, he could not help but take a second look. The wind attribute seemed to be a good attribute. If he had the wings of the wind, he would be able to double or triple the power of the 8 Desolation wind formation. Unfortunately, these special attributes were extremely rare. However, just as the 5 of them entered the wilderness. You are. Xianxia's attention suddenly fell on Yixian. Yixian greets the young palace master. Yixian said hastily. Initially, Xianxia had only thought that Yixian looked familiar. However, when she heard Yixian's name, her eyes lit up. Yi? Are you? Xianxia suddenly paused and did not continue speaking. However, Yixian was able to hear it. This young lady must have seen his father, Yi Chong. That was why she found him familiar. So, it's you. However, why is your cultivation level so low? Xianxia asked curiously. Yixian's face darkened. He thought to himself, do you think everyone is like you, who has been eating heaven and earth treasures since childhood? His background was not bad in Lianyun City. However, if Lianyun City was compared to the Warlord Palace, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Not to mention Lianyun City, even the Profound Sun Empire, the Heavenly Water Continent, and the Luosha region were places that the Warlord Hall could destroy with a flick of a finger. When Xianxia saw that Yixian was ignoring her, she snorted and stopped talking. Soon, the 5 of them passed through the mountain range and entered the great wilderness. Everyone, be careful. Although this is only the periphery, nothing is absolute. It's always good to be cautious. Deng Lei reminded again. This was something he had emphasized countless times. Brother Shu, where should we go first? Xianxia asked. Let's go to the Battle King Hall's secret base in the wastelands to understand the situation, Deng Lei replied. Okay, maybe sister is there too. Xianxia giggled and followed behind the 4 of them. The Battle King Hall's secret base in the wastelands was very secretive. Even Xianxia did not know about it. As the leader of the Great Wilderness team, Deng Lei was aware of it. The secret base was near the entrance of the wastelands. They only needed to travel for 1 day. However, on the night they entered the wastelands, rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar. Why is there a battle? Is it a battle between the monster race and the void god beasts? Deng Lei asked with a frown. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia looked as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. What do you think? Deng Lei turned to look at Yixian and the other 2. Although he was the leader, this concerned the lives of the 4 of them. He had to listen to the opinions of the others. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Jinlong nodded. Zhao Junbo did not object. Let's go. Yixian also agreed. Why did he come to the wastelands? Wasn't it to level up? Since there was a battle, there would definitely be casualties. He could still make a profit. This time, he came to the wastelands with a purpose. He wanted to level up in exchange for the Gemini bloodline. Then, he would have 2 void god spirits. Since Xian and the other 3 agreed, Gung Lei could only agree. He immediately led the 4 of them in the direction of the commotion. At first, they thought it was a battle between the monster race and the void god beasts. However, after thinking about it, they realized that it was the sound of vital energy colliding. When they got closer, they saw 4 demons besieging a human. Among the 4 monster race members, one of them had already transformed into his original form. Therefore, Yi Xian and the others recognized him immediately. He's an elder of the Warlord Hall. Gung Lei immediately recognized the human and shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, the 5 of them dashed in that direction. However, Lan Xian was the fastest. She overtook Gung Lei in the blink of an eye. With the Wind Wings ultimacy, Lan Xian's speed surpassed everyone present. She approached the human and took out a small sword. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds were heard. 3 heads were tossed into the air. Even the red dragon that had transformed into his original form was beheaded. So powerful. She killed 4 people in an instant. Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect Lan Xian to be so powerful. The 4 of them were around 40% of the void transformation level. Although Lan Xian's level was higher than theirs, they were still killed in an instant because they were from the monster race. "Elder, are you all right?" Lan Xian asked as she held the silver sword in her slender hand. "I'm fine," the elder from the Warlord Hall was rather shocked. When he saw Lan Xian's face clearly, he cried out, "Young Hall Master, why are you here?" "I'm here to help," Lan Xian replied. At this moment, Yi Xian and the other 3 finally arrived. "You guys are too slow. Here, each of you have an interspatial ring." Lan Xian suddenly threw the spoils of war to Yi Xian and the other 3 so that they could distribute them. "Young master, we didn't help much," Gung Lei said with a frown. Just now, those 4 monsters were all killed by Lan Xian alone. Gung Lei couldn't accept this. "Take it. I have a lot of good things," Lan Xian said. Indeed, she was the daughter of the Vice Hall Master of the Warlord Hall. She had so many things in her interspatial ring that even Yi Xian and the other 3 combined could not compare to 1/10 of what she had. To be honest, these interspatial rings were very attractive to Gung Lei and the others, especially Yi Xian. F***CK, is this a benefit? Benefits F***CK, is this a benefit? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had just entered the Great Wasteland and had already obtained a universe ring of 40% void transformation stage demon clan. These things were probably enough for him to break through to 30% void transformation stage. However, he didn't do anything. This time, he didn't even fight, so he didn't dare to break through on the spot. He kept the universe ring in his bosom and thanked, "Thank you, young Hall Master." This time, he had really earned a lot. He reckoned that he would be able to exchange for the Gemini bloodline in a while. "Elder, why are you here?" Gung Lei quickly asked. "Don't mention it." The stronghold was discovered by the demon clan. The few of us were besieged and lost. The black-clothed elder shook his head helplessly. "The stronghold has been discovered?" Yi Xian and the other 4 frowned. The secret stronghold had existed for many years and had not been discovered before. But now, it had been discovered. This could only mean one thing: there was a traitor. Immediately, Lan Xian and the other 4 retreated. Gung Lei took out a transformation pill and threw it to the black-clothed elder, saying, "Elder, please consume this transformation pill." "All right." In order to prove his innocence, the black-clothed elder consumed it on the spot. After a few seconds, there was no change. However, this could only prove half of it. The transformation pill could only prove that the black-clothed elder was a human. It could not prove that the black-clothed elder was on the side of the human race. "I know you guys don't believe me. Now that the stronghold has been found, I can only report back to the main hall." After the black-clothed elder finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and left. Looking at his departing figure, Gung Lei asked, "Everyone, what do you think? This demon clan is too sinister. We can't do anything to them when they secretly instigate our people to defect. Xianxia said helplessly. This elder seems to be fine, but why do I feel like he didn't use his full strength just now? Zhao Jinlong said. Indeed, I think so too. Gung Lei nodded. The black-clothed elder from before was also at 50% void transformation stage like him, so he felt that it was a little strange. Then what should we do? Go back and stop him and check his universe ring? Xianxia suddenly suggested. Interspatial rings are useless. Let's hurry up and leave, Gung Lei said. After that, the 5 of them quickly left. However, the black-clothed elder who had just left followed behind them. I really didn't expect that the young palace master would actually come. My luck is pretty good. If I can capture her, I will definitely be able to make a great contribution. The black-clothed elder narrowed his eyes as he thought. Indeed, he was the one responsible for the destruction of the secret stronghold. At this moment, Yi Xian's group of 5, who were flying in front, did not know that the black-robed old man was using a special method to control the demons behind them. Brother Shi, where are we going now? Xianxia asked. Let's go to another secret base. Hopefully, we haven't been discovered, Gung Lei said. The second closest stronghold to them was still 2 days away. However, after they had traveled for an entire day, several powerful auras are heading our way, Gung Lei suddenly said. Yes, and there are quite a few of them. Xianxia suddenly turned her head to look. However, they couldn't see anything because most people hid in the clouds. When the battle breaks out later, everyone will fight on their own, but don't be too far away from your teammates. Gung Lei said. Understood. Yi Xian and the other 2 nodded. This was the outskirts of the wasteland, so there were fewer middle-level Nihility God stage cultivators. As long as there were no high-level cultivators, they wouldn't be in much danger. After all, there was an extremely strong Xianxia in the team. Sure enough, not long after they had decided on their battle plan, there were more than 20 demons descending from the sky. These 20 demons were all between 20 and 40% void transformation stage cultivators, so they weren't very strong. However, among these demons, there was a figure that the 5 of them recognized. Elder, it really is you? When Gung Lei saw it, he couldn't help but ask. Hee, of course it's me. The black-clothed elder laughed. He had spent so much effort to put on a show with the demons in order to lure out the elders of the other strongholds. After all, in this wasteland, the Warlord Hall wasn't the only one with strongholds. The Weapon King Hall and the Beast King Hall also had strongholds. Very quickly, the 20 demons surrounded the 5 of them. Leave that girl to me. I'll leave the rest to you guys. The black-clothed elder said to a white-haired elder. All right. The white-haired elder nodded. He could also feel that there were 2 troublesome people in the team. One was Xianxia, and the other was Gung Lei. The black-clothed elder had seen Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo before, so he had a better understanding of their strength. The other demons were enough to deal with the 2 of them. As for Yi Xian, he was directly ignored by him. Let's not waste any more words. Kill! The black-clothed elder shouted. In the next moment, more than 20 demons attacked instantly. Countless attacks flew towards the 5 of them. Retreat first. Gung Lei hurriedly shouted. Facing an encirclement, the best way for them was to find a weak point to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, the battle would be too dangerous. Chase! The black-clothed elder and the white-haired elder immediately moved out, but they were still a step too slow. The demons in the path of Yi Xian's group of 5 were directly harvested by Xianxia, who was the fastest. Coincidentally, the demons from the other 3 sides also surrounded them. Young Hall Master, be careful. After Gung Lei gave a reminder, he rushed towards the white-haired elder. Xianxia's opponent was the black-clothed elder from the Warlord Palace. The 2 brothers, Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo, had already made their move. Now, it was time. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 31 points. Yi Xian's cultivation level instantly skyrocketed. Let me see how much I've grown in the past month. Yi Xian's eyes widened. His strength was not the slightest bit weaker than Gung Lei's. 8 Desolate Wind Killing Formation, 8 layered earth pulsations, 8 sharp blades instantly swept out. At the same time, Yi Xian continuously slashed out the colossal heavenly killing slash that had already been raised to 100%. His killing speed directly surpassed the sum of Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo's. What? This brat was hiding his strength? Zhao Junbo's expression changed. He could feel that Yi Xian's realm was not like what he had said. He was only at 20% void transformation. This was clearly at 30% void transformation, just like him. In less than 3 seconds, more than 20 demon clan experts, without even transforming, were killed by Yi Xian and the other two. Yi Xian alone took a total of 13 universe rings. His cultivation level soared 2 more times, reaching 33. The miscellaneous fish had been cleaned up. Now, only the 2 of them were left. Yi Xian's eyes burned with a blazing light as he rushed towards Black Costume Old Man Hiss. At this time, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. The 40% void transformation stage demon clan expert had already been killed by Lan Xian. Traitor, how can he be so strong? Run! When the black-clothed elder saw his companion die in an instant, he hurriedly turned around and left. Don't even think about leaving. Gung Lei directly slashed out a flaming sword chi. Although the black-clothed elder dodged it, he could not dodge Lan Xian's attack. Hiss! The black-clothed elder's head was thrown into the air. Die, however, Yi Xian did not care about his life or death. What he cared about was the universe ring of the 40% void transformation stage demon clan expert. However, when he was halfway there, the corpse was suddenly snatched away by someone else. Zhao Junbo. What the F***ck? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Just now, he was so excited to kill that he forgot about the even more precious universe ring. At this time, all the enemies were dead. Young Hall Master, your universe ring. Zhao Junbo glanced at Yi Xian meaningfully, then rushed to Lan Xian's side and handed over the universe ring of the demon clan expert. Here you go. Lan Xian said generously. Thank you, young Hall Master. Zhao Junbo grinned and glanced at Yi Xian. Damn it. Yi Xian cursed in his heart again. If Zhao Junbo was an enemy, he would have killed him long ago. Brother Stone, what should we do now? Lan Xian asked. Since such a situation has occurred, then something similar might have happened in the other strongholds. However, we still have to take a look. Let's continue on our way. Gung Lei said. The 5 of them continued on their way. Yi Xian silently followed. His current cultivation level was no longer inferior to Zhao Junbo's. His strength was probably second only to Lan Xian's. Even if Lan Xian had comprehended the wings of the wind, it would not be so easy to kill him. At this moment, he was very close to the expansion of his bloodline. After another day of travel, they finally arrived at the second secret stronghold. This stronghold was on a cliff, and there was a formation at the entrance of the cave. If Gung Lei did not memorize the map of the stronghold, he would not have been able to find it. Who is it? Just as the 5 of them entered the cave, a loud shout came from inside. Gung Lei was very familiar with this voice. Grandfather? Gung Lei shouted in surprise. He knew that his grandfather was in the great desolate land, but he did not expect him to be in this stronghold. Soon, 3 people walked out of the cave. One of them was Gung Lei's grandfather, Gung Feng. Gung Lei, young Hall Master, young Hall Master, young Hall Master, it's good. Good. Is good. Fortunately, everything is normal here. Gung Feng nodded and said, Greetings, young Hall Master. Grandpa Gung, are there any abnormalities here? There was a traitor in foothold number 1. It has been destroyed. Lan Xian's gaze suddenly landed on the 2 elders behind Gung Feng. The 3 of us have always been here. When we go out together. We have never been alone. Gung Feng knew that Lan Xian was suspicious, so he hurriedly explained. After all, Yi Xian had seen a monster lurking for more than 10 years. Even if they went out together, they could not keep an eye on the other 2. If they were not careful, the traitor could leave a message to the monster. At this moment, Lan Xian suddenly stared at the red-robed elder behind Gung Feng and said, Elder, why is your face twitching? Everyone's attention fell on him. Indeed, when Gongfeng was speaking, the red-robed elder's face twitched. Yi Xian also saw it. Something was wrong. The red-robed elder's eyes suddenly lit up, and he directly attacked Gongfeng. Bang! Gongfeng was a veteran elder. Although his cultivation level was not high, he still had this reaction. Even if he did not notice it, how could he not be prepared since Lan Xian reminded him? Therefore, the red-robed elder was directly sent flying and crashed heavily into the stone wall. Elder Du, you? Gongfeng asked in shock. The red-robed elder spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not waste time and directly shouted. In the next moment, he began to transform. A half-monster, he was a half-monster. Impossible, we've all taken the transformation pill before. Gongfeng could not believe it. Everyone watched as the red-robed elder transformed into a half-human, half-dragon creature. Are you an idiot? Of course, I only transformed after taking the transformation pill. Humph, since it's already been exposed, then all of you can just die for me. The red-robed elder shouted and rushed over. The cave was not big, and only 3 people could walk side by side. If they fought, it would not be enough. Moreover, the half-monster had a powerful physique. If they fought here, the other party would obviously have the upper hand. Therefore, Yi Xian and the other 4 quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Gongfeng and the other elder were retreating while blocking the attacks. However, at this moment, the elder next to Gongfeng suddenly attacked. What? Gongfeng's eyes widened as he was sent flying by the palm. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and hurriedly stood up. Therefore, the palm directly sent him out of the cave. If he was hit on the wall, he would probably die. Grandfather! Gung Lei shouted. I'm fine. Gongfeng's face was gloomy. He did not expect that there would be 2 traitors next to him while he was living in danger. It was too scary. Humph, you are indeed traitors. Lan Xian snorted coldly and looked at the 2 elders who had already transformed. You knew? The red-robed elder asked in shock. Of course, I'm here to catch the traitors. Lan Xian held silver tightly and giggled. Her words shocked Yi Xian and the other 3. Had the young palace master received permission to come here and not come here secretly? Of course, it's just a suspicion. I only have a list of suspects. You were the ones who gave yourself away, Lan Xian added. This was out of Yi Xian's expectations. It was strange. How could the daughter of the deputy hall master of the warlord palace be an ordinary person? In that case, all of you can die. The red-robed elder's eyes flashed. Since the matter had been exposed, they could only destroy the corpses and destroy the evidence. Although he and the other elder had only reached 40% of the void transformation level, they were close to 50%. Now that they had transformed, their strength had skyrocketed. Unfortunately, they had encountered Yi Xian's team. In addition to Gongfeng, they had no chance of winning in a 6-on-2 situation. Kill! Gongfeng shouted and the 6 of them instantly pounced. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations divide the army into 2 into the interspatial ring. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. This time, he was the first to take the universe ring. However, he almost burst into tears the next moment. Hey, wait, these 2 universe rings need to be reported back. These 2 people are on the list. Lan Xian suddenly rushed over and took the universe ring from Yi Xian's hand. Bullsh *T. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. However, how could he give up the interspatial ring when he had already obtained it? The moment Lan Xian took away his interspatial ring, he poured everything inside it into his devouring space. Lan Xian took the interspatial ring and said in surprise, Hey, why is it empty? She saw Yi Xian rush over immediately after taking the interspatial ring. She was not stopped by Yi Xian on the way, so she did not suspect anything. Maybe he has already hidden the items. Lan Xian turned around and left. On the other side, Zhao Junbo had a gloating look on his face because the interspatial ring he had obtained before contained many good things. However, Yi Xian's interspatial ring was empty. Even if there were items, they would have been taken away. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had already taken the items away. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. It is currently at 37 points. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that there was no one around to increase his cultivation level. Then, he concealed his aura. At this moment, he was even closer to exchanging for the bloodline expansion. Grandpa Gung, you should go back first. My father said that he will cancel all the strongholds and that there will be a new mission, Lan Xian said to Gung Feng. Gung Feng glanced at Gung Lei. When he thought that his grandson's strength had caught up with his, he nodded silently and said, Young master, you should be careful. This 5-man team was very strong. They could almost wipe out the entire periphery of the wasteland. There were not many elders in each stronghold, only 2 or 3. Therefore, Gung Feng was not worried. Then, Gung Feng left directly. This time, Lan Xian did not ask Gung Lei what to do next. Instead, she took out a sheepskin scroll and said, Brother Stone, this is the list of suspects. Shall we split into 2 teams? Young master, this. Gung Lei was shocked. One team was going to be split into 2, their survivability was going to decrease. The 3 of you stay together. I'll take him. Lan Xian suddenly pointed at Yi Xian with her slender finger. Gung Lei raised his eyebrows and hesitated. Lan Xian's strength had already greatly surpassed his. It could be said that the 4 of them were burdens to Lan Xian. If Lan Xian were to bring Yi Xian along, she would be able to drag Yi Xian away even if they were in danger. Without waiting for Gung Lei's reply, Lan Xian said, It's settled then. Brother Stone, you go to footholds 3, 4, 5, and 6. He and I will go to the rest. The Battle Emperor Hall had exactly 10 strongholds in the outskirts of the wastelands. In total, there were more than 30 elders. 30 elders seemed like a lot, but there were over 100 elders in the Battle King Hall, so it wasn't a big deal. Pa. After saying that, Lan Xian slapped Yi Xian's shoulder and dragged him away. Damn it, this girl is so swift and decisive. She actually thinks that I'm too slow. Yi Xian cursed angrily in his heart. Very soon, the 2 of them disappeared from Gung Lei and the other 2's sight. Zhao Junbo revealed an envious expression. Lan Xian was the daughter of the Vice Hall Master. Moreover, she wasn't married yet. If he could hook up with her, he might succeed the position of Vice Hall Master in the future. He would be second only to the Hall Master and above tens of thousands of people. Yi Xian, the Undying Sword God is your father, right? After separating from Gung Lei and the other 2, Lan Xian let go of Yi Xian and asked. Yes, you've seen him before? Yi Xian nodded. Lan Xian's reaction had already exposed him, but he still asked. I've seen him when I was young. He looks very much like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recognized you. Lan Xian nodded and said, Speaking of which, your father is my idol. He has been trying to break into the Sword God's palace for so many years, but he was stopped by your uncle, your mother's older brother. Indeed, Yi Xian was a very persevering person. When Yi Xian was only a few years old, Yi Chong had left. It had been more than 10 years since then, and he had been constantly trying to break into the Sword God's palace. It's a pity that the Sword God's palace isn't a place where one person can make decisions. Lan Xian shook her head. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to meet Yi Chong the most and give him the Sword God's bloodline seed. The Sword God's bloodline seed could increase one's sword skill power and comprehension by 50%. If Yi Chong could obtain it, he might be able to break through the last level of the Sword God's pagoda. However, Yi Xian was still thousands of miles away from the Sword God's palace, and he was only at the Void God realm. His father, Yi Chong, was at the Void God realm, and he was a peak Void God realm king. He was only one step away from the Void God realm Emperor realm. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Xian decided not to bother himself and asked, Where are we going now? We're going to catch the traitor. Let's explore the 4 strongholds first, Lan Xian replied. In fact, she had her own plan, which was to complete the mission before entering the inner region of the wasteland. There would be high-level Void God realm Void God beasts and demons there. Now that Yi Xian had one less competitor, his harvest would be greatly increased. The 2 of them flew for a while. After that, Lan Xian felt that Yi Xian's speed was too slow, so she decided to bring him along. The wings of the wind was extremely fast. They only spent 2 days to cross a few strongholds and arrived at the 6th one. The 6th stronghold's Elder Wang is suspicious. You have the 8th level of the pulsating guardian. If you don't go up later, I will immediately help you. Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian with a mischievous smile. F***ck. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He was actually acting as a meat shield to attract hatred. However, the elders guarding the outer region of the wasteland were all below 50% void transformation level. They were not much of a threat to him. We're here. Lan Xian looked at a hidden cave below and said, forget it, when we see Elder Wang later, we'll directly attack him. That works too? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. If he really is a traitor, then he will definitely fall out with me. If not, then I will just apologize. Lan Xian had a calm expression. Yi Xian was convinced, but this was indeed a good idea. In the face of death, if there was really something fishy, it would definitely be exposed. Then, the two of them landed and walked into the cave with the array formation. When the two people inside heard the commotion, they immediately rushed out. Young Hall Master? These two elders both knew Lan Xian. They were very surprised by her arrival. Elder Wang, you betrayed my warlord Hall and colluded with the demon clan. My father sent me here today to bring your corpse back. Go. After Lan Xian finished speaking, a figure passed by him. It was Yi Xian. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Gemini Bloodline. What? Elder Wang's expression changed and he quickly blocked the attack. He realized that Yi Xian was not any weaker than him. Demon Eyes. Elder Wang did not care anymore. Although he did not know how he gave himself away, he could no longer hide in the face of danger. After all, he could sense Yi Xian's murderous intent. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent when he saw Elder Wang demonize. Heaven's crushing slash. 8 layers of Earth's pulse. A cold light flashed past. Elder Wang tried to block the attack with his sword, but Yi Xian countered his metal elemental vital energy. Bam. 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 8 muffled sounds rang out in a row as Elder Wang's sword chi instantly collapsed. Immediately after, Yi Xian's attack swept past his body. Rip. Elder Wang was directly cut into 2 halves by the sword. Without any hesitation, he directly fell to the ground. He was dead. This, seeing that the person who had been with him for a few months had died, the other elder was scared half to death. This was because he had actually been with a half-demon for so long. If Lan Xian and Yi Xian hadn't come, he wouldn't have known how he would have died at their hands. After Yi Xian put away the interspatial ring, Lan Xian took out a transformation pill and threw it to him. Although this elder was not on the list of suspects, she still had to check him. This batch of elders who were stationed in the vast wilderness had taken the transformation pill before they entered the vast wilderness. They must have transformed after entering the vast wilderness. The elder caught the transformation pill and swallowed it on the spot. After a few seconds, there was no reaction. My father has removed all strongholds in the vast wilderness. Elder, please go back. We have a new mission, said Lan Xian. Yes. The elder nodded and left. As for Yi Xian, he'd already emptied his universe ring. Did you take away the items in the interspatial ring? Lan Xian suddenly asked. What? Yi Xian's body trembled. How could this girl know his secret? It's up to you whether you admit it or not. The son of the undying sword god is naturally extraordinary. You've made so many breakthroughs along the way that I can't help but suspect you. Lan Xian smiled. F***ck. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He had deliberately concealed his aura just now, but he did not expect that he would still be discovered. She was completely different from the little girl he had seen before. The first time he saw Lan Xian was when he returned to the Champion Hall. At that time, Lan Xian was still shaking Lan Yao's arm and acting like a spoiled child. It seemed that the people of this world could not be underestimated. Don't look down on the other side just because they were naive. Since he'd already been seen through, Yi Xian wouldn't hide it anymore. However, he wasn't prepared to admit it himself. Instead, he directly swallowed the heavenly materials. Ding. The host void transformation. 40 points, that's 40%. Now, Yi Xian had finally gathered the Devour crystal for his bloodline expansion. Ding. Gemini bloodline successfully exchanged. Do you wish to assimilate? Yes. Yi Xian replied in his mind. Assimilate. After hearing the notification, a list appeared in Yi Xian's mind. It was a list of attributes with high and low affinity. However, there was something wrong with the number of attributes. 6 attributes? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Earth attribute was naturally the highest. It had reached the intermediate legendary level. The second attribute was the Metal attribute. Earth and Metal were a good combination. Now that he had the Earth pulse, if he added the Metal defense, he would become an unkillable cockroach. Furthermore, the effect of the Midas insight was also very good. However, when Yi Xian's attention fell onto the third attribute affinity, his body fiercely trembled. This attribute had surpassed the 5 elements. Wind attribute? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He actually had a special attribute as well. Everyone was born with the 5 elements, but not everyone had the wind, ice, and fire attributes. He did not expect himself to have a special attribute. Ding. Please select an attribute and condense the void spirit corresponding to it. Once selected, it cannot be changed. The system notified. In fact, Yi Xian had thought of many combinations. Earth and water, dual profound powers. This would allow his attacks to be very fast, and with the binding of water, he could use the water attribute to restrain the fire attribute. The fire attribute was also very strong. His divine tree of life bloodline combined with raging flames would become a killing move. The fire clone was also very strong. He could condense a fire clone and fight like the 8 desolation Jin. However, rising from the ashes clashed with the divine tree of life. They both had the effect of rapid recovery. Yi Xian did not like the wood attribute because it clashed with the divine tree of life bloodline. However, when Yi Xian saw the wind attribute, he instantly forgot about the other 4 attributes and chose the wind attribute without hesitation. Ding. The wind attribute void spirit has been successfully condensed. When he heard the system's notification, Yi Xian saw that another void spirit soul had appeared in his golden dantian. Just like the earth attribute spirit soul, it was 40% void. The Gemini bloodline was formed. Haha, now that I have 2 attributes, when I understand the wings of wind ultimacy, I might be able to fight with an advanced empty god. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. However, he had to wait until he understood the ultimacy. After all, he had just condensed the void spirit and needed to understand it himself. What are you laughing at? At this moment, a clear voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was pulled back to reality by this sentence. He smiled and said, "Nothing. You have many secrets. You can increase your cultivation level in an instant, and you can take the items in other Qian Kuan rings. However, don't worry, I will not tell this secret to others. After all, your father is close to the palace master." Lan Xian said slowly. Palace master? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He knew that the palace master that Lan Xian was talking about was the main palace master of Warlord Hall and not Lan Xian's father, Lan Yao. The palace master and your father are good friends. At the same time, he is one of the palace masters of Sword God Palace. Lan Xian revealed another secret. The palace master of Sword God Palace, Yi Xian was shocked. However, what was the use of this? His father was still unable to enter Sword God Palace, right? In Sword God Palace, only empty God Realm emperors are qualified to accept disciples. It is a pity that the palace master is only a peak empty God Realm king and is unable to accept your father. Otherwise, your father would have been reunited with your mother. Lan Xian said again. Empty God Realm emperor. Although Lan Xian did not mention it, Yi Xian thought of something. Yi Chong had obtained the inheritance of Sword God Ba Huang but was not recognized by Sword God Palace. Did this not mean that Sword God Ba Huang was an empty God Realm emperor? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Dual Attributes Father obtained the inheritance of the Sword God Ba Huang but left the Ba Huang sword to me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Yi Chong had left a letter when he was in the Dark Sun Empire. It said that Yixian had two choices. First, he could stay in the Dark Sun Empire and live the life of an ordinary person. Second, he could become stronger and look for Yicheng. In fact, Yicheng hoped that Yixian would choose the second option. Otherwise, why would he leave the Bahuang sword with Lin Wenyue and give it to Yixian when Lin Wenyue met him? Father, don't worry. I won't let you down. I'll reunite you with Mother. Yixian swore to himself. Although he was a transmigrator, this body belonged to an unlucky person. He had to take up the responsibility since they were connected by blood. Now that he had the Gemini bloodline, he had an additional attribute compared to others. If he could comprehend the wind attribute ultimacy, his strength would increase tremendously. If he could obtain another twin life fruit, he would be able to create a clone that was exactly the same as his original body. One was the original body, and the other was the clone. If they suddenly appeared, they would definitely be able to catch the other party off guard. Oh yeah, young master, can you give me a few martial arts? Yixian asked all of a sudden. You want mid-level virtual god martial arts? I don't have them. There are only a few of them and my level is not high enough. It's easy for me to go berserk if I learn them, Lon Xian replied. No, I want a wind attribute virtual god martial arts that can help me comprehend the wind attribute ultimacy, Yixian corrected her. Lon Xian asked in surprise, wind attribute? Aren't you of the earth attribute? Why do you want them? Does your friend have the wind attribute too? Yixian paused. After pondering for a while, he suddenly slashed to the side. The slash was light green in color. What? Would attribute? Lon Xian was shocked when she saw it. However, she reacted in the next second. No, this is the wind attribute. You have two attributes. She herself was of the wind attribute, so she was naturally very familiar with this attribute. That's right, I have dual attributes because I ate a type of fruit before. I only found out afterwards that it was the twin fruit. Yixian made up a lie on the spot. The twin life fruit was a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. Even Void God Realm great emperors would fight for it if they saw it. However, those were the twin fruits that had not been eaten yet. But now, Yixian had already eaten it and condensed the wind attribute void spirit. Even if an empty God Realm emperor came, he would not be able to do anything. You have so many secrets. Anyone would be jealous of the twin fruits. Lon Xian rolled her eyes. She didn't expect Yixian to eat one of the legendary twin fruits. I have both the earth and wind attributes, but because I didn't have any wind attribute martial arts before, I didn't comprehend the profound, Yixian explained. Lon Xian paused for a moment, then took out two martial arts from her Qian Kuan ring and threw them to Yixian. My Wings of the Wind was comprehended from the meteor movement skill. As for this wind dragon slash, it is the best wind attribute martial art in my Battle King Palace. Perhaps I can comprehend the wind blade profound from it, said Lon Xian. Thank you, young palace master. Yixian's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, he immediately learned the two martial arts. Ding. Host has learned the meteor body technique. Current proficiency is 10%. Ding. Host has learned the wind dragon slash. Current proficiency is 10%. There were no changes after learning the two void god martial arts, so Lon Xian did not notice it. Now that I know so many of your secrets, you won't kill me to silence me, right? Lon Xian suddenly narrowed her eyes and said. If I want to kill you, I need to be able to catch up to your speed. Yixian said with a smile. Although he had already reached 40% void transformation, he still did not have the confidence to catch up to Lon Xian. The Wings of the Wind was too strong. Lon Xian giggled, at least you know your place. Speaking of which, when my father heard that the Undying Sword God had a son, he wanted to marry me and my sister to you, damn. Yixian was shocked. Why did he always encounter such things? Lon Xian was still fine, but her sister Lon Yu was a void god realm king. How could he suppress her? Moreover, he already had a fiancée. Right, have you seen the Ice Lady and Flame Emperor? Yixian suddenly asked. I've seen them once, but they were wearing armor, so I couldn't see their faces. However, if the two of them worked together, they would be able to threaten my sister. I heard that they have already reached the peak of the Void God realm. Who knows, they might have already broken through to the Void God realm king. Lan Xian was very envious. Yi Xian continued to ask, do they have special constitutions? I think so. My sister said something about Yin. Yin something? Lan Xian furrowed her brows as she pondered. Yin and Yang twin constitutions? Yi Xian's body trembled. Yes, yes. I think that's it. Lan Xian's eyes lit up. However, in the next moment, she felt that something was off. She asked, how do you know? Do you know them? Nonsense. One of them is my fiancé, and the other is my brother-in-law. How could I not know them? Yi Xian said in his heart. However, Lan Xian knew too many of his secrets. It would be better if he didn't tell her. No. I've only heard of this constitution. It is said that if they cultivate together, their cultivation speed will be extremely fast. Yi Xian shook his head. That's right. When my sister brought them back, they were only at the spirit realm. Now, they are already at the peak of the Void God realm. They are only one step away from breaking through to the Void God realm king realm. After Lan Xian finished speaking, her gaze fell on Yi Xian. Since I know your secret, I will also tell you a secret. The two of them are the secret weapons of my Battle King Palace. They are used to fight against Weapon King Palace's Jiang Tianjin. There's no other way. Jiang Tianjin is so powerful. He is almost on par with my father. That secret has nothing to do with me. Yi Xian's face turned solemn. Now, he was certain that the Ice Goddess and Flame Emperor were Song Suijing and Song Caijue. Most importantly, the two of them were brought into the desolate land by Lan Yu. It was extremely dangerous. I have to find them as soon as possible. Yi Xian said in his heart. However, what made him feel even more helpless was that he was actually weaker than the two siblings. The two of them could break through to the Void God Realm King Realm, while he was only at 40% Void Transformation Realm. The difference was too great. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's continue. Lan Xian did not suspect anything and left. There were still 4 strongholds that they had not visited. Thus, the two of them had to work hard. Yi Xian glanced at Lan Xian's name list and found that there were still 10 people on it. These 10 people were the sum of the strongholds that they were in charge of. For strongholds, 10 people. Inner Wasteland, however, the more people there were, the better it was for Yi Xian. This was because Lan Xian had turned a blind eye and given everything to Yi Xian. After destroying the remaining strongholds, Yi Xian had already broken through to 50% Void Transformation. His strength was about the same as Lan Xian's. Of course, Yi Xian was still unable to see through Lan Xian's exact strength. Although it was 50%, it could be 55% or even close to 60%. Are we going back? After killing the last half-demon elder, Yi Xian could not help but ask. No, I don't want to go back. I have another plan. Lan Xian shook her head. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled as he exclaimed, you can't be thinking of entering the inner regions of the wasteland? That's right. Otherwise, why would I give it to you? Lan Xian nodded. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that he had been tricked. Originally, Lan Xian wanted to find someone to accompany her into the inner regions of the wasteland. No wonder she turned a blind eye to it. It was not because she was rich and did not like it, but because it was premeditated. Yi Xian paused for a moment. At this moment, he was already at 50% Void Transformation. Adding all sorts of profound meanings, he was already able to deal with high-level Nihility God stage experts. At the same time, after a few days of practice, his meteor movement technique had reached 70% mastery, and his Wind Dragon Slash had reached 90% mastery. His attack power was even stronger than the collapsing Heavenly Killing Slash. Although they were all low-rank Nihility God martial arts, there was still a huge gap between them. How could the martial arts of the branch palaces be compared to the martial arts of the main palace? Furthermore, the meteor movement technique and Wind Dragon Slash were given to him by Lan Xian. What are you still hesitating for? There are great opportunities in the inner regions of the wasteland. It is said that a twin life fruit was born there. Moreover, your wind dragon slash is fused with the 8 layers of the Earth's pulsation. I'm afraid that even a 70% void transformation expert would not dare to accept it. With me leading you, there won't be a problem. Lan Xian said, somewhat instigated. Yi Xian's thoughts would naturally not be influenced by her. After careful consideration, Yi Xian nodded. If it weren't for those spatial rings, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Moreover, there were many opportunities in the Grand Desolate Realm, so he might be able to catch up to Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. If he was extremely lucky and obtained a twin life fruit, then he would be extremely awesome. If that's the case, shall we set off immediately? Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian and said. All right. Yi Xian nodded. This time, they might be able to meet Song Suijing's team in the inner region of the wasteland. At that time, they would be able to meet each other. Immediately, he and Lan Xian entered the inner region of the Great Desolation. Young master, are there any strongholds in the inner regions of the wasteland? Yi Xian asked. No, there are too many experts from the demon clan. There are only a few Void God Realm elders in Warlord Hall. If we are discovered, we will suffer a great loss. Lan Xian shook her head. Then do you have a plan? Yi Xian asked again. Lan Xian blinked her big bright eyes and said, Plan, what plan? It's good enough to come in and train, what other plans do we need? Yi Xian rolled his dead fish eyes. Even if he didn't have a plan, he should at least have a map of the inner regions of the wasteland, right? There was nothing, so he just flew blindly? Rumble. At this moment, a huge commotion suddenly came from the horizon. Someone's fighting? Yi Xian frowned. It doesn't seem like a battle between humans. It might be a void god beast. Let's go and take a look. Lan Xian looked like she wanted the world to be in chaos as she took the lead and flew in that direction. However, when they got closer, they realized that this was indeed not a battle between humans or demon clan. It was a battle between a big bird and a two-headed flying dragon. It really is a void god beast. Lan Xian's figure paused. These two void god beasts are probably comparable to experts at the 50% void transformation stage. I wonder what they are fighting for. After she finished speaking, she looked around and understood the reason why the big bird and the two-headed flying dragon were fighting. Yi Xian followed her gaze and found a strange grass. It seemed to be a heavenly treasure. That seems to be the transformation grass. If a void god beast eats it, it can transform into a human. Lan Xian explained. Transformation grass, this was not the first time Yi Xian had heard of this term. Previously, in the deep-sea underground palace, the ancestors of the Sea Dragon clan had eaten this thing to become a human. Don't the demon clan have some kind of curse? Why are they fighting to become demon clan? Yi Xian asked curiously. Yes, the demon clan does have a curse. After becoming a human, if you want to change back to your original form, you will have to pay a huge price. Moreover, during the transformation, your speed will be greatly reduced, and you will be easily killed by others. That's why these demon clan invaded in an attempt to find the heart of the Great Emperor and remove the curse. Lan Xian nodded. The heart of the Great Emperor? Is it the heart of an empty God Realm demon clan emperor? Yi Xian was shocked. Lan Xian said helplessly, this is just a legend like the twin fruit. How can there be so many empty God Realm great emperors? The monster races in the great wilderness are very ambitious. Fortunately, the Sword God Palace is there to deter the empty God Realm king-level monsters from leaving the great wilderness. Otherwise, the eastern continent would be in chaos. Are there any empty God Realm emperors in the wilderness? Yi Xian asked again. Never heard of it. Lan Xian replied. Since there are empty God Realm emperors in the Sword God Palace, why don't they just kill their way in? Yi Xian was puzzled. The wilderness encompassed the entire eastern mainland, isolating it from the rest of the world. As a result, the eastern mainland had been declining with each generation. They want to. However, legend has it that there is a demon clan expert in the wilderness who is more powerful than an empty God Realm emperor. Therefore, the palace master of the Sword God Palace does not dare to enter rashly. Lan Xian replied. Beyond the empty God Realm? What kind of realm is that? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. His father was only a peak king of the empty god realm. He was not an empty god realm emperor. The palace masters of the Sword God Palace were only empty god realm emperors. However, there was an expert who had surpassed the empty god realm in the wilderness. If he came out, even the Sword God Palace would be destroyed, let alone the eastern mainland. I am not very sure. It is just a legend. Xianxia shook her head. Yi Xian was silent. Although the Sword God Palace was afraid of a legend, the more powerful one was, the more one was afraid of death. At their realm, who would want to take the risk to enter the wilderness? Therefore, the Sword God Palace had made an agreement with the demon clan in the wilderness. As long as the king of the demon clan in the wilderness did not come out, the Sword God Palace would not attack. At that moment, the battle in front of them was coming to an end. Oh, that big bird is in trouble. The double-headed flying dragon has the bloodline of the flying dragon. It is stronger than an ordinary void god beast. Xianxia looked at the two huge figures in the distance. There were many clans in the world, but the dragon clan was one of the top clans. A mere large bird would not be able to defeat a dragon unless it was suppressed by a higher realm. Beep. The big bird screeched at the sky. Then, its huge body fell from the sky. Plop. 60% void transformation, come, it's our turn. Xianxia squinted her eyes and took out the silver sword. Ever since Yi Xian broke through to the void god realm, he had been using the 8 Desolation sword to nurture it. He had long been prepared. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and Xianxia dashed towards the double-headed flying dragon at the same time. The two-headed flying dragon had long since noticed the two of them. It turned its 2 heads and spat out flames and poison towards Yi Xian and Xianxia. This double-headed flying dragon was the same as the divine core profound beast Yi Xian killed in the Great Tang dynasty. One head was filled with flames, while the other was filled with poison. So disgusting, you should do it yourself. When Xianxia saw the dark purple poison shooting towards her, she immediately shrunk her neck and backed off. Damn it! Yi Xian rolled his eyes. This girl was really unreliable. However, a void god beast with 50% void transformation cultivation was no threat to him. Boom! Yi Xian's entire body collided with the fireball. This scorching fireball was directly dispersed by the 8th layer of pulsating guard. He took out the dragon-slaying sword and slashed at the double-headed flying dragon. Dragon-slaying sword of 8 Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. Swoosh! He had comprehended the profound of strength, and with the 10% increase in strength from the beast god bloodline, the speed and power of this slash had become extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the sword arrived in front of the two-headed flying dragon, splitting it into 2 halves, one head on the other. Slash! The double-headed flying dragon was instantly killed. Without hesitation, Yi Xian dashed towards the 2 halves of the double-headed flying dragon's corpse and devoured it. A void god beast had a void god soul, but it was different from a human's, as it didn't have any attribute. Ding, host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 51 points. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian had the Gemini bloodline, but his experience was still the same as before. Every time he broke through, his Earth attribute Virtual Spirit and Wind attribute Virtual Spirit would improve, which saved him a lot of trouble. I'll give you the transformation grass too. At this moment, Xianxia had already plucked the transformation grass. She tossed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not reject the transformation grass and swallowed it whole. Not every stalk of transformation grass could transform holy beasts and void god beasts. It still depended on its age, so its value was different. However, this stalk of form transformation grass still allowed Yi Xian to raise his void transformation level to 52. This secret of yours is truly enviable. Xianxia felt the change in Yi Xian's aura, and her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Only I can do it. Yi Xian did not explain further, even though he had been discovered by this girl. Fortunately, Yi Xian was good friends with the Battle King Hall's main hall master. Otherwise, Yi Xian might really kill him to silence him. However, if this secret was really leaked, he would have no choice but to destroy this flower. Let's go. Let's continue our journey. Xianxia flew up again and formed her wings of the wind. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Although Lan Xian did not have a plan, this girl could not be underestimated. He guessed that Lan Xian had a place she wanted to go. Where are you going? Yi Xian followed her and could not help but ask. He still had to ask clearly. What if this girl wanted to go to some dangerous place and he was not prepared at all? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? Alright, I want to go to a breeding ground. Lan Xian knew that Yi Xian had seen through her, so she explained, this is not the first time my sister has entered the vast wilderness. She said that there is a breeding ground for the demon clan in the inner region of the vast wilderness, so I want to go and take a look. Breeding? Breeding void god beasts? Yi Xian immediately reacted. That's right. How else do you think there are so many half-demons? Lan Xian nodded and said, why? Are you afraid? If you're not afraid, what am I afraid of? I just need to ask clearly. Yi Xian snorted. In terms of strength, the current him should be stronger than Lan Xian. Of course, this was only his own guess. He had never truly fought with Lan Xian before. Alright, I was afraid that you would be scared. There are quite a few of those breeding grounds. The Great Wasteland is wantonly transforming us humans, so we need a large number of void god beasts. Lan Xian said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he had found a way to quickly level up. However, the level of danger should be very high, so it was better for him to ask clearly. What's the exact strength? Yi Xian asked. There are about 10,000 void god beasts in this breeding ground. It is said that there are also demon clan experts at 60% void transformation. Lan Xian said. 60% void transformation, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Although his cultivation level was low, he, who had comprehended various profound mysteries, could challenge people of a higher level. What did 60% of the void transformation count for? Let's go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Then, he followed behind Lan Xian and flew in a certain direction. The meteor movement technique that he had learned was a relatively special martial art that could increase the speed of flight. Therefore, he was also constantly observing Lan Xian because Lan Xian was also using the meteor movement technique. However, Lan Xian had comprehended the wings of the wind based on the meteor movement technique, so it was very useful to him. Instead of cultivating diligently, it was better to find a good teacher. Ding! The proficiency of the meteor movement technique has increased. It is currently at 80%. Yi Xian stared at Lan Xian's back. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Sure enough, with someone guiding him, it was very fast. He just didn't know when he would be able to comprehend the profound meaning of the wings of the wind. After all, his martial dragon movement technique had been cultivated to 100%, but he still hadn't comprehended the earth walking technique. The profound meaning was not so easy to comprehend. Yi Xian followed behind Lan Xian for 2 days. Then, he heard waves of roars. We're here. It's over there. Lan Xian, who was high up in the clouds, suddenly descended. Then, she pointed at a black array in front of him. In the beginning, the monster clan didn't know how to cultivate. However, they had mixed into the human society and learned many things. Arrays were one of the things they learned. It's so big. Are there more than 10,000 void god beasts here? Yi Xian stared at the black array in front of them and said in shock. The array probably occupied a large area. After all, there were more than 10,000 void god beasts. The monster clan raised void god beasts in captivity and forced them to mate. This gave birth to many new species. The double-headed flying dragon was the product of the double-headed flying dragon and the double-headed serpent. If they mated with the double-headed serpent again, the number of heads might increase, Lan Xian said calmly. Mated again? Isn't that a 9-headed serpent? Yi Xian suddenly thought of the Hydra in Greek mythology. The Hydra had 9 heads. If one of its heads was chopped off, 2 more heads would grow. It was extremely terrifying. Kill. There are all kinds of demons. Of course, the majority are still sky dragons. The reason why the demon clan nurtures these void god beasts is to see if they can create a new race that is comparable to the sky dragon. Lan Xian continued. Let's not talk about this anymore. What do you want to do? Yi Xian asked directly. This formation needs someone to maintain it. If we break it, then the formation will be broken and all the Void God Beast will run away. What do you think we should do? Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian. Since that's the case, let me go in first and kill all these Void God Beast. Yi Xian could not wait any longer. Unexpectedly, Lan Xian was not prepared to enter. You can go in by yourself. I'll keep watch for you outside. Lan Xian took out the small silver sword. Yi Xian paused for a moment, a little worried about this little girl. However, he thought about how Lan Xian had comprehended the wings of the wind. Even a 70% void transformation stage demon clan expert would not be able to catch up to her. Then be careful. Yi Xian reminded him and then quickly descended. Although this formation is big, if it is broken slowly, it will definitely attract the attention of the demon clan experts. It's better to break it in an instant. He landed on the ground and slashed his sword at the pitch-black formation in front of him. 90% mastery of the Wind Dragon Slash. Bam! The green true energy condensed into a dragon head and collided with the array, instantly creating a hole. Then, Yi Xian quickly drilled in. He had just passed through the array when he smelled a stench. He finally understood why Lan Xian did not come in. To put it nicely, this place was a farm to cultivate a new race. To put it bluntly, it was a pigsty. The Void God Beast's intelligence was not inferior to that of humans, but they still could not speak. Moreover, with the deterrence of the demon clan experts, they did not dare to act rashly. After Yi Xian entered, he looked around and saw several Void God Beasts. Kill! At that moment, he charged out. This was a treasure trove for leveling up. Although the strength of these Void God Beast was not comparable to the double-headed flying dragon he had encountered before, they were superior in numbers. Moreover, on land, he would probably be able to exchange blows with an expert at the 80% void transformation stage. He hadn't caused much of a ruckus just now, and the demons guarding the plantation might have gone on a stroll, so his operation this time was very smooth. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 53 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 54 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 55 points. Yi Xian's realm began to rise continuously. At the same time, the number of Void God Beasts in the Yao clan's farm was rapidly decreasing. Although Yi Xian did not calculate, he estimated that there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them. However, such a large number of deaths directly attracted the attention of the monstrous clan's experts. What? A human actually came in? The demon race experts who were chatting in the air suddenly trembled. Then, they turned around and flew down. According to Lan Xian's information, there was a 70% void transformation stage expert in this breeding ground, but that did not mean that he was the only one. These three demon clan experts were all around 50% of the void transformation stage, and the strongest was only 55%. You finally discovered me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and continued to kill the Void God Beast. After the three demon clan experts landed on the ground, he suddenly turned around and charged over. On land, his fighting strength had increased by at least half. Great Collapsing Heaven Killing Slash. Great Earth Pulse. Whoosh. Although the demon clan's physique was strong, Yi Xian's physique was not weak either. Furthermore, he had comprehended the profound mysteries of strength, and coupled with the advancement of the beast god's bloodline, the speed of his slash was extremely fast. Swish! By the time the three demon clans reacted, the slash had already arrived in front of them. This slash was horizontally slashed out. If the three of them were not on guard, they would have been instantly killed. Bam! The three of them worked together and instantly dispersed the slash. However, in the next moment, there was an even stronger attack coming from behind. 8 Desolations Sword Technique, Sword Break 8 Desolations. Just as the three demon clans dispersed the great collapsing heaven killing slash, the 8 sword beams converged, condensing into an even more powerful slash. Slash! This gigantic sword gleam swept through the bodies of the 3 demon race beings, killing them in a single strike. The sword slashing 8 desolations required all of the genuine qi in one's body. However, Yi Xian had the Tree of Life, so he would be able to recover to his peak in a few seconds. Tsk tisk. Yi Xian grinned and walked over. These 3 demon clan experts had died too miserably. No, it should be said that Yi Xian's current strength was too strong. Ding. Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 58 points. His realm had soared up another level. After killing the 3 demon clan experts, Yi Xian did not stay any longer and continued to kill the void god beast. This was a treasure trove for leveling up. The demon clan had spent a lot of effort to catch so many nihility beasts, and now it was all his fault. If he killed all the nihility beast here, he might be able to level up to 60% void transformation. Very quickly, there were only 10% of the void god beast left. Just as Yi Xian was about to kill them all, the formation that enveloped him was suddenly broken. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It would not be easy to break through such a large formation unless one found the base of the formation. Rumble. A loud sound came from the distance. Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that it was that girl, Xianxia, who did it? At that moment, he quickly rushed over. When he got closer, he saw that it was indeed a young girl wearing light blue clothes fighting with a golden dragon. If the golden dragon was from the demon clan, then it would be a metal attribute void god soul that was perfectly countered by Yi Xian. Xianxia held onto the sword in her hand and did not attack. When she saw Yi Xian, she immediately shouted, "Yi Xian, I'll leave this guy to you." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. How lazy was this girl? However, he also understood that this golden dragon should be that 60% void transformation level expert. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian took out his 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword and then fiercely slashed down. After comprehending the profound mysteries of power, whether it was his attack speed or the speed of his slash, it had greatly increased. This slash instantly swept to the side of the golden sky dragon. At first, the golden dragon was played with by Xianxia and was very angry. Now, there was another Yi Xian, so it chose to ignore him. However, his disregard caused him to suffer a huge loss. Bam! The dragon's judgment directly entered the golden dragon's body. The wound was instantly shaken by the 8-layer earth pulse, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Yi Xian had the sword god's bloodline in his body, which increased the power of his sword skills by 50%. The beast god's bloodline also had the beast king's deterrence by 20%. In addition to the dragon's judgment and the 8-layer earth pulse, his attack power against dragons was simply explosive. Translator, Transin editor, Transin deep in the wasteland. If that slash had landed on the golden dragon's head, it would have been killed instantly. However, that was not the end. The dragon's judgment was not a sword that could pierce through everything. How could Yi Xian only use one slash? Bang! 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 Slash after slash of dragon's judgment landed on the golden dragon's body. In an instant, the golden dragon was on the verge of death. Go to hell. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared in the air above the golden dragon and took the opportunity to slash out a green slash. Swish! The golden dragon's head was chopped off and it died on the spot. Yi Xian was helpless. Why was this little girl like this? She even stole his kill. Fortunately, he did not rely on killing to level up. Instead, he relied on devouring to level up. Thus, it did not matter who killed him. The corpse is yours. Xianxia kept the corpse in her hand. Yi Xian did not hold back and caught the dragon's head and body in the air. Then, he took out the universe ring and devoured it. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. It is currently at 60 points. As for the dragon's corpse, there was no need to keep it. Alright, we've cleared this breeding ground. Shall we go to the next one? Xianxia said to Yi Xian. Alright. Yi Xian nodded. Now, his cultivation level was finally higher than Xianxia's. He had already reached 60% of the void transformation level. After a while, he might be able to challenge experts at the peak of the Void God realm. At that time, he should be able to do whatever he wanted in the inner region. The wasteland was divided into 3 parts. The outer region, the inner region, and the inner region. At that moment, they were in the inner region. The young master of the Warlord Hall, Lan Yu, and the 2 siblings were in the inner region. I have to break through quickly and enter the inner region. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. Then, he continued to follow Lan Xian to the next breeding ground. However, this time, he realized that Lan Xian's flying speed was faster. It seemed that she was hiding her strength. There were many breeding grounds in the goblin race. Although Lan Xian only knew a few, it was enough for Yi Xian to break through. Moreover, there was a protective formation around the breeding ground. Even if they walked around, they would be able to find it. After 2 days of travel, the 2 of them arrived at another demon clan breeding ground. This breeding ground was the same as before, guarded by a 60% void transformation stage demon clan. Yi Xian took over the entire breeding ground in no time. Then, they continued on their way. Lan Xian only knew of 4 breeding grounds. By the time Yi Xian destroyed all 4 breeding grounds, his realm had already increased to 65%. Alright, all 4 breeding grounds have been destroyed, Lan Xian said as she looked at Yi Xian flying towards her. Is that it? Yi Xian frowned. He thought there were more, but he didn't expect there to only be 4. Yes, I do know one more, but that breeding ground is very big, and it is said that there are experts at 80% void transformation stage, or even 90%. Can you handle it? Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian. 80% void transformation, Yi Xian repeated in his heart. Now that he had reached 65% void transformation, with the addition of various profound mysteries, he could solve it. However, he was not confident that he could reach 90% void transformation. Furthermore, Lan Xian's cultivation was too low. If he were to go out and fight, he wouldn't be able to take care of Lan Xian. Lan Xian seemed to have seen through Yi Xian, and said, "Don't worry about me, do you really think that I'm only at 50% void transformation?" Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, this Lan Xian was hiding her strength. No wonder she was able to accelerate without limit. Then your specific realm? Yi Xian could not help but ask. Feel it for yourself. Lan Xian did not answer directly. Instead, she released her aura. After Yi Xian felt it, his entire body trembled. This aura was at least 80% void transformation. Good heavens! Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Lan Xian was not at 50% void transformation, but 80% void transformation. It turned out that Lan Xian was just casually spouting nonsense that day. What half of the Nihility God Stage King? In the next moment, Yi Xian smelled a dangerous scent. This little girl was not simple at all. At least 80% void transformation. With the wings of the wind, she can already traverse the inner region. Her goal is probably not the inner region, but the depths. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian and laughed, "You guessed right, my goal is the depths. However, it's very boring for me to go in alone, so I came to find you." Damn, this girl is too scheming. She won't even know if she gets caught. Yi Xian thought in his heart. A 16 or 17-year-old girl actually had such a scheming mind. It was simply heaven-defying. However, Yi Xian really wanted to enter the depths because Song Suijing and Song Jieyu were inside. However, his current cultivation was not high enough. If he were to enter, he had to have the strength to protect himself. I can go with you into the depths of the Great Wasteland, but there's a condition. Yi Xian said. What? Lan Xian was somewhat curious. I need some time to improve my meteor movement technique and wind dragon slash. I need to have the ability to protect myself. Yi Xian replied. When Lan Xian heard this, she snapped her fingers and said, "Isn't that simple? My 2 martial arts have already been trained to 100% mastery. Later, when we find a place, I'll show it to you. However, whether or not you can learn it will depend on your own aptitude." Alright. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Right now, he already possessed the wind attribute void spirit. If he were to comprehend the wings of the wind, then his fighting strength would greatly increase. Even the wind blade was not bad, it could also increase his attack strength explosively. Although Xianxia was only 16 or 17 years old, the one who reached the top was the teacher. Even if she was an 8-year-old child, as long as there was a place for Yixian to learn, Yixian would not mind. What integrity! Could it be used in battle? Then do you want to learn first, or go to that big breeding ground first? Xianxia continued to ask. Learn first. Yixian solemnly replied. Although the big breeding ground could increase his void transformation level by 10%, if he were to comprehend the profound, his fighting strength would increase even more. Then let's find a place. Since you were able to improve your wind dragon slash and meteor movement technique to 90% mastery in such a short time, your aptitude is not low. Who knows, you might be able to comprehend the profound. After Xianxia finished speaking, she spread her wings and left. Yixian hurriedly followed her. Xianxia's cultivation level was already the same as Elder Li's, but her strength was stronger than Elder Li's. If Yixian comprehended the profound of wind, then the two of them would be fine as long as they did not encounter any void god realm kings. Soon, the two of them found a remote place. Yixian was undergoing his second special training. Continuously learning martial arts was a very boring thing, but if the two of them were to train together, it would be much easier. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Underground Movement Technique. Xianxia's cultivation level was higher than Yixian's, and she had the wings of the wind. If she unleashed her full speed, Yixian would not be able to catch up with her. Therefore, she could only use the meteor movement technique instead of the wings of the wind. Yixian was observing Xianxia's movement technique as he fought with her. Even if he did not comprehend the profound this time, it was not bad that he had improved the two martial arts to 100%. Xianxia had comprehended the wings of the wind when she had improved the meteor movement technique to 100%. When a martial arts technique was improved to 100%, it would comprehend the profound in many cases. Therefore, Yixian was wondering if he could use this opportunity to comprehend the profound. Their training lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Yixian kept fighting with Xianxia and improved the meteor movement technique to 100%. However, the wind dragon slash did not improve at all. This was rare. After all, he had the bloodline of the sword god, which gave him a 50% increase in comprehension. What was even more frustrating was that Yixian did not comprehend the wind acceleration profound after he had improved the meteor movement technique to 100%. Therefore, Yixian did not use the meteor movement technique anymore. Instead, he used the martial dragon movement technique to fight with Xianxia on land. However, not long after the meteor movement technique had a breakthrough. Whoosh, suddenly, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Xianxia had casually slashed out a slash. However, this slash was several times more powerful than the previous one. It should be known that this was just a sword chi that she had casually slashed out. Oh no! Dodge! Yixian was stunned. By the time he reacted, the sword chi was already in front of him. This is the wind blade profound? Yixian widened his eyes as he watched the slash coming closer and closer. Xianxia had comprehended the wind blade profound at this time, however, he did not have time to care about this. This sword chi was extremely powerful. If he did not dodge it, he might be cut in half. If his heart and head were injured, even the bloodline of the divine tree of life would be useless. This slash was extremely fast. He could only dodge it because he did not have enough time to use the O-King shield. Bang! Yixian took a step forward and used the martial dragon movement technique to dash to the left. Ding! Host has comprehended the profound meaning of the earth traversing technique. A notification suddenly sounded. In the next moment, a clear and loud sound was heard. Hiss! The sword chi attack, which contained the wind blade profound, swept past Yixian's shoulder and directly cut off his right shoulder. In that instant, Yixian smelled the scent of death, but at this critical moment, he actually comprehended the profound meaning of the earth-walking technique, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically. Plop! The severed arm fell to the ground. Yixian and Xianxia were stupefied. The two of them had comprehended profound meanings one after another. Lan Xian had comprehended the wind blade profound while Yi Xian had comprehended the earth walking profound. Are you okay? Lan Xian came to her senses and quickly landed in front of Yi Xian. At their level, it was common for experts to lose their arms and legs. However, the stronger they were, the more difficult it was to recover from their injuries. Therefore, they needed high-grade healing medicine. Fortunately, Lan Xian was the daughter of the deputy hall master of Warlord Palace. She had many good things. However, Yi Xian did not need them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian grew a new arm, but his close could not be restored. This, Lan Xian instinctively stepped back. She had seen Yi Xian grow an arm with her own eyes. At this moment, she glanced at the arm on the ground. It had turned into mud. When she saw this, Lan Xian's first thought was that Yi Xian had a third type of void spirit, the wood elemental void spirit. Rapid healing? No, this is rejuvenation. Lan Xian exclaimed. Rejuvenation? Hearing this, Yi Xian shook his head and said, I don't have a wood elemental spirit. This is just my physique. The wood elemental void spirit had a rapid healing profound that could heal injuries quickly. At the same time, it had a second-level profound, which was rejuvenation. Although it did not have the effect of rejuvenation, it could regrow flesh and bones. In other words, it could regrow a broken arm. Nonsense. If this is a rejuvenation, then what is? Lan Xian did not believe him. The twin fruits are so rare. Do you think I ate two at once? Yi Xian shook his head and said. Lan Xian was stunned. Even she had never heard of the twin fruits. They only existed in legends. It was impossible for Yi Xian to eat two at once. Then why can't you use up all your true qi? The earth elemental void spirit and wind elemental void spirit won't help you recover your true qi faster. Lan Xian asked. I told you it's my physique. Anyway, I don't have a wood elemental spirit. If I lie to you, I will never be able to break through to the void god realm. Yi Xian did not want to talk too much about this topic. TCH, there are many people who can't break through to the void god realm. Lan Xian rolled her eyes and asked again, you really don't have three types of spirits? Yi Xian shook his head and said, no. If I ate two twin fruits, I would definitely condense a metal spirit instead of a wood elemental void spirit. Hearing this, Lan Xian felt that it made sense. Yi Xian had already comprehended the 8th level of the earth pulse. If he also comprehended the metal defense, his chances of survival would increase greatly. Now that he also had the earth movement technique, as long as he did not run into a void god realm king, he would definitely be fine. If Lan Xian had to choose, she would indeed choose the earth elemental spirit and the metal elemental spirit. Alright, I'll believe you for now. Lan Xian pursed her lips and said, I just comprehended the wind blade profound. I need to comprehend it myself. Alright. Yi Xian nodded his head. Not only did Lan Xian want to comprehend it, but he also wanted to try the earth movement technique. Just now, at the critical moment, he had comprehended the underground movement technique. Otherwise, he might really have been killed by that attack that contained the profound meaning of the wind blade. Fortunately, the heavens were looking out for him. After Lan Xian left, his figure flashed. His speed was twice as fast as before. I've advanced my agility 3 times. Now that I have the earth movement technique, I won't be in any danger on land, Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he had not comprehended the wind wings, which was the wind acceleration technique, he had comprehended the earth movement technique. The earth movement technique had a second level of earth movement technique, which was called earth shrinking. This profound was very powerful and allowed one to travel through the ground. If one used the wind wings to travel, they might be discovered. But, who would drill into the ground? Yi Xian tried the earth movement technique again. He found that the earth movement technique was too awesome. His speed on the ground was almost comparable to Lan Xian's flying speed in the sky. Should I find this little girl to fight later? He thought to himself. However, in the end, he decided against it. There was no point in fighting like this. The two of them would definitely go easy on each other. After all, this was not a battle to the death. It was better to find a demon. Translator, Transin editor, Transin grade increase in strength. A day later, Lan Xian had finished comprehending the wind blade ultimacy and could use it proficiently. Her current attack power was at least twice as strong as before. The wind acceleration and wind wings gave Lan Xian the strength of an invincible void god. I never thought that I would comprehend the wind blade ultimacy at this time. I have to thank you for this. After seeing Yi Xian again, Lan Xian thanked him. Of course, there was also a trace of shame because she had almost killed Yi Xian by accident. Let's not practice anymore. Let's go to the farm. I have also comprehended the earth movement technique. It is enough to protect myself. Yi Xian said. Pulse of the earth, pulse of protection, ultimacy of power and earth movement technique. In total, he had comprehended 3 earth ultimacies and 1 level 2 ultimacy. Even if he was at the peak of the nihility god stage, Yi Xian still had the guts to provoke him. Since that is the case, let's go. Lan Xian formed a pair of green wings and turned to leave. As for Yi Xian, he was running wildly on the ground. His speed was not slower than Lan Xian's. Lan Xian, 80% void transformation level. Yi Xian, 65% void transformation level. Although there was a difference of more than 10 levels between them, Yi Xian had the enhancement of his bloodline. When he ran at full speed, his speed was slightly faster than Lan Xian's. This guy, how many secrets does he have? He is even faster than me. Lan Xian did not understand. In her heart, Yi Xian was an extremely mysterious person. Dual attributes, rejuvenating body constitution, rapid breakthrough, emptying of universe ring in an instant, etc. These were not things that ordinary people could do. This time, they had only traveled for half a day before they saw the large farm. There were not many such large farms in the wasteland. The void god beasts there were very powerful and there were more than 100,000 of them. Originally, with so many void god beasts gathered together, there would be frequent riots. However, surprisingly, these void god beasts were very well behaved. After all, there was once a void god realm king from the demon clan who had arrived and severely intimidated them. If there were any troublemakers, they would be killed on the spot. Therefore, these void god beasts could only obediently stay in their own territories. At this moment, Yi Xian and Lan Xian had already arrived in front of the pitch-black array formation. Just like before, you settle it yourself. I'll watch. After Lan Xian finished saying those words, she rose into the sky. This girl is really lazy to the extreme. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. However, this was also good. He could do it himself, and perhaps he could comprehend the profound meaning along the way. Kill. His eyes flashed, and he immediately unleashed a full-power wind dragon slash on the formation. Boom, a large hole appeared in the formation, and Yi Xian charged in. In this large breeding ground, the number of void god beasts was large, and their cultivation was also high. Yi Xian had been impatient for a long time. Against these low-level void god beasts, using the 8 desolate wind slaughter array was the best method. 8 sharp blades that contained the 8 great waves of the earth could instantly pierce into the head of a void god beast and kill it. This was very efficient and could save a lot of time. Yi Xian killed while collecting the corpses. His realm continued to rise. Ding. Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 66 points. Ding. Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 67 points. Ding. Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 68 points. Due to the large number of void god beasts, Yi Xian's killing speed did not attract the attention of the demon clan. Over time, it was difficult for the demon clan not to discover him. Is it someone from the 3 great imperial halls again? You're courting death. A few demon clan members discovered Yi Xian and immediately rushed down. However, Yi Xian had already discovered them. He immediately retracted his 8 sharp blades and slashed out with his sword. 8 Desolate Sword Technique's third move, first move, 8 Desolate Sword Technique. After being enhanced by the profound meaning of power, the speed of the slash was at least twice as fast. This slash instantly split into 8 and then merged back into 1, killing 3 demon clan members who had reached 60 to 70% void transformation on the spot. Universe Ring. Xian quickly rushed over. The Void God Beast had a lot of experience, but how could it compare to these demon clan? These demon clan members lived in the Great Wasteland all year round. There were countless heavenly and earthly treasures in their universe rings, so their value was much higher than the Void God Beast. A single universe ring was probably worth tens of thousands of Void God Beast. Ding. Host's Void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 69 points. Ding. Host's Void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 70 points. Ding. Host's Void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 71 points. The 3 universe rings caused Xian's Void transformation level to soar by 3 levels. He wondered if the Void transformation level would increase to 75% after devouring the Void transformation level of the Demon Clan. Hua. At this moment, the array formation was suddenly broken. Obviously, this was Xian's doing again. Rumble. The roar of a heavenly dragon came from the horizon. It must be Xian fighting with that demon clan expert. Immediately, Xian hurriedly ran in that direction. When he got closer, he saw 2 figures, one big and one small, fighting in the air. No, Xian was still the same as before. She only held the small silver sword and did not attack. Roar. This sky dragon was actually a rare blue sky dragon, so it was of the water attribute. However, it didn't matter. After all, as long as it was a dragon, it was fine. He's at 80% Void transformation level. Kill him and we'll enter the depths of the Great Wasteland. Xian dodged while shouting at Xian. 80% Void transformation level. Xian had already reached 70% Void transformation level, so there was no suspense in this battle. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. One attack after another landed on the blue sky dragon's body, instantly dealing a large amount of damage to it. Although its speed was fast, its body was too big. Furthermore, Xian still had the profound meaning of strength, so he couldn't dodge at all. In order to make it easier for Xian to deal with him, Xian deliberately lured him to transform. This way, it would save more time. Roar. When the blue sky dragon saw that it couldn't defeat both of them, it hurriedly turned around and ran for its life. I'll use this move to deal with you. 8 Baron Sword. Xian's eyes flashed. The true chi in his body was instantly sucked dry. He directly slashed at the blue sky dragon's back. Rip. A loud and clear sound rang out. The blue sky dragon's head was cut off like tofu in an instant. Then, he quickly rushed over and took the yin and yang ring that was hidden in the dragon's mouth. Ding. The host's Void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 75%. His cultivation level soared. 75%. Another 25%, and I might be able to break through to the Void God realm. Xian's eyes lit up. In the depths of the desolate land, let's go to the depths of the desolate land. Xian was bursting with confidence. Even if he encountered a peak Void God realm expert, he might be able to kill him. Xian frowned and said, "Why do I feel like I'm not the one pulling you along? Do you want to go to the depths of the desolate land as well?" "That's right." Xian nodded. Xian did not ask any more questions. She thought that Xian had entered the desolate land to increase his level. Since that's the case, let's go. I wonder if we'll be able to meet my sister. Xian led the way in the sky after speaking. Xian's sister, Yu, had already broken through to the Void God realm. However, there were many Void God realm experts in the depths of the desolate land. Hence, Xian was very worried. I hope nothing bad happens to her. Xian thought for a moment before following Xian. The inner area of the desolate land was very big. Although Xian knew the route, she and Xian had to travel for 7 days before they finally entered the depths of the desolate land. The desolate land was a mysterious place. There were countless dangers in the depths. Even Void God realm experts would be in danger of dying even if they did not encounter any Void God realm experts. Most importantly, it was extremely easy to get lost in the depths of the desolate land. There seemed to be a huge illusion array here. You have to follow me closely. I heard from the palace master that there is a huge illusion array in the depths of the desolate land. If you accidentally fall behind, you might not be able to encounter it. Xianxia could not help but remind him as they entered the depths of the desolate land. She then took out a map and handed it to Yixian. This is the map. If we get separated, you can go out by yourself. Of course, if you comprehend the shrinking ground, you will be able to go out easily. Yixian silently glanced at the map and recorded it into the Devouring system. The small team that had entered the depths of the desolate land was almost all peak Void God Realm experts. The weakest one was at the Void transformation stage. Furthermore, the 3 palace masters had entered together. There were many Void God Realm kings. This time, there were only 2 of them and they were not Void God Realm kings. They were indeed bold to enter the desolate land. Little girl, do you have a way to find them? Yixian suddenly asked. No. I'm here to try my luck. Void God Realm kings do not dare to enter the desolate land. Xianxia shook her head. F*CK, he's really bold. Yixian raised his brows. He might have to pay the price of blood. The 2 of them blindly scurried around the depths of the wasteland. In this place, they didn't dare to fly at a low altitude. They could only fly in the clouds and occasionally come down to take a look. After flying for half a day, they didn't find anything. Yixian raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "Do you know him?" Then they must be from the demon clan. I wonder if they are Void God Realm kings. Yixian was hesitant to reveal himself. Don't worry. There aren't that many Void God Realm kings in the demon clan. These 2 should be advanced Void God Realm kings. Let's go. We'll kill them one by one. Xianxia hid in the clouds and flew while Yixian followed closely behind her. 2 demons flew below them. The 2 demons stood in the air above them, waiting for the right time to strike. Wind Dragon Slash. 8 Desolation Sword. The 2 of them used their most powerful attacks. If they could kill their opponents in one hit, they would be able to save a lot of effort. Xianxia had already comprehended the Windblade ultimacy. Her full power attack could threaten Void God Realm kings. In terms of attack speed, Xianxia's Wind Dragon Slash was slightly faster than Yixian's 8 Desolation Sword. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 demons heard the sound of 2 slashes tearing through the air. By the time they reacted, the attacks were already in front of them. Bam! Bam! The 2 demons were advanced Void God Realm kings and had reached 90% of their Void transformation stage. They were extremely powerful. Therefore, the 2 attacks did not kill them. They were only injured. Go! Xianxia shouted in a low voice and quickly flew over. In the air, Yixian was slower and followed closely behind her. They are humans. Kill them. One of the demons shouted. Xianxia's Wind Dragon Slash had cut off one of his arms. In an instant, the 2 of them came into contact and started to fight. We were too far away. If we were closer, we could have killed them instantly. It's a pity, Yixian thought to himself. However, he had reached 75% of his Void transformation stage. With the help of various ultimacies and bloodlines, he was not worried at all. The 8 Desolation Sword had drained all the true chi in his body. However, he had recovered quite a bit. He looked at his opponent and slashed out again. Collapsing Sky Kill Slash. 8 Layers of Earth Pulse. This attack was extremely powerful. Although Yixian's opponent had blocked the 8 Desolation Sword, the bones in his hands had been shattered. Even the Void God weapon in his hands had cracked. Faced with this attack, he could only dodge. However, as soon as he dodged the slash, he heard a whooshing sound coming from 8 directions. 8 Desolation Wind Kill Array. Bam! 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 8 muffled booms rang out in succession. The already heavily injured Fae was unable to withstand these 8 attacks that contained the power of the 8-fold throbbing pulse of the world, and his head instantly exploded. His body trembled weakly. Yixian quickly flew over and took his interspatial ring. Ding! The host's void transformation stage has increased. It is currently at 80 points. One interspatial ring had increased Yi Xian's void transformation stage by 5 levels. You are too slow. A clear and beautiful voice drifted over. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that Lan Xian had already killed her opponent. There are many things in this ring. I will not give it to you. We will split the spoils equally. Lan Xian said. All right. Yi Xian nodded. He had collected many things earlier, but Lan Xian did not take any of them. He felt embarrassed. Now that we are in a team, as long as we do not encounter any Void God Realm Kings, we will kill them all. Lan Xian kept the interspatial ring. In the next moment, she suddenly thought of something and threw the spoils of war and her interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Help me. Lan Xian smiled as she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned. He immediately understood. He caught the 2 interspatial rings helplessly. Then, he used the devouring space to pour all the spoils of war into Lan Xian's interspatial ring. Finally, he threw the interspatial ring back. He did not check what was in Lan Xian's interspatial ring. After all, it was Lan Xian's possession. He was not that kind of person. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Domain. I really don't know how you did it. If you have the gold domain, you'll be in luck. Lan Xian put on her Qian Kuan ring. Gold domain? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the battle between Lan Yao, the Vice Palace Master of Warlord Palace, and Jiang Tianjin of the Jiang family of Tool King Palace. Lan Yao was of the gold attribute and had the gold domain. He could control all the metal weapons in his domain. It was said that Lan Hai had more than 10 specially made Void God weapons. If he was in a life or death battle, he would definitely use them to attack his enemy. Do you know what the Earth domain and Wind domain are? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Domain? After Yi Xian's reminder, Lan Xian suddenly thought of something and said in shock, oh my god, the Wind domain is the overlord of the sky, and the Earth domain is the overlord of the ground. No matter where you go, you won't be at a disadvantage. Yi Xian's eyes brightened. This seemed to be a good sign. The Earth domain allows you to control the Earth. It can be used to attack and defend. Of course, you can also use the Earth element in the air, but it will be weaker than on the ground. As for the Wind domain, you can use it at any time. You can form wind blades in your domain, which is similar to the fire element. In addition, the Wind domain can form wind walls to defend against attacks. An expert can even create 6 strong gales in the domain to obstruct the enemy's movement. Lan Xian explained to Yi Xian. Since she was of the wind element, she knew more about the wind element. The Wind domain is so powerful? Yi Xian was shocked. The Earth domain could only be used on the ground, but the Wind domain could be used at any time. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You can control anything with your element. Of course, the domain is only one of the strengths. The most important thing is the profound. If you comprehend the wind blade profound, the wind blades in your wind domain will be very powerful. Lan Xian added. If you become a Void God Realm King, wouldn't that mean? Yi Xian frowned slightly. That's right. If I break through to the Void God Realm, my strength will be stronger than ordinary people. After all, I have comprehended the wings of the wind and the wind blades. Lan Xian nodded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian asked more questions about profound meanings and domains. They chatted as they flew. The difference between peak Nihility God Realm and Nihility God Realm Kings was too great. Even 10 peak Nihility gods would not be able to defeat one Nihility God Realm King. Of course, geniuses were an exception. If geniuses like Yi Xian and Lan Xian reached the peak of the Nihility God Realm, they might be able to fight Nihility God Realm Kings. Lan Xian might, but Yi Xian definitely could. However, on the first night that Yi Xian and Lan Xian entered the depths of the great wilderness, they finally encountered a human. Rumble. What they saw now was a battle between a human and 4 demons. Is that someone from the Warlord Palace? Yi Xian could not help but ask. After Lan Xian saw clearly, she nodded and said, that's my cousin. He is from the first team to enter the great wilderness. Cousin? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Since that was the case, there should not be any problems. In the blink of an eye, the two of them rapidly flew over. Lan Xian took the lead and prepared to go and help. When the human youth saw Lan Xian, his despairing eyes suddenly lit up. He saw hope. He was also at the peak of the Nihility God realm. It was already very good for him to fight 1 against 4. If Lan Xian could help him share some of the pressure, he might be able to fight. There are more people? The youth saw Xian behind Lan Xian and his eyes lit up. Oh no, reinforcements are here. Transform. The two peak Nihility God realm experts' faces darkened as they transformed into their true forms. When Lan Xian arrived, they had already transformed into 2 sky dragons. Both of them were of the fire attribute. Lan Xian, hold one of them back. The youth shouted. All right. Lan Xian immediately attacked one of the sky dragons. Although the demon tribe could cultivate, they could only use their ultimacy when they were in their human form. After they transformed into their true forms, they relied on their physique to fight. Their speed and attacks were greatly enhanced. Lan Xian had transformed into 85% of the Nihility God realm. Although she was very powerful, she still felt some pressure when facing a peak Nihility God realm sky dragon. However, at this moment, Xian had also arrived. Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation, Dragon's judgment. Xian immediately attacked the other sky dragon. This sky dragon relied on its strong physique and was not afraid of Xian's attack. It immediately charged forward. However, in the next moment, Xian showed him why the flowers were so red. The Beast God Bloodline, Sword God Bloodline, Ultimacy, and Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation gave Xian the ability to break through his opponent's defense. Not only that, he could also severely injure his opponent. Bang! The red sky dragon overestimated itself and used its claws to block Xian's judgment. However, its claws were broken. Roar! The red sky dragon roared to the sky and spat out a scorching dragon breath at Xian. This demon was at the peak Nihility God realm. Even a void God realm king would be burned to ashes if he was hit by the dragon breath. I was waiting for this move of yours. Sword of the 8 desolation. Xian's eyes flashed as he slashed with his sword with all his might. Swoosh, this slash was very fast. In an instant, it split into 8 parts and then merged back into 1. Its power was multiplied. This slash directly split the dragon breath into 2 and entered the dragon's head. Swish! A series of crisp sounds rang out. Half of the red sky dragon's head and a part of its body were chopped off. Dead. What? Seeing this, the young man and the other 3 demons were shocked. What kind of attack was this? After the demons transformed, they relied on their physique to fight. How could such a strong physique be killed in an instant? Was this person a void god realm king? Under the shocked gazes of these people, Xian rushed to the side of the dragon corpse and found the universe ring. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 85 points. Although Xian had only recovered a little of his true qi when he heard the notification, he was filled with endless fighting spirit. As long as he killed these people, he might be able to reach 90% void transformation. Girl, go and help. I will deal with him. Xian shouted to Lan Xian. Although Lan Xian was very angry to be called a girl, she did as she was told. She rushed towards the young man. Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation, Dragon's judgment. Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation, Dragon's judgment. Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation, Dragon's judgment. After a series of dragon's rulings, the red heavenly dragon was instantly heavily injured. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Empty God Realm Sovereign. Although the physique of the monster race would be greatly enhanced if they transformed into their original form, it was useless against Xian. In less than 2 seconds, the sky dragon, who was at the peak of the empty god realm, was killed by Xian. Ding! The host's empty god realm level has increased to 88 points. The system notification rang in Lin Fan's head. 2 sky dragons had been killed by Xian in an instant. His strength had shocked everyone present. When the last 2 monster race members saw the corpse of their companion, they immediately wanted to retreat. However, they couldn't leave just because they wanted to. The two empty God Realm monsters were unable to transform into their original form. Once they transformed, they would be killed by Xian in an instant without the protection of their companions. In a 3 versus 2 situation, the two monster race members were surrounded and killed in less than 5 rounds. The universe ring fell into Lan Xian's hands. After all, Xian had agreed to split the spoils equally with her. "Cousin, are you okay?" After the 4 empty God Realm monsters died, Lan Xian could not help but ask. "I'm fine. I just used too much of my vital energy." The young man took a deep breath and shook his head. He was from the Lan family of the Warlord Hall. His name was Blue Pool. Although he was at the peak of the empty God Realm, he was more than 35 years old. Hence, he was not considered a genius. "Cousin, didn't you enter the vast wilderness with my sister? Why are you here? Did you get separated?" Lan Xian asked anxiously. "Yes." The 3 Warlord Hall's teams entered together and started to fight their way through. "However, we were ambushed by the monster race experts 2 days ago. We were separated." Blue Pool shook his head. "What? Ambush?" When Xian and Lan Xian heard this, they were in awe. The team formed by the 3 Warlord Halls had been ambushed. Before Lan Xian could speak, Xian asked, "Where are Ice Lady and Flame Emperor?" Although Blue Pool didn't know who Xian was or why Xian would suddenly ask about the two of them, he still replied, "After we were ambushed, we split up and fled. However, I did see Lan Yu bring the two of them out of the encirclement. However, I also saw 2 Void God Realm Kings chasing after them. Moreover, the Flame Emperor seemed to be severely injured." 2 kings of the Void God Realm, the Flame Emperor was heavily injured. These 2 pieces of news were bad news for Xian and bad news for Lan Xian. "Cousin, what should we do now?" Lan Xian was worried about Lan Yu and asked anxiously. "After I escaped, I was chased all the way here by a few demon clan members. Right now, the other demon clan members should be chasing after the geniuses of the 3 king palaces as well. If we were to look around, we might be able to meet some of them," Blue Pool said. "Then let's start searching in groups of 3. We're not weak. Even if we encounter a Void God Realm King, we'll be able to put up a fight," Lan Xian said. "All right." Blue Pool nodded. He knew Lan Xian's strength. Now that he had seen Xian's strength, the 3 of them were indeed able to fight against a Void God Realm King. "Oh right, these 2 are for you. They're not of much use to me now." Lan Xian tossed the 2 yin and yang rings over. Xian didn't hesitate. He caught the yin and yang rings and devoured everything inside. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. Currently at 90 points. His cultivation level had increased once again. Even though Xian tried his best to suppress it, Blue Pool still noticed it. This, Blue Pool couldn't understand why Xian's cultivation level had suddenly increased. "Cousin, don't worry about it. Let's go." Lan Xian dragged Blue Pool away while Xian followed behind. Before Xian had broken through, he was already able to kill a peak Void God Realm Demon Clan expert. Now that he had broken through, he was unrivaled in the Void God Realm. The 3 of them had a much higher chance of survival. Blue Pool left half-heartedly. However, they hadn't even taken 2 steps when 2 people flew towards them. "Are they demons or humans?" Blue Pool widened his eyes. Xian was also on high alert. Even if there was only one of them, they couldn't be careless because they could be Void God Realm Kings. When Blue Pool saw the faces of the 2 figures, his body trembled violently. When Xian and Lan Xian saw them, they instantly understood. Demons, these 2 were from the Demon Clan. "Be careful, they're Void God Realm Kings," Blue Pool exclaimed. What? Xian and Lan Xian were both stunned. Were there really Void God Realm Kings? It was 1, 2 of them? Both of them. Be careful, Blue Pool added. When they were ambushed previously, Blue Pool had seen these 2 Void God Realm Kings from the Demon Clan. Hence, he recognized them on the spot. Both of them. Xian's and Lan Xian's expressions had already sunk to the bottom. It was fine if there was only 1 Void God Realm King, but now there were 2 of them. They were in trouble. Cousin, hurry up and give me your yin and yang rings. Lan Xian hurriedly rushed to Blupul's side. As she spoke, she wanted to snatch his yin and yang rings. What? Blupul obviously didn't react in time. However, Lan Xian was his family, so he didn't stop her. Right now, perhaps Lan Xian would have a solution. However, what Blupul didn't expect was that after Lan Xian took his yin and yang rings, she directly threw them to Yixian. At the same time, she threw her own yin and yang rings. This little girl's reaction is quite fast. Yixian also understood. He hurriedly caught the two yin and yang rings and scanned them. F***ck, what kind of wealth is this? Ding. The host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 95 points. His realm instantly soared by 5 levels. Yixian's aura surged. In the next moment, his eyes turned pitch black. Be careful. Yixian shouted. 8 Desolation Spirit, appear. He summoned the 8 Desolation Spirit and quickly flew away. This time, he wanted to fight one Void God Realm King alone. As for the other Void God Realm King, he could only leave it to Lan Xian and Blupul. Although he was the king on the ground, if he flew down, what if the Void God Realm Kings of the 2 demon clans killed Lan Xian and Blupul first? Therefore, he couldn't go too far. He had to attract the attention of one of them. Tisk, TSK. We've met 3 more human geniuses. One of them even has the rare wind attribute. Die. A blue-clothed demon clan expert sneered. He directly activated his domain and used his true qi to manipulate the water element in the heaven and earth yuan qi. He condensed a water dragon and charged towards Lan Xian and Blupul. Ordinary Void God Realm experts could expand their domains to 10,000 meters. Lan Xian and Blupul happened to be within 10,000 meters. As for the other red-clothed Void God Realm King, he condensed a fire dragon and charged towards Yixian. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Crisis just in time. Yixian's expression was solemn as he slashed at the fire dragon. Although the heavens-shattering slash was stronger than the wind dragon slash due to the combination of the 8 layers of the earth pulse, his opponent's fire element happened to counter his earth element. Therefore, he could only use the wind element to fight. Wind Dragon Slash. Yixian wielded the azure light sword and slashed out. Bang! The wind dragon slash and the fire dragon collided. In that instant, there were 8 violent vibrations. 8 layers of the earth pulse. This is... The Void God Realm King raised his eyebrows as he suddenly thought of something. He exclaimed, the earth pulse? The earth pulse was an earth element ultimacy. Yixian could use green qi. Didn't this mean that Yixian had 2 Void God spirits, the twin fruit? The Void God Realm King instantly thought of this and exclaimed in surprise. What? The twin fruit? The other demon race expert was also shocked. A twin fruit had appeared in the vast wilderness hundreds of years ago. However, this twin fruit was damaged in the battle between the humans and the demon clan. No, the interspatial ring that contained the twin fruit had been damaged, so no one knew where it had gone. However, now, a human genius had appeared who had consumed the twin fruit. Therefore, Yixian had become a thorn in their side. They had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Good boy, you're a dual cultivator of wind and earth. You must die. The red-robed demon race expert roared and attacked with all his might. He instantly formed 2 fire dragons. Yixian's expression darkened. He could barely resist 1 fire dragon. Now that there were 2 more, it would be difficult. However, he still had the 8 Desolation sword. Boom, the 8 Desolation giant spirit was swallowed by the fire dragons. However, in the next moment, there was a huge tremor inside the fire dragons. 8 sharp blades shot out of the fire dragons and destroyed one of them. You're not bad. The red-robed demon race expert squinted his eyes and formed another fire dragon. However, this time, Yixian wasn't so relaxed. After the fire dragons appeared, the red-robed demon race expert began to ignite the inextinguishable flames around Yixian. Yixian quickly dodged. Inextinguishable raging flames were extremely difficult to deal with. If one was not careful and was ignited, it would be very difficult to extinguish them. The water attribute was fine, but Xian had the earth and wind attributes. If he was lit up, he could only cut off the entire body. Xian was an extinguishable realm expert. And Lan Lan was the demon race expert. Translations. Was Lan Lan. Was Lan 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 Lan. Lan 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 Lan. However, the Void God Realm King on their side was of the water attribute. The attack power of the water dragon was not strong, so it was easier to deal with it. Damn it, I actually met two Nihility God Realm Kings at the same time. Damn it. Xian's expression was extremely ugly. If it was only a Void God Realm King, the three of them might be able to kill him if they worked together. However, the two Void God Realm Kings were forced to separate. The pressure was immense. Although Lan Xian and Blue Pool seemed to be able to handle it, that Void God Realm King clearly hadn't used his full strength yet. Moreover, Blue Pool had been pursued all this while and didn't have much true chi left. Therefore, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At this moment, Xian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly rushed towards the land. He had consumed the twin fruits and possessed two attributes. His threat to the demons was far greater than Lan Xian and Blue Pool's. If he were to go down, then this monster would definitely follow him. Sure enough, when he flew towards the ground, the demon clan expert decisively followed him. Haha, kid, you have comprehended the profound of Earth's pulse and profound of strength, and now you want to go to the continent? Could it be that you also have the profound of Earth traversing art? The red robe gel laughed loudly. Comprehending one ultimacy would allow one to break through to the empty god realm. However, many people could not comprehend a second ultimacy. Xian already had the throbbing pulse of the world, the pulsating guard, and the profound truths of strength. Therefore, this demon race expert did not believe that Xian could use world walking. However, he guessed wrong. Xian did know the world walking art. If he went to the continent, his speed would increase explosively. However, this was his trump card. If he revealed it now, his opponent would definitely be on guard. I have to be a coward. I have to find the right opportunity to suddenly explode and kill him in one strike. Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he had already landed on the ground. His speed had indeed increased significantly. After all, he still had 3 agility advancements. Bang! 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 The sound of vital energies colliding was deafening. Although Xian wanted to quickly finish off this demon clan expert, his opponent was an empty god realm expert after all. It was not that easy to deal with him. If he wanted to win, he had to endure. Ha ha ha, kid, if this is all you have, then you should just die. The red-robed demon clan expert suddenly laughed after exchanging 30 blows with Xian. Xian's expression changed. His opponent was about to make a move. From the start, his opponent had been using his domain to attack while his original body stood there quietly. Now that his original body was about to make a move, the pressure on Xian instantly doubled. Wind Dragon Slash. Xian's expression darkened. He was already prepared to escape. If he used the world-walking art, his speed would be faster than this red-robed demon clan expert. When the time came, as long as he called Lan Xian and Blue Pool down, he would be able to drag them along and escape. Perhaps he would still have a chance of survival. However, at this moment. Ding! Host has comprehended the wings of the wind profound. What? Just as Xian was about to escape, the system suddenly flashed a notification. Wings of the wind? Profound. Immediately, Xian's eyes widened. Only now did he remember that he had been using the meteor movement technique and not the martial dragon movement technique since he had landed. Haha, you're dead meat. Xian's aura surged. In an instant, he used the wings of the wind he had just comprehended, which was the wind profound acceleration profound, on his 8 sharp blades. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the wind rang out. After the wind profound acceleration profound was added, the speed of the 8 sharp blades at least doubled. Wind profound acceleration profound, earth pulse 8 layers. The combination of these two profound intents made the 8 sharp blades look like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. In the blink of an eye, they destroyed the 3 fire dragons and swept towards the red-robed elder. What? The red-robed demon clan expert didn't expect Xian to comprehend the wind profound acceleration profound at this critical moment. Was he a freaking monster? This is my protagonist aura. Go to hell. Xian roared in his heart. He controlled the 8 sharp blades and stabbed towards the red-robed demon clan expert from 8 different angles. The first layer of the 8 barren wind formation relied on cutting, while the second layer relied on stabbing. At the same time, the second layer's speed was much faster than the first. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Void God Realm King? / Bang. 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 The red-robed demon's expression finally changed. He continued to gather inextinguishable flames to block the 8 sharp blades while attacking and dodging at the same time. Now, he had stopped attacking and was on the defensive. Attack? What a joke. The 8 sharp blades were enough for him. How could he attack, however? Just because he did not attack did not mean that Xian would not attack. Wind Dragon Slash. An attack that contained the wings of the wind and the 8-layered earth pulse swept towards the red-robed demon. The wings of the wind was very useful as it could increase one's attack speed. Xian was already very strong. Now that he had the wings of the wind, his speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Wind Dragon Slash was already in front of the red-robed demon. Not good. The red-robed demon's expression changed drastically. This was the most unique expression he had ever shown since he appeared. The wrinkles on his face seemed to be twisting together. The 8 sharp blades were already difficult enough to deal with. Now, Xian's attack was going to kill him. The red-robed Jiao raised his sword in front of him and took the blow head-on. Bang! He was sent flying. His hands were numb and trembling from the impact. At the same time, the 8 sharp blades attacked mercilessly. Bang! There was a muffled sound as one of the sharp blades pierced the red-robed demon's shoulder. Before he could react, his shoulder was petrified and shattered by the 8-layered earth pulse. He was finally injured, however, this was not the end. There were still 7 sharp blades. Clang! 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 The red-robed demon used all his strength to deflect 3 of the sharp blades. However, he was still stabbed by the remaining 4 blades. 3 more holes appeared on his body. This time, I'll take your life. Xian widened his eyes and sent another Wind Dragon Slash at the red-robed demon. If I die, you will die too. The red-robed demon knew that he was going to die. Therefore, he expended a large amount of true qi and used the fire elemental Yuan qi. Then, an inextinguishable flame lit up under Xian's feet. Die. The last Wind Dragon Slash was sent out. At the same time, Xian's feet started burning as well. The red-robed Jiao revealed a faint smile because his profound was the inextinguishable raging flame, which could burn all things into ashes. Xian's legs were lit on fire, making it extremely difficult to extinguish. Even if his legs were chopped off, they would be burned to ashes by the inextinguishable flames and could not be reattached. Although they could fly now, their legs would come in handy at times. Swish! Under the cover of the 8 sharp blades, the Wind Dragon Slash directly hit the red-robed demon, cutting him in half in an instant. At this moment, the inextinguishable flames on Xian's body had already spread to his knees. The undying inferno of a Void God Realm King was no joke. Not good. Xian's face was ashen. He hurriedly swung his sword and cut through the thigh, cutting off both legs. Huff huff. By the time Xian flew away with his qi, his 2 thighs had already been burned to ashes. That was close. Xian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This was the effect of the protagonist's halo. Fortunately, his opponent didn't set fire to his crotch. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Hiss hiss. The sacred tree of life took effect. In the blink of an eye, Xian's legs were restored. When the blue-robed demon and Blue Pool saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Their first reaction was that Xian had 3 void god spirits. Wood, wind, and earth attributes. They had never even heard of a dual attribute genius. But now, a triple attribute genius had appeared. If Xian was allowed to grow, he would definitely be a great threat. Even if we die, we must kill him. The blue-robed demon widened his eyes. He ignored Lan Xian and Blue Pool, who were retreating, and dashed towards Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian had already obtained the red-robed demon's universe ring. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased to 100. Ding! The host has reached the limit and is unable to continue devouring. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment when 2 notifications sounded out in a row. There was actually a requirement to break through from the Void God realm to the Void God realm, the corpse of a Void God level Void God beast, degree of completeness, 90%. I don't care anymore. I'll kill you first. Yi Xian widened his eyes and controlled the 8 sharp blades to charge at the blue-robed Jiao. So fast. Earlier, when he was fighting with Lan Xian and Blue Pool, the blue-clothed demon had actually also been paying attention to Yi Xian. However, the 2 parties were very far apart at that time, so he felt that Yi Xian's attack wasn't very fast. But now, after experiencing it for himself, he knew that it was going to explode soon. Xiao! 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 Streaks of light swept over. The blue-robed demon quickly defended himself, but at this moment, Yi Xian had already used the Wind Wing's profound meaning and swept over. Wind Dragon Slash! Yi Xian, who had a pair of green wings on his back, swept over rapidly. At the same time, he slashed down with the green light sword in his hand. Before the blue-robed demon could attack, he was already on the defensive. Now that he was facing Yi Xian's slash, he hurriedly formed walls of water. However, the defense of the water element was the weakest among the 5 elements. It couldn't block this slash at all. Bang! The blue-robed demon was sent flying. In the next moment, he was punished by the 8 sharp blades. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Several bloody holes appeared on the blue-robed demon's body. Then, he was chopped into 2 by Yi Xian's Wind Dragon Slash. The second Void God Realm King was dead. Yi Xian and the other 2 had successfully killed the demon. No, it should be said that Yi Xian had single-handedly turned the situation around. This, Blue Pool and Lan Xian were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This time, they were already prepared to die. However, the situation had taken a turn for the better. Yi Xian had single-handedly killed 2 Void God Realm Kings. This was shocking news. One had to know that even the number 1 genius of Battle King Palace, Lan Yu, couldn't kill Void God Realm Kings when she was at peak Void God Realm. She only had the ability to fight. However, Yi Xian was able to kill Void God Realm Kings. Moreover, they were Void God Realm Kings of the demon race. This was enough to prove that his talent was even more terrifying than Lan Yu's. Yi Xian hurriedly took the blue-robed demon's yin and yang ring and checked it. However, he didn't find any Void God Realm Kings' corpses. It was a pity that these 2 Void God Realm Kings hadn't died in their original form. Otherwise, their corpses could be used for other Void God Realm Kings to study, just like the Sky Dragon's corpse from before. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the Sky Dragon's corpse in the 9th Branch Palace. However, although the Sky Dragon's corpse was at Void God Realm King level, it wasn't complete. Not to mention that it was missing a Saint Beast's soul, it was also missing a Sky Dragon's heart. It was definitely less than 90% complete. Therefore, he had to get the corpse himself. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Beast King Palace. I'll return these items to you. Yi Xian suddenly poured some of the items back into Lan Xian and Blupul's Qian Kuan rings. In the beginning, he had devoured Lan Xian and Blupul's Qian Kuan rings in order to survive. Now, he was returning the items to them. Lan Xian and Blue Pool took the Qian Kuan rings in a daze. Yi Xian, Lan Xian was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She knew that Yi Xian was very talented, but she didn't expect him to be so talented. He had just comprehended the ground travel skill and now he had comprehended the wind acceleration skill. He had even killed 2 empty God Realm Kings. In fact, Yi Xian didn't expect himself to be able to do it either. He had wanted to escape with the 2 of them. With his body constitution, he might be able to escape from the 2 empty God Realm Kings. However, after he comprehended the wind acceleration skill, he didn't need to escape anymore. I didn't expect to meet a genius who's even more talented than Lanyu. It seems that our trip isn't in vain. Bluepool said enviously. He and Yi Xian were both peak empty God Realm kings. If he were to face the empty God Realm kings alone, he would probably die a horrible death. However, Yi Xian could kill empty God Realm kings. This was the difference between them. After a while, Xian finally calmed down. Yi Xian had already given her quite a shock. She didn't mind another one. Luckily, these two empty God Realm kings were only level 1 kings. If they were level 2 kings or had 2 ultimacies, we would be dead meat. Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Level 2 kings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this. Xian explained, empty God Realm kings rely on their territories and ultimacies. A level 1 king's territory can cover 10,000 meters. A level 9 king's territory can cover 90,000 meters. The bigger the territory, the greater the increase. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. If that red-clothed demon had been a level 2 dominator, his domain of 20,000 meters wouldn't have been a big deal, but his inextinguishable inferno would have been much stronger. Fortunately, the other party was only a level 1 king. Even so, he had almost burned Yi Xian's lower body to ashes. If the other party had been a level 2 king at that time, it was unknown if Yi Xian would have survived. Perhaps he would have been burned to ashes by now. My father is a peak-tier king, which is equivalent to a 9th grade king. His domain can reach up to 90,000 meters. It's too frightening. Yi Xian shuddered inwardly. A 9th grade king and an 8th grade king had a difference of 10,000 meters. This was a huge gap. Even if a grade 8 king's domain had multiple profound meanings, if the distance between the domains was not enough, they would be exhausted to death by a grade 9 king. Of course, if he had the wings of the wind or the earth traversing technique, he would be able to catch up with them easily. I have 2 void god spirits now. If I break through to the void god realm, can the 2 territories be stacked? Yi Xian suddenly asked. This, Xian and Bluepool looked at each other and shook their heads. The twin fruit is a legend. The last twin fruit appeared in the wasteland, but no one got it in the end. Therefore, I don't know if your wind and earth territories can be stacked. I hope it can be stacked. If that's the case, it will be extremely powerful. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The earth territory was nothing, but the wind territory was not bad. Even if he had not comprehended the wind blade profound, he could still form wind blades within his territory to attack his enemies. It was just that the power would not be as strong. However, with the wind acceleration profound, the wind blades would be fast and would be a huge problem for his enemies. Alright, since Brother Yi Xian has the ability to kill void god realm kings, we will be much safer. Let's continue to search. It would be best if we can find our own people. Bluepool said. Alright. Yi Xian nodded. In the depths of the wasteland, other than the beast race, there were also some void god realm void god beasts. If he could obtain one, he would be able to break through to the void god realm king realm. The 3 of them began to fly through the clouds again. Although they did not see any void god realm kings, they did see many peak void god realm beasts. Of course, these beasts were all killed by Yi Xian. It was a pity that Yi Xian was currently stuck at the peak void god realm. Without the corpse of a void god realm void god beast, he would not be able to advance any further. Therefore, while looking for other humans, he also had to look for void god beasts. At dawn the next day, the 3 of them finally found a second human. The sounds of battle from afar attracted the attention of Yi Xian and the other 2. They descended and saw 2 void god realm kings of the beast race besieging a man. They are from the Beast King Palace. They are level 1 kings. Bluepool recognized them. Immediately, they rushed over. Boom. 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 The 3 of them caused quite a commotion, and there were occasional explosions in the air. The man from the Beast King Palace was of the fire attribute. What he had comprehended was not the inextinguishable flames but the flame clone. At this moment, the flame clone was wielding a flame longsword and slashing continuously. However, the 2 void god realm kings of the beast race were of the fire attribute and the other was of the water attribute. Both of them countered the man's fire attribute. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage. Humans? The man glanced around and saw Xian and the other two charging towards him. He started to see hope, but when he saw that the three of them did not have a domain and were only ordinary void god realm kings, he felt helpless. However, this would help him share some of the pressure. Xian had comprehended the wind acceleration ultimacy and was much faster than Xianxia. He instantly flew over and raised his hand to slash at one of the beast race members. 8 Desolation Sword Technique, Sword Breaking 8 Desolation. Swish. The wind acceleration ultimacy and the strength ultimacy made this attack faster than the beast race member could react. Sila. This beast race member who was a threat to the man was directly killed by Xian. Xian's body fell from the sky, shocking the remaining beast race member and the man from the Beast King Palace. What? The two of them were shocked. A peak Void God Realm King without a domain had killed a Void God Realm King in one hit? So powerful. Is this another secret weapon of the Battle King Palace? The man widened his eyes. However, he did not think much and directly used his trump card. Roar. Suddenly, the shadow of a golden lion appeared behind the man. Following which, the man's aura instantly increased as he charged towards the remaining beast race member. The Beast King Palace was similar to the beast race, but they were fundamentally different. The Beast King Palace cultivated martial arts similar to the demonic god chapter and could increase their strength. Moreover, different animals could increase their strength in different ways. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Elder Shintu. It was different for the monster race. Most of the monster race were heavenly dragons. However, they needed time to transform. The monster race elder's face darkened when he saw the man who had suddenly attacked. He hurriedly gathered his inextinguishable flames to block the man's path. However, he had forgotten that the man had reinforcements now. Swoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The monster race elder turned around and saw 8 sharp blades flying towards him. Boom! 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 Although the monster race elder blocked a few of the blades, he could not block all of them. He writhed in pain as if he had been shot. Blood splattered everywhere. Just as the old man from the demon clan was captivated by the 8 layers of the earth pulse, Xian had already arrived by his side. Wind Dragon Slash. Rip. A head flew into the air. Then, Xian quickly kept the universe ring. The battle was over. The man looked at Xian in shock. At the same time, Blue Pool and Xianxia arrived. We are from the Warlord Palace. Brother, have you seen anyone else? Blue Pool asked. The man had some influence on Blue Pool. After Blue Pool's reminder, he raised his eyebrows and said, yes. When I was running for my life, I saw some monsters chasing after others. However, they were too far away and I couldn't see who they were. There's no time to lose. Let's go and help them, Xian said hurriedly. All right. The man did not ask any more questions. Saving people was more important. Their team was made up of the elites of the 3 warlord palaces. If they were all killed, the 3 warlord palaces would not be able to recover for decades. The man led the way based on his memory. Xian and the other 2 followed closely behind him. They started to search. After an hour, they really found the human who was being attacked by the 3 Void God Realm Kings. It's Elder Shintu. The man finally recognized him. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, those 3 monsters seem to be Grade 2 sovereigns, and there were 3 of them. This meant that Xianxia and Blue Pool could not join the battle. The only people who could help were Xian and this man. Don't worry about me. Go. Elder Shintu, shouted when he saw the 4 of them. If not for the fact that his cultivation level was higher than the other parties, he would have been killed by the 3 demon clan experts. The Elder Shintu, Elder Shintu, translations. Shintu, little brother, are you confident? The man's face darkened. Yi Xian directly shattered the Bahuang sword and formed a Bahuang spirit. He said, "Big brother Cui, you have a fire clone. If the four of us join hands, it shouldn't be a problem to hold back one person." Shintu 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 shintu. Shintu shintu. If he could hold one of them back, then the pressure on Elder Shintu would lessen. He might even be able to turn the tables. But don't forget, demons can transform into their true forms. Alright, since that's the case, let's join hands and attack. The man didn't hesitate at all and directly used his trump card. Another phantom of a golden lion appeared and rushed forward. As for Yi Xian, he immediately put away the 8 Wastelands giant spirit. His current innate chi was full, so if he used the sword slashing 8 Wastelands, its power would be extremely strong. However, his opponent was a level 2 dominator, so his attack wouldn't be so easy to hit. Yi Xian and the man dashed over, while Lan Xian and Blue Pool hid in the clouds tens of thousands of meters away. Damn it, why aren't they leaving? Elder Shintu's face darkened. He was already a few decades old, but he was still only a grade 3 king. On the other hand, the man was already a grade 1 king before he was even 40 years old. If the man was given a few more decades, he could definitely break through to become a grade 4 or 5 king. Therefore, he felt that there was no need to risk his life for him. But in the next moment, he realized that he was wrong. Yi Xian and the man joined hands and actually managed to hold back a grade 2 dominator. Good lad, are you a genius from the 3 royal palaces? Forget it, I'll kill you first before dealing with that old fellow. A red-clothed demon gave up on chasing Elder Shintu and turned to attack Yi Xian and the man. Previously, the man had seen Yi Xian's attack, so he knew that Yi Xian was looking for an opportunity to use it. Therefore, he and his clone kept attracting the red-clothed demon's attention. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was moving quickly, finally made his move. Swish, a wind dragon slash swept out. However, this wind dragon slash wasn't very powerful and was easily blocked by the red-clothed demon's inextinguishable inferno. Although you're of the wind attribute, you don't even have a domain. How dare you come here? The red-clothed demon chose to ignore the attack and focused his attention on the man. The man retreated and defended at the same time. It was very strenuous for him. You're underestimating me. Good. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed as he directly used his strongest attack. Sword slashing 8 wastelands, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed of this attack was like a flash of lightning as it rapidly attacked the red-clothed demon. What? The red-clothed demon was stunned for a moment. Yi Xian's attack was actually constantly increasing as he continued to nurture the Bahuang sword. His 1 month was equivalent to several years of others. In addition, the Bahuang sword was an upper-grade ethereal divine weapon, so the increase was even greater. Bam, the red-clothed demon couldn't react in time and could only defend himself. The Bahuang sword slashed heavily on his ethereal divine weapon. The powerful impact actually shook the weapon out of his hand. So powerful. The red-clothed demon was scared to death. If this attack landed on him, he would definitely be split into 2. Careless, he was too careless. Most importantly, he didn't have a metal domain. After the ethereal divine weapon left his hand, the man took the opportunity to attack and prevent him from catching the ethereal divine weapon. Helpless, he could only take out another ethereal divine weapon that had not been nurtured. Bahuang spirit, go. Yi Xian's Bahuang sword instantly shattered and reformed into a Bahuang spirit that was a few meters tall. It flew towards the red-clothed demon. The wind acceleration ultimacy could accelerate everything Yi Xian did. The Bahuang sword could accelerate, so could the Bahuang sword. Even the Bahuang spirit could accelerate. So fast. The red-clothed demon finally realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. At the same time, he shouted a few times to inform his other 2 companions. The other 2 demons who were battling Elder Shintu turned their heads and realized that their companion had been suppressed. Immediately, their expressions changed. They looked at each other. One of them quickly retreated and transformed. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Shintu Lai. Although Elder Shintu's opponent was a level lower than him, it was not a problem for him to delay him for a second. Hence, he could only watch as a heavenly dragon emerged from the demon expert's body. Go. the red-robed demon shouted. It turned out that they did not transform to fight, but to retreat. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian had recovered a third of his qi. He used the 8 Desolation slash on the heavenly dragon that had just transformed. Whoosh! Boom! He had successfully knocked the red-robed demon's weapon away because of his sneak attack. Now that the demon was on guard, it was impossible to hit him. Stop chasing! Elder Shintu suddenly shouted. Yi Xian and the man paused for a moment as they watched the 3 demon clan members leave. I don't have much qi left. I'm at the end of my rope. If we continue chasing, we'll all die. Let's go. Elder Shintu hurriedly flew towards Yi Xian and the man, then quickly left the area. The 5 of them hurried on without stopping for a while, and then hid in a white cloud. Elder Shintu's complexion was much better after this period of recovery. He looked at Yi Xian and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help." "This old man thanks you." "You're too kind, Elder Shintu," Yi Xian said with a smile. Although the 3 demons had escaped, it was already good enough that they had managed to save a level 3 overlord. There were dangers everywhere in the vast wilderness. With a level 3 overlord in the team, their chances of survival were many times higher. At this moment, Elder Shintu's gaze suddenly locked onto Yi Xian's face. After a pause, he suddenly asked, "What's your name, little brother?" "My name is Yi Xian." Yi Xian replied casually. However, this answer greatly shocked Elder Shintu. "Little brother, can I have a word with you?" Elder Shintu suddenly flew away from the team. Yi Xian followed him in surprise. Elder Shintu flew 1,000 meters away with Yi Xian. Then, he asked in shock, "Yi Xian, may I know who Yi Chong is to you?" Boom! This question caused Yi Xian to be stunned on the spot. Elder Shintu actually knew Yi Chong. His eyes widened as he looked at this Elder Shintu. A name suddenly flashed through his mind. Shintu Lai. Shintu Lai was the city lord of the #1 main city in the Heavenly Water continent. No, it should be said that he was once the city lord. He was the one who gave the position of city lord to Lin Wenyue and left the Heavenly Water continent with Yi Chong. Could it be that Elder Shintu? "Yi Chong is my father." Yi Xian replied honestly. As expected. Shintu Lai revealed an expression of sudden realization and said, "I am called Shintu Lai. I was originally the city lord of Heavenly Water continent's #1 main city. Later on, I followed your father to Blood Cliff continent. I thought you looked familiar just now. So you really are his son." After hearing the name Shintu Lai, Yi Xian revealed a strange expression. When Shintu Lai left the Heavenly Water continent, he was only in the physical strength realm. He probably did not even have the strength of 10 dragons. Now, he had already broken through to the rank 3 Void God realm. However, this could not be helped. There were probably many geniuses in the Heavenly Water continent. However, there was a lack of yuan qi and poor cultivation resources, so they were buried. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Shintu Lai continued, "Back then, your father brought me to the Imperial Hall. After the Imperial Hall split, I joined the Beast King Hall. I never thought that you would grow to this extent in a dozen years." "Elder Shintu, is my father doing well?" Yi Xian hurriedly asked. He knew too little about Yi Chong. He only knew that Yi Chong was constantly trying to break through the Sword God Palace. Shintu Lai shook his head, "Not very well. Every time he tried to break through the Sword God Palace, he would end up in failure. Furthermore, he would be seriously injured every time. If not for the Palace Master of the Sword God Palace using rejuvenation to heal him, he would have died long ago." Yi Xian understood that the Palace Master of the Sword God Palace that Shintu Lai mentioned should be the Hall Master of the Battle King Hall. He never thought that the Hall Master would have the rare wood attribute physique and had comprehended the second level of the rejuvenation. Yi Xian was very grateful to this person. However, it was not the time to worry about this. It was still unknown whether they would be able to leave the vast wilderness. "By the way, Elder Shintu, do you have the corpse of a Void God beast?" "I want the corpse of a Void God realm king." Yi Xian hurriedly asked. "What do you want it for?" Shintu Lai asked in surprise. He added, "I don't have it on me." However, when I was escaping, I saw a Void God Realm King level Void God Beast. My breakthrough is different from others. As long as I can obtain a Void God Realm King level Void God Beast corpse, I will be able to break through to the Void God Realm King level. Yi Xian said solemnly. Although he did not understand what Yi Xian meant, Shen Tulai nodded his head. All right, follow me. Yi Xian already possessed such strength before reaching the Void God Realm King level. If he was allowed to break through, his battle prowess would increase greatly. Shen Tulai immediately led Yi Xian and the other three to search for the beast according to their memories. The Void God Realm King level Void God beast he was talking about was nearby. Very soon, they found it. It was a sky dragon, but it was not from the demon clan. Most of the demon clan were sky dragons. Therefore, they would be merciful to their own clan and would not capture or kill them. Now, it was Yi Xian who was benefiting from this. Elder Shintu, I will do it myself. Yi Xian said to Shintu Lai as he dove down. The wind acceleration allowed him to move as fast as lightning. 8 Desolation Swordsmanship, 8 Desolation Swordsmanship. The sky dragon, who had just discovered Yi Xian, suddenly turned its head and saw a dazzling cold light shooting towards it. Just as it was about to dodge, its head was instantly chopped off. Dead, one strike to kill a Void God Realm King level Void God Beast. Such strength could only be called monstrous. A corpse. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide as he quickly flew over and kept the corpse. In the next moment, a pleasant notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has broken through to the Void God Realm King level. Host is currently a level 1 king. Finally, he had broken through to the Void God Realm King level. Whoosh, his domain instantly expanded to a radius of 10,000 meters. Is this the Earth domain? Yi Xian squinted his eyes as he glanced to the side. Rumble, 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 the ground suddenly began to tremble. Following that, a stone tablet rose up. This stone tablet was actually formed from ordinary soil. However, after being refined by the Earth Chi, it was indestructible and could be used to block attacks. Among the 5 elements, the Earth Chi had the strongest defense. It could block many attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly mobilized the Yuan Chi of heaven and earth. He gathered the Earth Chi in the air and formed an earth shield in front of him. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Dual Territory. This shield was formed by the Yuan Chi of heaven and earth. Hence, its defensive power was weaker than the stone tablet. However, the earth territory was most effective on land. If he was in the air, he could only use it to defend himself. Within the earth territory, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted. With just a thought, he could create a cave abode. With just a thought, he could create countless spikes on the ground. It was impossible to defend against. Of course, he could also create spikes in the air. However, the earth attribute was the most scarce in the Yuan Chi of heaven and earth. Only on land, the earth attribute was abundant. Hence, the power of the spikes was naturally not as strong as the wind blades. Since he had just used the earth territory, it was time to use the wind territory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew around Yi Xian. Wind blades formed one after another, causing the surrounding trees and earth to be scraped to pieces. Overall, the wind territory was much more useful than the earth territory. I heard that the wind ultimacy also has the wind shackles. If I can comprehend this ultimacy, I can restrict the movements of my enemies within the territory and increase my strength, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he was most concerned about whether the territories could be stacked. Immediately, he tried to use the wind territory and earth territory at the same time. To his joy, the 2 territories could be stacked. Simply put, he could use the wind wall and earth wall to defend himself. He could also use the earth spikes and wind blades to attack. Awesome. However, what was even more satisfying was still to come. Previously, he had killed 4 Void God Realm Kings of the Demon Clan. Yi Xian still kept the things in their universe rings. However, what scared Yi Xian was that the 4 interspatial rings could not help him break through. His territory had only expanded to 14,000 meters. Only a territory of 20,000 meters could be considered a grade 2 dominator. Hence, he still had some way to go. Breaking through to the next realm gave me a lot of experience. What a scam. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Ding. Host has learned the second move of the third level of the 8 Baron swordplay, sword shattering the stars. The third level of the 8 Desolation sword technique had a total of 3 moves. The first move was the 8 Desolation sword technique, and the second move was the star shattering sword. He just didn't know how powerful this move, sword shattering stars, was. At this moment, Xianxia also descended with Xianxia and the others. You actually broke through. Xianxia said in disbelief. Yes. Yi Xian nodded silently. If he had been a Void God Realm king at that time, those 3 demonic beasts would have been left behind. Unfortunately, he was only at the peak of the Void God Realm at that time. Xianxia and the other 2 also looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Xianxia was even more shocked. One had to know that when she and Yi Xian had just entered the Great Wasteland, Yi Xian was only at 20% virtual transformation. Even the number 1 genius of the Warlord Palace, Lan Yu, took several years to break through from the 20% void transformation stage to the Nihility God Realm King. Monster, what a monster. Good, this is really good. Dual domain, you are even more powerful than Lan Yu. Xianxia praised repeatedly. At the same time, he said to himself in his heart, in time, this child will definitely surpass his father. Yi Xian was the son of the undying sword god, Yi Chong. This matter could not be revealed. Otherwise, it would definitely attract trouble. And this trouble would definitely come from the Jiang family. Now, Yi Xian had already broken through to the Void God Realm King. If he joined forces with Xianxia, they could even kill those 3 demonic beasts from before. However, what they wanted really came to them. Before they could move, 5 figures flew over from the horizon. 3 of them were the 3 demonic beasts that had escaped earlier. They actually found people to come. They are really courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. I have more or less recovered now. Although my battle strength is weak, I can still hold back the 3 of them. Xianxia's expression became serious. Although he had the metal attribute Void God Spirit, he had comprehended the Midas touch. Previously, when he was surrounded by the 3 demonic beasts, he had relied on the second level of the Midas touch to defend himself. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Kill. Yi Xian did not waste any more words. He gripped his Bahuang sword tightly and charged forward. Of the 5 demonic beasts that came this time, other than the 3 demonic beasts from before, there was another demonic beast king and a level 1 demonic beast king. Coincidentally, the man from the Beast King Hall also had an opponent. Go. Xianxia shouted and followed after him. It's that brat. You too, go and kill him first. The demonic beast in red shouted. Following which, Sky Dragon, who had transformed into his original form, joined forces with the other level 2 demonic beast king and charged towards Yi Xian. To their knowledge, Yi Xian was only at the peak of the Void God realm. He had to be killed in the cradle. However, they did not know that Yi Xian had already broken through to the Void God realm king. The 2 parties instantly clashed. Yi Xian was facing 2 level 2 demonic beast kings. One of them had already transformed into his original form. The man with the surname Cui was facing the level 1 demonic beast king alone. As for Xianxia, he was facing 2 level 2 demonic beast kings like Yi Xian. Die, brat. The red sky dragon looked at Yi Xian who was charging towards it. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a scorching dragon breath. Even Xianxia, who had comprehended the metal defense, would be severely injured by this attack. However, Yi Xian had the wind acceleration. He looked at the scorching pillar of fire and instantly dodged it. 8 Desolation Swordsmanship, sword shatters the stars. Yi Xian had just learned the second move of the 8 Desolation Swordsmanship's 3rd stage. It was now time to put it to good use. A sharp cold light brushed past the dragon breath and instantly entered the red sky dragon's body. Pooh! A fist-sized hole was pierced through the red sky dragon's body. However, the cold light did not penetrate through the other side of its body. In the next moment, the red sky dragon stopped spewing out its dragon breath. Its body began to break apart. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered into countless pieces. dragon blood rained down like a heavy downpour. Sword shatters the stars, shatter the stars. Yi Xian finally understood the meaning behind the name of this move. His instant kill of the red sky dragon caused the expressions of the other 4 goblins to change drastically. Wasn't he only at the peak of the void god realm? How could he instantly kill a level 2 demonic beast king who had already transformed into its true form? The goblin who had come to help kill Yi Xian in his cradle was scared silly. At this moment, a strange energy suddenly enveloped him. Domain, this goblin immediately reacted. He turned around and saw that the center of this domain was actually Yi Xian. Yi Xian was already a void god realm demonic beast king. Retreat. This goblin had just heard about Yi Xian. Now that he had seen Yi Xian's strength with his own eyes, he had no intention of continuing the fight. He immediately turned around. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations killing a grade 2 dominator. You think you can escape from my domain? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately formed wind blades to attack the demon. At the same time, the Bahuang sword shattered. The 8 blades were enhanced by the wind acceleration and flew towards the demon. Damn it. Disperse. This demon was also of the metal attribute. His mastery was the same as Shen Tu Lai's, which was the golden touch and metal defense. Yi Xian's wind blades could not break through his defense unless Yi Xian's domain was enhanced by the wind blade abstruse. Boom. Poof. Poof, this demon was already covered by the golden armor. The wind blades could not break through his defense. However, the Bahuang sword could. The Bahuang sword contained the 8 waves of the earth. Bang! Kacha, a sharp blade pierced the golden armor, causing it to explode in an instant. Although the demon clan expert was constantly repairing his armor, he could not withstand the simultaneous attack of 8 sharp blades. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed over with the help of the wind acceleration. Collapsing heavenly execution. 8 waves of the earth. Boom, this demon was too slow in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian slashed at the demon's armor and broke through half of the defense. If not for the fact that he was not using the Bahuang sword, this demon's metal defense would have been broken. I thought your defense was very strong. So it's just this. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Yi Xian suddenly retracted his 8 blades and reassembled the Bahuang sword. Oh no. The face of the demon clan expert who was protected by the golden armor darkened. If Yi Xian were to use that move again, he would be dead for sure. He turned serious and transformed into his original form without hesitation. However, transforming into his original form required time. Bahuang sword technique, sword shatters the stars. Yi Xian's recovered vital energy was drained again. As he stabbed with his sword, a cold light broke through the metal defense and entered the demon's body. Bang! Kacha, after a muffled sound, a series of crisp sounds rang out. This was the sound of the golden armor shattering, and the demon clan expert inside had been broken into dozens of pieces. Death, the 2 Class 2 demon kings who wanted to kill Yi Xian in the cradle were both dead. Yi Xian immediately collected their interspatial rings. When one reached the void god realm, there wouldn't be a notification unless they had a breakthrough. However, Yi Xian could feel his domain expanding. As long as I kill the other 3, I might be able to become a grade 2 dominator. Yi Xian's eyes involuntarily shot out 2 beams of light. He had just broken through to the rank 1 king level not long ago, and now, he was about to break through again. However, it was better to kill the other 3 first. Too terrifying, retreat. The expression of the red-clothed demon that was fighting Shen Tu Lai changed greatly. This time, he was going to transform into his original form. However, Yi Xian was faster than him and joined the battle in the blink of an eye. 8 Baron Wind Formation, go. Yi Xian did not have much true qi in his body at the moment, so he could only use the 8 sharp blades and wind blades to attack and temporarily recover his true qi. However, this was enough to pose a threat to his opponent. The red-clothed demon was transforming, and his body was constantly growing. However, he was also enduring various attacks. Crushing Heavenly Slash. Yi Xian held a mid-grade void god weapon and slashed at the red sky dragon. Bam, the red sky dragon's body trembled as its abdomen was hit, and a large hole was blasted open. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and added a beam of golden sword chi. Boom, this beam of sword chi passed through the large hole and penetrated the red sky dragon's body. However, this was not enough to kill it. It's about time. Yi Xian estimated the true chi in his body, reassembled the 8 sword, and stabbed out fiercely. Sword shattering stars, poof, the sword chi entered the red sky dragon's body. In the next moment, the red sky dragon roared at the sky and broke into pieces. Another rain of blood fell from the sky. The 3rd grade Dominator was dead, the remaining grade 2 Dominator and grade 1 Dominator had extremely ugly expressions. Out of the 4 grade 2 Dominators, 3 had already died, while the opponent was unharmed. How could they continue fighting? Although he wanted to transform into his original form, the speed of transformation was extremely slow due to the curse. Before he could transform, he would be killed by Yi Xian and Xianxia. Therefore, he was doomed. Indeed, under the joint efforts of Yi Xian and Xianxia, the last grade 2 Dominator followed in the footsteps of the previous 3 in less than 3 rounds. At the same time, the last grade 1 Dominator was also killed by the man due to his heart palpitations and flaws. All 5 demons were annihilated. Yi Xian did not hesitate to put away the 2 yin and yang rings and devour them. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a grade 2 Dominator. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as his aura surged. Yi Xian had just broken through not long ago, and now he had broken through again? Monster! No, he must be the reincarnation of a god. Xianxia's eyes widened. In less than 2 minutes, Yi Xian had gone from peak void god level to grade 2 Dominator. Was he still human? Great, this is great. If your father knew about this, he would definitely be overjoyed, Xianxia said in surprise. Yi Xian's father, Yi Cheng, had already attempted the sword god pagoda 1,000 times, but he had always been defeated by his brother-in-law. His heart was already filled with demonic roots, and he could go berserk at any time. Yi Xian's appearance might be able to fulfill Yi Cheng's wish. This way, Yi Cheng's inner demon would disappear. It was unknown whether Yi Xian could pass the Sword God Pagoda and enter the Sword God Palace. Yi Xian, you're so powerful now. It won't be long before you surpass Jiang Tianjin. Lan Xian came over. Jiang Tianjin, hearing this name, Yi Xian became angry. Jiang Tianjin's talent was actually about the same as Battle Emperor Hal's young master, Lan Yu. However, his father was the Sword God Palace master, which was why his improvement was so fast. Originally, Lan Yu wanted to nurture Ice Lady and Flame Emperor to fight against Jiang Tianjin. Now that Yi Xian had appeared, it would not be a problem for him to surpass Jiang Tianjin if he was given more time. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's continue searching. Xianxia was still worried about the others. Then, he went with Yi Xian and the others to search for the others. However, this time, they were very unlucky. They did not encounter any humans, nor did they encounter any demons. After 3 days, they found nothing. This is where we were ambushed. We have been searching for so long, but we still haven't found them. Perhaps they have already left the depths of the wasteland, Xianxia said as he looked at the craters on the ground. Yi Xian also looked down with a gloomy expression. After searching for so long, they still could not find the others. That meant that the others were either dead, hiding, or had left the depths of the wasteland. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Important News Elder Shen 2, what should we do? Bluepool asked. Let's leave the vast wilderness. We had already planned that if anything happened, we would return to our respective places and discuss countermeasures, Xianxia said. Xianxia said, perhaps everyone has already left the great wilderness and returned to the 3 great halls. Then sister and the others. Lan Xian frowned. Previously, Bluepool had said that the last time he saw Lan Yu, she was leaving with Ice Lady and Flame Emperor. However, there were 2 Void God Realm Kings chasing after them. Most importantly, Flame Emperor seemed to be heavily injured. He didn't know if they would be in danger. Elder Shen 2, you all can return first. I want to search for another 2 days, Yi Xian suddenly said. What? His words made the others feel a little baffled. He had only recently joined the Battle King Palace. Why would he stay behind to search when everyone else had already left? Could it be that he knew someone from the three great halls? Could it be that you? Lan Xian suddenly thought of something and looked at Yi Xian in shock. Yi Xian didn't plan to hide it anymore and said, "That's right. I know Ice Lady and Flame Emperor. The ice goddess you all speak of is my fiancé, Song Suijing." Indeed, Lan Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder Yi Xian's expression was more solemn than theirs. It turned out that this was the case. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Lan Xian asked in confusion. What's the use of saying so earlier? When I found out that they were Ice Lady and Flame Emperor, they had already entered the depths of the vast wilderness. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect Song Jeju and Song Suijing's yin-yang dual body to be so powerful. Their cultivation speed was much faster than his. This was why he didn't recognize them in a hurry. However, it was useless even if he recognized them. When he arrived at the main hall, they had already left. Since that's the case, let's search for a few more days. Shen Tulai could see that Yi Xian was very worried and suggested. 3 days. We'll search for another 3 days. If we can't find him, we'll leave, Yi Xian replied. The depths of the desolate land were extremely dangerous. Even if their team was strong, could they be stronger than the allied team of the 3 major palaces? If they continued to stay here, they would only become more and more dangerous. This would only harm Lan Xian and the others. Alright, 3 days. We'll search for her for 3 more days. If we can't find her, we'll go back. Maybe she has already returned to the Battle King Hall. Lan Xian also made her choice. She was also very anxious. After all, there was no news of her sister. Immediately, the 5 of them continued their search. However, they still did not gain anything. They did not see any humans, and the demon clan also mysteriously disappeared. They had been searching for 6 days, but they hadn't seen a single person, not even a single demon. Perhaps they had all left the depths of the desolate wasteland, so they could only leave the desolate wasteland. Yi Xian was very anxious. Although Song Suijing had the earring that he had given her, Song Suijing might have taken it off and put it in her Qian Kuan ring. It could also be that she was too far away, so there was no reaction. At this moment, Yi Xian could only pray that Lan Yu had already brought the 2 of them back to the Battle King Hall. They quickly left the depths of the desolate wasteland. However, just as they were about to leave the inner area of the desolate wasteland, a few people flew towards them. It's the demon clan. Be careful. Shen Tulai hurriedly shouted. He then added, among them are the 2 grade 2 dominators who were chasing after Lan Yu and the other 2. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. They actually encountered the demon clan experts who were chasing after Lan Yu and the other 2. At this moment, the 5 demon clan experts had already flown over. TSK. Although we didn't manage to catch up with them, we encountered another group. Not bad. Old Tortoise, we meet again. The leader of the 5 demon clan experts, a bald, middle-aged man, smiled. This person had fought with Shen Tulai before. However, because Shen Tulai's defense was strong, he went to deal with the others. How many people did you kill? Shen Tulai couldn't help but ask. How many? I can't count. Although many escaped, most of them were killed by us. This time, it should be enough to severely injure the 3 battle kings, right? The bald, middle-aged man said. Humph. If it wasn't for the Sword God Palace, they would probably all be dead. A demon clan expert at the side shouted. The Sword God Palace was a powerful force in the desolate wasteland. Both parties had an agreement that all Void God Realm dominators were not allowed to leave the desolate wasteland and enter the eastern mainland. Therefore, this team of 5 had only chased to the outskirts of the desolate wasteland. They didn't leave the desolate wasteland. At this moment, Yi Xian stood up and couldn't help but ask, where are Ice Lady and Flame Emperor? Ice Lady and Flame Emperor? The bald, middle-aged man squinted his eyes and said, are you talking about the ice and fire attribute? That lightning-attributed girl escaped with him. Humph. That girl actually comprehended the lightning acceleration at the crucial moment. They are lucky. The demon clan expert who had spoken earlier continued. He and another demon clan expert had chased after Lan Yu and the other two. Phew! Hearing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lan Yu and the other two were safe. That fire attribute brat was hit by my ultimate move. He should have died long ago, but he managed to survive the desolate wasteland. However, I reckon that he won't be able to last long unless there is a wood attribute expert who has comprehended rejuvenation to heal him. Another demon clan expert said. This was bad news for Yi Xian. Although Song Suijing and Judge Song had good aptitudes, they were at most grade 1 dominators. However, Judge Song had actually been hit by a grade 2 dominator's ultimate move and was in imminent danger. Whether he could make it back to the Battle King Palace was still a question. Most importantly, he needed a wood attribute expert who had comprehended rejuvenation to heal him. Although the Battle King Palace's palace master was of the wood attribute and had comprehended rejuvenation, his whereabouts were uncertain. Where could they find him? However, it was better to deal with the problem in front of them first. The bald, middle-aged man's gaze suddenly landed on Lan Xian and said, "Little girl, you should be the younger sister of that lightning attribute girl. I heard that one of you is of the wind attribute and the other is of the lightning attribute. Since your elder sister ran away, it would be a pretty good harvest to capture you." "Humph. Capture her first. Let's see if you have the ability." Xianxia stepped forward and stood in front of him. The grade 1 dominator from the Beast King Palace, Cui Chunghua, also stepped forward. As for Yi Xian, he was hidden within the group. After all, the other party didn't recognize him and didn't know his strength. If he suddenly made a move, he would definitely be able to catch the other party unprepared. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 3 against 5. However, among the 5 demons in front of Yi Xian and the rest, other than the bald, middle-aged leader, who was a level 3 king, the other 4 were all level 2nd kings. If they really fought, Yi Xian and the rest were not afraid. They were only afraid that the demons would suddenly attack Lan Xian and Blue Pool. However, if they could kill 1 or 2 of them, the situation would be much simpler. Leave the little girl behind and kill the rest. Go. The bald, middle-aged man did not waste any more words. In an instant, the 5 demons rushed towards Yi Xian and the rest. Xianxia did not dare to hide anymore. He threw out more than 10 mid-grade ethereal god weapons and controlled them to rush over. At the same time, he used a large amount of Yuan Qi to form golden ramparts to block in front of Lan Xian and Blue Pool. Xianxia had comprehended the golden defense, so the golden ramparts were very strong. Although they were not indestructible, they could at least block some attacks. Then, he and Cui Chunghua rushed out. Yi Xian did not move. He was waiting for an opportunity. "Attack together!" The bald, middle-aged man shouted. His eyes, which were filled with confidence, were fixed on Xianxia from beginning to end. He and Xianxia were both level 3rd kings. As long as he killed Xianxia, he could capture the remaining 4 alive. Therefore, he did not think that he would fail. 1 level 3 king and 4 level 2nd kings were enough to threaten a level 4 king. However, Xianxia was famous for his defense. He would not be killed instantly. Kacha! 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 Golden ramparts appeared in front of him and Cui Chunghua. At the same time, an illusory dragon turtle appeared behind him. This could greatly increase his defense. Although Cui Chunghua was only a level 1 king, he had comprehended the flame doppelganger. He and his doppelganger hid behind the golden ramparts and slashed continuously in an attempt to weaken the enemy's attacks. At the same time, the moment the 5 demons attacked, Yi Xian finally moved. 8 Desolation Sword, sword shatters the stars. A cold light brushed past the golden barrier, and before the other party could react, it entered the body of one of the Yao clan members. In the next moment, the Yao clan expert's body shattered into pieces, and a rain of blood and flesh fell from the sky. Instant kill. Now, there were only 4 of them left. One was a level 3 beast tamer, and the other 3 were level 2 beast tamers. What? The bald middle-aged man was alarmed. He focused his gaze and realized that a young man had charged out from behind the golden wall. It was the person who had asked about Ice Maiden and Flame Emperor's safety. Wind attribute? The bald middle-aged man was shocked. Another rare wind attribute cultivator had appeared. Could it be that a human's innate talent was so strong, even he might not be able to kill a rank 2 king in one hit? However, a rank 1 king like Yixian had done it. 8 Desolation Titans appear. After Yixian killed a level 2 Dominator, he quickly rushed over. Both he and Ba Huang Jinling had wings of the wind, so their speed was no slower than the bald middle-aged man. He and Ba Huang Jinling each took down a level 2 Dominator. The one that Yixian had killed was the one with the wood attribute. He was also the one who had severely injured Flame Emperor Songju. Now, Yixian's 2 opponents were of the metal attribute and the fire attribute. One was countered by him, while the other countered him. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to kill the one with the metal attribute first. Metal defense. One of the Yao clan experts did not dare to delay and quickly covered his entire body. However, it was of no use. Just as Ba Huang Jinling was in front of him, Ba Huang Jinling suddenly disintegrated and split into 8 blades to attack. Yixian and this person were both level 2 beast tamers. Both of them were at the same level, and with their element advantage, this person was a living target. Pung! 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 This level 2 beast tamer was continuously beaten up, and he could not even attack. As for the fire attribute beast tamer, he was of no threat to Yixian, who had comprehended wind acceleration. It's about time. Ba Huang sword, reassemble. Yixian felt that he had recovered a third of his true qi. Although it was not much, it was enough to kill one of them. Kacha! The Ba Huang sword was reassembled. Yixian gripped it tightly, then fiercely stabbed it towards the fire attribute demon. What? The fire attribute beast tamer was stunned. He thought that Yixian was going to kill the other beast tamer first. However, he suddenly changed his target, and this caught him off guard. The speed of Ba Huang Jinling's star-shattering sword was already fast, and with the addition of the profound strength and wind acceleration, as well as the sneak attack, the fire attribute beast tamer was hit before he could react. In an instant, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Yixian's true qi was depleted again. Although he had 2 void spirits and 2 attributes, the true qi in his body was still the same. When he used martial arts like Heaven-Shattering Slash, the earth attribute true qi was released. When he used Wind Dragon Slash, the wind attribute true qi was released. To put it simply, Yixian could adjust the wind and earth attributes at any time to deal with the situation. Just now, he had used the wind attribute true qi to kill the fire attribute beast tamer king. Now, 2 beast tamers had died. The 3rd grade beast tamer king was held back by Shintu Lai, and the other beast tamer king was held back by Cui Qinghua. As for the remaining metal attribute beast tamer, he was not far from death. Bam! 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 A series of muffled sounds were heard. The gold defense profound strength was indeed powerful. If it had been a normal person, Yixian would have killed him. Let me show you the technique that I almost overlooked. Yixian looked at the golden-armored beast tamer in front of him. His eyes suddenly flashed. The 8 sharp blades suddenly stopped attacking and formed a sharp cone shape. Ba Huang wind formation, skybreak. Whoosh whoosh. A sharp gust of wind swept out and drilled into the golden armor. In an instant, the golden armor was torn apart and the blades pierced through the beast tamer's body. Skybreak combined with the 8-layered earth-throbbing technique was too powerful. Even if it was the gold defense profound strength of a 3rd-grade beast tamer, Yixian was confident that he could penetrate it. The metal attribute beast tamer had a huge hole in his abdomen. He retreated in horror, but in the next moment, his back slammed into a hard object. What? The beast tamer's eyes widened. When he turned around, he realized that he had slammed into an earth wall. Don't forget that Yixian not only had the wind domain, but also the earth domain. Although the earth spike attack was useless against the beast tamer and might not even be able to penetrate his defense, some small tricks were still useful. Die. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Fiancé. This attack broke through the sky and directly drilled this demon's head into mush. He couldn't be more dead than this. Yixian had single-handedly defeated 3 demons, shocking the entire audience. Now, it was time for him to reap the rewards. Although the 3 Grade 2 Dominator Qianquan rings couldn't help him break through, it was good enough. His territory had expanded by another 2,000 meters, reaching 22,000 meters. Let me help you. Following that, Yi Xian quickly rushed towards Cui Chunghua, who had been suppressed to the point of retreating. Damn it, retreat. At the same time, the bald middle-aged man couldn't help but shout. They had just started the battle and 3 of them had died. They had the advantage in terms of numbers, but now they were at a disadvantage. If the battle continued, the 2 of them would die too. Go after him. Shen Tulai's eyes lit up as he shouted. His defense was amazing. The bald middle-aged man was also a grade 3 dominator, but he couldn't do anything to him. All he could do was slowly exhaust his genuine qi. The other monster was also retreating, but he wasn't as fast as Yi Xian. Suddenly, a dragon roar was heard. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the bald middle-aged man had taken the opportunity to transform into his original form. Dragon-slaying sword of desolation, dragon's judgment. Dragon-slaying sword of desolation, dragon's judgment. Dragon-slaying sword of desolation, dragon's judgment. Yi Xian immediately turned around and attacked the bald middle-aged man. Shen Tulai no longer defended. Instead, he controlled more than 10 middle-grade ethereal god weapons and charged towards the red dragon. Boom! 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 One after another, the dragon's judgment landed on the red dragon, severely injuring him. However, Yi Xian's reaction was still too slow. After the red dragon transformed, he quickly ran away and didn't even care about his companions. So fast. After seeing his opponent's speed, Yi Xian didn't want to chase him anymore. This was a level 3 Dominator Sky Dragon. He was faster than him, so he gave up. However, this dragon took the risk of transforming into his original form. There would be repercussions and he wouldn't be able to transform back into his human form. That was the curse of the monster race. Although it was a pity that this level 3 king had escaped, there was still one more person. The last Fei took advantage of the fact that Yi Xian and Shen Tulai were in a daze to transform back into his original form. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's qi had more or less recovered. 8 Baron swordsmanship, sword breaking 8 Baron. Pooh. Just as the demon finished its transformation, its head was cut off by Yi Xian and it died on the spot. Originally, Yi Xian could have killed him quickly, making it impossible for him to even transform. However, when he thought about how the dragon corpse was still useful to those at the peak of the Nihility God stage, Yi Xian allowed him to transform into his original form before killing him. This way, the corpses could be used for comprehension. After the 4th Demon King died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away his universe ring. At the same time, he also put away the corpse. The battle was over. You killed 4 rank 2 Demon Kings by yourself. I'm afraid your strength is comparable to a rank 3 Demon King. Shen Tulai flew over. Rank 3 Demon King? Yi Xian muttered to himself. That was roughly what he had expected. However, it was not enough to kill a rank 3 Demon King. Let's hurry back. Yi Xian turned to look at the others. Judge Song was heavily injured and worried. The Hall Master was nowhere to be found, so they could only rely on him. The Sacred Tree of Life bloodline might be useful. Yes, let's hurry back. After killing the 4 monster kings, Yi Xian's group of 5 quickly left the vast wilderness and flew towards Warlord Hall. After leaving the vast wilderness, they would be safe. After all, the monster kings of the vast wilderness could not leave the vast wilderness. Therefore, Yi Xian took the lead and left the group, flying towards Warlord Hall. The daughter of Warlord Hall's deputy hall master, Lan Yu, had the lightning attribute, which was as rare as the wind, ice, and fire attributes. According to the monster race experts, Lan Yu had suddenly comprehended the lightning acceleration esoteric skill, which was why she had survived. The lightning acceleration esoteric skill was said to be faster than the wind acceleration esoteric skill. Therefore, Lan Yu's group might have arrived at Warlord Hall first. However, Yi Xian's guess was wrong. After returning, he quickly found Vice Hall Master Lan Yao. You're back? Vice Hall Master Lan Yao was very surprised to see Yi Xian suddenly barging in. Is the young Hall Master back? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Young Hall Master? Lan Yao suddenly slammed the table and stood up. You lost contact with Xianxia? At this moment, Yi Xian realized that he'd misspoken and caused Lan Yao to misunderstand him as Lan Xian. He hurriedly explained, no, it's Lan Yu. Lan Yu? Lan Yao frowned. Yi Xian was the second team from the vast wilderness. How did he get involved with the first team? Yi Xian understood that he did not understand and quickly explained what had happened. What? Yan Di is heavily injured? Lan Yao exclaimed after hearing the story. Ice Lady, Yan Di, and Lan Yu were the three trump cards of Warlord Hall. If they were nurtured for a few years, they would become experts on the same level as Jiang Tianjin in the future. But now, something had happened to them? They haven't returned yet. Something might have happened on their way back. Lan Yao's expression was solemn. Vice Hall Master, Ice Lady Song Suijing is my fiancée. Please send people to search for her immediately. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists and said. His strength alone was very limited. If a large number of experts were sent out, he could be the first to know and then treat them. Vice Hall Master Lan Yao trembled. Fiancé, he had seen the Ice Goddess and Flame Emperor once, but he had never seen them in person because they were wearing armor at that time. Lan Yu was probably the only one who had seen them. However, Lan Yu had told him their names. Song Suijing was indeed Ice Lady's name. Only he and Lan Yu knew about this matter. Now that Yi Xian had casually said it, it was enough to prove that Yi Xian was telling the truth. Alright, I will immediately send people out to search for her. She was injured by a wood attribute expert, so it's best to find a metal attribute expert to treat her. Lan Yao nodded and quickly walked out of the palace. Even without Yi Xian's relationship, he had to find Yan Di as soon as possible. Otherwise, Judge Song's life would be in danger. Judge Song was injured by a second-grade king. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to treat her. At least a king-level expert would be needed. In the Eastern continent, only the three Great Halls and Sword God Palace had Void God Realm kings. The situation was urgent, so Yi Xian didn't even report his strength. At the same time, he went out alone to see if he could find anyone. However, after a few days, they still didn't find anything. Only a few of the Battle King Hall's experts had returned. At the same time, Lan Xian and the others had also returned. However, Lan Yu, Song Suijing, and Judge Song were still nowhere to be seen. This caused Yi Xian to wonder if Lan Yu and Song Suijing were injured as well, apart from Judge Song. Betrothal gifts at the same time, in a small palace deep within the Champion Hall. Yi Xian and a few others were discussing anxiously. Lan Yao only found out that Yi Xian had broken through to become a Grade 2 dominator. However, it wasn't the time to celebrate. Father, could it be that sister left with the people from the Beast King Hall or the Tool King Hall? Coincidentally, they have a Metal Element King among them. That's why they suppressed their injuries and went to the other two King Halls. Lan Xian suddenly guessed. That's right. That's possible. Based on what you saw, the 5 Beast Kings must have been obstructed. That's why they couldn't catch up to them. Maybe the 3 of them went to the Beast King Hall or the Tool King Hall. Lan Yao nodded. Shen Tulai suddenly thought of something and said, no, Metal Element Qi can only suppress their injuries. If they want to heal them, they need the profound art of rejuvenation. Our Beast King Hall doesn't have a Wood Element King, so they might have gone to the Tool King Hall. Tool King Hall, this name was special to Yi Xian because the Jiang family was in charge of the Tool King Hall. After hearing Shen Tulai's words, Lan Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. The Jiang family has a Wood Element King and he comprehended the profound art of rejuvenation. They must have gone to the Tool King Hall. After he finished speaking, he stood up and said, then, I will go to the Tool King Hall personally. I will go too. Yi Xian also stood up. Yi Xian, your identity is special. It's better if you don't go. Don't worry, I will bring them back. Lan Yao said to Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to say something, a series of footsteps came from outside the palace. Following that, an elder walked in quickly. Deputy Palace Master, the Jiang family is here. The elder said. Everyone present was shocked by his words. Jiang family? Didn't that mean the Tool King Hall was here? Who is here? Lan Yao asked anxiously. Jiang Wenjing from the Jiang family, the elder replied. Only one person? The elder nodded. Only one person from the Jiang family came. This meant that Lan Yu was still in the Tool King Hall. Let's go. The deputy palace master frowned slightly and led the group out. Lan Yao had heard of Jiang Wenjing before. He was a rank 3 king from the Jiang family, and his strength was extraordinary. He didn't know why he was here today. Was he here to inform the Battle King Hall? Was Lan Yu with them? If it was just a notice, there was no need for a literati from the Jiang family to come. Jiang Wenjing was Jiang Tianjin's father's generation. The elder Wenjing was Jiang Tianjin's was. Very quickly, Lan Yao brought Xian and the others to the palace that received the esteemed guests. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, that person turned around, cupped his hands together and said, Palace Master Lan, please forgive my sudden visit. B. Jiang Wenjing, how many people from my Battle King Hall are in your Weapon King Hall? Lan Yao asked straightforwardly. Jiang Wenjing smiled and handed over a name list. He said, there are 11 people in total. This is the name list. I don't know about the rest. Lan Yao took the name list and looked at it. His heart trembled. A few people had returned a few days ago. Jiang Wenjing looked at the name list and found that there were only a few people left. Until now, there was still no news about the 2 kings and a few peak empty gods. What about the Flame Emperor? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Jiang Wenjing glanced at Yi Xian and slightly frowned. He felt that Yi Xian looked a little familiar, but after thinking for a moment, he didn't mind and said, that flame attribute brat is heavily injured. Although there are experts from my Artifact King Hall suppressing his injuries along the way, when he arrived at my Artifact King Hall, he was already on the verge of death. However, the great elder of the Tool King Hall suppressed his injuries. He is fine now. It's just that he hasn't been cured yet. Phew. Hearing this, Yi Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. What about my sister? Lan Xian asked. She's only slightly injured. Jiang Wenjing smiled and said, Temple Master Lan, your daughters are geniuses. One is of the lightning attribute and the other is of the wind attribute. Not only that, you even took in 2 people of the rare attribute. You flatter me, Lan Yao replied. At that moment, Jiang Wenjing suddenly smiled. Then, he took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Lan Yao. At the same time, he said, Palace Master Lan, please take a look. Lan Yao took the interspatial ring and looked at it in surprise. His eyes widened. The interspatial ring contained a large amount of sky treasures. It was a shocking amount. What are you doing? Lan Yao was a little confused. Jiang Wenjing smiled and said, Temple Master Lan, I'm not here to discuss the trip to the wilderness or to report your safety. I'm here to give you betrothal gifts. Betrothal gifts. When these words fell into everyone's ears, their bodies trembled. Betrothal gifts were usually given by the man's family to the woman's family. Could it be that Jiang Wenjing had taken a fancy to the people of the Warlord Hall? No. Lan Yao immediately reacted and rejected the offer. What kind of joke was this? Lan Yu was going to inherit his mantle in the future. How could she marry into the Weapon Emperor Hall? Besides, the Battle Emperor Hall and the Beast Emperor Hall were on the decline, while the Weapon Emperor Hall was improving day by day. If the Weapon Emperor Hall grew stronger, wouldn't it be able to devour the Battle Emperor Hall and the Beast Emperor Hall? Jiang Wenjing grinned. He knew that Lan Yao had misunderstood, thus he immediately explained, No, Temple Master Lan, you've misunderstood. I'm not here for Lan Yu, but for the Ice Goddess. What? The crowd was shocked. He was not here for Lan Yu, but for the Ice Goddess. What do you mean by this? As far as I know, she already has an engagement. Lan Yao glanced at Yi Xian, intentionally or unintentionally. I know that. She's already mentioned it. Your Battle Emperor Hall and my Weapon Emperor Hall have always minded our own business. Although we work together sometimes, our relationship isn't that good. When that kid came to my Weapon Emperor Hall, he was already on the verge of death, so. Jiang Wenjing smiled and did not finish his sentence. So you're taking advantage of the situation? Shen Tulai suddenly took a step forward and shouted. Jiang Wenjing looked at him and said, Elder Shintu, how can this be considered as taking advantage of the situation? That kid was on the verge of death. If we didn't save him, he would have become a corpse. Besides, the little girl promised us personally. As long as we save that kid, she'll marry Tiancheng. Jiang Tiancheng, this name was not unfamiliar to Lan Yao. Jiang Tiancheng was Jiang Tianjin's younger brother. His aptitude was also very good. He had already broken through to become a second-grade dominator and had comprehended 2 ultimacies. Translator, Henyi Translation's editor, Henyi Translation snatched the bride. However, Jiang Wenjing's words made Yi Xian tremble. Song Suijing agreed. How was that possible? He was engaged to Song Suijing, and Song Suijing was his fiancée. How could she marry someone else? Impossible. Kai Jing must have pretended to agree to save the judge. Yi Xian thought to himself. Song Suijing was his fiancée, and he knew that someone like Song Suijing would run away before the wedding, or do something terrible on the wedding day. For example, she could commit suicide. No, I can't let that happen. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The King of Weapons Hall was too despicable. They were trying to take advantage of the situation. He could not tolerate that. Even if he had to die, he would not let that happen. Lan Yao and the rest understood the relationship between Yi Xian and the goddess of ice. Therefore, they could not watch it happen, especially Shintalai. Palace Master Lan Yu found the goddess of ice when she was traveling. You don't know much about her, do you? She is engaged, but the other party must be from one of the territories under the Warlord Hall. How can such a force be compared to the King of Weapons Hall? Besides, Tiancheng is still single. He fell in love with her at first sight on this trip to the wasteland. The 2 of them are a perfect match. They are absolutely a match made in heaven. Jiang Wenjing said. No, you saved the Flame Emperor. I will thank you. Lan Yao refused again. Palace Master Lan, do you think we are interested in those gifts? Jiang Wenjing narrowed his eyes. Then what do you want? Lan Yao asked with a gloomy face. Jiang Wenjing smirked and said, we don't want anything. We just want her. Moreover, the girl agreed to it herself. You are not her father. What right do you have to refuse? What did you say? Lan Yao was furious when he heard that. Where was this? The Warlord Hall. This was his territory. However, Jiang Wenjing dared to say such things in his territory. Clearly, he did not respect him. Humph, you heard what I said. Whether you agree or not, we will not stop your daughter from coming back. However, we will not let those 2 people go. Jiang Wenjing said coldly. How dare you? Lan Yao was fuming with rage. Although there were not many people, Jiang Wenjing dared to threaten him in front of so many people. Jiang Wenjing was challenging his authority. Immediately, Lan Yao expanded his metal domain and enveloped the entire palace. His cultivation level was much higher than Jiang Wenjing's. A wave of aura gushed out from his body and pressed down on Jiang Wenjing. Jiang Wenjing immediately felt a stuffy feeling in his chest. He was a little out of breath, but he wasn't afraid in the slightest. He coldly shouted, What? Does Temple Master Lan want to make a move on me? He was Jiang. Was translations. The Jiang family's literary generation had a high status. If Lan Yao made a move on Jiang Wenjing, then the relationship between both parties would be awkward. Most importantly, Lan Yu was still in the Weapon King Hall. At that moment, Shintu Lai could not bear to watch any longer. He said, Jiang Wenjing, aren't you going overboard? Elder Shintu, you are from the Beast King Hall. Why are you interfering? Jiang Wenjing retorted. Humph, you can use such shameless methods. Why can't I speak? Shintu Lai said solemnly. He was able to achieve what he had today because of Yi Chong. Yi Chong could be said to be half his master. Now that Yi Xian was in trouble, how could he just stand by and watch? So what? Could it be that Elder Shintu wants to represent the Beast King Hall and oppose this marriage? Jiang Wenjing asked again. Although I, Shintu Lai, am not a big shot, I can represent the Beast King Hall this time. I know that the palace master will oppose this marriage. Shintu Lai squinted his eyes. After the division of the Beast King Hall, the Beast King Hall and the Battle King Hall had a good relationship. Now that the Weapon King Hall was suppressing them, if the Goddess of Ice were to marry into the Weapon King Hall, wouldn't the Weapon King Hall become stronger? The two King Halls would definitely not agree to it. No matter what, it doesn't matter if you agree to this marriage or not. I, Jiang Wenjing, will pass the message. The big day will be half a month later. If you can come, I will welcome you. If you don't, I will not force you. Farewell. After Jiang Wenjing said those words, he turned around and prepared to leave. My Battle King Hall is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Lan Yao shouted. In the next moment, the door of the palace slammed shut. Jiang Wenjing's expression did not change. Palace Master Lan, if you are worried, feel free to attack me. I, Jiang Wenjing, will accept it. He turned his back to Lan Yao and did not move. He believed that Lan Yao would not dare to attack him. Lan Yao's face darkened as he hesitated in his heart. Yi Xian had only gone to the Great Wasteland once, but he had already broken through from 20% of the Void Transformation stage to the Void God Realm King. Such a genius was rare to come by in 100 years for the Battle King Hall. Even the Ice Girl and the Flame Emperor combined were not even half of Yi Xian's. Most importantly, the Hall Master of the Battle King Hall and Yi Xian's father were good friends, so the Battle King Hall could not help but help. However, the War King Hall's main Hall Master wasn't here right now, so the Tool King Hall targeted this point precisely. That was why they acted so arrogantly, using their power to bully others, taking advantage of the situation. After pondering for a moment, Lan Yao finally made his decision. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The door opened. Farewell. The corners of Jiang Wenjing's mouth curled up as he left the Battle King Hall. The palace immediately fell silent. Yi Xian, don't worry. I definitely won't ignore this matter. After Jiang Wenjing left, Lan Yao said to Yi Xian. Thank you, Vice Palace Master. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. This matter was probably not something that he could solve alone. If there was a long time, he could go to the Sword God's palace and ask for his father. However, the Battle King Hall was a distance away from the Sword God's palace. By the time Yi Chong arrived, it would be too late. At that time, Song Suijing would probably be a corpse. Therefore, he could only rely on the Battle King Hall and the Beast King Hall. My Beast King Hall will also fully support you. This time, we can let Jiang Wenjing leave first. On the day of the wedding, our two halls will pretend to be present, and then. Shen Lai did not continue. Elder Shen, you mean? Lan Yao narrowed his eyes. Snatch the wedding? Lan Xian suddenly said. That's right, snatch the wedding. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Pulse of the Earth 16. Lan Yao hesitated and nodded. Alright, we'll snatch the bride. However, we don't have many Void God Realm Kings in the Eastern Mainland. They are all in the chaotic astral ocean. Do we have enough people? What about the Jiang family's great master? Don't worry, Palace Master Lan. The Palace Master values this trip to the wilderness, so he is cultivating in the Beast King Hall while waiting for news, Shen Lai said. Alright, with Palace Master Situ's help, we won't have any problems this time. Lan Yao replied. Now, they were full of confidence. The main Palace Master of the Beast King Hall was the disciple of one of the Palace Masters of the Sword God Palace. Although he had yet to become a Palace Master, he was more powerful than Lan Yao. Before the King Hall was split, the Jiang family was the backbone. After the split, most of the elders followed them, which was why they were so powerful. However, the Weapon King Hall was not powerful enough to go against both the Beast King Hall and the Battle King Hall. Deputy Palace Master, Elder Shen, thank you. Yi Xian took 2 steps to the side and cupped his fist respectfully. You don't have to do this. Your father has a good relationship with both of our palaces. We can't just sit and watch. Moreover, the Weapon King Hall is too arrogant. They don't even respect me here. If we don't suppress them, the world will think that the Weapon King Hall is in charge of the Eastern Mainland. Lan Yao said solemnly. That's right, Yi Xian. Stay here. In half a month, we'll help you get your fiancé back. Shen Lai nodded. However, how could Yi Xian wait for news quietly? Deputy Palace Master, Elder Shintu, Kai Jing is my fiancé. I can't not go. Yi Xian said solemnly. Yi Xian knew Song Suijing's character very well. As long as he appeared, Song Suijing might give up on the idea of committing suicide. Therefore, he had to go. But Jiang Tianjin already knows your identity. You're like a sheep in a tiger's den. Shintu Lai reminded him. Although he was still in the Tianshui mainland when the incident happened, he had heard about it when he came. Back then, Yi Chong and Yi Xian were almost killed by the Jiang family. If it wasn't for Jiang Xinyan's death, they wouldn't have survived. Yi Xian was going to the families. If he was recognized Jiang Tianjin house, wouldn't he be what? Jiang Tianjin is Jiang Tianjin. Jiang Tianjin is Jiang Tianjin, Jiang Tianjin is weird. Jiang Tianjin is weird. Jiang Tianjin is Tianjin. As long as Yi Xian doesn't take out the Bahuang sword, the Jiang family shouldn't recognize it. But, he has the Jiang family's bloodline in his body. Shintu Lai continued. However, the next moment, he felt a little strange. Yi Xian did indeed have the bloodline of the Jiang family in his body. Why didn't Jiang Wenjing feel it just now? I helped Yi Xian cover up the Jiang family's aura. That's why Jiang Wenjing didn't notice it. When the time comes, we can ask Hall Master Sidhu for help. Even if the old Master Jiang comes out, he won't be able to sense it. Lan Yao said. The Beast King Hall Master was the same as the Battle King Hall Master. They were both Void God Realm Peak Kings. Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue, and Jiang Xinyan were the only Void God Realm Peak Kings in the Jiang family. Jiang Wenyue and Jiang Xinyan were still in the Sword God Palace. Even if Jiang Wenyue's son, Jiang Tiancheng, got married, he wouldn't come back. After all, Jiang Wenyue had to guard the last level of the Sword God Pagoda. If he came back, Yi Chong would take advantage of the situation. As long as Jiang Wenyue didn't come back, the Jiang family had nothing to fear. As for Jiang Xinyan, she was Yi Xian's mother. If she came back, she would help Yi Xian. However, she was grounded in the Sword God Palace. Before she broke through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor, she couldn't leave the Sword God Palace. This interspatial ring is the betrothal gift from the Weapon King Hall. I will return it to them when the time comes. After Lan Yao finished speaking, he left with Shintu Lai. They had to come up with a plan to prevent chaos and bad things from happening. After the two of them left, Lan Xian couldn't help but say, Yi Xian, you don't have to worry. The Weapon King Hall won't be able to defeat the two of us. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He hoped that things would go smoothly. Otherwise, even if he had to die, he would rescue Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. There was only half a month left. According to his speed, it would take him a few days to fly from the Battle King Hall to the Weapon King Hall. Therefore, he still had a few days to cultivate and see if he could comprehend another ultimacy. When the time came, his strength would increase greatly. In fact, what he wanted to comprehend the most was the gravity ultimacy. As long as his opponent was in his territory, he would be able to make his opponent lose their balance. This was a very useful trump card. When he was fighting with the enemy, his attack trajectory would not hit the enemy. However, when the enemy thought so, he would use the profound meaning of gravity. The enemy would not be able to react in time and would fall instantly. Then, they would be hit. This was a super skill for sneaky people. There weren't many kings in the Battle King Hall. According to the Vice Palace Master, most of the kings had gone to the chaotic astral ocean. However, Yi Xian found a grade 3 king who was cultivating in seclusion and begged him to spar with him. This grade 3 king was the previous Vice Palace Master, Lan Yao's father, Lan Xiao. Lan Xiao had the same metal attribute as Shintu Lai and had also comprehended the metal defense. However, he had comprehended the metal slice ultimacy. The metal slice ultimacy was comparable to the wind blade ultimacy. Lan Xiao's defense was strong and his attack wasn't weak either. Therefore, his strength was close to that of a grade 4 king. In the following period of time, Yi Xian kept fighting with him. Only by fighting could he quickly comprehend the ultimacy. Time passed slowly. The big day of the Weapon King Hall was approaching day by day. Yi Xian's pressure was also increasing. Today was the day for the Battle King Hall's people to set off. However, Yi Xian was still fighting with Lan Xiao. Boom, the door of a training ground opened. Lan Yao and the others walked in. In the training ground, two figures flashed quickly. "Father, it's time," Lan Yao said respectfully to the golden-armored giant. The two people in the center stopped. The golden-armored giant's golden armor instantly shattered. Inside was a black-robed old man. "Got it." Lan Xiao nodded. He looked at the youth and said, "Kid, your aptitude has already surpassed what I know. If little Yu is compared to you, she's not even worth mentioning. If you calm down, you might have gained more in the next few days." Yi Xian had indeed gained a lot in the past few days of continuous fighting. His earth pulse had evolved from 8 layers to 16 layers. Its power had increased by several times. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and heading to the Weapon King Hall Senior is right. Yi Xian nodded respectfully. Indeed, he hadn't been able to calm down for the past few days. However, it was still beyond his expectations that the earth pulse could reach the 16th level. "You've used the ultimacy well. You have a strong grasp of it. I estimate that you're about to comprehend the second level of the ultimacy." Lan Xiao evaluated. Yi Xian agreed. However, the ultimacy wasn't a martial skill. His bloodline would increase his comprehension, so he had to rely on himself. "Alright, the team is gathered. Let's go." Lan Xiao shook off the sweat on his body and walked out. Yi Xian calmed down and followed him. Now, he was finally going to the Weapon King Hall. Moreover, he was going to cause a huge ruckus this time. Many of the Void God Realm kings from the Battle King Hall had gone to the chaotic astral ocean. However, the leader this time wasn't Lan Xiao. Instead, it was the Battle King Hall's Great Elder who had just returned from the chaotic astral ocean. With him around, the Battle King Hall and the Weapon King Hall had a higher chance of winning. The Battle King Hall was quite far from the Weapon King Hall. However, the Battle King Hall's team this time was made up of 8 Void God Realm kings, including Yi Xian. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Beast King Hall's main hall master happened to be in the Beast King Hall. He was a rank 9 king. In fact, with Hall Master Situ around, this wedding kidnapping mission was more or less guaranteed. Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue, was able to become a rank 9 king because his teacher was a palace master of the Sword God Palace. On the other hand, the Jiang family's great elder was only a rank 6 king. However, Yi Xian didn't know why, but he was still a little nervous. This time, he would either succeed or die trying. 3 days later, the group arrived at the Weapon King Hall's territory. However, they didn't go to the Weapon King Hall immediately. Instead, they waited for the Beast King Hall's team in a mountain range. "Ha ha ha, Hall Master Lan, long time no see." A hearty laugh rang out. Yi Xian and the others turned around and saw a team of 10 people heading in their direction. "Palace Master Situ, long time no see." Lan Yao hurriedly replied. Situ Outyan was the Beast King Hall's hall master. Before the Beast King Hall was split into 2, he was merely an elder. After taking up the position of hall master, he caught the eye of the Sword God Palace's palace master. From then on, his strength skyrocketed. The two groups converged. Situ Outyan flew over and glanced at the surrounding people. In the end, his gaze landed on the first elder of the Warlord Palace. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect Elder Shi to also come back. How has the chaotic astral ocean been recently?" The Grand Elder Shi he spoke of was the Grand Elder of the Warlord Hall, Shi Yonghao. "It's not peaceful. The 3 major powers are in conflict again." The Great Elder of the Warlord Hall shook his head. "Alright, let's not talk about this for now." Situ Outyan then turned his attention to Yi Xian. "You must be Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan's son. Although I don't know your parents, I know Duan Muyun. You can say that I know her indirectly." Now, Yi Xian also understood that Duan Muyun was the hall master of the Warlord Hall, a peak Void God Realm king. At the same time, she was also the disciple of one of the palace masters of the Sword God Palace. It was her who had healed Yi Chong every time. Otherwise, Yi Chong wouldn't have been able to hold on. This time, with Hall Master Situ here, the Jiang family won't be able to cause any trouble. Lan Yao said with a smile. "Who was Situ Outyan?" He was a peak Void God Realm king who was only one step away from the Void God Realm Great Emperor. The Jiang family indeed had many experts, but Situao alone was enough to intimidate the entire Jiang family. That might not be the case. Jiang Tianqing is Jiang Wenyue's son. Although Jiang Wenyue is still in the Sword God Palace, he might ask his martial brothers to come over. This time it won't be so easy. Situao shook his head and said. Jiang Wenyue's martial brothers? Everyone raised their eyebrows. Jiang Wenyue was already the palace master of the Sword God Palace, and his strength was even stronger than Situao. His martial brothers would at least be level 8 kings, level 9 kings, or even Void God Realm Great Emperors. If there was only one of them, it would be fine. However, if there were 2 of them, it would be troublesome. At that moment, Yixian was the most upset. His fiancée was being threatened, and he had no choice but to rely on others. This feeling was too unbearable. His aptitude was good, but he was too young. What he lacked was time. If he was given 1 or 2 more years, he was confident that he could defeat the entire King Tool Palace. Situao saw Yixian's expression and said, "Don't worry, Duan Muyun has already left the Sword God Palace. He might be here later." Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. Duan Muyun was Yichang's good friend. If he was here, he would definitely help. Alright, let's discuss the countermeasures first. Situao didn't let his guard down just because he was strong. This time, the marriage snatching operation wasn't only for Yixian, but also for the sake of slapping the face of the Tool King Hall. If they failed, they would be humiliated. They couldn't afford to lose face. If Jiang Wenyue's martial brothers come, I will hold them back. However, at that time, Elder Shi and Palace Master Lan will have to hold them back. After that, Elder Feng will find an opportunity to get close to the brides and forcefully take them away with lightning speed. This was Situao plan. The Elder Feng he mentioned was a rank 4 king from the Beast King Palace. He was of the wind attribute like Lan Xian, and he had also comprehended the wind acceleration profound. His speed was second only to Situao among those present. More than 10 kings were discussing, and Yixian was among them, carefully listening to the plan. He wasn't weak either, and he could be ranked in the middle among these people. Therefore, he could still be of help. After a while, both sides finished their plan. Yixian, you will enter with the Beast King Palace's team later. With my help, the Jiang family won't be able to sense your bloodline. Even if Jiang Wenyue's martial brothers come, they won't be able to sense it since they aren't from the Jiang family, Situao said to Yixian. But, Yixian suddenly thought of a problem. However, before he could finish, Xianxia continued, don't worry. When Jiang Wenjing came last time, I was there too. They won't know that you are from the Battle King Palace. You just have to pretend to be my disciple later. Alright. Yixian nodded. This plan could be considered perfect, but he didn't know if it would go so smoothly. After that, the 2 teams entered the King Tool Palace one after another. The Battle King Palace's team entered first, and after half a day, Yixian followed the Beast King Palace's team. Yixian, wait for instructions. Don't act on your own, Xianxia reminded him softly. I will. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Action soon, the 11 people from the Beast King Hall entered the Weapon King Hall. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Hall Master Situ to come as well. The Jiang Wenjing from that day suddenly appeared. How can I not come for such a joyous occasion? Situao grinned. Come, this way please. Jiang Wenjing quickly received the 11 people. Elder Jiang, have Hall Master Lan and the rest arrived? Xianxia suddenly asked. Jiang Wenjing nodded. Yes. I have arranged their accommodations. By the time Yixian and the rest entered, it was already evening. The next day would be the big day of the Weapon King Hall. Soon, Jiang Wenjing arranged accommodations for Situao and the rest. Elder Jiang, where are the people from the Battle King Hall staying? Situao asked. Hall Master Situ, they are just opposite. Jiang Wenjing left after he finished speaking. Although Jiang Wenyue wasn't the Hall Master, he was a peak king of the Empty God Realm. His position in the Jiang family was the highest. Therefore, Jiang Tianqing's wedding was naturally grand. Apart from the Battle King Hall and the Beast King Hall, there were many other guests who were coming. Therefore, Jiang Wenjing had to attend to them. After he left, Situ Outyan and the rest knocked on the door of the opposite palace. The people from the Battle King Hall had arrived half a day earlier and had been waiting for a long time. However, there were more than 10 people in the Battle King Hall. He is Yixian. Lan Yao led a lady in blue over. The lady in blue was the young hall master of the Battle King Hall, Lan Yu. She was about 25 years old and was tall. She had a pretty face and was considered a beauty. However, there was a trace of guilt on her face as she said, "I am sorry. I am the one who got them into trouble. If he had not brought Song Suijing and Judge Song into the wilderness, things would not have turned out this way." "How is Suijing now?" Yi Xian asked. "She is fine. However, there is a grade 3 king watching over her. Even I don't know where he is. As for Judge Song, his injuries have stabilized. If he can't be cured, it will be difficult for him to cultivate in the future." Lan Yu replied. Level 3 king level, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If they knew the location of Song Suijing, they could make a move tonight. However, they did not know. This Weapon King Hall is really going too far. Ice Maiden is a member of my Battle King Hall, and even I can't see her. Tomorrow, we must teach them a good lesson. Lan Yao said angrily. Then can I see Judge? Yi Xian asked again. Sure, come with me. Lan Yu nodded. TSK. Dual Yin Yang Physique. I'll go take a look too. Situ Outyan's interest was piqued. Not only that, but he also followed quite a few people. After all, there hadn't been many fire attribute geniuses in the history of the Imperial Palace. Adjudicator Song's aptitude was also very good, but because he was seriously injured, even rejuvenation could only heal a little. If he wanted to fully recover, he would need some heavenly treasures. Therefore, he was not chosen by the Tool King Hall. It was also because of this that no one was guarding him. Boom! The door of a small palace opened. This was the residence of Adjudicator Song. Saijua Song, who was cultivating inside, also stopped when he saw Lan Yu enter. Young lord. Yi Xian? When Adjudicator Song saw Yi Xian behind Lan Yu, his body shook and he quickly stepped forward. Adjudicator Song quickly walked over and patted Yi Xian's shoulder as he asked in astonishment, Yi Xian, why are you here? After more than a year, the two met again, so it was inevitable that they would be a bit emotional. Yi Xian's mood was the same when he saw Song Ju. He sized him up and asked, Judge, how are your injuries? My injuries have healed, but my sister actually agreed to marry that Jiang Tianqing for my sake. Yi Xian, I'm sorry. Adjudicator Song's eyes turned red. At this time, he only hated that he wasn't strong enough to protect Song Suijing. I already know about this matter. This time, I'm here to rescue you and Adjudicator Song. Can you see Adjudicator Song now? My sister is guarded by a third-grade king. Others can't, but I might be able to. Adjudicator Song nodded. Although the Tool King Hall didn't allow Lan Yu to enter, Adjudicator Song was still Song Suijing's brother, so the chances of success were higher. Then you go now and tell her about this matter. When she comes out tomorrow, I will quickly bring you guys away. Elder Feng of the Beast King Hall said. Alright, I'll go now. Adjudicator Song nodded. Wait. Situ Outyan suddenly stopped Adjudicator Song and said, if we know the little girl's location, we can take action tonight. Alright. Adjudicator Song's eyes lit up as he quickly left. As for Yi Xian and the others, they stayed behind and waited. Including Lan Yu and the others, they had more than 20 Void God Realm Kings. As for the Tool King Hall, there were only 10 Void God Realm Kings. Most of them went to the chaotic astral ocean like the Battle King Hall and Beast King Hall. Soon, Adjudicator Song returned. Yi Xian, I saw my sister. I told her everything. Her position is. Song Ju ran over with a silly smile on his face. Alright, since we know her location, let's take action now. Situ Outyan glanced at the surrounding people. Although the two King Halls wanted to slap the Tool King Hall's face this time, It would be a great slap if they could snatch the new year on the wedding day. However, there might be some changes tomorrow, so they felt that it was better to be safe and take action tonight. Kid, you lead the way and I'll quickly rescue her. Then, we'll leave. Situaoyan said to Adjudicator Song. Alright, many thanks, Senior. Adjudicator Song's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know Situaoyan, he knew that Situaoyan was at least a 4th grade Void God Realm King since he dared to rescue Lan Yu alone. Since that's the case, we'll wait here. Once she arrives, we'll leave immediately. Lan Yu replied. Then, Situaoyan patted Adjudicator Song's shoulder and left. This speed had exceeded everyone's reaction. After all, Situaoyan was a Void God Realm King. Adjudicator Song only felt his body become weightless as his vision turned dark. This meant that his current speed had exceeded his senses. Just now, he had reported Song Suijing's location. Although there were people on the way, they were only peak Void God Realm Kings. Situaoyan was a peak Void God Realm King. Even Lan Yao and Elder Feng couldn't react to his speed, let alone these people. Pa! Situaoyan's figure suddenly stopped. In front of him was a heavily guarded palace. Even if Adjudicator Song didn't say it, Situaoyan knew that this was Song Suijing's room. Meet who's there? The 2 guards at the entrance shouted. You dare to shout at me when you're merely in the Void God realm? Situaoyan glared at them and in the next moment, the 2 guards fainted. Situaoyan's aura alone was enough to knock them out. Back then, Jiang Tianjin had relied on the difference in their cultivation to intimidate Yi Xian and the others. Where's the 3rd grade king? Situaoyan asked. He's in the palace. Judge Song replied. Bang! Before Judge Song's voice could fade away, the palace's door burst open. Until now, Judge Song still didn't know what attribute Situaoyan possessed. How dare you? An old man walked out. An old man walked out. When he saw Situaoyan's face, he was stunned. He cried out, Hall Master Situ? Palace Master. After hearing the name, Judge Song finally realized who the person beside him was. It was actually the Palace Master of the Beast King Palace. A peak Void God Realm King. Hee, my apologies. Situaoyan smiled coldly and in the next moment, the old man's body went limp. Judge Song, on the other hand, didn't feel any discomfort. Situaoyan's aura alone was enough to knock a 3rd grade king out. This was the strength of a 9th grade king. After that, Situaoyan brought Saijua Song into the palace. The small palace was beautifully decorated and in a small room, Song Suijing sat quietly on a bed, wearing a white robe. Sister! Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Song Suijing raised her head and was startled when she saw Judge Song in front of her. Brother, why are you? Don't say anything, let's go. Situaoyan said and grabbed Song Suijing's arm and rushed out of the palace. In less than 10 seconds, they had returned to Judge Song's residence. Judge Song? Yi Xian, who was waiting inside, immediately rushed forward when he saw the 3 of them. Yi Xian. Song Suijing finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. She threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. After more than a year, the 2 of them finally met again. During this time, Yi Xian had encountered countless life and death crises, but he had survived them all. This was his faith. It's all right now. We'll leave in a bit. Yi Xian gently stroked Song Suijing's hair and whispered into her ear. Everyone present watched silently. No one made a sound. They just watched quietly, not wanting to disturb. After a long time, Yi Xian separated from Song Suijing. The former looked around and said, Hall Master Situ, seniors, Yi Xian thanks you all. Hey, don't thank me yet. We haven't left yet. I've only just returned half a favor, Situ Ao Tian said with a smile. Half a favor? Yi Xian was stunned. I owe Duan Muyin a favor. I'll only return it after I get all of you out of here, Situ Ao Tian replied. Yi Xian understood. Shen Tulai said, alright, let's leave before the Weapon King Hall finds out. Although we can't slap them in the face, saving people is more important. At this moment, Lan Yao suddenly suggested, why don't we split into 2 groups? One group will take Yi Xian and the others away, and the other group will cause a ruckus? good idea. The Weapon King Hall is too arrogant. They don't respect our two halls at all. They just casually dealt with the Great Wilderness team this time. 'Cause a ruckus. Otherwise, the world will think that there's only one Weapon King Hall in the Eastern continent. I agree. The elders of the two king palaces were yelling at the same time. Don't be hasty. Situ Aotian suddenly said, when I went to save people, I didn't see many people along the way. It was empty, so I feel that the Weapon King Hall should have known that we would do this. What? Everyone raised their eyebrows. The Weapon King Hall knew that they were going to rob the wedding. Could there be a traitor? However, the Weapon King Hall was not stupid. The Jiang family was the backbone of the Hall Masters. It was the biggest power in the Hall Masters. There were many capable people, so it was reasonable for them to have guessed it. Let's go. We'll know whether it's true or not. We have so many people, so we're not afraid of them. Situ Aotian led everyone out of the palace. Yi Xian, Song Suijing, and Adjudicator Song were in the group. Now, they had to leave. If there was really an ambush, they would have to fight to the death. Otherwise, they would be able to leave safely. The group of experts began to run wildly toward the entrance of the Weapon King Hall. After running for a while, they did not see anyone from the Weapon King Hall. It seemed that there was indeed an ambush. I'm afraid this wedding is just a cover. Their purpose is to gather us together. Situ Aotian suddenly stopped. Could it be that the Weapon King Hall wants to catch all of us in one fell swoop? And then take over the two Hall Masters? Lan Yao's heart skipped a beat. The Weapon King Hall, the Warlord Hall, and the Beast King Hall were the three superpowers after the Hall Masters were split up. The Weapon King Hall was the most powerful among them. Once they were defeated, the Weapon King Hall would become the overlord of the Eastern continent. They could unite and rebuild the glory of the Weapon King Hall. However, the Jiang family would be in charge of the Weapon King Hall in the future. No, their target might only be you and me. Situ Aotian shook his head. Lan Yao was confused. He asked, only the two of us? In the next moment, he understood. Situ Aotian was the main Hall Master of the Beast King Hall, and he was the Deputy Hall Master of the Warlord Hall. Both of them were Hall Masters, so there must be some secrets between them. As for the others, they were confused as well. They did not know what the two Hall Masters were talking about. Let's go and take a look. Situ Aotian began to run again. In the group of the two Hall Masters, the stronger one was Situ Aotian, who was a grade 9 king. The weaker one was only a peak empty god. However, there were a few hundred people waiting outside of the Weapon King Hall. When Situ Aotian ran out of the Weapon King Hall, he saw a large group of people standing in the night sky. They were the experts from the Weapon King Hall. Hall Master Situ, you are finally out. A Jiang family member walked out. It was Jiang Wenjing. When Yi Xian and the others saw the scene, they were shocked. It was indeed an ambush. How could this be? Song Suijing was shocked. Ho, it is indeed so. Situ Aotian walked out and asked, Jiang Wenjing, what do you want to do today? Jiang Wenjing smiled. We don't want to do anything. As long as Hall Master Situ and Hall Master Lan hand over something each, you can leave today. What is it? Lan Yao could not help but ask. Although he already had a rough idea of what was going on, he did not know what was going on. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Heart of the Great Emperor, the map of the location of the Great Emperor's heart. Jiang Wenjing shouted. There are 3 maps in total. Each of the 3 great palaces has one. Only when the 3 maps are put together can we find the location of the Great Emperor's death. Hall Master Situ, don't tell me you don't know? Haha, you are indeed here for the map. Situ Outyen sneered. I have heard about the map from the Hall Master, but I don't have it. Lan Yao said indifferently. After all, he was only a deputy Hall Master. It doesn't matter if you have it or not. As long as you hand over your interspatial rings, you can leave, Jiang Wenjing said. Situ Outyen snorted and said loudly, you think you can do that? Although the Jiang family seemed to have a lot of people, most of them were ordinary empty gods who had not even reached the king realm. Their real combat strength was only slightly more than 10 kings. Not to mention Situ Outyen, Lan Yao, and the others were enough to defeat the king of Weapons Hall. Therefore, Situ Outyen was not needed. Hall Master Situ, you're a 9th grade king. You can kill all of us effortlessly. However, since we're able to trap you here this time, we're naturally confident. After Jiang Wenjing finished speaking, he looked up at the starry sky and shouted, Lord Feng. Indeed, the Jiang family had helpers. When Jiang Wenjing's voice entered everyone's ears, they saw a white figure slowly descending from the sky. It was a man with long hair. He looked gentle and elegant and seemed very easygoing. Feng Shizhe, it's you? Situ Outyen recognized him. Feng Shizhe was the disciple of one of the palace masters of the Sword God Palace. He had joined the Sword God Palace earlier than Jiang Wenyue, so he was Jiang Wenyue's senior. Junior is guarding the last level of the Sword God Pagoda. Even if it is nephew Tiancheng's big day, he can't leave. Therefore, I will do it for him. The man in white, Feng Shizhe, said with a smile. Do you think you can stop me? Situ Outyen looked at Feng Shizhe. He was the disciple of the Sword God Palace Master and so was Feng Shizhe. Both of them were empty God Realm kings. They would only know who was stronger after a fight. Situ Outyen, you should hand over that map. It's good for you, Feng Shizhe said with a smile. Let's not talk about the map first. What do you want the Great Emperor's heart for? Situ Outyen asked again. Feng Shizhe replied, it's very simple. Although junior brother has become the palace master, he can no longer intervene in the affairs of the Eastern continent. Although the great sovereign's heart is just a legend, you and I both know that it's real. If there's a great sovereign's heart, there's a great sovereign's corpse. It's a supreme treasure for a void god realm king. So you're saying that you want the monster race great emperor's corpse? Situ Outyen understood. That's right. Although this monster race great emperor's corpse can't comprehend the will of the great emperor, it can comprehend the profound. With it, the Tool King Hall will be able to last for a long time, Feng Shizhe replied. Now, Yi Xian and the others finally understood one thing. The heart of the great emperor was real. If the Tool King Hall obtained the monster race great emperor's corpse, they would be able to suppress the Beast King Hall and Battle King Hall in less than 10 years. Even if the two King Halls joined forces, they might not be a match for them. If that's the case, then all the more I can't give you the map. Moreover, I've hidden the map. If you want to know where it is, you'll have to defeat me first. Situ Outyen's blood was boiling as his battle-intent soared. It doesn't matter if you have it or not. As long as all of you hand over your Qian Kuan rings, Feng Shizhe replied coldly. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Situ Outyen squinted his eyes and said softly, if we fight later, I'll take care of Feng Shizhe. Great Elder and I will take care of the Jiang family's old master, Lan Yao said. He and Great Elder Shi Yonghao were both rank 5 kings. It shouldn't be a problem for them to take care of the Jiang family's old master, who was a rank 6 king. Then, I'll take care of Jiang Tianjin, Beast King Palace's Great Elder said. He was also a rank 5 king. Senior, please be careful. This kid didn't use his full strength that day, but he was able to fight evenly with me. He's not an ordinary person, Lan Yao reminded. Yes, this kid is already a rank 4 king. His talent is heaven-defying. I'm afraid he has comprehended many profounds. Beast King Palace's Great Elder nodded. Now, the high-level combatants had been assigned. Great Elder Lan, I heard that you can control a huge golden sword. You can take these kids and leave later. I'll escort you, Great Elder Feng said. He was a rank 4 king. Coupled with the wind acceleration profound, his speed was second only to Situ Outyen among the people present. Most importantly, he had a unique secret skill. It wouldn't be a problem for him to escort these people out. What about you, senior? Yi Xian asked hastily. Don't worry. Although the 3 king palaces have split up, we've worked together before. Moreover, Duan Muyon and I are from the Sword God's palace. They won't kill us, Situ Outyen said. Just leave and don't get caught by them. We'll be fine. Senior, the two of us can also fight. Song Suijing suddenly stepped forward. This time, if it weren't for them, how would things have ended up like this? Oh? How's your battle strength? Situ Outyan asked curiously. It was his first time seeing the yin-yang twin physique. Great Elder Song and Song Suijing glanced at each other and said, "My sister and I are both rank 1st kings. We can fight a rank 2 king. If we join forces, we can even fight a rank 3 king. It's indeed powerful." Is this the legendary twin senses? Situ Outyan asked. Yes. Great Elder Song nodded. Twin senses was one of the characteristics of the yin-yang twin physique. As long as the two siblings were close together, their battle strength would increase by a lot. This was something they had comprehended after coming out of the wilderness. If that's the case, then I'll only send these void god brats out. Lan Xiao nodded. He alone was not a big target. Moreover, his defense was extremely strong, even stronger than Shintu Lai's. As long as no rank 4 kings came, he would be fine. Alright, then it's settled. Don't kill anyone unless it's absolutely necessary, especially the Jiang family. Situ Outyan reminded. The Jiang family was supported by Jiang Wenyue and Jiang Xinyan. If they killed a member of the Jiang family, Jiang Wenyue would definitely be furious. After all, Jiang Wenyue was now the palace master of the Sword God's palace. At this moment, Feng Shizhe suddenly shouted, "Situ Outyan, have you finished discussing? There are so many officials waiting." Other than the people from the Weapon King Palace, there were also the various factions under the Weapon King Palace. Although these factions were not strong, they had enough weight. No matter who won or lost this battle, it would immediately spread to every corner of the eastern continent. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Jiang Tianqing Whoosh Whoosh. The night wind blew as the two sides faced off. Now, it was time to see who would make the first move. After a few seconds of silence, Situ Outyan's battle intent exploded. He looked up and roared, "Attack!" In the next moment, Lan Yao and the rest dashed out. Situ Outyan took the lead and unleashed his true chi. His aura covered the area as he tried to knock out those who were at a lower cultivation base. However, Feng Shizhe was also an empty God Realm Peak King. He had expected Situ Outyan to do so. Hence, he activated his territory and blocked Situ Outyan's attack. "Situ Outyan, let's fight!" Feng Shizhe roared as he charged at Situ Outyan with a long sword in his hand. The two started to fight as they rose into the air. At the same time, Lan Xiao took out a special golden boat and sent the Peak Empty God Realm members of Warlord Hall onto it. He then drove the boat away. Humph, Lan Xiao is the previous Deputy Hall Master. He might have a map. Stop him! Jiang Wenjing shouted. Then, he sped up the battle. At the same time, the Jiang family Great Elder who was hiding in the crowd could no longer sit still. He quickly revealed himself. The appearance of a rank 6 king gave the crowd a lot of pressure. "Great Elder Jiang, how have you been?" Lan Yao and the Grand Elder of Warlord Hall, Shi Yonghao, had been waiting for a long time. "I haven't fought for many years. I'm a little rusty. However, this isn't something the two of you can stop." The Jiang family Great Elder narrowed his eyes. "We'll know after we fight. This is the betrothal gift. I'll return it to you." Lan Yao narrowed his eyes and threw Jiang Wenjing's interspatial ring over. In the next moment, the three of them started to fight. Situ Outyan and Feng Shizhe were the first battlefield. Lan Yao, Shi Yonghao, and the Jiang family Great Elder were the second. As for the experts of the third battlefield, they were still standing and watching. "Is that the old master of the Jiang family, my grandfather in name?" Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the old figure. His mother, Jiang Xinyan, was the Jiang family Great Elder's daughter. Hence, he was the old man's grandson. Of course, the other party would definitely not admit it. "Yi Xian, you actually dared to come to my Jiang family. I originally wanted to let you live a little longer, but since you want to die, then don't blame me." Jiang Tianjin of the Jiang family had also appeared. He looked down at Yi Xian from high up in the sky. In the next moment, he rushed down. This Jiang Tianjin was the same as when he fought Lan Yao. He was very cold. Everyone in the Jiang family knew that Jiang Tianjin had two personalities, which were split personalities. One of them had an evil personality, and that was him. He had tortured Yi Xian twice and killed Wei Zhentian. He liked to hold a folding fan. However, his current personality was cold and merciless, showing no mercy at all. Jiang Tianjin, your opponent is me. The great elder of the Beast King Palace also flew into the sky. His realm was even higher than Jiang Tianjin's. He was a grade 5 king. Whatever. I'll deal with you first. Jiang Tianjin glanced at Yi Xian before charging towards the Beast King Hall's great elder. In the crowd. Sui Jing, Zhu Jing, why don't the three of us work together? The young master of the Battle King Hall, Lan Yu, suddenly came over. The three of them had fought together many times, and their cooperation was perfect. The three of them had also gained some benefits from this trip to the Great Wilderness. Lan Yu had broken through from grade 1 king to grade 2 king. Song Suijing and Song Jijing had also broken through to grade 1 king. The three of them had rare attributes. If they worked together, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a grade 3 king. After hearing this, Song Suijing couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian. You guys go. I'll be fine by myself. Yi Xian nodded. Now that he knew the strength of the siblings, he was more at ease. After all, she would grow up, and he couldn't be their protection forever. Instead of protecting them, he would rather let them grow stronger. Yi Xian, now that the experts have joined the battle, you will be exposed if you get close. If you take out the Bahuang sword, you will be recognized instantly. Therefore, I think it's best if you don't make a move. Shantuli came over and reminded him softly. I understand. Yi Xian nodded. The bloodline was actually easier to explain. After all, the Jiang family had left many descendants outside. However, if he took out the Bahuang sword, it would only make the situation worse. At that time, there might be casualties. The others joined the battle one by one. Even Song Suijing and the other two had gone out. Yi Xian quietly stayed beside Shantuli. At this moment, a fish that had escaped the net suddenly flew over. Brat, you must be Ice Girl's fiancé? A young man holding a long sword looked coldly at Yi Xian. He is Jiang Tiancheng. Shantuli whispered. Jiang Tiancheng was Jiang Wenyue's youngest son and Jiang Tianjin's younger brother. He was going to marry Song Suijing tomorrow. According to others, Jiang Tiancheng had comprehended two profound meanings and had reached grade 2 king. Yi Xian, stay here and don't move. I'll take care of him. Shantuli did not wait for Yi Xian to speak. He was ready to rush out but was stopped by Yi Xian. Elder Shantuli, I'll do it myself. Yi Xian took out a mid-grade ethereal god weapon and slowly walked out. Although he could not use the Bahuang sword, he was still a grade 2 king. Even without the Bahuang sword, he was confident that he could defeat Jiang Tiancheng. Since the Jiang family wanted all their Qiankuan rings, he would give them a taste of their own medicine. Good lad, you really dare to come out. Humph, how dare you steal my woman? I'll show you what it means to be strong. Jiang Tiancheng looked at Yi Xian who was walking out step by step and said coldly in his heart. Although it was just an act this time, he did not mind having another concubine. Moreover, this concubine was quite pretty. She had the yin-yang dual body of the ice attribute. She was much stronger than his wife and other concubines. Come on. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Boom. 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 The other areas were already busy fighting. Hence, they did not delay and both sides unleashed their domains. Yi Xian's domain was more than 20,000 meters. However, Jiang Tiancheng's domain was more than 30,000 meters. Jiang Tiancheng was not a grade 2 king, but a grade 3 king. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the information was outdated. However, it did not matter. He was just a grade 3 king. He would still beat him. Kill. Jiang Tiancheng's eyes flashed as he swept towards Yi Xian. What surprised both parties was that the other party was also of the earth attribute. Also of the earth attribute? Great. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Abuse. Boom. 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 Both Yi Xian and Jiang Tiancheng were of the earth attribute. Hence, the battle would not take place in the air but on the ground. Jiang Tiancheng had comprehended the earth-walking technique and the earth-throbbing technique. Among them, the earth-throbbing technique had been upgraded to the 8th level, which was the same as Yi Xian's. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's earth-throbbing technique had been upgraded to the 16th level. Moreover, Yi Xian had the ultimacy of power. Currently, he was at a disadvantage only in terms of the cultivation level of the virtual god weapon. On the other hand, he was strong in terms of bloodline, ultimacy, and dual territories. Kacha. Kacha. Kacha, both of their earth territories could control the soil and form earth spikes to attack. However, both of them had earth walls. Hence, in terms of territories, there was not much difference between them. However, now, Yi Xian's original body had made a move. Collapsing heavenly slash. Yi Xian slashed forward viciously. An attack that contained the 16th level of the earth-throbbing technique swept towards Jiang Tiancheng. Jiang Tianjin had tortured him twice and killed Wei Zhentian. Hence, this time, Yi Xian wanted to get back some interest from Jiang Tianjin's younger brother, Jiang Tiancheng. Insignificant skill. Go. Facing this attack, Jiang Tiancheng did not think much of it. He also slashed out a ray of sword energy. The two rays of sword energy broke through the air and collided with each other. Bam! 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 16 dull sounds were heard. Jiang Tiancheng's sword energy was destroyed by the collapsing heavenly slash. What? Jiang Tiancheng was stunned. Just now, he had indeed heard 16 dull sounds. However, they were definitely not the result of the collision of the 8th level of the earth-throbbing technique. This was the 16th level of the earth-throbbing technique. Before he could recover from his shock, the collapsing heavenly slash had already swept over. He was forced to form an earth wall. Bam! 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 As expected, there were 16 vibrations. It was indeed the 16th level of the earth-throbbing technique. The earth wall was easily destroyed. The collapsing heavenly slash was already in front of Jiang Tiancheng. Damn it! Jiang Tiancheng thrust the long sword in his hand forward in an attempt to block the attack. Bang! 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 The heaven-shattering slash, which contained 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth, did not lose much of its power after passing through 2 layers of barriers. This slash landed directly on Jiang Tiancheng's mid-grade ethereal god weapon. Jiang Tiancheng felt a sharp pain in his hands. He felt as if his hands were no longer his. Boom! After the last shockwave dissipated, Jiang Tiancheng was finally sent flying. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, spikes appeared on the trajectory of Jiang Tiancheng's flight. Rip! 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 Incomparably sharp earth spikes pierced through Jiang Tiancheng's body. There were dozens of them, and they all avoided his vitals, causing great mental damage to Jiang Tiancheng. Jiang Tianjin tormented me. Today, I will take some interest from you. Yi Xian's face was cold. Suddenly, sharp and slender spikes appeared from the ground and pierced through Jiang Tiancheng's body again. Jiang Tiancheng was in so much pain that he could not help but howl at the sky. He could not understand why he was defeated by Yi Xian in one strike despite being a grade 3 dominator. If Yi Xian wanted to kill him, he would have died countless times just now. They were both of the earth attribute, but why was the gap so huge? He could not accept this, he could not accept this. However, he was the second genius of the Jiang family. If he could not win, it would be too embarrassing to call for help. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and endured. Poof. 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 One by one, the spikes pierced into Jiang Tiancheng's body. The sound was extremely pleasing to Yi Xian's ears. Jiang Tiancheng's 2 arms had already been pierced by more than 10 spikes from different angles. He couldn't move at all. Elder Shintu. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly shouted. Shintu Lai immediately understood. He expanded his domain and took the interspatial ring from Jiang Tiancheng's hand. The metal domain could control all metals within the domain. Jiang Tiancheng could not move at all. He could only watch as the interspatial ring flew out of his hand. The empty God Realm experts who were invited to watch were dumbfounded. Who was Jiang Tiancheng? He was Jiang Tianjin's younger brother, Jiang Wenyue's youngest son. What about Jiang Wenyue? he was the palace master of the Sword God Palace. Yi Xian actually tortured Jiang Tianqing in front of so many Jiang family members. He even pierced a few of Jiang Tianqing's ears and took away Jiang Tianqing's interspatial ring. That brat is really bold, this was the thought in the hearts of the spectators. This brat has a huge grudge against the Jiang family. Shantulai swallowed his saliva and controlled the interspatial ring to pass to Yi Xian. At the same time, Jiang Tianjin, who was fighting nearby, was furious when he saw his younger brother being tortured by Yi Xian. He immediately turned around and charged toward Yi Xian. Oh no! The Beast King Palace's Grand Elder's face sank. He was a grade 5 king, while Jiang Tianjin was a grade 4 king. However, Jiang Tianjin was able to challenge him and fight him to a draw. If Jiang Tianjin was allowed to get close to Yi Xian, wouldn't Yi Xian be dead for sure? The Beast King Palace's Grand Elder immediately intercepted Jiang Tianjin and prevented him from getting close to Yi Xian. Old man, do you think you can stop me? Jiang Tianjin shouted. Suddenly, a fire doppelganger appeared 10,000 meters away. Fire attribute profound, fire clone. What? He's still holding back? The Beast King Palace's Grand Elder was shocked. After fighting with Jiang Tianjin for a while, he already knew that Jiang Tianjin had comprehended inextinguishable flames and rising from the ashes. Now, he actually had another fire clone. A grade 4 king who had comprehended 3 profound, this was simply heaven-defying. Brat, I wanted to show you your father's miserable state, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Die. The cold Jiang Tianjin's eyes flickered as he controlled the fire clone to slash at Yi Xian. Not good. Shantulai's face sank. He hurriedly formed golden ramparts around Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin's fire clones. However, Jiang Tianjin had also comprehended inextinguishable flames, and his attack power was very strong. The sword qi directly destroyed the golden ramparts and swept towards Yi Xian. If Yi Xian was hit, he would probably die instantly. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 3 king. There were many things in Jiang Tianqing's yin and yang ring, which directly raised Yi Xian's realm by 1 level. The current Yi Xian's battle power had at least increased by several times. Heaven-shattering slash. Yi Xian's expression was grave as he slashed out. Without using Bahuang's sword, this was already his strongest attack. Peng. 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 Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. He blocked it. Shantulai had no other way to deal with this attack. Although he reacted, his speed was not fast enough to form the golden rampart. Yi Xian could only rely on himself now. This time, he only had one chance to make a move. In fact, he could use the underground movement technique to escape, but his resentment towards Jiang Tianjin was too great. This time, he did not want to hide. Colossal heavenly killing slash, break for me. Yi Xian roared in his heart as he fiercely slashed down with his sword. However, at this moment. Ding! The host has comprehended the profound of lifting heavy as light. The sudden notification caused the power of Yi Xian's sword to increase by at least 1-fold. After the profound of power, there was another profound of 2nd level, which was lifting heavy as light. After that, there was another profound of 3rd level, which was lifting light as heavy. Previously, when he was sparring with Lan Xiao in the Warlord Hall, Lan Xiao had said that Yi Xian was too impatient at that time, so his control over his strength wasn't perfect. If he were to calm down, he might be able to comprehend how to lift heavy objects as if they were light. Now, after seeing that Song Suijing and Judge Song were fine, Yi Xian's mind suddenly became clear, and he finally comprehended lifting heavy as light. Xiao. The colossal heavenly killing slash instantly destroyed the sword qi of Jiang Tianjin's flame clone, and then quickly moved towards the flame clone. The profound of power was already powerful, and lifting heavy as light was even more powerful. The power of this sword had at least doubled. Boom! The colossal heavenly killing slash landed on the flame clone, causing it to shake violently. Although its attribute was restrained, the power of this attack was enough to destroy one of Jiang Tianjin's flame clones. However, just as the flame clone was about to be destroyed, Jiang Tianjin suddenly rushed over. The flame clone re-entered Jiang Tianjin's domain, and in the next moment, Jiang Tianjin used one of his trump cards. The profound he comprehended was not only inextinguishable raging flames, rising from the ashes, and flame clone, but also a second-level profound. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Explode for me. Jiang Tianjin's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, the flame clone suddenly exploded. What? Yi Xian widened his eyes, and so did Shintu Lai. Jiang Tianjin actually had another trump card. Boom, a wave of flame instantly swept out. Shintu Lai had already put up layers of defense, but he was worried about Yi Xian. Earth wall, wind wall. This time, Yi Xian could no longer hide anything. The earthen walls were imbued with the 16 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world. The wind wall's defensive capabilities were not weak either, but in the end, it was unable to withstand the raging flames of the heavens. Yi Xian! Shintu Lai exclaimed. Boom, the shockwave had already reached Yi Xian. In the next moment, Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. The inextinguishable inferno was originally very difficult to deal with, and this move, raging flames incinerate the heavens, was the most powerful of all the profound meanings. If it had been a level 5 king tier, perhaps he would have been able to withstand it. However, Yi Xian was only a level 3 king tier. Furthermore, his attributes were countered by Yi Xian's attacks. The huge commotion had attracted many people's attention. Song Sui-jing, who was working together with Judge Song and Lan Yu, turned around and couldn't help but exclaim. Tears involuntarily gushed out of her eyes. As for the others, they were shocked by Jiang Tianjin's actions. This Jiang Tianjin is actually killing people from the 2 king palaces. Why is he doing this? Are they going to shed all pretense of cordiality? This is too terrifying. He actually comprehended so many profound meanings. What a genius. Although that brat is also very strong and was able to beat Jiang Tianjin to the point that he couldn't fight back, after being hit by the raging flames incinerate the heavens, even if he isn't burned to death by the inextinguishable inferno, he will still be smashed to pieces. What a joke. Of course he will be burned to death. The inextinguishable inferno is no joke. The spectators were discussing in private. Not only them, but even the people from the Tool King Palace were confused. What is Tianjin doing? Didn't he say that he wouldn't kill anyone? Now that one of them is dead, won't Situ Outyin go crazy? Jiang Tianjin's uncle, Jiang Wenjing, thought in his heart. At this moment, Situ Outyin, who was in the first battlefield, also noticed the commotion. Damn it, this Jiang Tianjin actually killed Yi Xian. Situ Outyin roared in his heart. Yi Xian was Yi Cheng's son, and Yi Cheng was on good terms with Duan Muyun. He originally wanted to return a favor to Duan Muyun, but he did not take good care of Yi Xian, causing Yi Xian to be killed by Jiang Tianjin. Feng Shizha, if you don't back off, don't blame me for killing you. Situ Outyin roared hysterically. Feng Shizha was stunned. He could feel Situ Outyin's anger. Although he did not know who Yi Xian was, he could see that Yi Xian was very important to Situ Outyin. This is bad. Jiang Tianjin didn't know how to control his strength. This is going to be troublesome. Feng Shizha's face darkened. However, he still could not let Situ Outyin leave. What if Situ Outyin rushed over and killed Jiang Tianjin? Jiang Tianjin was the son of the Sword God Palace Master, Jiang Wenyue. Situ Outyin, this is because you didn't hand over the map. Feng Shizha shouted. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Situ Outyin's eyes turned red as he threw out 18 middle-grade void divine weapons from his interspatial ring. 18 gold swords array, go. Situ Outyin had already used his trump card. This move was taught by his master. Those who were not empty God Realm Great Emperors would not be able to withstand it. Oh no, this is the ultimate move of Lu Yang Palace Master. Feng Shizha's face changed drastically as he quickly retreated. Feng Shizha was the disciple of a palace master. No matter how bold Situ Outyin was, he would not dare to kill Feng Shizha. This move was just to intimidate Feng Shizha. The 18 gold swords flew towards Feng Shizha, while Situ Outyin flew towards Yi Xian. However, at this moment, the atmosphere had calmed down. The shockwave from the explosion had already subsided. Shintu Lai's gold armor and gold bulwark were all shattered. However, as he was too far away, he did not suffer any serious injuries. Jiang Tiancheng was only blown away and did not suffer any serious injuries. As for Yi Xian, he was nowhere to be seen. He was instantly struck by the inextinguishable flames. That was what everyone thought. However, right at that moment, a figure appeared 10,000 meters away. Yi Xian, everyone was shocked. He was not dead after being struck by the raging flames at such a close distance. How did he survive? The question was actually very simple. Yi Xian had taken out the 8 Desolate Sword and formed the 8 Desolate Shield. Although he wanted to conceal himself, he would have been killed by the raging flames if he continued to hide at such a crucial moment. Gotcha, the 8 Desolate Shield reformed into the 8 Desolate Sword. Yi Xian held it in his hand and flew over unscathed. Elder Shentu, are you alright? Yi Xian asked immediately. I'm fine. Shentu Lai shook his head with a pale face. Exposed, at this moment, Yi Xian had become the center of attention. At the same time, the Jiang family members also felt that something was amiss. Bloodline, Yi Xian actually had the Jiang family's bloodline in him. What's going on? I can sense his bloodline. Is he also a member of the Jiang family? That can't be. How can we not recognize a member of the Jiang family? Maybe he's a child left behind by someone. Then this talent is too terrifying. Just whose seed is it? The Jiang family experts were discussing softly. Even Jiang Wenjing was the same. He also sensed the bloodline in Yi Xian's body. Patriarch Jiang also noticed this. At this moment, he suddenly focused on the Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's hand. Bahuang sword. The Jiang family's grand elder exclaimed in disbelief. What? When the surrounding people heard this, they also focused on Yi Xian's hand. Indeed, it was the Bahuang sword. At this moment, they suddenly remembered the name that Shentu Lai had shouted. Yi Xian, Yi. He's Yi Chong's son. Jiang Wenjing exclaimed. Patriarch Jiang had a total of 3 children. His eldest son was Jiang Wenyue, his second son was Jiang Wenjing, and his third daughter was Jiang Xinyan. Strictly speaking, Jiang Wenjing was also Yi Xian's uncle. When the 2 words Yi Chong entered the ears of the surrounding people, many of them were confused. Yi Chong is the undying sword god. A scout shouted. At this moment, everyone understood. Yi Xian was actually the undying sword god's son. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian was also a member of the Jiang family? Have you finally recognized me? Yi Xian held the Bahuang sword and coldly looked at the group of experts who had suddenly stopped fighting. The Bahuang sword, coupled with the bloodline connection, had already exposed his identity. Next, it would depend on the Jiang family's attitude. Not good. Situ Outyan's expression was gloomy. Yi Xian's identity was exposed in the end. After all, he knew the Jiang family's attitude. So it's Yi Chong's son. Capture him. The Jiang family's old master immediately bellowed while blowing his beard. Yi Xian was Jiang Xinyan's son, which made him her grandson. However, the Jiang family's old man didn't treat Yi Xian as his family. Is that so? When Yi Xian heard this, his heart turned cold. His killing intent was obvious. The Jiang family still had the same attitude as 20 years ago. They didn't recognize him at all. In that case, there was no need for him to show mercy. Jiang Wenjing immediately rushed towards Yi Xian, preparing to capture Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already become a grade 3 king. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Wenjing, who was also a grade 3 king. 8 Baron Wind Formation, go! Yi Xian shouted the Bahuang sword once again and rushed towards Jiang Wenjing. If not for the fact that Jiang Wenjing was Jiang Xinyan's older brother, Yi Xian would have already killed him with the sword shattering stars. Humph! Jiang Wenjing snorted coldly and began to deal with the 8 blades. Right now, Yi Xian's throbbing pulse of the earth had already transformed to the 16th level, which was extremely powerful. Just these 8 sharp blades were enough for Jiang Wenjing to drink. If Yi Xian used his wind and earth domains, Jiang Wenjing would probably die at his hands even if his true body didn't intervene. So powerful. Is that the Bahuang sword god's weapon? That's terrifying. He didn't even use his domain. His weapon alone is enough to hold Jiang Wenjing back. If he used his domain, Jiang Wenjing's life would be in danger. That's not the point. The 3 moves of the Bahuang Sword Art are the Bahuang Sword God's ultimate moves. I wonder if that kid has mastered them. If he did, even Jiang Tianjin would be in danger. The surrounding people looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, the strength that Yi Xian displayed had already intimidated them. If Yi Xian was given a few more years, he would definitely be able to surpass the Jiang family and even be taken a fancy to by a certain palace master of the Sword God Palace. This kid must know what we did to him and his son. If we let him grow up, our Jiang family will be in big trouble. Jiang family's great elder thought to himself. Now, Yi Xian understood the Jiang family's attitude and immediately shouted, "Let's go. Jiang Tianjin, let's fight." He had been holding back this sentence for a long time. At this moment, he already had the strength to clamor with Jiang Tianjin. Today, he was going to settle the old score. However, just as Yi Xian was about to attack, everyone, stop. Suddenly, an explosive shout entered everyone's ears, and then a figure descended from the sky. As soon as he appeared, everyone present trembled and couldn't move at all. What's going on? Everyone was confused. They turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man on top of the door of the King Tool Hall. This is, Feng Shizhe and Sidu Outyan opened their eyes wide. They knew the middle-aged man. Greetings, senior brother Wu Shang. Feng Shizhe and Sidu Outyan cupped their fists at the same time. Although the middle-aged man in front of them was not the palace master of the Sword God Palace, he had broken through the shackles of the Empty God Realm sovereign and reached the Empty God Realm Great Emperor. At the same time, he had another identity. He was the son of the Tai Sword God. So powerful. Is this the Great Emperor's will? The people below swallowed their saliva and couldn't move at all. They were suppressed by a strange energy. This was the Great Emperor's will. At this moment, the middle-aged man seemed to be the master of the world. No one dared to disobey him. The palace master of the Tai Sword God Palace has ordered that Feng Shizhe and Situ Outyan are not to participate in the affairs of the eastern continent, Wu Shang said to the 2. Yes. Feng Shizhe and Situ Outyan nodded at the same time. Then, Wu Shang looked at Jiang Tianjin and said, "Jiang Tianjin, the 9 Heavens Sword God has decided to accept you as his disciple. Do you agree?" What? Everyone present was shocked. The 9 Heavens Sword God Palace Master was once the Palace Master of the Sword God Palace. However, he had fallen a long time ago. The current 9 Heavens Sword God Palace Master was Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue. I agree. Jiang Tianjin's eyes flashed. Although the 9 Heavens Sword God was his father was an outsider. He needed the approval of the other palace masters to accept a disciple. As long as he entered the Sword God Palace, he would be heavily nurtured. After all, his father was also a palace master. At that time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He might even become a grade 9 sovereign. Afterwards, Wu Shang intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yi Xian and locked onto the Bahuang sword. However, he didn't say anything and didn't intend to take back the Bahuang sword. This was what the Tai Sword God Palace Master, who was also his father, wanted. He still remembered his father's words, "This kid has a bright future ahead of him." That was why he made a move at the critical moment. He thought that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Tianjin for the time being. The eastern continent hasn't been peaceful recently. Don't make a fuss. Let's forget about today's matter. Wu Shang looked around and said. In the next moment, everyone felt the pressure on their bodies disappear without a trace, and they could finally move. However, they didn't know who Wu Shang's last sentence was. Was it the Tai Sword God Palace Master or Wu Shang himself? Yes, my lord. Great-grandfather Jiang didn't dare to disobey this person's order. He hurriedly replied respectfully. However, they knew that Wu Shang had been here from the beginning. He was so skilled that even Feng Shizhe and Sidu Outyan didn't notice him. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Riot Astral Ocean. Hearing this, the people from Beast King Palace and Warlord Palace gathered together. Yi Xian, are you all right? Song Suijing asked worriedly. I'm fine. Yi Xian shook his head. He had blocked the raging flames with the 8 Desolation shield. Outside the 8 Desolation shield, there were 16 layers of earth pulse, so he was not injured. Alright, Jiang Tianjin, follow me. The rest of you can disperse too. Yes. The group of people responded. Humph. Before Jiang Tianjin left, he glared at Yi Xian before leaving with Wu Shang. His eyes seemed to be saying, I'll spare your life for now. One day, you'll die in my hands. At the same time, Yi Xian thought to himself, Jiang Tianjin, it seems that our final battle has yet to come. The next time we meet, I'll definitely take my revenge. Forget about Tulking Palace, let's go too. Situ Outyan rushed over and left with a group of people. The Jiang family could only watch them leave, but they could not vent the anger in their hearts. I never thought that Tai Palace Master would come out to mediate. After leaving Tulking Palace, Situ Outyan could not help but say. Tai Palace Master was the most authoritative palace master in Sword God Palace. Even the other palace masters dared not disobey his words. Now that Yi Xian has been exposed, the Jiang family will probably make a move next. Lan Yao glanced at Yi Xian. That's right. The Jiang family almost killed Yi Xian and Yi Chong 20 years ago. Now that Yi Xian is here, they will definitely not leave him alone. I'm afraid that Yi Xian can't stay in the eastern continent anymore, unless he stays in Warlord Palace. Shen Tulai nodded. It was impossible for Yi Xian to stay in Warlord Palace for a long time. He did not rely on ordinary cultivation, but on devouring to increase his strength. It was better to kill him than to let him stay in Warlord Palace, since he couldn't stay in the eastern continent. Where could he go? Hiding like this isn't a solution. Right now, Yi Xian isn't weak. Why don't we send him to the chaotic astral ocean? We need more people there. Battle King Hall's Grand Elder Shi Yonghao suddenly said. That's a good idea. What do you think, Yi Xian? Lan Yao nodded and looked at Yi Xian. Chaotic astral ocean, this was not the first time Yi Xian had heard of this place. Senior, I don't know much about the chaotic astral ocean. Is there anything I can help you with? Yi Xian asked curiously. Our eastern continent was originally very big, but the demon race of the Great Wilderness suddenly attacked and surrounded the eastern continent. In the Great Wilderness, we don't have the strength to open a passageway, so we can only start from the sea. Lan Yao explained, therefore, we 3 king palaces all have our own forces in the chaotic astral ocean. We want to open a sea route to cross the Great Wasteland and connect with the outside world. After hearing this, Yi Xian also understood. There were actually some Void God Realm kings in Battle King Hall, but they were all sent to the chaotic astral ocean. Grand Elder Shi Yonghao just happened to come back from the chaotic astral ocean. Yi Xian pondered. Now that his identity had been exposed, if he stayed in the eastern continent, he didn't know when he would fall into the hands of the Jiang family. It was better to go to the chaotic astral ocean to improve his strength. By the time he returned, the Jiang family's threat wouldn't be that big. Alright, I'll go. Yi Xian nodded. We'll go too. Song Suijing hurriedly said. Battle King Hall's young master Lan Yu glanced at Judge Song and Song Suijing and said, I'll go too. My thunder attribute physique might improve faster there. Alright, then the 4 of you go to the chaotic astral ocean. We'll deal with the eastern continent first. Lan Yao nodded. Although they had decided to go to the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian and the others still planned to return to Battle King Hall and rest for a few days. After all, Yi Xian and Song Suijing hadn't seen each other for more than a year, and there were many things to talk about. Alright, you guys be careful. I'll bring your news to Yi Chong. Situ Outyan said to Yi Xian. Many thanks, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. In fact, he could condense a Sword God bloodline seed and let Situ Outyan bring it to Yi Chong. However, this thing was too precious, so Yi Xian decided to forget about it. He would think about it when he met Yi Chong in the future. Soon, the Battle King Hall's group separated from the Beast King Hall's group. Yi Xian and the others also returned to Battle King Hall. After not seeing each other for more than a year, Yi Xian and Song Suijing had endless things to talk about. The two took turns to talk about what had happened to them, and they talked until late at night. Only then did Yi Xian hug Song Suijing and fall asleep. In this more than a year, Song Suijing and adjudicator Song didn't have many things to do. After they met Lan Yu in Luosha region, they were directly brought back to Battle King Hall and were secretly trained. Originally, they were the trump cards to contend against Jiang Tianjin in the future, but now, they were exposed. Moreover, when it came to trump cards, they were still too far behind Yi Xian. If Yi Xian had the Bahuang sword, he might have the strength to contend against Jiang Tianjin. However, now that Jiang Tianjin had been accepted into Sword God Palace, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't fall behind. Otherwise, how could he take revenge? The next day, Yi Xian got up and prepared to go to chaotic astral ocean. After listening to him, Lan Yu also felt a huge pressure. Originally, she was the #1 genius of Battle King Hall, but now, Yi Xian appeared. Not only was his attribute high, but his realm was also higher than hers. Most importantly, he was so hardworking. Immediately, Lan Yu directly agreed. Then, the four of them directly left. Before entering chaotic astral ocean, I have to tell you something. On the way to chaotic astral ocean, Lan Yu suddenly opened her mouth. Yi Xian and the other two looked at each other and listened in silence. Chaotic astral ocean is a very dangerous place. Once you enter, you must be extremely careful when flying. Chaotic astral ocean not only needs to guard against the void god beasts in the sea, but also the chaotic astral thunder in the sky. Lan Yu said. Sister Lan, what is chaotic astral thunder? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Lan Yu replied, there is no day in chaotic astral ocean, only endless night. Even if there are no thunderclouds, there will be occasional chaotic astral thunder in the sky. There are strong and weak chaotic astral thunders. The weak ones can be resisted by Void God Realm experts. As for the strong ones, I heard that they can even kill Void God Realm experts. So strong? Yi Xian was shocked. Yes. Lan Yu nodded. At the same time, after entering chaotic astral ocean, remember not to fly more than 100 meters above the sea. Once it exceeds 100 meters, there will be a chance of chaotic astral thunder in the sky. Therefore, most people fly at a low altitude. 100 meters, isn't that too dangerous? Yi Xian frowned. The sea was unfathomable, and there were countless powerful void god beasts. There might even be void god beasts comparable to void god realm great emperors. 100 meters was nothing. Because of this, most people travel by boat, so there are many pirate groups in chaotic astral ocean. Ambush. Lan Yu paused for a moment before continuing. The chaotic astral ocean is divided into 3 regions. These 3 regions are the territories of the 3 pirate emperors. Our 3 king palaces are all in Mad Revered's territory. Mad Revered, Empress, and Battle Emperor are extremely powerful. Are these 3 Nihility God Realm Emperors? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. I'm not very sure. Moreover, these 3 are pirates with countless experts under their command. However, there are rumors that they are already level 9 kings. Lan Yu said solemnly. Moreover, these 3 people hate outsiders very much. In other words, people from the mainland like us. That's why we, the Warlord Palace, disguised as pirates. So, we are going to be pirates? Judge Song suddenly frowned. Yes, I previously went to the chaotic astral ocean to form a pirate group, but because I returned to the mainland, I merged with the Shuntian pirates. Lan Yu nodded. Judge Song said helplessly, we are really going to be pirates. Although it doesn't feel like much, robbing isn't my style. We are only in disguise. We won't rob caravans. Generally, we will fight with other pirate groups. Lan Yu shook her head. Only by fighting can we obtain more wealth, manpower, and ships to strengthen ourselves. Hearing this, Judge Song slowly nodded. These pirates were originally cruel people. Killing them was a matter of course. In addition, Judge, although you have recovered from your serious injury, it hasn't been cured. If it isn't cured, I'm afraid your cultivation won't be able to progress. Lan Yu suddenly turned her attention to Judge Song. At this time, Yi Xian remembered that Judge Song still had some injuries and immediately asked, how can it be cured? The Jiang family didn't cure him. If we can find a wood attribute king, perhaps he will be able to recover. Or find a flame wood root. Lan Yu replied. Withered-wood rejuvenation, or flame-wood root. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he secretly remembered it. He had heard of the flame-wood root before. It was a kind of thing that leaned towards both fire and wood, but he didn't know where to find it. The palace master's whereabouts are uncertain, but now that this has happened, we can't go to the Sword God Palace to find the palace master. However, if the palace master comes back, he should come to the chaotic astral ocean, Lan Yu continued. The Battle King Hall's hall master, Duan Muyun, had a wood attribute void spirit. Moreover, he had also comprehended withered wood rejuvenation. If he returned to the Battle King Hall, Lan Yao would tell him about this matter. However, during this period of time, Adjudicator Song would be stuck as a rank 1 king. After that, Lan Yu told Yi Xian and the other two a few more things. In short, their next mission in the chaotic astral sea was to expand their pirate group. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to leave the chaotic astral sea and open up a path. The chaotic astral ocean was right next to the eastern continent. However, Yi Xian and the other two also made a trip back to the Heavenly Water Continent to report that they were safe and sound, as well as confirm the Heavenly Water Continent's situation. After that, he arrived at the border between the Eastern Continent and the chaotic astral ocean. Past that lighthouse is the chaotic astral ocean. Let's fly in at a low altitude. On the sea outside the Eastern Continent, Blue Moon pointed at a lighthouse in front of them and said, "Okay." Yi Xian and the other two nodded silently. However, just as they were about to cross the lighthouse, a figure suddenly appeared on top of the lighthouse. "You guys really made me wait for a long time." A middle-aged man suddenly blocked the path of Yi Xian and the other two. Yi Xian and the other two didn't recognize this person, but Blue Moon did. After seeing the middle-aged man's face clearly, Blue Moon's expression sank to the bottom of the valley. She said, "Jiang Wentao?" The middle-aged man in front of them was a member of the Jiang family's generation. He was an expert second only to the Jiang family's patriarch. The Jiang family's patriarch had 3 children. The eldest son was Jiang Wenyue, the second son was Jiang Wenjing, and the third daughter was Jiang Xinyan. This Jiang Wentao was Jiang Wenyue's cousin. That day at the Tool King Hall, he didn't appear because he was in the chaotic astral ocean. However, Yi Xian and the other two were still one step behind. "Little girl, I didn't expect you to recognize me." Jiang Wentao grinned. "What do you want to do?" Master Wu Shang said. Blue Moon hurriedly mentioned Wu Shang. However, before she could finish, Jiang Wentao interrupted her. "Don't use Master Wu Shang as an excuse. I only have one purpose for coming here today. That kid will come with me. The 3 of you can do whatever you want." "Impossible." Blue Moon immediately replied. "Little girl, although the 4 of you are top-notch geniuses, you are still too young. If you have 10 years, you might be able to surpass me. However, judging from your current situation, you don't have the ability to stop me." As Jiang Wentao spoke, he turned his attention to Yi Xian and said, "Don't worry, this kid won't die. After all, he is Yi Chong's child. If he dies and Yi Chong goes crazy, the Tool King Hall won't be able to handle it." Yi Chong was already a peak king of the empty god realm. If he knew that Yi Xian was dead, he would definitely slaughter the Tool King Hall. Although the Tool King Hall was backed by the 9th Heaven Sword God Jiang Wenyue couldn't guard the Tool King Hall all the time. "I will go to the Tool King Hall again, but not now," Yi Xian said coldly. TSK, this is not up to you." Jiang Wentao's gaze fell on Yi Xian's Bahuang sword. He didn't covet the Bahuang sword or the Bahuang sword technique. He was coveting something else. Something that very few people knew about. "If that's the case, let me see what you're capable of." Yi Xian squinted his eyes and said softly, "I will be the main attacker. The 3 of you will hold him back." "All right." Song Suijing and the other two nodded. In the current team, Yi Xian had the highest cultivation level and was the most powerful. Although the 3 of them weren't at a high cultivation level, it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a level 4 king together. With the addition of Yi Xian, they might be able to fight a level 5 king. After all, the 4 of them had rare attributes. Both parties looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Then, Yi Xian took the initiative to attack. "Bahuang Spirit, go." The Bahuang sword shattered instantly and formed a brownish-yellow genuine qi giant that charged towards Jiang Wentao. Bahuang spirit? If the Bahuang sword god was controlling it, the Bahuang spirit would be stronger than an ordinary empty god realm emperor. It's a pity that you're only a level 3 king. Jiang Wentao sighed and finally made his move. He had the fire attribute empty god spirit and had comprehended the inextinguishable flames and rebirth from fire. Although his attack power was strong, the 4 of them were the treasures of the Warlord Hall. If one of them died, the 2 Warlord Halls would definitely start a war. Therefore, he had to be careful. Swoosh, territories were activated one by one. Lightning territory, ice territory, flame territory, fire territory, earth territory, wind territory. Unbeatable, in the next moment, the 8 Desolation Spirit was already in front of Jiang Wentao. Whoosh whoosh, the 8 Desolation Spirit punched out, aiming for Jiang Wentao's head. Humph! Jiang Wentao snorted coldly. In the next moment, an inextinguishable flame ignited beneath the 8 Desolation Spirit's feet. In an instant, the 8 Desolation Spirit was burned to a crisp. Although the 8 Desolation Spirit was formed by 8 sharp blades, the majority of its body was formed by Yixian's Xianxia. Earth Xianxia was already countered by fire Xianxia, let alone the inextinguishable flame. However, the 8 Desolation Spirit was just a cover. Yixian's real killing move was the 8 Desolation Wind formation. Whoosh! 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 When the Octoterra Titan Spirit was annihilated, the 8 blades began to spin at high speeds. The 8 blades, which contained the power of the 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world, attacked Jiang Wentao. However, Jiang Wentao was able to easily deflect them. 16 layers of earth pulse is indeed powerful. If I wasn't a grade 5 king, it would really be troublesome. Jiang Wentao muttered. At this moment, cracking sounds were suddenly heard around him. In the next moment, walls were formed around him. Ice profound, ice crystal cage. The ice attribute was naturally created by Song Suijing. Petty tricks, break for me. Jiang Wentao blocked the 8 sharp blades while igniting the inextinguishable flame around him. In the next moment, holes were burned through the entire ice crystal cage. This ice crystal cage was very useful against fire kings of the same level. However, Jiang Wentao was a grade 5 king after all, and had comprehended the inextinguishable flame. Hence, it was useless against him. However, this ice crystal cage could not be underestimated. Ice crystal explosion. When Jiang Wentao ignited the inextinguishable flame, Song Suijing's eyes suddenly flashed. Pung! The entire ice crystal cage shattered, and countless ice crystals shot towards Jiang Wentao. I've long heard of this move of yours. Jiang Wentao was still defending against the attacks of the 8 sharp blades. There was already a layer of flame around his body. When the ice crystals got close to him, they were burned into ashes. ZZ. However, what Jiang Wentao did not notice was that there was already a special energy gathering above his head. As Lan Yu's eyes flashed, the energy suddenly chopped down. Thunder element profound, heavenly punishment. Lan Yu had not used this move in the previous battle. What? Jiang Wentao felt that something was wrong. He looked up and saw a lightning snake slithering down. Immediately, his figure flashed. Boom! This electric snake slithered straight into the sea, immediately setting off a wave of electromagnetic waves on the surface of the sea. However, this was not the end. Boom! 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 One after another, the electric snakes slithered down. Jiang Wentao didn't dare to stay in the same place anymore. He hurriedly began to dodge. Although the heavenly punishment profound also required Zhenqi, Lan Yu was a level 2 dominator. She wouldn't run out of Zhenqi so easily. The reason why Jiang Wentao dodged was because he felt threatened. The thunder element had the attack power of the fire element and the speed of the wind element. It was a very powerful attribute. Song Suijing and the other 2's purpose was to restrain Jiang Wentao and let Yixian assist them. Originally, Song Suijing also knew the binding of water profound, but Jiang Wentao's realm was too high. Moreover, he had the inextinguishable raging flames, so she couldn't restrain him. Now, she could only use heavenly punishment to restrain him. Whoosh! Adjudicator Song, who had not made a move, finally made a move. At this time, a flame dragon swept toward Jiang Wentao. Humph. Jiang Wentao resisted the 8 sharp blades while dodging the heavenly punishment lightning. Taking advantage of the gap, he threw a punch at the flame dragon. Boom, the flame dragon was easily defeated by this punch. The fire element was the upgraded version of the fire element. Its power was stronger than the fire element, but due to the suppression of the realm, the flame dragon couldn't do anything. However, there was another killing move in the flame dragon's body. Huh? At the same time when the flame dragon was annihilated, a 2-meter-tall flame clone rushed out. This was Adjudicator Song's flame clone. Haha, old man, have a taste of this move. Adjudicator Song looked up to the sky and laughed. Boom, the flame avatar instantly exploded. How could Jiang Wentao, who had the fire element, not know about this move? This was Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens. Moreover, it was the Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens. Damn it, I was tricked. Jiang Wentao hurriedly used his true chi to resist. Although this Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens was powerful enough to kill a 3rd-grade king, Jiang Wentao was a 5th-grade king. Moreover, he had the fire element, so he had some resistance against it. Adjudicator Song's Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens didn't injure him and was blocked. However, this was also a form of restraint. Swish, at the same time, a brown sword chi shot towards Jiang Wentao. Yi Xian had been waiting for an opportunity since the beginning. The explosion of the Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens was a very good opportunity, so he didn't hesitate to make his move. Lifting heavy as light and great earth throbbing technique combined with his bloodline allowed Yi Xian's attack to be extremely fast. It was enough to threaten a 5th-grade king. Not good. Jiang Wentao's expression changed once again. The attack power of this slash was almost on par with his own. However, he had been tricked by Adjudicator Song a moment ago. At the same time, there was also Heavenly Punishment, 8 Desolate Wind Slaughter Array, and various other domains, giving him no time to dodge. Therefore, he could only face it head-on. Boom, Jiang Wentao's weapon vibrated 16 times in an instant. His hands were numb from the vibrations, and his body was blasted back 1,000 meters. Success? Yi Xian's group of 4 widened their eyes, but in the next moment, Jiang Wentao's hearty laughter came from the front. Brats, you think you can injure me, Jiang Wentao? Jiang Wentao's figure appeared in the eyes of the 4. A 5th-grade king, as expected of a 5th-grade king. Even with such exquisite coordination, they still couldn't do anything to him. To be honest, if I was only a 4th-grade king, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. Now that I've seen through your abilities, it's time to get serious. Jiang Wentao narrowed his eyes. The reason why he was defending just now was because he wanted to see the potential and trump cards of these people. Now, he had really seen through them. He didn't know about Heavenly Punishment, Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens, and other ultimates before. Now, he knew. The 4 people's expressions were gloomy. Yi Xian also withdrew his 8 Desolate Sword. If the other party really wanted to capture him, then he would have to use his ultimate move. At that time, there would be casualties. If Jiang Wentao died, then the Tool King Hall and Battle King Hall would definitely start a war. Therefore, Yi Xian was still hesitating. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. It was the Temple Master, Duan Muyun. Alright, brats, I don't have time to play with you. As Jiang Wentao spoke, his attention fell onto Yi Xian as he said, Brat, obediently follow me back to the Artifact King's Hall. Otherwise, don't blame me for not holding back when I make a move. You want to catch me? Let's see what you're capable of. Yi Xian replied calmly. He had already made up his mind. If Jiang Wentao really attacked him, he would have to use the Sword of Shattering Stars. Jiang Wentao was the leader of the pirate group in the chaotic astral ocean. He must have a lot of things in his interspatial ring. If he killed him, Yi Xian might break through to become a level 4 king. At that time, he would not be afraid of the Tool King Palace. However, if Jiang Wenyuan knew about it, it would be troublesome. However, it was not the time to think about it. Alright, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll capture you and bring you back to the Tool King Palace by force. After Jiang Wentao finished speaking, his aura suddenly grew stronger and pressed down on Yi Xian and the other 3. However, in the next instant, his imposing manner instantly collapsed. At the same time, a sudden pressure descended on his body, causing his heart to palpitate involuntarily. I can't move? Jiang Wentao's face was filled with shock as his entire body trembled. He hurriedly swept his gaze around and discovered that a white figure had appeared above Yi Xian's group of 4. Yi Xian and the other 3 were puzzled. Why did Jiang Wentao suddenly stop moving? At this moment, they noticed Jiang Wentao's strange gaze. They looked up and saw a person standing behind them. When Yi Xian saw the person's face, he trembled violently. Wasn't this the middle-aged man who killed the flying dragon and saved Yi Xian and Song Suijing in the Tang dynasty of the Tianshui continent? Temple Master. Suddenly, Lan Yu shouted. What? Yi Xian was stunned again. Temple Master? This middle-aged man was actually the Battle Emperor Hall's Hall Master, Duan Muyun. Only then did Yi Xian realize that when the middle-aged man killed the wyvern, didn't the wyvern turn into a pile of mud? Wasn't that the wood attribute true qi? Moreover, at that time, Song Suijing had guessed that this middle-aged man knew Yi Xian's father, but she never expected that he was actually the Hall Master of Warlord Hall. Damn, a Void God Realm Monarch Realm expert needs to use his sword to deal with a flying dragon? Yi Xian could not help but admire Duan Muyun's posturing in the Great Tang dynasty was simply too impressive. An expert like Duan Muyun did not even need to make a move. Just a look from him could kill a virtual god, let alone an injured flying dragon. Originally, Yi Xian thought that this middle-aged man was just a friend that Yi Chong had met during his training. After all, Yi Chong was very talented, and not everyone could keep up with him. However, Yi Xian did not associate this middle-aged man with the Battle Emperor Hall Master. After hearing Lan Yu's words, Jiang Wentao's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Hall Master Duan Muyun? He was shocked by Duan Muyun's aura and his mind was in a daze. His vision was not very bright, so he did not recognize him immediately. Jiang Wentao, how dare you? Duan Muyun slowly descended from the sky. This, Jiang Wentao looked at Duan Muyun in horror. He was terrified because Duan Muyun was a level 9 Void God Realm Monarch. He was not someone that he could deal with. I've heard about what happened before. Your Tool King Palace dares to threaten my Battle King Palace. Who gave you the guts to do that? Jiang Wenyue? Duan Muyun looked at Jiang Wentao. Jiang Wenyue was one of the palace masters of Sword God Palace, but Duan Muyun was also one of the palace masters. Duan Muyun was not afraid of Jiang Wenyue since they had the same status. Do you think your weapon Emperor Hall is powerful just because Jiang Wenyue has become a great emperor? Coincidentally, I also made a breakthrough a while ago. Duan Muyun suddenly revealed a secret. What? When they heard the second half of the sentence, Jiang Wentao, Yi Xian, and the other 2 trembled. Duan Muyun, who was originally a peak Void God Realm Monarch, had made a breakthrough. Did that mean that Duan Muyun was now a Void God Realm Great Emperor? No wonder I can't move. He has already broken through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor. Jiang Wentao suddenly understood. Although a level 9 monarch was stronger than a level 5 monarch, it was impossible for him to be unable to move. Therefore, it must be because of the Great Emperor's will. Humph. Duan Muyun snorted and suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian and the other 3. Palace Master. Lan Yu quickly bowed. Yi Xian and the other 2 followed suit. Forget it. I'm not such an old-fashioned person. Duan Muyun grinned and looked at Yi Xian and Song Suijing. He said, Why? Are the 2 of you surprised? Yi Xian and Song Suijing looked at each other and said in unison, Yes. Haha, I took advantage of my free time to take a look at Tianshui continent. I happened to see you in trouble and saved you. Do you still remember? Duan Muyun said with a smile. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. He had always remembered this matter. However, he could not find Duan Muyun to return the favor. Lan Yu was very surprised. She did not expect Yi Xian and Song Suijing to have met Duan Muyun before. Moreover, it was in Yi Xian's hometown. You owed me a favor before. Well, now that you are part of Warlord Hall, I'll forget about it. However, that favor must be returned. Duan Muyun looked at Yi Xian. I dare not forget Senior's kindness. Yi Xian said hastily. I think you already know that your father has entered the Sword God Pagoda thousands of times over the years. This time, he came down with serious injuries. I was the one who healed his injuries. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on. Duan Muyun paused for a moment before continuing, you owe me a favor, so I'll bring it up now. What I want you to do is very simple. That is to charge up the Sword God Pagoda on behalf of your father. As expected, after hearing Duan Muyun's words, Yi Xian's heart trembled. In fact, he had already guessed it. Okay. Yi Xian agreed without thinking. However, there were some things he did not understand. I think you have a lot of doubts in your heart. I have broken through to the empty God realm Great Emperor realm. I should be qualified to accept your father as a disciple and let him enter the Sword God Palace to reunite with your mother. However, your father refused. Duan Muyun sighed. Song Suijing could not help but ask, he refused? Why? Yi Chong has obtained the inheritance of Sword God Ba Huang. Moreover, he has great aptitude. He should be able to break through to the empty God realm Great Emperor realm. However, he has been trying to break through the Sword God Pagoda all these years and has always failed. He has long had an inner demon. In addition, he has been injured countless times. Although I have healed him, I can't cure him completely. In the end, he has left behind an illness. Translator, Transin editor, Transin, what a difficult task. That's why he wants you to complete it. Yi Xian fell silent after hearing Duan Muyun's words. Yi Chong had charged into the Sword God Pagoda and was severely injured countless times. Even with Duan Muyun's help, he would eventually fall ill. Does he not have a chance to break through? Yi Xian asked. It would be too sad for such a talented genius to be stuck in the rank 9 king realm for the rest of his life. There is, but not much, unless he can get rid of his inner demon. That will depend on you. Duan Muyun nodded. In order to get rid of his inner demon, he had to reunite Yi Chong and Xianxia. Moreover, he couldn't use Duan Muyun's method. As the child of Yi Chong and Xianxia, Yi Xian could fulfill Yi Chong's wish. I understand. Yi Xian nodded. You must be Adjudicator Song, right? You were injured by the experts of the demon race, but the people of the Tool King Hall didn't treat you, leaving behind an illness that caused your cultivation to stagnate. Duan Muyun waved her hand and a green energy entered Adjudicator Song's body. In the next moment, Adjudicator Song's physique changed. Healed? Adjudicator Song's eyes widened. A Void God Realm Great Emperor was indeed a Void God Realm Great Emperor. His hidden illness was healed in an instant. Your injury is still considered small. Yi Chong is the terrifying one. Even when I broke through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor, I couldn't completely heal him. However, after he heard about Yi Xian, he stopped attacking the Sword God Pagoda and chose to rest quietly. Duan Muyun said slowly. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, Father is injured again? Yes, Jiang Wenyue is ruthless. He beat him to the brink of death every time. Jiang Wenyue is already a Void God Realm Great Emperor. Before Jiang Wenyue broke through, Yi Xian might still have a chance. But now, it's impossible. Duan Muyun shook her head. Since that's the case, let me do it. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Then, his heart moved. He was extremely grateful to Duan Muyun. She had saved him once, and had saved his father countless times. Therefore, he wanted to repay Duan Muyun. Senior, this is a bloodline seed that I obtained by chance during my training. Yi Xian exchanged for a Sword God bloodline seed and tossed it to Duan Muyun. Oh? Duan Muyun caught it with interest. He was naturally no stranger to the bloodline seed. Many experts would condense one when they were nearing the end of their lifespan and pass down their ultimate techniques. However, when Duan Muyun caught the bloodline seed, her heart trembled violently. He could sense that this bloodline seed was no ordinary object. Yi Xian, this is... Duan Muyun asked with a frown. Senior, this is a Sword God's bloodline seed. If Senior refines it, it can increase the power of your sword skills and comprehension by 50%. By the time Yi Xian finished speaking, Duan Muyun's jaw dropped in shock. Increase the power of the sword skill by 50%, was he that strong? At this moment, Duan Muyun's brows suddenly twitched. The next moment, he and Yi Xian were wrapped up by some vines that appeared out of thin air. Yi Xian, is what you said true? Duan Muyun asked in surprise. There are actually two sword gods' bloodline seeds. I've already refined one, and the one in Senior's hand is the second one. Yi Xian can only repay Senior's kindness to his father and son with this bloodline seed, Yi Xian replied. To be honest, Duan Muyun was already attracted by this bloodline seed. This bloodline seed could greatly increase his strength. Alright, then I'll accept it. Duan Muyun did not argue and swallowed it on the spot. Not long after, his eyes widened. For an expert of his level, he could feel the changes even if he did not verify it. Great, this is great. Duan Muyun suddenly laughed out loud. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to keep this bloodline seed for Yi Chong. However, Yi Chong had a heart demon now and there were many hidden injuries in his body. There was no hope for him to break through. Even with this sword god's bloodline seed, it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Wenyue who had broken through to the void god realm. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use it to repay the favor. Young man, I didn't expect you to have this much. Don't worry, I have a gift for you too. Duan Muyun smiled as he took out a strange item. It was a ball of white flame, but it danced in Duan Muyun's hand. Yi Xian focused his eyes and realized that there was a small sword in the ball of white flame. Senior, this is... Yi Xian did not know what it was and asked hurriedly. This is the most precious treasure left behind by sword god Ba Huang. If your father can successfully refine it, defeating Jiang Wenyue should not be a problem. It's a pity that your father can't refine it. Duan Muyun threw the white flame to Yi Xian and said, this is called sword essence. Your father asked me to bring it to you. If you can refine it, your strength will increase greatly. Not to mention surpassing me, you might even be able to catch up with the strongest person in Sword God Palace, Sword God Tai. Sword essence? Yi Xian caught the white flame and instinctively performed a special devour. Ding! The host does not have enough devour crystals. He could perform a special devour, but he did not have enough devour crystals. Is this a gift from my father? Yi Xian kept it in the devour space and said, thank you, senior. Don't thank me. I'm just bringing it to you. Don't let anyone else know about this. No one. If you have sword essence now, I won't be able to withstand one blow from you. As Duan Muyun spoke, the surrounding vine boundary was instantly annihilated. The two of them appeared in front of everyone again. Song Suijing and the others could not hear the conversation between Yi Xian and Duan Muyun, so the sword essence was a secret. Yi Xian was shocked. What kind of heaven-defying thing was the sword essence? If he, a third-grade challenger, had sword essence, he could actually kill Duan Muyun, a void god great emperor. Wasn't this thing a little too powerful? Alright, you guys go in. I'll bring Jiang Wentao to Weapon King Hall to seek justice. Duan Muyun waved her hand. Yes. Yi Xian and the others nodded and immediately rushed out. When they passed by Jiang Wentao, they snorted coldly. Jiang Wentao was stunned by Duan Muyun and could not move. He could only watch as Yi Xian passed by him and entered the chaotic astral ocean. After bidding farewell to Duan Muyun, Yi Xian and the others also entered the chaotic astral ocean. The chaotic astral ocean was a strange place. There was no sun and there was a starry sky 24 hours a day. Below was the ocean, so it was a little gloomy. I didn't expect the palace master to come so soon. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. After entering the chaotic astral ocean, Lan Yu could not help but say. Indeed, if Duan Muyun had not appeared in time, Yi Xian would have been captured. Of course, there was another possibility that Jiang Wentao would be killed by Yi Xian. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin entering the chaotic astral ocean. Sister Lan, where are we going now? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. We're going to Shuntian Island. This is a small island occupied by my Shuntian pirate group. Lan Yu said indifferently, this chaotic astral ocean is much stronger than our eastern continent. There are also many pirate groups that are stronger than our three great kings. Our Shuntian pirate group can only be considered as a level 4 pirate group. Level 4 pirate group? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Warlord Hall was actually only a level 4 pirate group. This didn't sound very high. In the chaotic astral ocean, a level 4 pirate group means that there is a level 4 king. A level 5 pirate group means that there is a level 5 king. As for those without a level 5 pirate group, they are simply not qualified. As for Quangzun, Empress, and Battle Emperor, they are all level 9 pirate groups. Lan Yu explained. Didn't the Great Elder just come back from the chaotic astral ocean? Song Suijing asked in astonishment. Warlord Hall's Great Elder Shi Yonghao was an expert on the same level as Vice Hall Master Lan Yao. They were both level 5 kings. In that case, the Xianxia pirate group should be a level 5 pirate group. Yes, but the Great Elder is only in charge and won't appear. This is our trump card that cannot be known by outsiders. Lan Yu continued to explain. Yi Xian and the other two immediately understood. The Xianxia pirate group was a level 4 pirate group. If a level 5 pirate group attacked, the Great Elder would appear. If the Great Elder was directly exposed, he would likely attract the attention of a level 6 pirate group. Thus, he must remain hidden. In addition, there is a rule in the chaotic astral ocean. A level 3 pirate group can only occupy one island, a level 4 pirate group can occupy 2 islands, and a level 8 pirate group can occupy 6 islands. Currently, the chaotic astral ocean is divided into 3 parts. Almost all the islands have an owner. Without permission, no one is allowed to attack other islands. Thus, the ocean is very chaotic while the islands are very peaceful. Lan Yu continued to explain to the 3. Yi Xian asked, we need approval to attack the island. Who is it? Our Xianxia pirates are level 4 pirates. Only level 1, 2, 4 and 4 pirates can attack our island. If we want to attack other islands, we have to apply to the level 9 pirates. They have a station in this area. Blue Moon replied. In the chaotic astral ocean, there were only 3 9th level pirate groups, namely Quangzun, Empress, and Zhan Huang. A level 8 pirate group can only control 6 islands, but a level 9 pirate group has no restrictions. This is hegemony. Young Master, are we going to lead the Xianxia pirates directly or form a new one? Judge Song couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Lan Yu paused and replied, now the chaotic astral ocean is not very peaceful. The Xianxia pirates have risen with great difficulty. We need to hide for a period of time. Let's form a new one. What's his name? Song Suijing asked. Let's call it Ice Fire. The name doesn't matter. Lan Yu casually said. Ice Fire pirates, Yi Xian and the other 2 didn't have any opinion. The name is just a code name. Although the name had been decided, there were only 4 of them. They had to report to Xianxia Island first, and then directly rob a pirate group. It would save them time and effort. Lan Yu has been to Xianxia Island before, so she knows the way. She and Yi Xian both know how to speed up, so it only takes them about 5 days to arrive. Hey, there's an island over there. After 2 days of rushing, Song Suijing suddenly saw a black shadow and pointed out. Lan Yu nodded slightly, yes, it's called Sky Cloud Island. It's controlled by a level 3 pirate group. Right after Lan Yu's words left her mouth, several rays of light suddenly blossomed from the Sky Cloud Island. Someone is fighting, moreover, the movement is not small. Rumble. The sound floated over and fell into the ears of the 4. What's going on? Are they attacking the island? Lan Yu was surprised. Let's go and see. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This is the first time he has seen an island attack. Of course, this is just out of curiosity. His purpose is to see if there is any profit to be made. After all, this time he came to the chaotic astral ocean to upgrade and break through. Immediately, the 4 of them rushed towards Sky Cloud Island. Rumble. The sound was getting louder and louder. When Yi Xian and the other 3 approached, they found 3 figures fighting with an entire pirate group. Huh? This doesn't look like an island attack. Lan Yu suddenly said. Yi Xian and the other 2 were stunned. If it's not an island attack, then there is a conflict on the island itself. At this time, a strong man suddenly shouted, the 4 of you, please help, they are raiders. Obviously, he said to Yi Xian and the other 3. What are raiders? Yi Xian asked strangely. Lan Yu suddenly realized and explained, there are countless pirates in the chaotic astral ocean, but there are some who don't form a pirate group and act alone. These people are called raiders. They attack fleets and islands with the purpose of killing and plundering, but they are not allowed to occupy an island. If they are seen by the law enforcers, they will be killed, so they generally leave after plundering an island. Then, should we help? Judge Song asked. Lan Yu shook her head and said, no, the strong are respected, this is obvious. If the raiders succeed in destroying this pirate group, then this island will become an island without an owner, and there will be another pirate group to occupy it. That's right, we'll just watch them fight and reap the benefits. Judge Song chuckled as a large axe appeared in his hand. In front, most of the people were just bystanders, and there were only 10 people who were really fighting. 7 of them were from the 3rd-level pirate group, and the other 3 were from the raiders. A 3rd-level king, 3 2nd-level kings, 3 1st-level kings. Xian was evaluating the strength of the 10 people. As for the 3 raiders, there were 2 3rd-level kings and 1 2nd-level king. Although they didn't have the advantage in numbers, they were still stronger than the other 7. As for the virtual God Realm pirates, they were watching from the outside. This level of battle, they couldn't intervene. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and a corpse fell from the sky. The situation instantly turned to the raiders' side. When one person dies, a second person dies. Soon, the leaders of the 3rd-level pirate group were defeated. Soon, all 7 kings were killed. Second brother, third brother, there are 4 kings over there, you 2 go deal with them, I will deal with these people. A middle-aged man said to the other 2. True strength all right. The other 2 raiders nodded and quickly rushed towards Xian's group of 4. As for the middle-aged man, he activated his domain and killed the pirates. A 3rd-grade king and a 2nd-grade king have come. Xian, why don't we deal with them? Judge Song turned to Xian and said. All right. Xian didn't have any objections. His strength was enough to kill these 3 raiders, so there was no need for him to make a move. It was better to give Judge Song and the other 2 a chance to gain experience. In the next moment, Judge Song's group quickly rushed out. The 3 of them found their opponents at the same time. Lan Yu dealt with the 2nd-grade king while Song Suijing and Judge Song dealt with the 3rd-grade king. Humph, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers, courting death. The 3rd-grade king coldly snorted and directly attacked the 2 siblings. Song Suijing and Judge Song were both 1st-grade kings, but if the 2 of them joined hands, dealing with a 3rd-grade king wasn't a problem. Lan Yu also had a rare lightning attribute and had comprehended lightning acceleration and heavenly punishment. Dealing with a 3rd-grade king was just too easy. Xian stood to the side and watched the battle between the 5 of them. In the chaotic astral ocean, the water attribute was the most abundant, followed by the wind and lightning attributes. Not only that, the fire attribute kings were slightly weaker here. Song Suijing had the ice attribute, which was superior to the water attribute. Her strength increased here, and the speed of ice crystals condensed was much faster than in the mainland. Gotcha! An ice crystal cage was formed, trapping the rank 3 king. What, ice attribute? The 3rd-grade king was shocked. The water attribute was very popular in the chaotic astral ocean, but now, an ice attribute king had appeared, which was simply heaven-defying. Boom! The 3rd-grade king sent a flame slash at the ice wall in front of him, but it failed to break the ice crystal cage. Ice crystal explosion! At this time, Song Suijing's eyes suddenly flashed, and in the next moment, the ice crystal cage instantly exploded. Countless ice crystals flew and pierced the 3rd-grade king's body. The 3rd-grade king roared in pain. Huff huff! The flame dragon controlled by Judge Song also attacked. He endured the pain and sent out a punch, destroying the flame dragon. However, Adjudicator Song's blazing dragon was just a cover. Suddenly, a slash swept out and struck the 3rd-rank king. In the next moment, Judge Song's flame avatar exploded. Raging flames incinerate the heavens, boom, the level 3 king was instantly killed. Not only did Judge Song possess the flame attribute, but he had also comprehended the inextinguishable inferno, flame clone, raging flames incinerate the heavens, and rising from the ashes. If their realms were the same, Adjudicator Song's strength would definitely be much stronger than Jiang Tianjin's. Supreme Judge and Supreme Judge are so strong. They managed to kill an enemy 2 levels higher than them by working together. Yi Xian thought to himself as his gaze landed on the level 3 king whose arm was burnt. Nowadays, almost all the interspatial rings were made of white jade essence. This white jade essence was one of the materials used to forge virtual god weapons. Therefore, the interspatial ring was not easily damaged. After the death of the enemy, Saiju's Song quickly rushed over and collected the interspatial ring. At the same time, Lan Yu also finished her battle. Her opponent was struck by sky punishment and instantly died. In the distance, the middle-aged man who was still killing the virtual god realm pirates heard the commotion. He glanced around and found that 2 of his brothers had been killed. Bastard! The middle-aged man cursed and immediately turned around to leave. That level 3 king's strength was comparable to his, but he died in the hands of Yi Xian's group. If he went over, wouldn't he also die? Want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he immediately used wind acceleration and caught up with the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. So fast. The middle-aged man was shocked. Ice attribute, fire attribute, thunder attribute, wind attribute, these were all rare attributes. Originally, they were 1 in a million, but now they were all gathered together. What was going on? But now was not the time to care about this. Heaven-shattering slash. Yi Xian casually slashed out a slash. With the second layer of profound meaning, Yi Xian's attack speed was extremely fast. By the time the middle-aged raider reacted, the attack was already in front of him, splitting him in half. Following that, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took away his universe ring, as well as the spoils of war that he'd obtained. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yi Xian liked this kind of situation the most. 3 raiders slaughtered a level 3 pirate group, but in the end, it was him who took advantage of it. Yi Xian, take it. At this time, Judge Song and the other 2 rushed over and threw a bag of interspatial rings over. Long before entering the chaotic astral ocean, the 3 of them had already discussed the distribution method. The lightning attribute would be given to Lan Yu, the ice attribute would be given to Song Sui Jing, and the fire attribute would be given to Judge Song. As for the rest, all of them would be given to Yi Xian. Their rare attributes had a special characteristic, which was that the speed of refining heaven attribute treasures would greatly increase. Song Sui Jing and Judge Song had the yin and yang dual physique, so they could refine the items in the interspatial ring in 1 or 2 days at most. Of course, the most greedy one was Yi Xian. With a thought, he could swallow all of the items. Even the classification of the items only needed a few seconds. Done. Yi Xian poured the things he didn't need into the 3 interspatial rings and gave them to Song Sui Jing and the other 2. The chaotic astral ocean is really rich. We didn't get more than 1/10 of the things here. Judge Song couldn't help but say. Let's refine them first. We don't need to rush to Xianxia Island. Lan Yu suggested. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. In any case, they came to the chaotic astral ocean this time to enhance their strength. Immediately, under the gaze of the surviving pirates, they flew to Skycloud Island. They casually stayed on a mountain on Skycloud Island. This time, they stayed for 3 days, waiting for Song Sui Jing and the other 2 to refine all of the spoils of war before preparing to leave. Rare attributes are really good. Both of us are about to break through. Judge Song couldn't help but sigh. The yuan qi of this chaotic astral ocean is very suitable for me. I'm afraid I will break through to the 2nd grade dominator before Big Brother. Song Sui Jing also said. Lan Yu somewhat helplessly said, both of you have special physiques. I'm afraid it won't be long before you overtake me. Yi Xian, when will you break through? Me? I'm not that fast. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Mystic Moon Pirates. Alright, let's continue our journey. Lan Yu didn't ask any more questions. She knew from Lan Xian that Yi Xian had many secrets. The 4 of them continued their journey. This time, they didn't encounter any major problems. They were only harassed by a few ignorant sea beasts. These sea beasts were just ordinary void god beasts. They were directly frozen into ice sculptures by Song Sui Jing and their corpses were devoured by Yi Xian. 2 days later, the 4 of them arrived at Xianxia Island. Xianxia Island was occupied by the Xianxia pirates. There was a defensive formation on the island and there was only one entrance. She's the niece of the island master. There were many pirates guarding the entrance. They all recognized Lan Yu and let her in. Although Xianxia Island was only an island, it was much bigger than the Tianshui continent. It was even bigger than the Luosha region. There are various cities and towns on Xianxia Island, and the Xianxia pirates are in one of the cities at the entrance of Xianxia Island. Lan Yu brought Yixian and the other two over and found an elder of the Battle King Palace who was guarding Xianxia Island. The leader of the Xianxia pirates was a level 4 king called He Liang. He was an elder of the Battle King Palace. When he saw Lan Yu, he couldn't help but smile. "Last Lan Yu, I heard you went to the wasteland this time. How was your harvest?" "The wasteland's demon race is restless. They want the corpse of the great demon emperor." Lan Yu briefly explained the situation. "So you're Yixian. You're already a level 3 king at such a young age. It's not impossible for you to become a great demon emperor in the future." He Liang grinned and continued, "This time, do you want to follow the Xianxia pirates directly, or do you want to rebuild a new pirate group?" "Let's rebuild a new group." "Grandpa where's our route?" Lan Yu asked. "Sigh, the progress is too slow. There have been many raiders recently. We haven't been able to go out much." He Liang shook his head helplessly. "There was a level 4 king who came last time. Fortunately, we defeated him. The eastern continent wanted to open up a new route, so they often changed islands. However, it is extremely difficult to open up a route. After all, they are only a 4th level pirate group." "Grandpa give me a map," Lan Yu said. "Alright, but the chaotic astral ocean is not very peaceful these days, so you should be careful. We suspect that the raiders might have come from somewhere else." After He Liang finished speaking, he took out a map. This map recorded all the islands in the chaotic astral ocean, and Xianxia Island was located in the northeast corner. The chaotic astral ocean was divided into 3 parts. Guangzhou was in the upper right corner, the Empress was in the lower right corner, and Zhanhuang was in the left corner. Their territories were about the same size, and the number of islands was about the same as well. They came from other places. Could they be from the Empress's territory? Lan Yu asked in shock. Something like that. The Empress naturally wouldn't do such a thing. This should be a powerful pirate group from the Empress's territory in disguise. Recently, many islands were attacked, and several pirate groups were destroyed. Not only did our Xianxia Island fall, but also one of the Beast King Palace's islands. He Liang nodded. A powerful pirate group disguised as raiders to enter other people's territory, this is really too unethical. However, this kind of thing was very common in the chaotic astral ocean. The pirates under Guangzhou's territory often did such things. "We will be careful." Lan Yu nodded. "Grandpa we will go first." Immediately, Yi Xian's group of 4 left Shuntian City. "Sister Lan, what should we do now?" After leaving, Song Suijing directly asked. Lan Yu held the map and said, "There is a 2nd-level pirate group near Shuntian Island. Let's go there directly." 2nd-level pirate group. The leader is a 2nd-level king. Even if he hides his strength, he is only a 3rd level. It won't be a problem. Song Suijing said confidently. "Then let's go." At this time, the 4 quickly rushed towards Anhu Island. Although they haven't formed a pirate group yet, they just need to sneak into Anhu Island and force the leader to give up his position. In less than a day, the 4 arrived at Anhu Island. But recently, the chaotic astral ocean has not been very peaceful, and outsiders can rarely enter the island. My sister and I are only level 1 kings. The other party certainly won't care about us. Let's go in. Outside Anhu Island, Song Suijing said to Yixian. They haven't formed a pirate group yet. If they rashly attack the island, they will be considered as raiders. If they encounter the law enforcers of the sea, then they will be miserable. Therefore, they can only let Song Suijing and Song Suijing go in. After all, they are only level 1 kings. Well, you should be careful. Yi Xian nodded. Don't worry, my brother and I can even kill a level 3 king. Our strength has increased a lot. This is only a 2nd-level pirate group. Song Suijing said confidently. Yi Xian nodded. In a second-level pirate group, the leader is only a level 2 king. Even if there is a hidden powerhouse, at most, he will be a level 3 king. Moreover, the two of them are guarding outside. If there is an accident, they will immediately kill to support. Then, Song Suijing and Song Suijing left and rushed to Anhu Island. As for the excuses, they were really innumerable. Song Suijing directly used the excuse of joining a pirate group to make the people of the group come out. When the people of the group came out, the two of them used their domain to prove that they are only level 1 kings. Soon, they were invited to Anhu Island to see the leader of the group. After a while, a battle broke out. Boom! Suddenly, a signal slash swept through the sky. Outside Anhu Island, Yi Xian and Lan Yu looked at each other. The matter has been resolved. The two of them quickly flew over. The array formation of this island had already opened up an entrance. Haha, how is it? Fast enough. The 3 leaders have been killed, and the remaining 2 level 1 kings have chosen to submit to us. Song Suijing said to Yi Xian with a smile. Well, this way, we don't need to apply for a pirate group. We can just change the name. Yi Xian nodded. Lan Yu asked, where is the pirate leader's token? Here. Song Suijing took out a token and threw it to Lan Yu. In the chaotic astral ocean, pirates need to be certified, and only a pirate group that has been certified can attack the island. Whoever gets this token will be the head of the group. Black Moon Pirate Group, the name is not bad. Lan Yu looked at the token and murmured. Then, don't change the name. Just go and apply to upgrade the pirate group and then apply to attack the island. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Mystic Island. Alright, if you are the captain, then we can become a level 3 pirate group. At that time, we only need the 4 of us to attack the island. Blue Moon nodded. Any pirate who had reached the level of King of Nihility Realm would need to apply. Otherwise, they would not be able to participate in the island attack because there would be people supervising them. Guarding the island could be helped by experts, but attacking the island was not allowed. There is a level 3 pirate group around Anhu Island. Recently, there have been a lot of raiders, so the pirates and fleets rarely sail. After we upgrade, we will attack them directly. Blue Moon took out a map and pointed to an island. Alright. Yi Xian and the other 2 agreed. There was an application point near Anhu Island, so the 4 of them immediately went there. In less than 3 days, they arrived at the application point and upgraded the Mystic Moon Pirate Group to level 3. The captain was Yi Xian, and the vice-captain was Blue Moon. Song Suijing and Song Jiejue were also registered. The island attack would take place 7 days later. If the Mystic Moon Pirate Group succeeded in attacking the island, then they could move to a new island. After all, if a pirate group was not level 4, they would not be allowed to occupy 2 islands at once. Of course, it was also possible to apply for another pirate group to occupy Anhu Island. Although there were thousands of islands in the chaotic astral sea, there were many level 8 pirate groups that had more than 6 islands. They would send people to form new pirate groups and then form a pirate alliance. Therefore, those high-level pirate groups and high-level islands are occupied by some pirate alliances, and there are very few changes. Then, a level 4 king of the Mad Sovereign Pirate Group followed Yi Xian and the other 3 and left. However, when this level 4 king knew that Yi Xian and the other 3 were going to attack the island, he was shocked. As far as he knew, there were 2 level 3rd kings and more than 10 level 1 and level 2nd kings on the Ironstone Island. Even if he went there himself, it would not be so easy to attack. Yi Xian and the other 3 spent 3 days to arrive at the Ironstone Island. Then, the level 4 king of the Mad Sovereign Pirate Group rushed over and shouted, "I am a marine law enforcer. The Mystic Moon Pirate Group has applied to attack Ironstone Island. You have 1 day to prepare." The voice was very loud, and the pirates at the entrance of Ironstone Island naturally heard it. Not good, someone is actually attacking the island. Quick, inform the island master. This Black Moon pirates really don't want to live. They are just a 2nd-level pirate group. It's not enough to occupy an island, but now they want Ironstone Island? They are just 2 grade 2 dominators. They are courting death. The Iron Rock Island was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and the other three were waiting outside Iron Rock Island. Sister Lan, there are many mountains on the island. If we go up to 100 meters, will we be attacked by the riot star thunder? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. No, the chaotic astral lightning will only attack people who are flying over 100 meters above the sea. Lan Yu shook her head. Previously, I saw on the nautical chart that there was an ownerless island in our area. It's called Xianxia Island. Why is there no one on that island? Song Suijing asked again. Xianxia Island, hearing this name, Lan Yu's expression also changed. She said that island has always been ownerless. There is a special formation on the island, and people have to walk to get on the island. Moreover, there is a huge pressure. If a low-level dominator goes in, they will be crushed into meat paste by the huge pressure on the island. What? Yi Xian and the other two were shocked. Crushed into meat paste? Lan Yu paused for a moment and said, at least a grade 4 dominator will be able to withstand the pressure. It is said that there is a heavenly treasure on the island called Xianzhong fruit. If someone eats it, they will be able to comprehend the gravity profound. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Xian and continued, the gravity profound is of the earth attribute. Perhaps you can go to Xianzhong Island to take a look. That Xianzhong fruit is only one of the reasons. It is said that there are people who didn't get the fruit and comprehended the gravity profound under the pressure of Xianzhong Island. Yi Xian's interest was immediately piqued. The gravity profound was something he had always wanted to comprehend, but he had never been able to do so. If a grade 4 dominator can withstand the pressure and explore Xianzhong Island, why haven't any experts come to occupy it? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. This Xianzhong Island is not as simple as it looks. A grade 7 dominator once entered, but never came out. Therefore, in the chaotic astral ocean, Xianzhong Island is listed as one of the top 10 forbidden islands. It is extremely dangerous. Lan Yu glanced at Song Suijing and hurriedly said, of course, that grade 7 dominator went deep into the island. As he got closer to the center of the island, the pressure would only increase. A grade 4 dominator would at most circle around the periphery. Hearing this, Song Suijing's complexion improved a little. Since that is the case, I will go and take a look when I have the time. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He had already comprehended a lot of the earth profound. Among the first level profound, only the gravity profound had not been comprehended. In this chaotic astral ocean, the gravity profound was also very good. Because people couldn't fly more than 100 meters, the gravity profound could force people into the sea. At that time, the enemy's speed would be greatly reduced, and they would be at the mercy of others. Soon, a day had passed. Time is up. The 4 of you can attack the island. The time limit is 1 day. If you don't win in 1 day, I will leave immediately, said the grade 4 dominator of the Mad Sovereign. Yi Xian and the other 3 nodded silently, then slowly flew towards Ironstone Island. There were 2 grade 3 dominators on Ironstone Island and more than 10 grade 1 and grade 2 dominators. For Yi Xian, he could deal with them alone. However, Yi Xian didn't want to reveal his strength. Therefore, he blocked 1 grade 3 dominator, while Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song took care of the other grade 3 dominator. As for the remaining grade 1 and grade 2 dominators, they were left to Lan Yu. Reckless fool, you dare to attack my Ironstone Island? You really don't want to live anymore. A brawny man walked out of Ironstone Island. Behind him stood more than 10 people. There were several ways to win an island attack. 1 was to kill the pirate captain and get the captain's order. 2 was to kill all of them. Of course, there was a 3rd way, which was for the defending side to admit defeat and leave the island. Kill. Yi Xian didn't want to waste time on a dead man. With an order, the 4 of them quickly rushed out. How dare you, big brother? I will deal with them and bring those 2 girls over, said a man coldly. Those who were able to attack an island were all dominators, and female dominators were rare. Although people at their level would have countless beautiful women throwing themselves at them, they had never tried a female dominator before. However, this man was too careless. Ice crystal cage. Raging flames burning the sky. Heavenly punishment. Lan Yu and the other 2 instantly attacked. With a boom, the man was blown to pieces. Following that, Lan Yu quickly rushed over, took off her universe ring, and tossed it to Yixian. The three of them had joined forces to kill a grade 3 dominator. Now, Yixian didn't even need to attack. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and the attack on the island was successful. Second brother. The brawny man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Before he could finish his words, the corpse was burned by the inextinguishable raging flames, leaving behind only an interspatial ring and a virtual god weapon. At the same time, his heart trembled fiercely. Thunder, ice, and flame attributes. Heavens, 3 rare attributes. It's too scary. 3 rare attributes appeared at the same time. The vice-captain was killed in an instant. When did the Mystic Moon pirates recruit such an expert? The spectators on the Ironstone Island were stunned. The burly man pondered for a moment before finally coming to a decision. Kill them. The brawny man shouted. These brothers of his had followed him for many years and had gone through life and death together. In the next moment, the brawny man led more than 10 kings and charged over. We can only fight in close combat. Raging flames consume too much energy. Judge Song shouted and charged forward with Song Suijing. As for Blue Moon, she stood behind them and continuously used Heavenly Punishment Profound. Boom. 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 The 8 level 1 beast kings were unable to dodge in time and were instantly killed. After they died, their corpses weren't thrown into the sea. Instead, they were dragged by a gust of wind and sent to Yixian. Wind attribute, that person also has a rare attribute. A group of people stared at the pair of green wings on Yixian's back. Wind, lightning, ice, and flame, all 4 rare attributes. This scene stunned even the level 4 king of the Mad Sovereign Pirates. When they arrived, Yixian's group of 4 were flying normally. He didn't even know what attributes Yixian's group had. He didn't expect Yixian to have 4 rare attributes. This was simply heaven-defying. At this time, he wanted to represent the Mad Sovereign Pirates to recruit Yixian's group of 4. However, he had to wait until the island attack was over. This was his duty. After that man died, the two sides began to fight. Because the scene just now was too terrifying, the Ironstone Island Master was very careful. However, it was useless to be careful. When Judge Song fought with the Ironstone Island Master, he condensed a flame dragon and then condensed a flame clone inside the flame dragon's body. Raging flames consumed a lot of energy and he could only use it twice. At the same time, using raging flames in his domain would cause the enemy could easily dodge it. That was why he used Flame Clone Ice Crystal Prison. Song Suijing's Raging Clone, and Ice Crystal Island Master's eyes flickered and ice. Unfortunately, the Ice Suijing's Ice Technique Master Raging Ice Technique was Ice's Ice Technique Master Ice Technique Island. Whoosh! Iron Ice Dragon Ice Technique Song Ice Chuan Ice Iron Ice Island. In the next moment, the fire clone entered his sight. Not the Iron Ice Island. Iron Island Ice Iron is iron no. Iron Island Master roared, but Judge Song would not show mercy. Raging flames incinerate ice. Boom. The flame clone exploded around the Iron Island Master. In order to prevent accidents, Song Suijing also slashed at the Iron Ice Island Master. The ice attribute could comprehend the water attribute's profound, but the effect was stronger than the water attribute and had more profound. The profundities that Song Kaijing comprehended were the binding of water, overlapping waves, ice crystal cage, and ice armor. However, she could only use overlapping waves profound at this time. Her overlapping waves profound was stronger than Yixian's power profound, and her attack was not weaker than Judge Song's. When the blazing chi wave swept out, a blue sword chi broke through the chi wave and exploded like a firework. Even if the Iron Island Master was not killed by the raging flames incinerate Ice Island, he would still be killed by the sword chi. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they saw severed limbs flying in the air. The Iron Island Master was dead. The remaining level 2 dominators were stunned, which gave Lan Yu an opportunity to attack. Heavenly Punishment. Lan Yu did not show any mercy. The lightning attribute's attack power was not inferior to the flame attribute, and a heavenly punishment was enough to kill a king. Boom! 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 Charred corpses flew in the air one after another. The battle was over. The Black Moon pirates only dispatched 3 kings to destroy the third-level pirates and win the island war. Then, the surrounding people saw Lan Yu and the other 2 throw their universe rings to Yi Xian. Obviously, Yi Xian was the leader of the 3, and the leader of the Black Moon pirates. How strong would his strength be? Good, the Black Moon pirates successfully attacked the island, and Yellow Lake Island will become a masterless island. The level 4 king of the wild revered pirates said loudly. But after he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian and the other 3 and shouted again, "Now, on behalf of the wild revered pirates, I invite you to join us." What? The surviving pirates and residents of the Iron Island were shocked. Wild revered pirates, that was one of the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, and this area was the territory of the wild revered pirates. If they joined the wild revered pirates, then the Iron Island would not change owners. After all, who would dare to have ideas about the wild revered pirates? However, the most shocking thing was still to come. Sorry, the 4 of us are inexperienced. If we join the wild revered pirates from the beginning, it would not be a challenge. Yi Xian directly clasped his fist and refused. The level 4 king of the wild revered pirates was startled, and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure you refuse?" What a joke! How many pirates in this area wanted to join the wild revered pirates, but Yi Xian refused, which was a slap to the face of the wild revered pirates. It won't be too late to join after we break through in the future. Yi Xian still refused. Good, goodbye. The level 4 king of the wild revered pirates narrowed his eyes and quickly left. He did not expect the sudden appearance of the 4 geniuses of Yi Xian, so he had to report it to his superiors. Although he was a level 4 king, he could not see through Yi Xian, and he felt that Yi Xian did not take him seriously at all. Therefore, he did not forcibly capture Yi Xian and the other 3. After all, he did not want to become enemies with them. Such geniuses must be recruited as soon as possible, lest the Empress and the War Emperor find out. Yi Xian, this wild revered pirates is recruiting us. If we don't join, will we be killed? Song Suijing suddenly asked. Well, it is very possible, but they should come again. Let's improve ourselves first. If we can't, then we will join. Yi Xian nodded and said. Translator, trans and editor, trans and plunder. Although it wasn't Yi Xian's original intention to join the Mad Sovereign Pirates, the Mad Sovereign Pirates were many times stronger than the 3 king palaces combined. Of course, this didn't include the 3 king palaces in the Sword God Palace. Among the 3 king palaces, only the Jiang family had a level 6 king realm, while the Battle King Palace and Beast King Palace only had level 5 kings. Even if the 3 king palaces combined, they could only be considered as a level 6 pirate group in the chaotic astral ocean. However, it was also because of the Sword God Palace that the other powers in the chaotic astral ocean didn't dare to enter the eastern continent. Next, Yi Xian's group of 4 plundered into the Ironstone Island and started to plunder the wealth of the pirates. The Ironstone Island was also a good island with rich resources. On the other hand, the Anhu Island wasn't very popular, which was why it was occupied by a level 2 pirate group. However, after Yi Xian's group of 4 conquered the Ironstone Island, the Anhu Island became ownerless and could be occupied by any pirate group. The 3 of you can cultivate on the Ironstone Island. I will go to Xianxia Island and bring some people over. Yi Xian said to Song Suijing's group of 3. This time, he didn't come to the chaotic astral ocean just to level up and break through, but also to help the Battle King Palace open up a route. The Ironstone Island, the Anhu Island, and the Xianxia Island just happened to form a straight line. This was the route. After distributing the items, Yi Xian left and flew towards the Xianxia Island. The Xianxia pirates were established by the Battle King's Hall, but many of the pirate groups under their command had already been certified. Now that Anhu Island had become an ownerless island, he had to bring some captains over to occupy Anhu Island. After that, the 3 islands would form an alliance. He was a level 3 king realm, so his speed was much faster than Lan Yu's. Moreover, Lan Yu and the other 2 had just obtained their spoils of war and were refining them, so he went to the Xianxia Island alone. Under his full speed, he reached the Shuntian Island in 3 days and notified He Liang of the Shuntian pirate group. He Liang quickly sent several pirate groups to the Anhu Island and the Ironstone Island. By the time they arrived at Ironstone Island, Yi Xian and the other 3 would be able to apply for permission to attack the island. At this time, Yi Xian had already left Shuntian Island and was heading towards Ironstone Island alone. I've already reached a bottleneck in my adjudicator and adjudicator levels. I should be able to break through to level 2 Dominator in a few days, Yi Xian thought to himself. As long as the 2 siblings broke through, they would be on the same level as Blue Moon. At that time, the 4 of them would join forces and directly attack a level 4 pirate group. However, when he arrived at the Iron Ore Island, he heard a series of loud rumbles. Not good, someone is attacking the island. Yi Xian's expression changed. Before he left, he instructed Song Sui-jing and the other 2 that no one was to open the island's protective array. Now that he heard the commotion, he knew that someone was attacking Ironstone Island. Furthermore, it was very likely that it was the plunderer. He immediately rushed over. Sure enough, there were 3 figures attacking the island's protective array outside the Iron Rock Island. 3 level 4 kings? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. There were actually 3 level 4 kings in this area. Their luck was really too good. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't help but think that these 3 were assassins sent by other forces. Stop. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly shouted. The 3 level 4 kings who were attacking the island's protective array turned around and saw Yi Xian. They also saw the pair of green wings on Yi Xian's back. Wind attribute? It's one of those 4. Catch him. The gray-robed old man in the lead shouted in a low voice. Immediately, a middle-aged man rushed towards Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy and cold. He directly took out his Bahuang sword and ruthlessly slashed at the middle-aged man. Lifting heavy as light, sword shattering stars, xiao, a cold light flashed and entered the middle-aged man's body. In the next moment, the middle-aged man withered like a flower petal. Instant kill. What? The gray-robed old man and the other level 4 king were stunned. A level 4 king was instantly killed with a single strike. This news was wrong. Let's go. The gray-robed old man shouted again and immediately turned around. But at this time, Judge Song and the other 2 on Ironstone Island saw Yi Xian arrive and suddenly opened the island's protective array and rushed out. Fuck, you had a good fight just now. Now, it's our turn. Judge Song shouted. In the past few days, he and Song Sui-jing had already broken through to level 2 kings. When the 3 of them joined hands, they could even kill a level 4 king. At the same time, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial rings of the dead kings and devoured them. Just a little more. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He was still a little bit away from becoming a level 4 king. However, after killing these 2 people, it should be enough. Thinking of this, the somewhat agitated Yi Xian quickly rushed over. Although the true qi in his body was exhausted, the bloodline of the divine tree of life restored 1/3 of his true qi in a second. Bastard, go to hell. The gray-robed old man made a move against Yi Xian. Originally, he had heard that there were geniuses with 4 rare attributes here and wanted to capture them for his superiors. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to be so strong that he could instantly kill one of his companions. Not only that, but his life was also in danger. Therefore, he could only use his full strength. It wouldn't matter even if he killed Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's strength had already exceeded his imagination. Yi Xian not only had the wind attribute, but also the earth attribute. Collapsing heavenly slaughter slash. Boom. The collapsing heavenly slaughter slash collided with the gray-robed old man's golden sword qi and shook 16 times in an instant. The gray-robed old man had the metal attribute and had comprehended the metal slice, which was extremely powerful. Such an attack couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. Even without the various bloodlines and Bahuang sword, Yi Xian's collapsing heavenly slaughter slash could still destroy this attack that contained the metal slice profound. After all, their attributes countered each other. Moreover, Yi Xian also had the earth pulse profound and heavy as lightness profound. Boom. 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 After the collapsing heavenly slaughter slash destroyed the golden sword chi, it swept towards the gray-robed old man. However, the gray-robed old man had also comprehended the metal defense. Layers of metal walls appeared in front of him, and at the same time, a set of golden armor condensed around his body. However, all of this was unnecessary because he dodged the collapsing heavenly slaughter slash himself. However, he could dodge it once, but he couldn't dodge it a second time. Bahuang sword technique, sword shatters the stars. Pooh. The gray-robed old man's golden armor was easily destroyed. In the next moment, he died just like the other man. The sword shatters the stars was extremely powerful. Even if it only had 1/3 of its true chi, it was enough to kill a 4th-grade king. If it was fully used, it could even kill a 5th-grade king. Of course, this was under the premise that it hit the opponent. The gray-robed old man's death fell into the eyes of the other 4th-grade king. In the next moment, he saw despair. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Mystic Island Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a level 4 king. The long-awaited notification finally sounded. Yi Xian originally wanted to find a group of level 4 pirates, but now, there was no need for that. Boom. 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 The commotion in the distance made Yi Xian come back to his senses. Although Song Suijing's trio had good teamwork, their opponent was still a level 4 king. If they were careless, they might fall. Thus, he had to take care of them. 3 level 2nd kings with rare attributes joining hands to fight a level 4 king was a rare sight. 10 seconds after Yi Xian dealt with the gray-robed old man, the level 4 king couldn't hold back and was struck by a heavenly punishment. Then, Song Suijing's sword chi cut him in two. The 3 raiders were all level 4 kings, but they all died at the hands of Yi Xian's group. At the same time, they also helped Yi Xian break through to level 4 king. Hoo-hoo, Yi Xian, you're finally back. Judge Song rushed over and said in a trembling voice. Are you guys alright? Yi Xian sized up the trio. We're fine. 2 days ago, a level 4 king came to attack the island. Fortunately, the island's defensive formation was strong enough. Otherwise, we would have to hide and wait for an opportunity to escape. Judge Song shook her head. Yi Xian nodded silently. Every island had a hidden exit in addition to the entrance. This was a path of retreat for the pirates. Even if the 3 level 4 kings attacked, Judge Song's trio would be able to leave through this secret passage. You guys have all broken through to level 2 king, right? Yi Xian asked again. Song Suijing nodded, yes, brother and I have already broken through. Sister Lan will also break through soon. Lan Yu was already a level 2 king. If she broke through again, she would become a level 3 king. She glanced at Yi Xian and sighed, I see that your aura has increased by a lot. You have already broken through to level 4 king, right? Not bad. Yi Xian did not hide anything. Although the fact that he could take things out of the universe ring had been exposed, it did not affect anything as long as the devouring system was not exposed. Then, he redistributed the spoils of war. The lightning attribute was given to Blue Moon, while the ice and fire attribute was given to Song Suijing and Judge Song. Now, most of the heaven and earth treasures had attributes. Refining heaven and earth treasures with corresponding attributes would greatly increase one's speed. This was especially true for rare attributes, which were faster than the 5 elements. Therefore, the cultivation speed of the 3 of them was not slow. Then are you going to Mystic Island? Song Suijing suddenly asked worriedly. We have to go, but there's no rush. Let's wait until someone takes over the island first. Yi Xian nodded. At the same time, he held Song Suijing's slender hand and comforted her, don't worry. I'm not that weak. If I were to meet Jiang Tianjin now, I would have the ability to kill him. When they first met, he told Song Suijing everything that had happened to him, including how he had been tortured by the evil Jiang Tianjin. I believe in you. Song Suijing nodded obediently. Yi Xian had broken through from the 10th stage of the martial path. He had encountered countless dangers, but hadn't he safely passed them all? Moreover, Yi Xian had the 16 layers of pulsating guard, earth-walking technique, and wind acceleration. Even if he encountered a 6th-grade king, he could still escape. Next, they stayed on Ironstone Island for a while. When the Xianxia pirates' subordinates arrived, they left. This time, Xian was indeed going to Mystic Island, but for safety reasons, he still sent the three of them to Xianxia Island. Although Great Elder Shi Yonghao was not on Xianxia Island, He Liang was a fourth-grade king. Moreover, the island's protective formation was very strong. Even a fifth-grade king would not be able to break through that easily. Even if it was broken, the Xianxia pirates could just leave through the secret passage. In any case, the chaotic astral ocean had not been peaceful recently. At worst, they could just return to the eastern continent for a while. A few days later, Yi Xian safely sent the three of them to Xianxia Island. As for him, he took a nautical chart and set off for Mystic Island. Mystic Island was in the sea next to Xianxia Island. There was a fifth-grade pirate group around it. There were not many people with the Earth attribute, so the proportion of people who went to Mystic Island was not high. However, there was only one Mystic Island in the entire chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, all the Earth attribute warriors from the three major territories would come and try. Thus, the number of people who came was not small. Yi Xian walked straight. Along the way, he encountered a few groups of pirates and raiders that didn't care about their lives, but they were all killed by him. However, these were all level 1 and level 2 pirates, and their harvest wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. 5 days later, he finally entered the territory of the 5th-grade pirate group. Then, he went straight to Mystic Island. However, when he saw the island, he found that there were already dozens of battleships in front of him. So many pirate groups. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Sure enough, Mystic Island was quite popular. He had already seen more than 10 different pirate flags, which represented different pirate groups. Of course, these ships were only one of the pirate groups. Their purpose was to send the Earth attribute kings over. Only 4th-grade kings can withstand the strong gravity of Mystic Island. These people are all at least 4th-grade kings. Yi Xian carefully approached the island. Before he reached it, he felt several powerful auras. 5th-grade kings, even 6th-grade kings. I hope it won't attract other people's attention. Yi Xian frowned and slowly flew over. When he entered the sea, he had already put away his wings of the wind to prevent others from seeing his attributes. A wind attribute person coming to Mystic Island must be fishy. If those jealous people knew that he had 2 attributes, they might kill him. Mystic Island was a forbidden island in the chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, there were no guards here. However, the mad sovereign pirates had set a rule. In order not to affect others, no one was allowed to fight around Mystic Island. Although there was a rule, pirates were cold-blooded people. If they killed 1 or 2 occasionally, who would know? Therefore, Yi Xian had to be careful. Not only that, but there was also a rule on Mystic Island. If someone fought on Mystic Island, they would be crushed into minced meat. He quietly approached and found that more than 10 people had gathered at the entrance of Mystic Island. He's out. Captain is out. Captain has been on Mystic Island for a month. I wonder if he has comprehended the gravity profound. He must have. Otherwise, why would he come out? A few people's voices came from afar. Yi Xian looked over and found that a middle-aged man was walking out of Mystic Island. Brothers, fortunately, I didn't let you down. I have successfully comprehended the gravity profound. Mystic Xianxia. When the people present heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, an uproar broke out. Comprehending the gravity profound in a month? This was a genius. This middle-aged man was a level 5 king. Although he was a little old, he was definitely talented to comprehend the gravity profound in a month. After all, some level 6 kings couldn't comprehend the gravity profound even after a year. Captain, quick, let's see how powerful the gravity profound is. A level 4 king said excitedly. At this time, the middle-aged man directly activated his domain. Then, his eyes flashed. A strange energy pressed down from above, forcefully pushing a warship into the sea. Even the tallest flagpole of the warship was pushed into the sea. Walala! The middle-aged man retracted his domain. Due to the buoyancy of the water, the warship floated up again, and the seawater poured down. Great, this is really amazing. Captain has comprehended the gravity profound. His battle strength has skyrocketed. Is this the gravity profound? If I were to fight with Captain, I'm afraid I would be instantly pushed into the sea. Not only that, but he can also use the gravity profound on himself to avoid the enemy's attacks. It's really useful. Captain has comprehended the gravity profound. He will definitely be able to defeat the Golden Glory pirates. Captain is so talented. Then, he will most likely comprehend the second-level gravity profound, gravity space. At that time, not only will he have the effect of gravity, but also the effect of repulsion. It's too powerful. The surrounding people were amazed. The middle-aged man looked at the people around him and said indifferently, "Let's go. Let's apply to attack Golden Glory Island and test the power of the gravity profound." Soon, this group of people boarded the warship and left. In fact, they had already discovered Xian. However, seeing that Xian was so young, they assumed that he didn't have much wealth, so they were too lazy to make a move. A group of level 4 kings making a move on a kid was too degrading. However, Xian heard a piece of information that he didn't know from their mouths. Gravity profound, and a second-level gravity space. In addition to gravity, there was also repulsion. Wouldn't that be the same as the wind attribute wind space? If I comprehend both gravity space and wind space, wouldn't I be invincible? Xian thought to himself. Gravity space and wind space had the same effect. When the two were stacked together, the effect would be at least 2 times, 3 times, or even 4 times. That middle-aged man comprehended gravity Upanishad on his own. He didn't comprehend it after eating the mysterious weighted fruit. It seems like the pressure of the mysterious weighted island is effective. Xian thought. Then, he landed at the entrance of the island and walked in. The mystic island looked like an ordinary island, but as soon as Xian entered, he felt a huge pressure on his head and shoulders. If Xian was an ordinary person, he would feel as if he was carrying a bag of 50 kilograms of rice. The pressure would be terrifying. If a rank 3 king came in, he would probably be kneeling on the ground by now. Xian was only a 4th-grade king, so he could barely withstand the pressure. However, this kind of pressure would greatly decrease his battle prowess. Therefore, he immediately released his Xianxia in an attempt to resist some of the pressure. However, he was too naive. True Qi was useless against this pressure. Even a rank 4 king like me can only walk. This mysterious weighted island is indeed powerful. Xian was impressed. This formation was too powerful. Those who entered would find it difficult to even walk, let alone fight. After all, walking while resisting the pressure would consume a lot of energy. Those who entered did not want to waste their energy. Fortunately, I have the bloodline of the divine tree of life. No matter how long I stay here, I will be fine. Xian slowly entered the mysterious weighted island. The mysterious weighted island was famous throughout the chaotic astral ocean. Many earth element kings came here because of its fame. Xian saw many people on his way in. Some of these people were sitting cross-legged under trees, while others were leaning against the trees. They all closed their eyes, trying to feel the pressure of the mysterious weighted island. These places were all occupied, so Xian had to find a place to rest. This mysterious weighted island was very strange. It seemed that only humans could feel the strong gravity. There was nothing special about the trees. After entering the heavy mystic island, Xian walked straight through a forest. Just as he was about to find a place to carefully sense the gravity, he was shocked to discover that there was a mountain in front of him. This mountain, Xian looked at the mountain in surprise. "Brother, is this your first time here?" Suddenly, a voice entered Xian's ears. Xian turned around in surprise. Under a tree 100 meters away, there was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. "Yes," Xian replied. "The closer you get to the mysterious weighted mountain, the stronger the pressure will be. Most of the forest we are in has level 4 pressure. If you go further, you will have level 5 and level 6 pressure. As for the mysterious weighted mountain, you will die if you don't reach level 7. Rumor has it that a level 7 king died on the mysterious weighted mountain a few days ago." The middle-aged man kindly reminded him, indicating that Xian should find a place nearby to comprehend and not come any closer. "Thank you." Xian nodded politely. Then, he walked to the other side and sat under a tree. The mysterious weighted fruit was a rare item on the mysterious weighted island. If someone could obtain it, they would directly comprehend the gravity profound, or even the gravity space. However, it was very rare, so people guessed that the mysterious weighted fruit might have come from the mysterious weighted mountain. Therefore, Xian did not have high hopes for the mysterious weighted fruit. He felt that he could comprehend the gravity profound. He sat under the tree quietly, letting the wind blow past his face. He did not move at all. This place can improve my physique? After an hour, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that there was a slight change in his physique. No wonder the mysterious weighted island is so popular. It can improve the physique of earth element warriors. If I stay here for a month, my physique will improve a lot. Xian's eyes lit up. However, if he had to stay here for a month, he would rather go to the sea and kill pirates. His purpose of coming here was to comprehend the gravity profound. Time passed little by little. As Xian endured the enormous pressure, he continuously circulated his true energy within his body to simulate the pressure. Among the earth profound, many were related to the word Zhen. The earth pulse, the pulsating protection, and even the gravity profound could be considered as Zhen. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Mad Sovereign Pirates. Finally, 6 hours after Xian entered Mystic Island. Thump, the small rock in front of him suddenly trembled. His eyes widened. He did not expect that he would be able to touch the threshold of the profound meaning of gravity in just half a day. In less than 3 days, he would be able to comprehend the profound meaning of gravity. At this moment, Xian took advantage of the situation and continued to try. A day later. Poof, the small stone in front of him suddenly embedded itself into the ground. Almost there. Xian raised his eyebrows and continued to try. He felt that he was halfway there. If he had another day, he might be able to succeed. On the second day after Xian entered Mystic Island. Ding! The host has comprehended the profound meaning of gravity. When he heard the system's notification, the corners of Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. After enduring the immense pressure for 2 days, he had finally comprehended the profound meaning of gravity. His affinity with the earth element had reached the superior legendary level. However, to comprehend the profound meaning of gravity, it was not something that could be comprehended with high affinity. It mainly depended on one's aptitude. Comprehending the profound meaning of gravity in 2 days was enough to prove his aptitude. He immediately used the profound meaning of gravity on the stone in front of him. Poof, the stone sank into the ground and did not even show its head. Haha, although my realm did not increase, my strength has increased by a lot. Xian laughed wildly in his heart. At this moment. Brother, you comprehended the profound meaning of gravity? Suddenly, a familiar voice floated over and fell into Xian's ears. Xian turned his head and saw that it was the middle-aged man from before. He immediately smiled and said, "Yes. Brother, your aptitude is extraordinary. I really admire you for comprehending the profound meaning of gravity in 2 days. You are definitely the first in the history of Mystic Island." The middle-aged man sat cross-legged on the ground and exclaimed. "Senior, you flatter me." Xian smiled slightly. After comprehending the gravity profound, he immediately felt the pressure around him lessen by a lot. At this moment, he was able to move freely. When they first entered the island, Xian compared himself to an ordinary person who was carrying 100 kilograms of rice on his shoulders. But now, that bag of rice seemed to have been reduced to 10 kilograms. Just as the middle-aged man was about to open his mouth and ask for Xian's advice, rumble. The pebble that Xian had knocked into the ground suddenly shook violently and jumped out. What happened? Xian hastily turned his head and looked into the distance in shock. The tremor seemed to be coming from Mount Xuanzhong. The mysterious mountain in front of him began to shake violently. Then, one by one, huge stone puppets walked down from the mysterious mountain. What is that? Many people ran out of the forest and watched in shock. At this moment, Xian finally reacted. The gravity that had been weighing him down for 2 days had suddenly disappeared. What happened? Why is the pressure gone? This is the first time I've heard of this situation. What happened? What are those puppets? Are there strong people living in seclusion on the mountain? A group of people were amazed. The mysterious mountain has been here for more than a few years. Everyone thought that there was a change in the mysterious mountain, but they never heard that there was someone living on the mysterious mountain. At this time, a group of masters suddenly appeared at the entrance of the mysterious mountain. All of them were flying, and the leader was a red-haired old man. When the group of people saw the flag of the pirates, their faces turned pale. It's the crazy sovereign pirates, it's the crazy sovereign pirates. Crazy sovereign, that person is the crazy sovereign. My God, the crazy sovereign pirates actually came here. Let's go. The people in the forest suddenly made a noise and fled in all directions. The crazy sovereign pirates are the overlords of this sea. They didn't expect that he would come to the mysterious mountain in person today. Why is that? Although they don't know why the crazy sovereign came to the mysterious mountain in person, they didn't think it was a good thing to bring so many people here. It was better to leave first so that they wouldn't be affected when the battle started. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent and quickly ran away from the crazy sovereign pirates. The overlord of this sea actually came to the mysterious mountain in person and brought so many people with him. He must be here to fight the masters of the mysterious mountain. Xianxia hurriedly ran 10,000 meters away. Although the level 4 king domain had a range of 40,000 meters, they still couldn't run out of the range of the crazy sovereign's domain. A single thought from the crazy sovereign could kill them all. However, who was the crazy sovereign, and who were they? In front of the crazy sovereign, they were just a group of ants, insignificant ants. Not many people would step on ants for no reason. Just as the group of level 4 and level 5 kings were looking at each other, the crazy sovereign finally spoke. You're not coming out to greet us? The red-haired old man shouted. In the next moment, a white-robed youth flew out of the mysterious mountain. He looked to be around 25 years old. HM? Who are you? The crazy sovereign frowned. He didn't know that there were other people in the mysterious mountain. I am Xian. The mysterious mountain is my master. The youth introduced himself. However, those words caused everyone present to frown. Master, this title was a little rare. Under normal circumstances, people would address him as master. The title of master was rarely used in situations like this. In that case, let the mysterious mountain come out. The crazy sovereign snorted coldly, not giving him any face. The white-robed youth cupped his fists and said, Sorry, master is not seeing guests right now. If you have something to say, just tell me and I will tell master. The crazy sovereign was the overlord of this sea, and his deeds were well known throughout the chaotic astral ocean. Many people knew that the crazy sovereign was impatient and had a bad temper. But this Xian didn't put the crazy sovereign in his eyes. How could the crazy sovereign tolerate this? In an instant, mad sovereign unfolded his domain, causing the surrounding air to become restless. A domain of more than 90,000 meters, a level 9 king. Sir, are you going to attack? Xian narrowed his eyes. Call the mysterious mountain out, or die. The crazy sovereign said arrogantly to Xian. Haha. Hearing this, Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled indifferently. In the next moment, a domain of more than 90,000 meters enveloped everyone. A level 9 king, this Xian was also a level 9 king. What? The crazy sovereign was shocked. He hadn't expected that this young man, who looked to be around 25 years old, would be a level 9 king. Moreover, his cultivation level seemed to be higher than his. His domain had reached more than 90,000 meters, which was very close to 99,999. Peak Void God Realm King. However, this Xian's domain was even vaster than his. It had most likely reached 99,999. Peak Void God Realm King. Gulp. Wild Reverend swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He would never have thought that Xian's cultivation level was even higher than his. Monster, what a monster! Where did this mysterious mountain master come from? His disciple is actually a peak Void God Realm King. This was what Wild Reverend and the others thought. If his disciple was a peak Void God Realm King, wouldn't his master be a Void God Realm Emperor? At this moment, Wild Reverend realized that he was in trouble. The experts behind him didn't look too good either. Sir, Why are you looking for my master? Xian asked with a smile. Wild Reverend adjusted his emotions and said, previously, a rank 7 king entered your mysterious mountain but didn't come out. Then, another rank 8 king entered but didn't come out. As luck would have it, that 8th grade king is my brother. Did you kill him? No, I didn't kill them. I'm waiting behind the mysterious mountain. Xian shook his head. Not dead? Wild Reverend's eyes lit up. Why did you capture them? Sir, please look over there. Xian suddenly turned his head. There was a stone tablet in that direction with 4 words written on it. Do not climb the mountain. Most importantly, no one had discovered this stone tablet before. I already warned them, but they still came up, so I naturally had to capture them. Xian continued. Let them go. Wild Reverend said coldly. This time, he had come for the rank 8 king. That rank 8 king was the father of the rank 7 king, so his target was only the 2 of them. Xian smiled. My mysterious mountain master isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Sir Wild Reverend, it won't be that easy for me to let them go. What do you want? Wild Reverend asked subconsciously. My mysterious mountain master welcomes everyone to comprehend profound, but that doesn't include the mysterious mountain master. Sir Wild Reverend, as long as you agree to a small request of mine, I will let them go. Xian smiled. What request? Xian said, my Shifu likes peace and quiet. I hope that Sir Quanzun can give the order that no one is allowed to attack the 10 islands around the Mystic Island, and no pirates are allowed to fight in the sea. Simply put, you can't even make a big commotion. What? Wild Sovereign was stunned, and so were the others. Just this request? Moreover, wasn't this love of peace and quiet a little too much? There was a battle going on next door, so no sound could be heard. Could it be that Mount Xianzhongshan had clairvoyant ears? All right. Wild Sovereign immediately agreed. Thank you, Sir Mad Sovereign. As Xian spoke, he took out 2 brownish-yellow fruits from his Qian Kuan ring and threw them over. These 2 weighty mystery fruits are my thanks. Wild Sovereign took the 2 fruits with a shocked expression. Heavyweight fruit, it was the heavyweight fruit. As long as he ate 1 arcane weight fruit, he could directly comprehend the gravity profound, or even the gravity space. Immediately, the kings on Yixian's side looked on greedily. What was their purpose in coming to Mystic Island? Wasn't it to comprehend the gravity profound? Many of them had been here for months, and some had even been here for a year. The weighty mystery fruit was a shortcut, however, the 2 fruits ended up in Quanzun's hands. Who would dare to steal them? Not to mention mad supremacy, there were still a few level 8 kings behind him. Behind those level 8 kings, there were more than a dozen level 7 kings. Trying to steal something from Wild Sovereign was simply courting death. While everyone was still in shock, 2 more people flew out of Mystic Mountain. Wild Sovereign couldn't help but exclaim when he saw them. One of them was his brother, and the other was the 7th level king's son. The people have been released. I hope Sir Mad Sovereign can fulfill his promise. Otherwise, I will have to clean them up myself. Xian said to Wild Sovereign. He was a 9th level king, and his realm was even higher than Wild Sovereign's. He didn't even need to lift a finger to clean up a few pirates. Alright, I will give the order immediately. Madzun nodded and immediately left with the masters of the Madzun pirates. His 8th level king's brother had entered Mystic Mountain to find his son, but he hadn't been able to come out alive. Hence, he had guessed that there was a 9th level king here. That was why he had rushed over personally. However, he would never have thought that there would be a Void God Realm Great Emperor in his territory. If that mysterious mountain master had made a move, Wild Sovereign would have died. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs. Wild Sovereign's pirates retreated from Mystic Island and quickly left. On the other side, Yixian swallowed his saliva. He had always thought that Mystic Island was formed naturally. He hadn't expected that someone was controlling it. He wasn't the only one who thought so. The others felt the same. At this moment, there were more than 100 kings around Yixian. All of them were 4th and 5th level kings. In the distance, there were even 6th level kings. These people all had their gazes on Xian. The level 9 king, Xian, casually took out 2 arcane weight fruits. These weighty mystery fruits might have been planted by him or mysterious mountain master. The kings were stunned for a few seconds. Then, someone ran over to Xian. "Senior, please give me 1 weighty mystery fruit." This person really didn't want to live anymore. He actually dared to ask a 9th level king for something. Yi Xian and the others didn't move. They were afraid that this person would anger Xian and they would die with him. "Weighty mystery fruit?" Xian smiled and said, "You have hands and feet. You have to fight for it yourself. This time, because Wild Sovereign is here, the gravity has been removed. It will be back soon." Phew. Hearing this, Yi Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, that person who dared to ask for something had become a public enemy. He probably wouldn't live long. Oh, right. At this moment, Xian turned his head and looked at Yi Xian and the others. "My master wants to take in a junior brother. One of you has good potential." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present went crazy. Xian's master was Mysterious Mountain Master. He was a Void God Realm Emperor. If anyone became his disciple, even Wild Sovereign would have to be wary of them. This was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. They watched in silence. Xian slowly raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Translator, Transin editor, Transin mountain man Xianxia, whoever can walk in front of me will be qualified to enter the mountain with me. Only one person can enter, Xian said with a smile. Qualified, although it was only a qualification to enter the mountain. If they succeeded, they would be able to soar to the sky. Immediately, some people lifted their feet and walked towards Xian. Xian was at least 10,000 meters away from this group of people. It wasn't easy to walk over while bearing the pressure. These hundreds of emperors walked toward Xian 1 step at a time. Under the pressure, their footsteps were very heavy. Some people couldn't even walk 100 steps. No, the pressure is getting stronger. It's the same as before. If you want to walk over, you have to be at least a level 6 king. Only a level 6 king can slowly walk to the foot of the mountain. I'm only a level 4 king. Forget it. I'll be crushed into meat paste. I'm a level 5 king. I can give it a try. It's said that once you comprehend the gravity ultimacy, you won't be affected by the gravity and can walk to the foot of the mountain safely. Everyone was moving, but at this moment, Yi Xian was standing on the spot, pondering. Mountain man Xianxia, an empty God Realm Emperor? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Previously, when he had come to the chaotic astral ocean, he had only heard that the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean might be empty God Realm Emperors. Now that he had seen one, he could confirm that Mad Zun wasn't an empty God Realm Emperor. Although the Empress and the War Emperor hadn't confirmed it, it wasn't important because Mountain Man Xianxia couldn't be them. I have the gravity ultimacy. It won't be a problem for me to walk over. If I can become Mountain Man Xianxia's disciple, it will be very beneficial for me. Yi Xian lifted his head and looked at Xian, who was 10,000 meters away. Although they were 10,000 meters apart, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. He felt that Xian was looking at him. Could it be that Xian already knows that I have comprehended the ultimacy? Is that why he suggested this test? Is it just for show? A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Perhaps Xian's finger just now was not meant for all of them, but for him. I comprehended the profound meaning of gravity 2 days ago, and Xianxia is most likely a Void God Realm Great Emperor. Perhaps he saw me embedding the stone into the ground. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he couldn't help but raise his foot and walk towards Xian. Xian was watching Yi Xian from 10,000 meters away. He curled his lips and said, "It took him 2 days to comprehend gravity Upanishad. I wonder how long it will take him to comprehend gravity space." Those level 5 kings in front had already walked more than 1,000 meters. At this moment, Yi Xian had already caught up with the average king tier and was following in the footsteps of the level 5 king tiers. 100 meters or 1,000 meters was no different from 1 meter to kings like them. Yi Xian also had earth traversing, so he could easily cross 1,000 meters with a single step. To him, 10,000 meters was just a matter of a blink of an eye. However, on this island, 10,000 meters was a difficult task. Forget it, let's go. Yi Xian, who was sandwiched between level 4 and level 5 kings, suddenly sped up and overtook the group of level 5 kings. Then, he overtook the few level 6 kings. What? Everyone was shocked. Running on Xianzhongshan Island, even level 6 kings could only jog and run on the outskirts of the island. However, Yi Xian could cross 1,000 meters with a single step. Before anyone could react, Yi Xian was already in front of He Yan. Profound meaning of gravity, these 4 words flashed through everyone's minds. Only those who had comprehended profound meaning of gravity could ignore the gravity of Xianzhongshan Island and run all the way there. Alright, someone is here. He Yan smiled at Yi Xian and said, don't hold it against him. He comprehended profound meaning of gravity in 2 days, so his talent is 10 times stronger than yours. Only true geniuses are qualified to be my teacher's disciple. Once those words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Comprehending profound meaning of gravity in 2 days, this was another monstrous genius. F*CK, I've been on Xianzhongshan Island for a few months, but I've only just touched the threshold of profound meaning of gravity. A level 6 king cursed in his heart. Not only that, but the others also felt the same way. They were all wondering why the gap between people was so huge. However, this world was unfair. Some people had high talent, while others had low talent. Some people were born into a big power and had everything, while others had to work hard to make ends meet. What's your name? He Yan asked. Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. Alright, follow me. Since you've comprehended profound meaning of gravity, you can fly on Xianzhongshan Island, He Yan said to Yi Xian, then turned around and flew towards Xianzhongshan Island. Rumble. The 10 huge stone puppets also started to move and walked towards Xianzhongshan Island. Yi Xian followed behind He Yan and looked at the stone puppets. He felt that any of the stone puppets could trample him into meat paste. Each of these puppets can easily tear a peak king into pieces, He Yan explained. They all belong to Mountain Man Xianzhongshan? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. When He Yan heard this, he shook his head and said, no, they're small toys that I made. What? Yi Xian was stunned. These puppets that could easily tear a peak empty God Realm King into pieces were not made by Mountain Man Xianzhongshan, but by He Yan. He started to doubt He Yan's strength. A peak empty God Realm King was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to make such puppets. He wondered if He Yan had concealed his strength and had already broken through to the empty God Realm Great Emperor Realm. Soon, he followed He Yan into Xianzhongshan Island. At the same time, he saw many stone puppets. He counted and found that there were more than 100 of them. Oh my god, if these stone puppets were to kill their way out, the entire chaotic astral ocean would be in chaos. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. If these giant rock puppets were as strong as He Yan said, then even if Mad King, Empress, and Zhan Huang were to join forces, they would still be wiped out in minutes. He Yan led Yi Xian straight in. Then, Yi Xian saw a cliff. At the bottom of the cliff was a bamboo forest with a small wooden hut in it. Master, I've brought him. He Yan shouted at the wooden hut. In the next moment, the door of the wooden house was opened, and a spirited old man walked out from inside. Mountain Man Xianzhongshan. You're finally here. Take a seat. The old man looked at Yi Xian with a smile and pointed at a stone table outside the hut. Yi Xian flew over and cupped his fists after landing. Disintegration profound, you should know that I was the one who created this island. The entire island is within my domain, Mountain Man Xianzhongshan said. Yi Xian had long since guessed this. He silently nodded his head. Mountain Man Xianzhongshan continued, then do you know why I did this? Why? Yi Xian shook his head in confusion. It's simple. I'm looking for an earth attribute genius, Mountain Man Xianzhongshan said. When he saw Yi Xian's expression, he continued, I won't tell you the reason for now, but if you agree, I can take you in as an in-name disciple. However, an in-name disciple can only receive my guidance and not anything substantial. Just guidance? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. However, guidance was enough. After all, Mountain Man Xianzhongshan was a void god realm great emperor. Yi Xian is willing. Yi Xian immediately nodded. Very good. Then you will be my 13th in-name disciple. Mountain Man Xian Zhongzhong said, before you, there were already 12. You are the 13th. Their aptitudes aren't bad. Under my guidance, they all comprehended the gravity profound in less than 7 days. Less than 7 days. Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, without Mountain Man Xian Zhongzhong's guidance, he had only spent 2 days to comprehend the gravity profound. His aptitude was definitely the best among the 13. Alright, then I'll give you your first lesson today. Mountain Man Xian Zhongzhong paused and asked, Yi Xian, do you know the earth attributes profound? Throbbing pulse of the earth, earth traversing technique, strength, gravity, Yi Xian answered without hesitation. Now, he had fully comprehended all 4 profound meanings. That's right. It's these 4. Tell me more about their branch profound, Mountain Man Xian Zhongzhong said. A branch Power Upanishad was a second-level Power Upanishad. The second-level profound of the throbbing pulse of the earth is called pulsating protection. The second-level profound of the strength profound is called lifting heavy as light. The third-level profound of the lightness profound is called lifting light as heavy. The second-level profound of the earth-walking technique is called shrinking ground. The second-level profound of the gravity profound is called gravitational space. Yi Xian answered honestly. That's right, but you missed one. Hermit Xian Zhongshan chuckled and said, if the earth-throbbing pulse reaches its peak and breaks through once more, then you'll be able to comprehend a new profundity called collapse. Collapse? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this. Very few people know about this ultimacy. Even that mad sovereign probably hasn't heard of it. Hermit Xian Zhongshan's gaze landed on Yi Xian. I've taken you in as an in-name disciple, so I don't need you to do anything for now. If you comprehend this collapse profound in the future, return to Mount Xian Zhongshan. I need you to do me a favor. What favor? Yi Xian frowned. Why did he need to comprehend collapse before he could help? My aptitude isn't good, and my comprehension of the throbbing pulse of the earth isn't high enough. I'm afraid I won't be able to comprehend collapse profound in this lifetime. That's why I took in He Yan and the 13 of you. You can think of it as me casting a wide net, but profundities aren't just based on one's realm. Some people are already 9th grade kings but still can't comprehend the gravity profound. It's even possible for them to comprehend the strength profound. Hermit Xian Zhongshan paused for a moment before continuing, after you, I'll continue to take in earth attribute geniuses until someone comprehends collapse. Simply put, I'll be in charge of guiding you. When you comprehend collapse profound, come and help me, and I'll give you a satisfactory revenge. Now, Yi Xian understood. However, something that even Hermit Xian Zhongshan couldn't do was probably very different. Now, you still have a chance to change your mind. You've already comprehended the gravity profound, so you can leave MT Xian Zhongshan immediately. However, if you encounter earth attribute geniuses, please introduce them to MT Xian Zhongshan, Hermit Xian Zhongshan said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian sat there, deep in thought. Senior, I want to know how deep your comprehension of earth attribute profundities is. What kind of guidance can you give me? Yi Xian asked. Although comprehension of profundities and cultivation mainly depended on oneself, Hermit Xian Zhongshan was a void god realm great emperor, so he should have some confidence in this. I can give you a cultivation manual and teach you a mid-grade void god martial art. This will be of great help to your comprehension of the throbbing pulse of the earth. At the same time, I'm confident that I can help you comprehend the gravity space profound within a month. Hermit Xian Zhongshan answered. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he watched in disbelief. A void god realm great emperor's cultivation manual, the throbbing pulse of the earth, a mid-grade void god martial art. The gravity space profound, these 3 things were very important to him. Any one of them could cause a huge battle. At this time, He Yan, who was standing at the side, suddenly said, Yi Xian, look over here. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a stone beside He Yan's feet suddenly rise. Then, it started to jump left and right as though it had a life of its own. This is the gravity space profound. In your territory, if the enemy wants to retreat, you can use the repulsive force to stop him. If he wants to land, you can use the repulsive force to go up. If he wants to fly, you can use the repulsive force to go down. At this point, He Yan paused and said, when you concentrate all the repulsive force on the enemy, bang. Suddenly, the stone beside him exploded with a loud boom. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as an unprecedented expression of excitement flashed through his eyes. This gravity space profound was really too strong. Alright, I agree. Yi Xian nodded. Now, he was considered to be Hermit Xian Zhongshan's unofficial disciple. Hermit Xian Zhongshan nodded satisfactorily. He threw 2 books to Yi Xian and said, my cultivation manual and medium void god realm martial skills are here. You can read it for a few days. When you want to learn the gravity space or have any questions, you can look for He Yan. He can answer all your questions. Yes. Yi Xian replied. Although Hermit Xian Zhongshan had thrown him to He Yan, he did not think much of it. He Yan was a grade 9 king. He was enough to teach him. Junior brother Yi, follow me. He Yan flew up and Yi Xian followed. Then, He Yan brought him to the edge of the cliff and said, you can open up a cave. If you want to leave Mystic Island, just let me know. I live there. Alright, thank you, senior brother, Yi Xian said gratefully. He had the earth territory and could control the soil and stones. He did not need to dig. With a thought, a hole appeared in the stone wall in the next moment. Then, he rushed in. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations strength skyrocketed. Yi Xian's cave dwelling was very simple. Other than the entrance, he had opened up a large open space. Ding. The host has learned 36 overlapping shadows. The current level is 10%. This was the mid-grade virtual god martial art that Hermit Xian Zhongzhong had given him. The 36 overlapping shadows was considered a sword technique, but it could be performed with other weapons as well. It could be performed with a sword, a saber, or even a staff. At that moment, Yi Xian took out a mid-grade virtual god weapon and began to cultivate. At 10%, he could only slash out 3 times in an instant. However, as his cultivation increased, he could slash out 6 times, 9 times, and even 12 times in an instant. After a few days, he could slash out 33 of the 36 overlapping shadows in an instant. He had reached 90% mastery. He was only 10% away from 100% mastery. At that time, he would be able to create 36 overlapping shadows. This martial art is really good. Although I need to slash out dozens of times, if I am fast enough, I can create 36 layers of vibrations. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. If he were to use the 36 overlapping shadows and combine it with the 16 layers of the Earth's pulse, its power would be several times stronger than the colossal heavenly kill slash. This was not because the 36 overlapping shadows was a mid-grade virtual god martial art, but because this martial art was almost tailor-made for the Earth's pulse. Together with Hermit Xian Zhongzhong's cultivation notes, Yi Xian now had a deep understanding of the Earth's pulse. He could transform into the 32 layers of the Earth's pulse at any time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach 100% mastery by just cultivating. I should go out and find someone to fight. Yi Xian thought as he walked out of his cave dwelling. Coincidentally, He Yan also left the cave dwelling. Junior brother, how is it after cultivating for a few days? He Yan asked. Yes, I have mastered 36 overlapping shadows to 90% mastery, Yi Xian nodded and said. He Yan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Junior brother is really talented. In just a few days, you have mastered this martial art to 90% mastery. Come, spar with me. After he finished speaking, he took out a long sword. Yi Xian was also worried about not having an opponent. Although He Yan was a level 9 king and he was only a level 4 king, he knew He Yan would definitely go easy on him. Senior brother, be careful. Yi Xian also took out a mid-grade ethereal divine weapon and attacked. 33 overlapping shadows, throbbing pulse of the world's 16 layered waves, Yi Xian had unleashed 33 stacked shadows in an instant, but because he was too fast, the 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world were unable to contain all of his attacks. Boom. 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 One attack after another landed on He Yan's longsword, but He Yan was able to receive them without being affected. As expected of a 9th grade king. Yi Xian was shocked. At the same time, He Yan was also a little surprised. He praised, "Junior brother is indeed amazing. The 33 overlapping shadows actually contain 3 pulses of the earth." Again. Boom. 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 Loud rumbling sounds kept spreading. Yi Xian kept attacking He Yan, but He Yan kept blocking and explaining to Yi Xian. Yi Xian listened to his advice and improved little by little. From 3 pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world to 4 pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world, in just a little over an hour, his battle strength had doubled. With the guidance of an expert, there was no need to take too many wrong paths. "Alright, take a break." After receiving one of Yi Xian's 33 overlapping shadows that contained 7 pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world, He Yan couldn't help but say. Yi Xian stopped. He was very excited. These 36 overlapping shadows were really too powerful. If he cultivated them to the peak and all 36 shadows contained pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world, even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to withstand his sword. "Senior brother, in our battle just now, master." Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem. "Don't worry. Master has a soundproof array, and so does MT Xianzhongshan. Our voices won't be heard." He Yan said, "Junior brother, are you not interested in the gravitational space?" Gravitational space? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the gravitational space profound wasn't any weaker than the 36 overlapping shadows. It seems that junior brother has forgotten. "Follow me." He Yan smiled faintly and led the way. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. MT Xianzhongshan had said that he was confident that Yi Xian could comprehend the gravitational space profound within a month. Comprehending the gravitational space within a month? If others heard this, they would definitely laugh their heads off. However, since MT Xianzhongshan had said so, he naturally had his own way. Soon, Yi Xian, who was following behind He Yan, entered a cave. There was nothing special about this cave, but the interior was extremely spacious. It was roughly a square of 1,000 meters. "Senior brother, this is..." Yi Xian looked around but didn't find anything. "You can prepare first. Once you're ready, we'll start training. Once we start, we can't stop until you comprehend the gravitational space profound," He Yan said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then nodded resolutely. "Senior brother, I'm ready." Hearing this, He Yan smiled faintly and said, "In that case, you can stand in the middle." Yi Xian didn't ask anything and directly walked to the middle of the cave. "Are you ready?" "Yes." Yi Xian answered. "Haha." He Yan smiled and stood there quietly. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly flew up. "What?" Yi Xian was shocked and immediately reacted. He Yan was using the gravitational space profound. But as soon as he reacted, his body quickly retreated, then down, left, back, right. This was He Yan's training method. You can't use wind manipulation to fly, or the time will be reset. "Oh, forget it, you can't use it anyway," He Yan said. Halfway through his sentence, he had already activated the flight restriction formation on MT Xian. F***CK. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't use wind manipulation to fly. He Yan flipped him upside down and sent him flying around the huge cave. "Comprehend the gravitational space profound. Otherwise, you'll have to stay like this, even if you faint." He Yan's voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't even know which direction he was facing. However, he felt that this method was quite effective. It was easiest to comprehend the gravitational space in the gravitational space. The gravitational space was an extension of the gravitational space profound, so to comprehend the gravitational space, one had to use the gravitational space profound. However, the gravitational space profound could only be directed downwards, but it couldn't form a repulsive force. That's right, use the gravitational space profound. You've just comprehended the gravitational space profound, so you're not very familiar with it yet. Once you're familiar with it, you'll find a repulsive force. Gravity space, that's right. Use the profound meaning of gravity. You have just comprehended the profound meaning of gravity and are not very familiar with it. Once you are familiar with it, you will discover a repulsive force. While He Yan was ravaging Yi Xian, he explained to him. If Yi Xian were to comprehend everything He Yan said, he would need a very long time. The teacher led the way, but the cultivation depended on the individual. Yi Xian could only rely on himself now. No, this is not the right time to use it. Yes, stabilize your body first. Good, good. Very good. You are already familiar with the profound meaning of gravity. In these 3 days, Yi Xian had been toyed with by He Yan. He had visited every corner of the cave. Moreover, He Yan had controlled it well. Yi Xian had been in the air for 3 days. During this time, Yi Xian had fainted a few times. Fortunately, he could fly after reaching the spirit realm. If He Yan had toyed with a spirit realm cultivator like this, he would have spat out his heart. Under He Yan's guidance, Yi Xian only spent 3 days to familiarize himself with the profound meaning of gravity. He had completed what others had taken several years to do. Not only that, he had also discovered a secret. Amazing. You discovered the secret of the repulsive force so quickly. He Yan could not help but praise. As Yi Xian tossed and turned, he pondered. He discovered that the profound meaning of gravity had a pattern. The profound meaning of gravity would always descend from above his head. If he stood opposite an enemy and used the profound meaning of gravity, the enemy would be pushed down. If he used the profound meaning of gravity with his head facing the ground and his feet facing the sky, it would become a repulsive force. The enemy would be pushed up into the sky. This was the repulsive force. As long as he understood this, the path would be much easier. Now that I can use the repulsive force in all directions, as long as I combine them, it will become the gravity space. Yi Xian's eyes twinkled. However, this last step was not so easy. Fortunately, with He Yan, Yi Xian did not have to take many detours. On the 7th day after Yi Xian discovered the repulsive force, a notification finally rang out in his mind. Ding! Host has comprehended the gravity space profound. Finally, he understood. I will. Yi Xian, who had comprehended the gravitational space, hurriedly used it and turned his body upside down. He Yan suddenly raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "You've comprehended it?" In the past month, other than the time when Yi Xian was standing in the air, this was the only time that Yi Xian was standing in the air like he was flying. Thank you, senior brother. I have already comprehended it. Yi Xian stood in the air and cupped his fists at He Yan. The next moment, a rock near He Yan's feet flew into the air, and then, boom, the stone exploded into powder. Gravity suppression, he has indeed comprehended it. He Yan was now certain. This move was to create a repulsive force with the target in the shape of a circle, oppressing the enemy from all directions and crushing the enemy's body. Yi Xian's confidence soared again. If it was a one-on-one situation, his opponent would be restrained even if they didn't explode and die. Even if they could break free with their realm, their mobility would be greatly reduced. At that time, the enemy would be a live target. With my current strength, I should be able to easily kill a 6th-grade king, right? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. At this time, He Yan exclaimed in admiration, "Junior brother's aptitude is really good. When I first comprehended the gravity space profound, it took me 11 days. Junior brother, you are 1 day faster than me." 11 days? Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, when he remembered that He Yan was already a 9th-grade king, he calmed down a lot. That Jiang Tianjin was not worth mentioning in front of He Yan. Of course, He Yan had a good master. If Jiang Tianjin entered the Sword God Palace, his speed would soar. However, Yi Xian didn't know that He Yan still had a secret in his heart. He Yan had indeed spent 11 days comprehending the gravity space profound, but he had done it on his own. As for Yi Xian, with He Yan's guidance, he had taken countless shortcuts. If Yi Xian had comprehended the gravity space profound on his own, it would have taken him at least half a year. Moreover, He Yan was not a peak king like he had imagined. Now, Yi Xian's strength was at least 2 or 3 times stronger than when he had entered the Mystic Mountains. Even if he had to face a 7th-grade king, he wouldn't be afraid. Junior brother, now that you have comprehended the gravity space profound, do you want to continue staying in the Mystic Mountains or go out for a walk? He Yan asked. Yi Xian paused for a moment. He suddenly remembered that he had left the Shuntian Island for a month. It was time to go back and take a look. I want to go out and give it a try. Yi Xian replied. He Yan nodded, alright, then go. You can break through faster in a real battle. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come back to the Mystic Mountains Island at any time. Yes, senior brother. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he directly left the Mystic Mountains Island. When the kings outside saw that Yi Xian could fly on the Mystic Mountains Island, they were all envious. At this time, the mad sovereign pirates had already given the order to clear out more than 10 islands around the Mystic Mountains Island. No pirate groups were allowed to enter. At the same time, no one dared to cause trouble in the surrounding sea. The sea was calm and peaceful, and many merchant ships had left. Let's go back to the Xianxia Island first, then help to expand the sea route. Yi Xian thought to himself as he flew towards the Xianxia Island. Now that he had comprehended the gravity space profound, he could use the gravity space profound to increase his speed. His speed was probably even faster than a 6th grade king. Soon, he saw the Xianxia Island. However, when he saw the Xianxia Island, he discovered that there was a pirate group attacking the island. The island is under attack? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he immediately flew over. At this time on the Xianxia Island. Damn it, the Great Elder is not here. This is troublesome. The leader of the Xianxia pirates, He Liang, had a gloomy expression. There were only 2 4th grade kings in the Xianxia Island. Lan Yu and the other 2 could be counted as a 4th grade king. However, this time, there were 2 5th grade kings and 4 4th grade kings attacking the Xianxia Island. This group of pirates was at level 5. Grandpa He, what should we do? Lan Yu looked at He Liang worriedly. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely be able to fight. However, they could not withstand a single wave of attacks. If the island's protective array was broken, they would be killed instantly. Now that the protective array was about to be broken, they had to make a decision. Ha ha ha, Xianxia pirates, what a coincidence. My name is the Heaven-Defying Pirates, and yours is the Xianxia Pirates. If I don't attack you, who should I attack? A burst of loud laughter came from outside the Xianxia Island. Against the Heavens Pirates, although they have 2 level 5 kings, they are only a level 4 pirate regiment, so they can attack Xianxia Island. A level 3 pirate regiment can control an island, level 4 has 2, and level 5 has 3. Although they didn't level up and can control one less island, it can be very convenient. Damn it, let's go, we will withdraw from Xianxia Island and start again. He Liang suddenly made a decision. Where there is life, there is hope. As long as they don't die, they can take down another island and use it as a stronghold. At this time, He Liang left with the Xianxia pirates, ready to go to Ironstone Island. However, at this time. Boom! Suddenly, a different sound came from outside Xianxia Island. It wasn't that the island's barrier was broken, but that someone attacked the Against the Heavens pirates. What? Lan Yu and the others turned their heads in horror and found that the experts of the Against the Heavens pirates stopped attacking the island's barrier and began to move quickly. It's Yi Xian is back! Judge Song exclaimed. Everyone looked and sure enough, there was a familiar voice shuttling through the crowd of the Against the Heavens pirates. Yi Xian, outside Xianxia Island. You guys are really bold, go to hell. Yi Xian held Ba Huang's sword and began to attack crazily. At this time, his domain has surrounded the entire Against the Heavens pirates. Using the gravity space profound meaning, he forced those people to gather together. 33 overlapping shadows, a sword light quickly swept out, and those kings and ordinary crew members who were lined up in the gravity space were directly cut in half. Against the Heavens pirates, 2 level 5 kings, 4 level 4 kings, and dozens of level 3 kings. However, in less than 2 seconds after Yi Xian approached, more than half of them were killed and injured. So strong, how can he be a level 4 king? The captain of the Against the Heavens pirates was shocked. Together with another level 5 king, they roared and rushed toward Yi Xian. You overestimate yourself. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he directly sent out a 33 overlapping shadow towards the captain of the heaven-defying pirates. Within these 33 overlapping shadows, 10 of them contained the earth pulse, and even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to receive them. At the same time, Yi Xian shrunk the gravity space and concentrated it on another level 5 king. The repulsive force from countless angles was all pressing down on this rank 5 king. What, the level 5 king paused for a moment, and in the next moment, his body exploded. Bang! A rain of blood fell from the sky. At the same time, the head of the Against the Heaven pirates was also killed by the 33 stacked shadows. 2 grade 5 kings had fallen in an instant. You 4, don't even think about running away. Yi Xian put away the 2 Qianquan rings and rushed over. In less than 2 seconds, he killed the remaining 4 kings. The king level and virtual god level crew members of the heaven-defying pirates were stunned. Their boss had actually been killed by a 4th grade king. Moreover, he hadn't been able to resist at all. Who was this person? The level 1 to 3 kings wanted to run, but they were in Yi Xian's territory. The gravity space ultimacy made it impossible for them to even turn around. They could only look at Yi Xian in horror. You people, do you choose to submit or die? Yi Xian's cold voice fell into everyone's ears. They looked at each other and said in unison, we choose to submit. What a joke. Even a level 5 king could only be killed by Yi Xian. The strongest among them was only a level 3 king. Resist? Were they tired of living? Very good. Yi Xian was very satisfied. This time, not only did he get 6 Qianquan rings, but he also subdued dozens of kings. This was a great harvest. If it was before, he would only be able to kill 2 level 5 kings, but the rest would definitely run away. However, with the gravity space ultimacy, his combat strength had increased greatly. Not only could he kill a level 5 king easily, but he could also intimidate everyone. At this time, the protective formation of the island suddenly opened, and a few figures rushed out. Yi Xian, you came back just in time. Otherwise, we would have left through the secret passage. Song Suijing threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. In the chaotic astral ocean, every island had a secret passage. These secret passages first led to the ocean and then came out from a hidden seabed. Unless it was a pirate group that had occupied Xianxia Island, ordinary people would not know the location of the secret passages and where they led to. Are you all okay? Yi Xian asked hurriedly. We're fine. Song Suijing shook her head. At this time, Elder He also rushed over. Immediately, Yi Xian shouted to the kings of the heaven-defying pirates in front of him, this is the leader of my Xiantian pirates. From now on, your heaven-defying pirates will join my Xiantian pirates. If there is anyone with bad intentions, kill without mercy. The reason why he was able to kill 2 level 5 kings and 4 level 4 kings was because He Liang was only a level 4 king. Now that the Great Elder was not here, He Liang could not suppress the 4 kings, so Yi Xian killed him. Yes. The kings and ordinary members of the heaven-defying pirates immediately responded in unison. This time, the crisis was safely passed. Fortunately, Yi Xian came back in time. Otherwise, Xiantian Island would have been occupied. At this time, the enforcer of the sea in charge of this island attack also rushed over. He held a few portraits in his hand and compared them. You were the ones who attacked Ironstone Island that day? The enforcer of the sea asked. Yes, it was us. Yi Xian understood that this enforcer of the sea was a member of the Crazy Sovereign Pirates, so he did not hide it. On behalf of the Crazy Sovereign Pirates, I sincerely invite you to join us. The enforcer of the sea immediately said. He received the report before and then reported the news of Yi Xian's group. However, because Yi Xian disappeared after occupying Ironstone Island, the enforcer of the sea had been looking for him for a long time. Today, they finally found him. This is something that Yi Xian can't avoid. After all, he has already shown up and helped the Xiantian pirates to survive the crisis. If he does not agree, the Crazy Sovereign will find trouble with the Xiantian pirates. Okay, I will join. Yi Xian nodded. Hearing Yi Xian's answer, the enforcer of the sea grinned, but just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian added, however, only I will join. Their realm is too low. Okay. The enforcer of the sea nodded. He is a level 6 king, and Yi Xian's strength is probably enough to fight with him. As for Blue Moon and the other 2, although their attributes are rare, they have not yet matured and their battle strength is insufficient. Translator, trans and editor, trans and reject. Now that Yi Xian had joined the revered mad pirates, no one would dare to mess with the Xianxia pirates. This would be beneficial for opening up a new route. At that moment, He Liang invited this law enforcer to Xianxia Island to sit down. At the same time, Yi Xian also distributed the spoils of war. He was now focusing on nurturing Song Suijing and the others. After all, if Duan Muyun were to leave the warlord palace, the strongest person would only be a level 5 king, and that would be the vice palace master Lan Yao and the grand elder Shi Yonghao. If Song Suijing and the others could become level 4 kings, they might even be able to contend with the Jiang family patriarch. At this time, in a city on Xianxia Island, Yi Xian and the enforcer were discussing some matters. Yi Xian, this is the list of benefits that the higher-ups have given you. Take a look. The enforcer handed a list to Yi Xian and said, this list is based on your strength at the time. Now that you are strong again, you will only receive more, not less. Yi Xian glanced at it and found that the rules were very good. He could choose to become an enforcer or form a pirate group and kill his way to other territories. Of course, he could also act alone and become a raider. On this list, it was also stated that Yi Xian could choose 3 small islands. These 3 islands couldn't be attacked, and Xianxia Island met the requirements. At the same time, he would also receive a large amount of treasures. Every time he completed a mission, not only would he not have to hand over his earnings, he would also receive generous rewards. What do you think? The enforcer asked. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded and said, I choose to become a raider. His strength had improved too quickly. It would be a burden to lead a pirate group, so he felt that it was better to act alone. Good. Come with me to the headquarters. Sir Revered Mad Pirate is forming a raider team. You will be able to make it in time. The enforcer nodded. Leave immediately? Yi Xian was slightly startled. Then I will inform the others. Okay, I will wait for you outside. Now, Yi Xian had joined the Quanzun pirates, so he had to listen to orders. However, as one of the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, Wild Revered definitely had more information than him. Becoming a raider was a good opportunity for him to level up and make a breakthrough. At that moment, Yi Xian bid farewell to Song Suijing and the other 2 and left with the enforcers of the sea. The spoils he obtained before have already been distributed to the 3 of them. Song Suijing and Judge Song can use this opportunity to break through to the 3rd grade king realm. Moreover, after he went to the headquarters, there would be a batch of treasures sent to Xianxia Island. Xianxia Island would be protected because of this. Although Yi Xian was only a class 4 king, he had the wind acceleration and the gravity space profound. With the combination of the 2, his speed was even faster than the maritime enforcer. In order to save time, he also used the gravity space profound meaning to help the enforcers of the sea. In 5 days, they had crossed more than half of the sea and arrived at the headquarters. This class 6 king handed Yi Xian over to the people of the headquarters and left. The one who received Yi Xian was a class 7 king named Du Jun. He could be considered one of the higher-ups of the Quanzun pirates. Oh? Not only does he have the wind attribute, but he also has the earth attribute and has comprehended the gravity space profound meaning? Du Jun was also shocked when he found out about Yi Xian's current strength. The news that came that day was that Yi Xian had attacked Ironstone Island. However, the enforcers of the sea had estimated that Yi Xian was at most a class 4 king. However, they didn't expect that Yi Xian had a second attribute and had comprehended the gravity space profound meaning. This was something that had never been heard of before. You have great potential. Follow me to see Sir Quanzun. Du Jun said to Yi Xian. A class 4 king with dual attributes and gravity space profound meaning. If such a genius was nurtured, his battle strength would be extremely high. You want to see Quanzun? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and followed Du Jun. Now, he wasn't someone without background. He was an in-name disciple of Mysterious Mountain. Although he was just an in-name disciple, Quanzun had personally gone to Mysterious Mountain and knew how strong Mysterious Mountain was. Hence, Quanzun would definitely give him some face. The headquarters of the Quanzun pirates was also an island. However, this island could move. Under this island, there was a deep-sea giant turtle that was comparable to a Class 8 king. This deep-sea giant turtle was Quangzun's pet. Simply put, Yi Xian was currently on the back of this deep-sea giant turtle. With Du Jun leading the way, Yi Xian entered the interior of the Quangzun pirates. There were many experts here. Even though they had restrained themselves, Yi Xian could still feel dozens of powerful auras. They were all at least Class 7 kings, and there were even Class 8 kings among them. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking that if he could destroy this Quangzun pirates, he could at least become a Class 8 king, right? It was a pity that he wasn't strong enough now. Not to mention Quangzun, who was close to a peak king, these people alone were enough to kill him. Soon, Du Jun led Yi Xian into a luxurious castle. Here, Yi Xian could feel a few more powerful auras. Among these people, there might be Class 9 kings. There were 3 overlords in the chaotic astral ocean, but that didn't mean that there were only 3 Class 9 kings. In fact, there were a few more. Some of these people had gone into seclusion, while others had joined forces with the 3 overlords. There were indeed 2 Class 9 kings in the Quangzun pirates. Leader, there is someone here that you might be interested in meeting. Du Jun led Yi Xian to a large door and shouted inside. In the next moment, the magnificent door was opened. A red-robed middle-aged man was sitting inside, and beside him was a white-robed young man. Yi Xian had seen this red-haired middle-aged man before. He was Quangzun, a Class 9 king. Who is it? Quangzun asked in surprise. Du Jun brought Yi Xian in and handed over a sheepskin scroll. Dual attribute, gravitational space? Quangzun's eyes lit up. Among his subordinates, there was also a dual attribute user. That dual attribute user was only able to obtain a twin fruit after 8 lifetimes of luck. Who would have thought that there would be another one? How did you comprehend gravitational space? Quangzun suddenly turned and asked. I comprehended it on Mystic Island, Yi Xian replied. Quangzun narrowed his eyes and asked again, were you there when I went to Mystic Island? Yes. It was also on that day that I was accepted as a disciple by Mountain Master Xianzun. Yi Xian said directly. He didn't say that he was just a disciple in name. After all, he had to pull the banner of the Void God Realm Great Emperor Xianzun. Mountain Master Xianzun's disciple? Translator, Transin editor, Transin attacking the island alone. Master isn't interested in this, he just wants peace and quiet. So, after I comprehended the gravity space profound, I decided to go out and train. Yi Xian replied. Wild Sovereign hesitated. If Yi Xian didn't have a strong background, he would be able to nurture him and become one of his generals in the future. However, Yi Xian was the disciple of a Void God Realm Great Emperor. If something happened to Yi Xian and Mountain Master Xianzhongshan found out, he would be in trouble. You can be a law enforcer, but not a raider. Wild Sovereign refused. Mountain Master Xianzhongshan was a Void God Realm Great Emperor, he couldn't bear the risk of something happening to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was helpless, he didn't expect Wild Sovereign to be so afraid of Mountain Master Xianzhongshan. In that case, this junior will take his leave. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Being a law enforcer? What a joke. Being a law enforcer was to wait for the raiders to come before he could act. If he chose to be a raider, he could directly invade the other 2 territories and attack the island. This way, he could level up much faster. Yi Xian turned to leave, Du Jun glanced at Wild Sovereign and hurried to follow. As for Wild Sovereign, he didn't stop him. If Mountain Master Xianzhongshan was only a Void God Realm King, Wild Sovereign wouldn't be afraid, but he was a Void God Realm Great Emperor. A Void God Realm Great Emperor, even if he didn't attack, could kill many peak kings with his will alone. After thinking for a while, Wild Sovereign decided to give up. If he really angered Mountain Master Xianzhongshan, his foundation would be destroyed in a day. Send someone to seal off Shuntian Island, and send a few law enforcers to guard it. Battle Emperor's people have been too rampant recently, don't let anything happen. Wild Sovereign said to the white-robed youth beside him. The area around Shuntian Island was very barren, so high-level raiders wouldn't go there. 1 or 2 level 6 kings would be enough. Wild Sovereign didn't want to make Yi Xian an enemy. Soon, Yi Xian left the Quangzun pirates. He joined because he was afraid that Quangzun would find trouble with Blue Moon and the others. Now that Quang Zun didn't agree, he was relieved. Before leaving, the Shuntian pirates were preparing to move to the Anhu Island. That island was very small and barren. At most, there would only be level 3rd kings who would come looking for trouble. Hence, he wasn't worried. At this time, he was already heading to another territory by himself. The 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean were the Mad Sovereign, the War Emperor, and the Female Monarch. Among them, the Female Monarch had always been neutral, and her territories were relatively peaceful compared to the other 2. On the other hand, Quang Zun and Zhang Huang had been fighting each other for many years, but there was still no clear victor. Rumor had it that Yi Xian had sent a group of raiders to the War Emperor's territory to cause trouble. That was why he chose to go to the Empress territory instead of the War Emperor's. Tranquility was what suited him. Relying on the wind acceleration and gravity profound, Yi Xian's flying speed was very fast. However, it still took him a full 10 days to reach the Empress territory. At this time, Yi Xian was flying toward an island with an outdated nautical map in his hand. Kaiyang Island, occupied by a level 4 pirate group. Yi Xian confirmed his target. The situation in the chaotic astral ocean was very unstable. Every day, there would be new islands being occupied by new powers. Hence, there were many places where his map wasn't accurate, but it wouldn't be too far off. The island of a level 4 pirate group generally doesn't change much, unless the pirate group attacked a better island and moved there. Coincidentally, the island was captured by a level 5 pirate group. However, it didn't matter whether it was level 4 or level 5. Very soon, Yi Xian arrived at Kaiyang Island. However, he didn't need to be like Judge Song and Song Suijing. With his strength, breaking the formation of a small island wasn't a problem. He took out his Bahuang sword and aimed it at the island's protective formation. Bahuang sword art, sword cleaving Bahuang. Even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to block this attack. However, a level 6 king could easily break the island's protective formation. Hence, this attack was enough to break the island's protective formation. Whoosh! With various amplifications, the sword-cleaving Bahuang sword's power was extremely great. It directly hit the island's protective formation. Pung! The island's protective formation shook violently. Immediately, a huge entrance was broken open. Enemy attack! Someone on Kaiyang Island immediately shouted. They didn't receive any news of an attack, so it must be a raider. However, by the time this level 4 pirate group discovered it, Yi Xian had already killed his way into Kaiyang Island. Tisk, tsk, tisk, Yi Xian sneered as he started to move. His speed was so fast that no one could catch up with him. His goal was very clear, which was the interspatial ring. Of course, if there were some who had bad mouths, he wouldn't mind sending them to hell. In Kaiyang Island, there was a bloody storm. Yi Xian quickly found the leader of this pirate group by sensing his aura. 5 minutes later, this pirate group was ransacked, and Yi Xian had already left Kaiyang Island. Not bad, not bad. 3 level 4 kings. When Yi Xian left Kaiyang Island, his face was full of smiles. A level 4 pirate group was ransacked by him, and he gained a lot. At this moment, he was very close to becoming a level 5 king. Immediately, he left again. This was because Kaiyang Island was ransacked, and the law enforcers on the sea nearby would definitely be notified. He had to be quick. Coincidentally, there was an island nearby that was occupied by a level 4 pirate group. Hence, this became his second target. He spent a day to reach this island. Then, he used the same trick again. First, he broke a hole in the island's protective formation, then went in to ransack it. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 5 king. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Now, he was at the same level as Lan Yao. However, his strength had already greatly surpassed Lan Yao's. That Jiang Tianjin has entered the Sword God Palace. His strength must have increased by leaps and bounds. Maybe he has already become a level 6 king. I won't fall behind. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Although he could challenge those at a higher level, Jiang Tianjin was also a genius. If they were at the same level, Yi Xian was 100% sure that he could kill him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian took out a map of the sea and was ready to choose his third target. However, at this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Law enforcers on the sea? Yi Xian's smile didn't fade. He also wanted to see how powerful the law enforcers under the Empress were. "Robber, you are courting death." A man in green robes shouted and rushed toward Yi Xian. Behind him, there were two people. A level 6 king and two level 5 kings. This was a good opportunity for Yi Xian to practice. He took out an ordinary mid-grade void god weapon and went up to meet the attack. Throbbing pulse of the earth 32 layers. Yi Xian was still 3 layers away from mastering the 36 overlapping shadows. Hence, he wanted to see if he could bring the 36 overlapping shadows to 100% mastery. In an instant, the two sides came into contact. 33 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the earth 16 layers. Although Yi Xian's mastery of profound and martial arts didn't increase, he was still improving. Previously, he could fuse the throbbing pulse of the earth 10 times, but now, he could fuse the throbbing pulse of the earth 15 times. His strength had already far surpassed the 3 enforcers of the ocean. Peng! 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 Yi Xian was fighting 1 against 3. Although he was holding back, the 3 were still defeated and were forced to retreat. So strong. He must be a genius under Mad Revered. Quick, report this to the higher-ups. The level 6 king who was leading the group shouted. Immediately, one of the level 5 kings retreated. You want to leave? Leave behind your yin and yang ring. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he sent out an attack with all his might, instantly severing that level 5 king's arm. However, he didn't take that level 5 king's life. Then, he quickly flew over and kept the yin and yang ring. Impossible. He's clearly just a level 5 king. How can he be faster than me? Even if he has comprehended the underground movement technique, this isn't the ground. The level 6 king couldn't understand. However, in order to cover the escape of that level 5 king, he had put his life on the line. Just by relying on the 33 overlapping shadows and the throbbing pulse of the earth's 16 layers, I was able to defeat those 3. If I add in the 8 desolate sword, wind acceleration, and gravitational space, my strength will be able to kill a level 7 king. Even if a level 8 king comes, I won't be afraid. Yi Xian's confidence was once again off the charts. Soon, that level 5 king disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, Yi Xian heard 2 notifications. Ding! Proficiency of the 36 overlapping shadows has increased. Current proficiency is 100%. Ding! Host has comprehended the throbbing pulse of the earth 32 layers. When he heard the 2 notifications, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not only that, but his throbbing pulse of the world had also increased to 32 layers. His combat prowess had at least doubled. Alright, it's time for you to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for messing with the wrong person. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, 36 sword shadows pierced into the body of the grade 6 king, killing him instantly. The other rank 5 king saw that his boss had died and immediately retreated. However, in the next moment, he felt that he couldn't move anymore. Countless waves of pressure were pressing down on him from all directions. Do you feel like you can't move? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Following that, his eyes flashed, and this level 5 king tier was crushed to death by the pressure of the gravity drop. Gravity suppression. Bang! The 5th grade king's body exploded, and his severed limbs fell from the sky. Yi Xian controlled the repulsive force and sent the 2 interspatial rings into his hands before devouring them. The interspatial rings of a level 6 king tier are really not bad. Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. In this world, the strong were respected. If you were strong, you would be the king. If he was weaker now, he would be the one to die this time. As for his corpse, it would probably be thrown into the sea to feed the sea beasts. Then, there would be nothing left. That level 5 king tier must have gone to report this to his superiors. At that time, a level 7 king tier or even a level 8 king tier might come down. This was Yi Xian's goal. He would rather kill a level 7 king tier than 10 level 6 kings. If he could kill a level 8 king tier, he would probably break through in an instant. That level 5 king tier had gone to report this to his superiors, so Xian still had to wander around this area. The Empress's territory was relatively peaceful, but that was only in comparison to Mad Sovereign and Battle Emperor. This only meant that there were fewer raiders, but it didn't mean that there were fewer pirate groups in the ocean. As Xian attacked the islands, he dealt with the pirate groups along the way. However, these islands and pirate groups were too weak, so he just robbed them along the way. On the 5th day after the departure of that level 5 king, an expert of sufficient strength finally arrived. A level 7 king tier, moreover, it was a genius with a rare attribute. Wind. Wind acceleration profound? Xian looked at this level 7 king tier with a slightly shocked expression. This was the first time he had encountered a wind attribute expert other than Lan Xian. The wind attribute was an extremely powerful attribute. Its profound included Wind Blade, Wind Acceleration, and Wind Bind. Among them, Wind Blade also had a level 2 profound, Death Storm. Its power was comparable to sky-burning flames. Wind Bind also had a level 2 profound, Wind Space. Every profound could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. If a martial artist could comprehend all of the profound, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight someone 2 or 3 levels higher. Currently, Xian had only comprehended Wind Acceleration profound. He hadn't comprehended Wind Blade or Wind Bind. This battle was quite valuable to him. TSK. Let me see what kind of profound you have. Xian's eyes flashed as he quietly watched his opponent approach him. After the green-clothed middle-aged man approached, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked, "You're the one who attacked more than 10 islands recently?" "That's right. It's me." Xian nodded without hiding anything. The green-clothed middle-aged man didn't expect Xian to admit it. Should he say that Xian was daring or was he overflowing with confidence? If that's the case, then go to hell. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else. He expanded his territory and gathered countless wind blades to attack Xian. Hee. Xian grinned and took out a mid-grade ethereal god weapon to block the attack. A level 5 king tier can actually block my wind blade attack. You're quite capable. That level 6 executor of the sea should have been killed by you, right? The middle-aged man asked. That's right, Xian replied while blocking the attack. Then try this. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed and he instantly strengthened his wind blade attack. This was the wind blade profound. Seeing this, Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. As expected, this middle-aged man had comprehended the wind blade profound. That was great. His gravity space profound was comprehended in Xian's gravity space profound. Now that his opponent had comprehended the wind blade profound, it would be very helpful to him. Bang! 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 Although the wind blade attack was strengthened several times, it still couldn't pose a threat to Xian. After all, he had comprehended the gravity space profound. The two of them stood where they were. One of them attacked while the other defended. As for Xian, he didn't use wind blade or gravity space. He just defended. Kid, what are you doing? The middle-aged man asked in confusion. Storm of Death. According to the information the middle-aged man had received, Xian had an earth element void spirit and had comprehended 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth. However, they didn't know that Xian had already improved his profound strength. Moreover, they didn't know what other trump cards Xian had. Therefore, the Empress Pirates had sent the middle-aged man as a precaution. The Empress has put a bounty on your head. Now, I won't waste time with you. Die. The middle-aged man put away his curiosity and slashed out with his long sword. An attack containing wind blade profound swept towards Xian. At the same time, Xian also slashed out with a slash. 36 overlapping shadows, 32 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth. Boom. 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 That green sword chi containing wind blade profound vibrated hundreds of times in an instant. The throbbing pulse of the earth had transformed from 16 layers to 32 layers. Fusing martial arts had become even harder. Previously, when he had 33 overlapping shadows, he could fuse more than 10-16 layers of throbbing pulse of the earth. But now, he could only fuse 432 layers. Although the number had decreased, the power had still increased. This kid can challenge those of a higher realm. I can't be careless, the middle-aged man thought. His slash was enough to kill a level 6 king, but it was easily blocked by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's strength had probably exceeded his expectations. Die. The middle-aged man didn't hold back anymore. He used his wind speed to attack Yi Xian from different angles while condensing wind blades to obstruct Yi Xian. Seeing the middle-aged man attacking with all his strength, Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used the gravity space to dodge. If he didn't use his wind speed, it would be difficult for him to deal with the middle-aged man. Therefore, he could only use the gravity space's repulsive force to increase his speed. This kid is only of the earth element. Why is his flying speed so fast? He's only slightly slower than me. The middle-aged man couldn't understand. The earth element did have a profound to increase its speed, but that required it to be on land. Apart from the wind speed, the only other thing that could increase one's flying speed was the lightning speed. However, the earth Upanishad was rare, and the gravity power Upanishad was even rarer. In the entire chaotic star sea, the warriors who had comprehended the gravity space were even rarer. Thus, he didn't think of the gravity space at this moment. After all, if Yi Xian had comprehended the gravitational space, why didn't he use it? Boom. 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 A series of deafening sounds rang out as the two of them fought at a height of 50 meters. The surrounding sea beasts were all alarmed by the huge commotion and fled. Almost all the sea beasts were void god beasts. Their intelligence was not lower than humans. It was better for them not to watch a battle of this level. Kid, you're one of Mad Sovereign's people, right? The middle-aged man shouted. Does it matter which faction you belong to? Yi Xian replied coldly. Indeed, it's not important. However, you'd better show your true strength now. Otherwise, you'll die without knowing why. The middle-aged man kindly reminded him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this middle-aged man had some sort of ultimate move. He had to be careful. The two of them continued to exchange blows. The middle-aged man kept looking for an opportunity to use his ultimate move. To be honest, Yi Xian was also curious about his ultimate move. As such, Yi Xian deliberately revealed an opening. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, he did it on purpose? Just now, he and Yi Xian had exchanged more than 100 blows. Yi Xian did not reveal any openings, but now he did. This must be Yi Xian's doing. Since that was the case, he would beat Yi Xian at his own game and follow his plan. Kid, you are indeed a genius, but you're still too young. Die, the middle-aged man thought to himself. In the next moment, a strong wind began to blow around Yi Xian. Windblade's second-level ultimate move, Death Storm. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought that the middle-aged man had some sort of powerful martial art. He didn't expect it to be the ultimate move of Death Storm. Although he had never seen Death Storm before, he had heard that it was a super ultimate move that could tear a person into countless pieces. By the time Yi Xian reacted, the Death Storm had already unfolded. This ultimate move was similar to raging flames incinerate the heavens. It required some time to charge up. If one did not dodge it quickly, it would be very dangerous. Whoosh whoosh, the Death Storm began to blow with Yi Xian at its center. Tens of thousands of wind blades attacked. Yi Xian was so frightened that he hurriedly took out the Octotera shield to protect his vitals. At the same time, he condensed an earth wall to surround himself. Fortunately, the earth wall could integrate the 32 layers of the earth pulse. When the wind blades hit the earth wall, their power was instantly reduced by more than half. Although the gravity ultimate move was very useful, it was completely useless against these energy attacks. Swish. 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 One wind blade after another broke through the earth wall and struck Yi Xian's body, cutting open his flesh. However, in the next moment, the bloodline of the divine tree of life would recover from its injuries. It was only a moment of pain. The death storm continued to blow without restraint. Yi Xian, who was protecting his vitals, was continuously injured and healed. After a second, the death storm stopped. Whoosh whoosh. Luckily, I have the 32 layers of the earth pulse. If it was only 16 layers, I would be in trouble. Yi Xian was a little scared. He didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would almost cost him his life. The death storm had stopped, but the middle-aged man was dumbfounded. One had to know that 2 level 7 kings had died under this move. However, Yi Xian, who was only a level 5 king, actually survived. Not only that, but he also survived unscathed. It was just that his clothes were tattered. "This is impossible," the middle-aged man cried out in alarm. "Haha, there's nothing impossible about this. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this move." Yi Xian grinned. During the death storm just now, there was actually a system notification that Yi Xian had ignored. It couldn't be helped. Just now, he had been constantly blocking the wind blades. If he had been distracted again, his head would have been chopped off. He only glanced at it after the death storm had stopped. Ding. The host has comprehended the wind blade ultimate move. This was the system notification just now. With the death storm, Yi Xian had actually comprehended the wind blade ultimate move on the spot. "Sir, do you have any other trump cards? Why don't you use them all?" Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man calmly. There were only 3 types of wind blade ultimate move: wind blade, wind acceleration, and wind fetters. He had already seen the second level of the wind blade ultimate move, death storm, but he hadn't seen the second level of the wind fetters ultimate move, wind space. Wind space was what Yi Xian wanted to comprehend the most. This was because the wind space and gravity space could increase his strength by at least 10 times. Translator, trans and editor, trans and the splitting cloud pirates. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian in shock. That death storm had consumed more than half of his qi. If he couldn't kill Yi Xian with it again, he would have no choice but to turn tail and run. However, Yi Xian was now on guard. The next death storm wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Retreat. The middle-aged man immediately turned around and fled. He had compared his speed with that of Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's speed was abnormal, he was still slower than him. Hence, he chose to retreat. However, how could Yi Xian let go of such a fat sheep? "Looks like you've run out of tricks. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he activated his dual domains. Before the middle-aged man could run far, he felt a strong pressure coming from the front. What's going on? The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Yi Xian had sprouted a pair of energy wings and was flying towards him. Wings of the wind. What? That's impossible. The middle-aged man was shocked. Yi Xian had the wind attribute as well. No, he had the dual attribute. Yi Xian had eaten the twin fruits. The middle-aged man finally reacted, but it was already too late. Gravity suppression. When Yi Xian got close, he immediately used the gravity profound to bind the middle-aged man. The pressure from all directions exerted itself on the middle-aged man, restricting his movements. Fortunately, he was a level 7 king, so he could still move. However, his speed was reduced by at least 70%. "Thank you for your death storm. It allowed me to comprehend the wind blade profound. Now, please die." Yi Xian's voice was extremely cold. When the middle-aged man heard it, his body trembled. In the next instant, the middle-aged man's neck was slashed by a wind blade. His head flew into the air as blood spurted out like a fountain. A level 7 king, dead. After the middle-aged man died, Yi Xian took his interspatial ring. Ding. Host has broken through to become a 6th-grade king. His cultivation level rose once again. This middle-aged man had the wind attribute and was definitely a key nurturing target in the Empress's pirates. Therefore, there were quite a lot of good things in the universe ring. Before I broke through, I could kill a level 7 king even without using the Bahuang sword. Now that I've broken through, I should be able to fight against a 9th-grade king, right? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The wind acceleration profound meaning, coupled with the gravity space's repulsive force, allowed his speed to surpass that of a level 8 king. Coupled with his various bloodlines and other factors, he did indeed have the ability to fight a 9th-rank king tier. In that case, let's go meet the Empress Pirates and see what the popular Empress of the chaotic astral ocean looks like. Yi Xian made a plan in his mind. Of course, before going to the Empress's pirates, he wanted to break through again. It was safer this way. Once he broke through to the 7th grade, he would enter the core region of the Empress territory. At that time, who would be able to stop him? After killing the middle-aged man, Yi Xian quickly left. This time, he wanted to go to a high-level place where there were 6th and 7th grade pirate groups. Immediately, he took the middle-aged man's nautical chart and rushed toward that area. After breaking through, Yi Xian speedsoared again. 3 days later, he arrived at that area. A 6th grade pirate group could control 4 islands, but they usually gathered a large number of experts on one island. At this time, Yi Xian's target was a place called the Shattering Cloud Island, which was occupied by the Shattering Cloud Pirates. At the same time, the Shattering Cloud Pirates were a subordinate force of the Empress's pirates. However, Yi Xian didn't care about who he was. Although you have the same name as the first sect I entered, I will be merciful. Yi Xian smiled calmly. Hearing the name Shattering Cloud, he couldn't help but think of the Shattering Cloud sect, which was a sect he had stayed in for a period of time. There, he met a female disciple who had a crush on him, Guan Yulan. Unfortunately, Guan Yulan was taken away by a mysterious expert when he went to the Imperial capital to participate in the Imperial Capital tournament. Her whereabouts were still unknown. At that time, they suspected that she might have entered the islands around the Tianshui continent or the chaotic astral ocean. However, the world was so big that it wasn't easy for Yi Xian to find her. "Hey, what are you doing outside the Shattering Cloud Island?" Suddenly, a loud roar entered Yi Xian's ears. It was the guard of the Shattering Cloud Island in front of him. His voice pulled Yi Xian back to reality. Right now, attacking the island was more important. "Hee, I want to attack the island." Yi Xian replied with a smile. "Ha ha ha, kid, go back to where you came from. Do you know that our leader is a 6th grade king?" The guard laughed. However, in the next moment, a loud rumbling sound interrupted his laughter. Bang! Yi Xian directly slashed a ray of sword chi at the protective array of the island. This was an island occupied by a 6th grade pirate group. It was rich in resources, so the protective array of the island was naturally strong. However, this was not worth mentioning to Yi Xian. He is indeed much stronger than the ones I encountered before. Yi Xian thought as he took out the Bahuang sword. Whoosh, the ray of sword chi split into 8 and then merged back into 1, slashing at the protective array of the island. Bahuang sword chi, in an instant, a large hole was opened in the protective array of the island and it was slowly being repaired. However, at the same time that the protective array of the island was being repaired, a figure had already rushed in through the hole. You, the guard was shocked. Yi Xian appeared on the Shattering Cloud Island in the blink of an eye. He was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. "Sorry," Yi Xian said as he went over and took off his universe ring. This guard was actually a king. Although he was not very strong, he was still a 3rd grade king. However, this kind of strength was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Xian. Before the Shattering Cloud Pirates could react, Yi Xian directly attacked. The Shattering Cloud Pirates did not expect that someone would be able to break through the protective array of the island, so they did not hide their aura at all. Yi Xian easily locked onto a position. "Not good, we have to inform the leader." The guard reacted and hurriedly shouted to the sky, "Enemy invasion." This roar was shouted with all the strength of the guard. His voice was loud enough to reach the Shattering Cloud City, which was not far from the entrance of the Shattering Cloud Island. The speed of sound transmission was more than 300 meters per second. Ordinary warriors could exceed the speed of sound. However, after true energy was mixed in, the speed of sound transmission increased by 100 times, or even 100 times. Before Yi Xian could reach the Shattering Cloud City, a few people had already rushed out. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Shattering Cloud Sect Leader, how dare you sneak into the Shattering Cloud Island? You really don't know what's good for you. A level 6 king growled. He was the vice leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates. You'll know who's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. Yi Xian smiled coldly. However, just as he was about to attack, he suddenly saw a figure flying toward them. It was also a level 6 king. Originally, this person wouldn't have attracted Yi Xian's attention. However, when Yi Xian saw the face of this level 6 king, his body trembled violently. He had seen this person before, he had seen it once. Yi Xian was stunned. "Kid, how did you get in?" the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates asked. He had seen all the kings on the Shattering Cloud Island. When the Shattering Cloud Pirates attacked, there were indeed some native kings, but their realms weren't high. However, Yi Xian's aura was so strong that it wasn't any weaker than his own. Therefore, he determined that Yi Xian was an outsider. Yi Xian's gaze was fixed on the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates. After a while, he asked in shock, "You are the Shattering Cloud sect leader?" "That's right." He had seen the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates before on Lin Wenyua's omniscient mirror. At that time, the Shattering Cloud sect leader was standing on a large bird, accompanied by a mysterious old woman and Guan Yulan. When the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates heard the words Shattering Cloud sect leader, his body trembled as well. He asked in shock, "Who are you? How do you know?" As expected, this answer confirmed Yi Xian's suspicions. No wonder the pirates were called Shattering Cloud. He was the Shattering Cloud sect leader. "I am Yi Xian, a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect." Yi Xian hurriedly reported his name. Although he had joined many forces, he was still a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. In this world, it wasn't a problem to have several masters at the same time. "What? You're a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect? How is that possible?" The leader of the Shattering Cloud sect was shocked. Where was the Shattering Cloud sect, Heavenly Water Continent? In the Heavenly Water Continent, there were only divine core warriors. When the sect chief of the Shattered Cloud sect left, his cultivation level was extremely low, he was only at the True Spirit realm. After the True Spirit realm, there were still the True Energy realm, True Profound realm, Mortal Core realm, Earth Core realm, Heavenly Core realm, and finally the Spirit realm and the Void God realm. Right now, he was already a level 6 Void God realm king, which was many times stronger than a True Spirit realm king. Who would have thought that a barren land like that would actually produce another level 6 king? "I am Vice Sect Leader Zhou disciple." Yi Xian first stated his identity before asking, "Sect Master, I used a special method to see you leave with Guan Yulan and Qingyu. Where are they?" After hearing the first half of Yi Xian's words, the sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect was certain that Yi Xian was from the Heavenly Water Continent. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, his expression darkened. "It's best if you don't ask," the Shattering Cloud sect's sect leader replied. "Why?" Yi Xian asked in shock. The Shattering Cloud sect's sect leader paused for a moment before saying, "All right, I guess there's no harm in telling you. Yulan has a special physique, so a mysterious expert took a fancy to her and brought her to the chaotic astral ocean. Right now, she's in the Empress Pirates, one of the Empress generals." "What? She's under the Empress?" Yi Xian was shocked. If the Shattering Cloud sect's sect leader was a level 6 king, then Guan Yulan should be at least a level 7 king, right? After all, the Shattering Cloud sect's sect leader and Guan Yulan came to the chaotic astral ocean together, so they cultivated at the same time. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that Guan Yulan was at least a level 7 king. "Then, her realm?" Yi Xian asked again. He felt that it would be more accurate to hear the Shattering Cloud sect's sect leader's answer himself. She was a level 7 king a long time ago. She might have broken through to the level 8 king by now. She's the Empress successor. The Shattering Cloud sect's sect leader said in shock. This wasn't a secret, so it didn't matter if it was revealed. The Empress successor, Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect Guan Yulan's background to be so strong. The Empress successor. Didn't this mean that she would have to share the chaotic astral ocean with the Battle Emperor and the Insane Sovereign? Then, is she with the Empress now? Yi Xian asked again. "Come with me." The Shattering Cloud sect's sect leader suddenly called Yi Xian over and said in a low voice, "She is indeed with the Empress Pirates now. However, you better not look for her because she has already lost her memories of the Tianshui continent. She doesn't recognize you." Lost her memories? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly remembered what Lin Wenyue had said that day. Guan Yulan's eyes were empty, like a puppet's. It turned out that her memories had already been erased at that time. Not to mention a Void God Realm King, even a level 10 Martial Path warrior would be able to erase the memories of a lower level warrior as long as they had the corresponding method. Don't blame me. I did it for Yulan's good. However, I didn't expect that senior to erase her memories without saying anything and bring her back to the Empress Pirates. The Shattering Cloud sect leader shook his head helplessly. What kind of body type does Yulan have? If he was just taking her in as a disciple, why would he erase her memories? Yi Xian asked in confusion. The Shattering Cloud sect leader paused and said that senior issued some requirements in the Tianshui continent. I saw that Yulan met those requirements, so I brought that senior to the Shattering Cloud sect. As for the Empress, it is said that she cultivates a technique called the Heartless Path. She needs to cut off her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Yulan met the requirements of the Heartless Path, so her memories were erased to make it easier for her to cultivate. This, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked again, then, did she agree to it? Or was it forcefully erased? After that senior checked her body type, he erased her memories forcefully. Yulan wasn't ready, so. The Shattering Cloud sect leader didn't continue. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes also shot out 2 rays of light. Guan Yulan's memories were forcefully erased. If she had agreed to it, Yi Xian wouldn't have anything to say. However, her memories were forcefully erased, so it had something to do with him. After all, the 2 of them were very close when they were in the Shattering Cloud sect. They were only 1 step away from being together. However, because of that old woman's interference, Guan Yulan had gone missing for many years. Although she didn't say it out loud, she is my friend after all. I will seek justice for her. Yi Xian made a mental note. As for the Shattering Cloud sect leader, Yi Xian didn't blame him. After all, he was only in the true spirit realm at that time. That mysterious old woman could kill him with just a thought. Who is that old woman? Yi Xian asked again. Her name is Xianxia. She raised the Empress single-handedly. Like Yulan, she is the Empress's right-hand woman. The Shattering Cloud sect leader replied. Her right-hand woman. This meant that the Empress trusted Guan Yulan and Xianxia the most. Translator, trans and editor, trans and Guan Yulan. Alright, I got it. Yi Xian nodded silently. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect asked, you are a disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect. How did you become a level 6 king? I broke through to the Strength Realm in the Heavenly Water continent and came to the Blood Rock continent. Then, I obtained the inheritance of an empty God Realm king. Yi Xian made up a random excuse. I see. The Heavenly Water continent is too poor. There are many geniuses there, but they are buried because of the lack of yuan qi and cultivation resources. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect sighed. Sect master, is the Empress an empty God Realm Great Emperor? Yi Xian asked again. He was more concerned about this. No, the Empress couldn't become a great emperor because she didn't cut off her 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect shook his head. Hearing this answer, Yi Xian was relieved. Since the Empress wasn't an empty God Realm Great Emperor, he didn't need to be afraid. When the time was right, he would find Guan Yulan and see if he could awaken her memory. Sect Master, since the Shattered Cloud Island is your territory, I will take my leave. Yi Xian cupped his fist at the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect. Sigh, you should leave quickly. If the enforcers of the sea know that you are a raider, you will die. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect sighed. Sect master, take care. Yi Xian didn't want to cause trouble for the sect master, so he left the Shattered Cloud Island. This time, it was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Heavenly Water continent in the chaotic astral ocean. However, there was a trace of hatred in his heart. Guan Yulan's memory was forcibly erased. It wasn't her own will. Therefore, Yi Xian had to get back at her. Humph, how dare you forcibly erase Yulan's memory, Yi Xian said coldly in his heart and left quickly. Since the Empress wasn't an empty God Realm Great Emperor, he could go to the Empress's pirates when he broke through to level 7 king. But for now, it was better to make a breakthrough first. There were some level 6 and 7 pirates around the Shattered Cloud Island, but in order not to cause trouble for the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect, Xian decided to go further away. He flew over the sea for 2 days and arrived at a suitable place for leveling up. This time, his target was a level 7 pirate group. 8 Baron Swordsmanship, Sword Breaking 8 Baron. Xian flew to the outskirts of the island and launched an attack on the array formation. The formation at the entrance of the island's protective formation was very weak because it was often opened. This was the most suitable place to attack. However, as the level of the island was relatively high, the sword was unable to break through it. The attack on the island guard array was too loud, and it immediately attracted the attention of the pirates. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of a person not far away. Several hundred kilometers to the north of the island, there was a huge figure. It was a huge wolf with silver wings, and on the back of the huge wolf sat a white-clothed woman. If Xian was here, he would definitely recognize her at a glance. This woman in white was Guan Yulan, the person he was looking for. Xian was 15 years old when he entered the Shattered Cloud sect, and now he was 22 years old. Therefore, it had been many years since Guan Yulan left the Tianshui continent. The young girl from before had grown into a slender and elegant girl. She had lost her youthfulness and had become more mature. At this moment, she looked in the direction of the sound and gently patted the giant wolf's back. The silver-winged giant wolf immediately understood and turned into a stream of light and flew over. As for Xian, he was completely unaware that he was attacking an island protecting formation. Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss. He immediately turned his head and saw a stream of light that was rapidly approaching him. Is it the maritime enforcer? He thought subconsciously. However, at this moment, a blue sword aura suddenly slashed towards him. So fast, Xian's eyes widened. He immediately stopped attacking the island and quickly dodged. Water attribute? No, it's lightning attribute. He reacted. This sword aura was blue, but it was not of the water attribute. This was because this sword aura contained a kind of energy that made one's heart palpitate. However, when Xian was about to counterattack, he realized that the incoming person was somewhat familiar. Guan Yulan? Xian exclaimed in surprise. Guan Yulan, who was sitting on the silver-winged howling sky wolf's back, was also stunned when she heard Xian's exclamation. She also felt that Xian was somewhat familiar, but she had no memory of him. Her memory was erased by Xianxia, but the silver-winged howling sky wolf remembered Xian. Oh woo, the silver-winged howling sky wolf held at the sky and then pounced towards Xian. It seemed to be very emotional. Guan Yulan immediately jumped down from its back and then slashed at Xian again. Damn it! Xian quickly dodged and prepared to kill the silver-winged howling sky wolf that was pouncing towards him. However, at this moment, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Qingyu. At the same time, he also noticed that this silver-winged howling sky wolf did not seem to be hostile towards him. Its eyes were filled with joy. Wolf? Qingyu? Xian exclaimed again. Oh woo, the silver-winged howling sky wolf rushed to Xian's side and rubbed its head affectionately against Xian. Although it had not seen Xian for a few years, Qingyu still remembered Xian's scent. After all, when it was born, it saw Xian and Guan Yulan the moment it opened its eyes. Haha, I didn't expect you to have grown so big. Xian reached out and patted Qingyu's head. After a few years, Qingyu had grown from a small wolf cub to a giant wolf that was even bigger than a tank. It even grew a pair of silver wings. It seemed that it had undergone mutation. Guan Yulan, who was not far away, was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. The silver-winged howling sky wolf that did not submit to the Empress was actually willing to be patted by a strange man on the head. What was going on? Raider, what sorcery did you use? Guan Yulan shouted angrily. Sorcery? Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Yulan, don't you remember me? Why should I remember you? Guan Yulan was stunned. She did feel that Xian was somewhat familiar, but she could not recall anything related to him. It seems that her memory has really been erased. Xian was having a headache. He did not know how to awaken Guan Yulan's memory. This was going to be troublesome. However, just as he was thinking, another ray of sword aura suddenly attacked. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly dodged. This ray of blue sword aura contained a huge amount of power and swept past Qingyu. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the acceleration of the wind and the repulsive force of the gravity space. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half. "Oh woo," Qingyu hurriedly howled, but Guan Yulan acted as if she did not hear it and continued to attack. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Forbidden Lightning Ground 7th Grade King, Lightning Attribute, Yi Xian saw through Guan Yulan's realm. Just as the Shattering Cloud Sect Master had said, Guan Yulan was a 7th grade king and was about to break through to the 8th grade. However, he didn't expect Guan Yulan to have the rare lightning attribute, just like Lan Yu. Although they were both lightning attribute, Lan Yu was much weaker than Guan Yulan. One was a 3rd grade king, while the other was about to break through to the 8th grade. Although Guan Yulan felt that Yi Xian was familiar, she couldn't remember him. She was one of the Empress generals after all, and she happened to see Yi Xian attacking the island. Therefore, Yi Xian was her enemy. Heavenly punishment. Streaks of lightning struck down from the sky. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged. What should I do now? Yulan's memory has been erased and she doesn't recognize me. Even if I'm here, I can't do anything. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He could feel that Guan Yulan's battle strength was very strong. More importantly, he couldn't fight back. Retreat. At that moment, Yi Xian made the decision to leave first. He didn't have any ideas at the moment, so he could only leave first. When he returned to Mt Xianzhongshan, he would ask Hermit Xianzhongshan if there was a way to awaken her memory. You want to leave? Guan Yulan's eyes flickered and immediately chased after him. Guan Yulan was brought to the chaotic astral ocean when she was a teenager. She must have been told a lot of things in the past few years. For example, she grew up in the chaotic astral ocean and didn't have any family or friends. Therefore, she wouldn't believe anything Yi Xian said. Yulan, let's meet again. Yi Xian loudly shouted as he directly used gravity space to block Guan Yulan. However, Guan Yulan's strength was beyond his imagination. Lightning acceleration. Guan Yulan instantly burst out. Her current speed had already surpassed the silver-winged sky-howling wolf. The silver-winged sky-howling wolf had grown rapidly in the past few years. Its battle strength was comparable to an 8th grade king and its speed was comparable to a 9th grade king. However, Guan Yulan's lightning acceleration was lightning acceleration and was even faster howling wolf. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly condensed wind wings and used the repulsive force of the gravity space to accelerate. However, what made him helpless was Guan Yulan's speed was Yulan was. Yulan's, I, and Yulan's is. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. One recognized him, but the other didn't. This was too dramatic. What he wanted to do now was to increase his speed to the level of a level 7 king. Then, he would look for the Empress and see if she had a way to help him. However, he was Yulan. As Yi Xian fled, he used his repulsive force to block Guan Yulan. However, Guan Yulan's comprehension of the lightning acceleration profound was very high. Even with the repulsive force blocking her, her speed was still equal to Yi Xian's. Yeet T test YSS to leave SBS to be gone BTS's was. They. Was you was. Marauder, you can't escape. Guan Yulan shouted from behind. Yi Xian glanced behind him and sized up Guan Yulan. After not seeing her for a few years, Guan Yulan's figure had become better and more mature. However, the expression on her face made Yi Xian's heart turn cold. Back then, when they were about to pierce through the last layer of veil, they were suddenly interrupted by the Shattering Cloud Sect's Vice Sect Master, Zhou Tsang. Yi Xian was now thinking that the next time he returned to the Heavenly Water Continent, he would dig up Zhou Tsang's corpse and whip it to vent his anger. Two people, one fleeing, the other chasing. Whisper, who was comparable to a level 8 king, roared as she followed. It had followed Guan Yulan for many years, so its IQ was not lower than a human's. It could understand Guan Yulan's words, but Guan Yulan could not understand its words. Guan Yulan had always believed that Yi Xian had used some sort of trick to subdue Qingyu, so she was relentlessly pursuing him. Yi Xian didn't have any other choice. At this moment, all he could do was to escape and continue to escape. When Guan Yulan's Xianxia ran out, he would be able to escape. However, after the two moved at full speed for a few hours, an island suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. An island without a protective formation? Yi Xian looked in front of him with some surprise. This island did not have a protective formation. That was exactly what he wanted. As long as he landed on the ground, he could use his legs to run. He had the earth movement technique to run on land, and the wind acceleration technique to fly in the air. However, don't forget that he still had 4 agility advancements, which could increase his movement speed by 40%. When the time came, he would definitely be able to open up a distance in an instant without exhausting Guan Yulan's true qi. However, when Guan Yulan saw this island, her expression changed slightly. She had heard of this island before. This was one of the 10 forbidden lands of the chaotic astral ocean, the Thunder Forbidden Land. It was rumored that this island was very mysterious and would be struck by chaotic astral lightning from time to time. Although it looked peaceful at times, it was actually very dangerous. After all, some chaotic astral lightning could even kill a Void God Realm Pinnacle King. Even the Empress did not dare to enter the Thunder Forbidden Land, so Guan Yulan was hesitant. However, when she saw that Yi Xian's speed did not decrease at all, she made a decision. Chase. As for Yi Xian, he didn't know what this island was. This was because his nautical chart only had one name, Heavenly Thunder Island. If the chart said Thunder Forbidden Land, he would definitely take a detour. We're here. Yi Xian rushed into the Thunder Forbidden Land and quickly landed, preparing to use his legs to open up a distance between him and Guan Yulan. His speed was very fast, instantly widening the distance between them. How did his speed suddenly increase so much? Guan Yulan looked at Yi Xian's back and was very confused, but she was determined to chase, so she immediately said to Qingyu, don't come in. The silver-winged sky-howling wolf, Qingyu, had accidentally entered the Thunder Forbidden Land when she was wandering alone, and was accidentally struck by chaotic astral lightning, almost losing her life. Therefore, it had a deep fear of this place. It could only watch as Yi Xian and Guan Yulan entered. It prayed in its heart that the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden area wouldn't suddenly become violent. Otherwise, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan would be in danger. At this time, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan had both entered the Thunder Forbidden Land, and Yi Xian, who had a 40% increase in speed, had already opened up a distance between them. However, just 1 minute after they entered the Thunder Forbidden Land. Why are there more clouds in the sky? Yi Xian looked up in surprise, and found that there were electric snakes swimming in the clouds. These were not ordinary clouds, but thunderclouds. Not good, chaotic astral lightning. His face sank. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Crisis. At this moment, the thundercloud above Yi Xian's head was terrifyingly large. It was gathering yuan qi of heaven and earth as if it was about to go all out. Before entering the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian had heard about the chaotic astral lightning. However, he later found out that the chaotic astral lightning was much more dangerous than he thought. The chaotic astral lightning had a tracking effect. The stronger the aura, the closer the chaotic astral lightning would land. Boom! Just as Yi Xian was thinking, a bolt of lightning struck down. He quickly glanced at it and found that it was 1,000 meters away from him. He didn't have a lightning attribute and had no resistance to the chaotic astral lightning. This chaotic astral lightning almost scared him to death. Boom! Suddenly, another bolt of chaotic astral lightning struck down from behind him. Yi Xian quickly turned around and found that Guan Yulan had caught up to him while he was hesitating. The second bolt of chaotic astral lightning struck near Guan Yulan. He quickly looked up and saw that the lightning snakes in the thundercloud had become more frequent. It seemed that a chaotic astral lightning feast was about to begin. Not good, I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Yi Xian's face darkened. He quickly turned around and rushed toward Guan Yulan. You want to fight here? Guan Yulan's expression wasn't good either. Seeing Yi Xian rush over, she immediately launched an attack. Yi Xian could dodge her attacks when they were in the air. Now that they were on land, Guan Yulan's attacks weren't a threat to him at all. Don't fight first, let's get out of here first. Yi Xian hastily shouted. However, Guan Yulan didn't care at all and attacked Yi Xian with all her might. Whoosh! 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 Yi Xian dodged the sword chi one after another. Not only that, Guan Yulan kept attacking Yi Xian with heavenly punishment. Suddenly, more and more lightning strikes appeared in the forbidden thunderground, and the sound became louder and louder. Fortunately, Guan Yulan's heavenly punishment was very different from the chaotic astral lightning. Skylaw's lightning strike was very thin, and it was condensed from the top of the head, so the path was very straight. The chaotic astral lightning was very thick and its color was also very dark. It was shot down from the thunderclouds, and after tracking Yi Xian's aura, it would constantly turn back. However, regardless of whether it was the heavenly punishment or the chaotic astral lightning, Yi Xian had to avoid them all. Even after seeing Guan Yulan's actions, Yi Xian still didn't run away. Instead, he prepared to go past Guan Yulan and let her chase him out of the forbidden sky thundergrounds. However, right at this moment. Boom! Boom! 2 bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down at the same time, hitting Guan Yulan's surroundings. This time, Guan Yulan was no longer calm and quickly moved. Although some of these riot astral thunders were very weak and couldn't even kill a level 1 king, humans couldn't tell whether they were strong or weak, so they had to avoid them. After the 2 chaotic star thunders appeared, the entire forbidden sky thundergrounds became restless. The star thunder feast had begun. Boom! 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 Bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down one after another, the frequency several times faster than before. Yi Xian and Guan Yulan's expressions darkened as they continuously dodged. Now, Guan Yulan also stopped attacking Yi Xian and began to avoid the chaotic astral lightning. However, the chaotic astral lightning had the ability to track auras. She was in the air, while Yi Xian was on the ground. Moreover, she was a level 7 king and was about to break through to level 8 king, while Yi Xian was only a level 6 king. Therefore, the chaotic astral lightning would naturally target her first. Not good. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and hurriedly reminded Guan Yulan to land on the ground. However, right at this moment. Boom! 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 5 bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down in succession. One of them was aimed at Yi Xian, while the other 4 were all aimed at Guan Yulan. If it was only 1 or 2 bolts of chaotic astral lightning, Guan Yulan would be able to dodge them. However, she didn't expect 4 bolts of chaotic astral lightning to strike her. Boom! Although Guan Yulan quickly dodged, she only managed to dodge 3 bolts of chaotic astral lightning. The last one struck her directly on the top of her head. Guan Yulan! Yi Xian cried out in alarm as he quickly rushed over. The chaotic astral lightning varied in strength. At this moment, Yi Xian could only pray that this chaotic astral lightning wouldn't be too strong. After all, Guan Yulan was a level 7 king. However, Guan Yulan's luck was really bad. The power of this chaotic astral lightning was enough to kill a level 7 king. After being struck by the chaotic astral lightning, Guan Yulan's consciousness suddenly blurred. Her vision also started to blur. She saw a figure quickly rushing towards her. The figure in white fell from the sky powerlessly. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over and caught Guan Yulan. However, just as he came into contact with Guan Yulan, his entire body trembled violently. After the chaotic astral lightning circled around Guan Yulan's body, it was transmitted into his body. If he was hit by this chaotic astral lightning, he would probably die instantly. Even the remnants of the chaotic astral lightning caused him quite a bit of trouble. The chaotic astral lightning circled around Yi Xian's body, causing his muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs to sizzle. Fortunately, he still had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Moreover, his body was filled with earth attribute true energy. Although the earth attribute didn't restrain the lightning attribute, the earth attribute true energy's resistance to electricity was stronger than the other attributes. If Yi Xian had the water attribute, then he would have been in deep trouble this time. After the chaotic astral lightning entered his body, Yi Xian's entire body trembled. He only recovered after a long while. Damn it, Yi Xian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost cracked. He hurriedly checked Guan Yulan's aura. Phew, there's still aura, but it's extremely chaotic. I need to treat it immediately. He hurriedly took off Guan Yulan's interspatial ring and devoured it. Ding, the host has broken through to become a level 7 king. The system notification sounded. The two of them, one was a level 6 king, and the other was a level 7 king. After the two of them gathered together, their aura skyrocketed. Now that Xian had broken through to become a level 7 king, his aura had become even stronger. Rumble. The chaotic astral lightning struck again. However, after breaking through, Xian's speed was extremely fast. He hurriedly carried Guan Yulan and left. The auras of the two level 7 kings were immediately locked onto by the thunderclouds in the sky. Following that, the chaotic astral lightning struck down one after another with great accuracy. If Xian hadn't broken through, he would have probably been struck to death. Damn it, let's leave quickly. Xian was extremely regretful. Why did he enter this island? Most importantly, he even lured Guan Yulan in. If one didn't seek death, they wouldn't have died. Guan Yulan was struck by the chaotic astral lightning. Fortunately, she had the lightning attribute. Otherwise, she would have died from that strike. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When Thunder Emperor Xian carried the severely injured Guan Yulan and ran in the direction they came from at an extremely fast speed. However, what he did not expect was that there was an illusory formation in the forbidden land of thunder. What? That's impossible! Xian exclaimed, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the roar of the riot astral thunder. Xian's sense of direction was still very strong. He estimated that with his speed, he should have left this heavenly thunder island. However, in front of him was still an endless stretch of land. Illusory formation. It must be an illusory formation. Xian immediately reacted. The Sky Thunder Island was really too strange. He had been wandering in the riot astral ocean for a few months, but this was the first time he had seen such a violent scene. However, it was not the time to think about it. He had to find a way out quickly. At the very least, he had to find a place to hide. However, the wave of riot astral thunder just now was just an appetizer. The series of riot astral thunder just now had at most 6 riot astral thunders. Next, it was going to break through that number. Xian suddenly felt something. He looked up and realized that more than 10 riot astral thunders had struck down from the thunderclouds in an instant. F***CK. Xian exclaimed. More than 10 riot astral thunders were all directed at him, sealing off all his escape routes. Among them, there was an extremely thick riot astral thunder, which made him break out in cold sweat. Xian barely dodged this round of attacks, but it was still just the beginning. Boom. 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 The riot astral thunder before was one after another. Now, it was described as a formation. There were more than 10 riot astral thunders in a single wave. Xian did not dare to be careless. He had already used the underground walking technique to its peak. He looked around and found a cliff. In fact, he wanted to dig a hole and drill into the ground, but time did not allow it. At this moment, he saw a cliff. He immediately took out the Bahuang sword and rushed over. Bahuang wind-killing formation, skybreak. Boom, the walls of this cliff were extremely hard, and Tian dashing could only barely make a 1-meter hole in the wall. Again. Boom, the stone wall was broken a little more, and now it was enough for the two of them to hide. However, the chaotic astral lightning would strike down in multiple directions, so this wasn't enough. But at this moment. Ding. Host has comprehended the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Suddenly, a notification sounded and Xian shuddered. Shrinking the earth into an inch, he was pleasantly surprised. He had actually comprehended the second level of the world-walking technique at this critical moment, the earth-shrinking technique. This was good news. At that moment, he controlled the Bahuang sword and retrieved it. In the next moment, he used the profound meaning of earth shrinking that he had just comprehended. A hole opened up in the ground, and Xian carried Guan Yulan into it. Although a king's domain could also control soil, the effect was much worse than earth shrinking. At this moment, Xian had already entered the ground, and maintained a 2-meter space around him. He quickly descended, and his speed was even faster than when he was running on the ground. This was the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Boom. Although Yi Xian had entered the ground, the chaotic astral lightning still hit the spot where he entered. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already a few thousand meters below the ground. Although the chaotic astral lightning was strong, it was no longer a threat to him. Huff. Huff. Yi Xian stopped and let out a sigh of relief. He had moved almost 10,000 meters down, and the soil that he broke quickly closed up after he left, so it was more or less enough to cover his aura. At that moment, he searched through Guan Yulan's Qiankuan ring, then took out some medicine and hurriedly treated Guan Yulan. Of course, the most effective medicine was his blood. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his blood could also heal. With the two-pronged treatment, Guan Yulan's aura finally stabilized, but she was still unconscious. I don't know when the chaotic astral lightning outside will stop. I should use the underground movement technique to find the exit. Yi Xian carried Guan Yulan again. At this moment, he had the profound meaning of earth shrinking, so he could move freely underground. Therefore, he wanted to directly enter the bottom of the island and leave the sea. At that moment, he continued to move downwards. This Sky Thunder Island was several times larger than the cracked Cloud Island on the nautical chart, but no one knew how high it was. Yi Xian continued to move downwards, and when he was 50,000 meters down, he suddenly missed and fell from the ceiling. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He realized that there was another world here. If it was just an ordinary cave, he wouldn't have paid much attention to it, but he saw a stone tablet. Zephyr Thunder Palace. Yi Xian read out the 3 words on the stone tablet. At this moment, the person in his arms suddenly moved. Yi Xian looked down and realized that Guan Yulan had opened her eyes. He quickly put Guan Yulan down with a vigilant expression. His intuition told him that Guan Yulan would immediately attack, however, he guessed wrong. When Guan Yulan saw him, she didn't attack. Instead, she said softly, "Yi Xian, what?" Yi Xian thought that he had misheard. He tried to recall and realized that he didn't tell Guan Yulan his name. How did Guan Yulan know? Could it be that her memory had recovered? "You've recovered your memory?" Yi Xian exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Guan Yulan was stunned for a moment, then quickly retreated and looked at Yi Xian strangely. It seemed that her memory hadn't recovered yet. "You're Yi Xian?" Guan Yulan asked in shock. "Yes, do you remember me?" Yi Xian nodded. Although his appearance had changed, it wouldn't change much. "I don't remember you, but why do I feel like I know you?" Guan Yulan didn't understand. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, she shouted angrily, "What did you do to me?" She thought that Yi Xian must have done something. After all, she was lying in Yi Xian's arms just now. "I didn't do anything to you. We used to be friends. Don't you remember?" Yi Xian frowned. "How can you and I be friends?" Guan Yulan didn't believe him. She was a general under the Empress and a law enforcer on the sea. On the other hand, Yi Xian was a predator. A law enforcer on the sea and a predator. How could they be friends? "Let me ask you. Do you not have any memories before you were 16 years old?" Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. This question confused Guan Yulan. Indeed, she didn't have any memories of her past. Everything was told to her by the Empress and by Xianxia. She found it very strange. Looking at her, Yi Xian continued, "We grew up in the same sect. 7 years ago, your memory was suddenly erased by an expert and then brought to the chaotic astral ocean." Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Zephyr Thunder Palace. 7 years ago, Yi Xian was now 22 years old. 7 years ago, he was 15 years old, which was the age when he entered the Shattering Cloud sect. Guan Yulan was even more confused when she heard this. Indeed, she only had the memories of the past 7 years. Everything before that was gone. Yi Xian saw that it was working, so he quickly told Guan Yulan about the past, bit by bit, in an attempt to awaken her memories. He guessed that Guan Yulan's memories hadn't been erased, but sealed. When she was struck in the head by the chaotic astral lightning, a corner of the seal was broken. That was why she could call out Yi Xian's name. Also, I was the one who gave Qingyu the name. Otherwise, why do you think Qingyu would recognize me? Yi Xian continued. Guan Yulan was silent. She had no recollection of what Yi Xian said, so she needed to verify it. However, Qingyu was carrying her at that time, and was quite a distance away from Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to do something, she should be able to detect it. There's no way to verify what you just said. Although Yi Xian was telling the truth, Guan Yulan still had some doubts. I know. I just want you to understand that I'm not your enemy. Otherwise, I would have killed you instead of saving you. Yi Xian knew that this wasn't enough to make Guan Yulan believe him, so he didn't continue. Then what about the things in my yin and yang ring? Guan Yulan suddenly realized this problem and hurriedly asked. To escape, I had to take some out. Don't worry, I'll return them to you when the time comes. Yi Xian replied. If he hadn't broken through just now, both of them would have died under the chaotic astral lightning. This was something that couldn't be helped. Originally, he wanted to swallow the rest of the things to increase his strength. However, he just happened to comprehend Earth shrinking at that time and resolved the crisis. Although this reason was a bit far-fetched, Guan Yulan remembered that Yi Xian didn't take advantage of her. Otherwise, would she still be alive? At this time, Guan Yulan began to look around. When she saw the 3 words Zephyr Thunder Palace, she was shocked. Where is this? She couldn't help but ask. I just comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrinking, so I escaped underground. I don't know where this is. Yi Xian shook his head. The words Zephyr Thunder Palace were written on the steel. Behind the steel, there was another path. Yi Xian had not entered yet, so he did not know where this place was. However, he could roughly guess that this was someone's abode. Who would build a cave in such a dangerous place like the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land? Furthermore, it was built so discreetly, tens of thousands of meters underground. If Yi Xian hadn't comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrinking, he probably wouldn't have noticed it either. After all, there was a huge thundercloud above his head. However, Guan Yulan suddenly remembered something. Wind Thunder Grand Emperor? She cried out in alarm. When Yi Xian heard these 4 words, he asked in surprise, who is the Wind and Thunder Great Emperor? However, he could guess that the Wind and Thunder Great Emperor should be an empty God Realm Great Emperor. Otherwise, why would he dare to use the word Great Emperor? The Wind and Thunder Great Emperor was an empty God Realm Great Emperor in the chaotic astral ocean 1,000 years ago. He had 2 void god spirits of the wind and thunder attributes. It was said that he ruled the entire chaotic astral ocean, but disappeared later on. That was why the chaotic astral ocean was torn apart and there were endless wars. Guan Yulan explained and continued. Before he disappeared, he left a message saying that his life was coming to an end. Before he died, he built a wind and thunder palace, and he would pass away in this wind and thunder palace. Wind and Thunder Palace? When Yi Xian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at the steel subconsciously. The name, the same. For 1,000 years, the world has been searching for the Wind and Thunder Palace, but to no avail. It was also at that time that pirates gradually increased. Who would have thought that the Wind and Thunder Palace was actually under the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land? Guan Yulan was shocked. This time, they didn't know what kind of luck they had to be able to find the Wind and Thunder Palace. This meant that there might be the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor inside. The inheritance of a great emperor was something that even the Empress, War Emperor, and Quanzun would want very much. Who knows, they might be able to break through to the empty God Realm Great Emperor because of this. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Xian was interested. His father, Yi Chong, had soared to the sky because he obtained the inheritance of the Sword God of Bahuang. The Sword God of Bahuang was also an empty God Realm Great Emperor, so he could also be called the Bahuang Great Emperor. Now, what Yi Xian lacked the most was realms. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor, it would save him a lot of time. When the time came, he could directly kill his way into the Sword God Palace and beat the crap out of Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue. Guan Yulan was actually a little conflicted with Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't take advantage of her when she was in trouble and won her over. Therefore, she agreed to go in with Yi Xian. The 2 of them walked past the stone tablet of the Wind and Thunder Palace and entered a dark passage. After walking for a while, they saw a blue-green door. This door was blue on the left and green on the right. There was also a palm-sized hole on both sides of the door. If you want to open this door, you need to gather both the wind and lightning attributes. Yi Xian read the words on the stone wall to the side. The Wind and Thunder Emperor had both the wind and lightning attributes, so it was reasonable that his inheritance needed people with both attributes to obtain it. However, it didn't say that one person had to have both the wind and lightning attributes. It was possible for two people, one with the wind attribute and the other with the lightning attribute. What a coincidence. I have the wind attribute and you have the lightning attribute. We can give it a try. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Guan Yulan glanced at him. Indeed, it was a coincidence. If they could really open this door, then they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor. This was something that many people dreamed of. Immediately, they positioned themselves. Yi Xian stood on the green side and Guan Yulan stood on the blue side. The two of them faced each other and put their arms into the two holes on the door at the same time. Then, they channeled their lightning and wind attribute true qi. Boom! In the next moment, the blue-green door opened with a loud bang. It was done, the door opened very slowly. The two of them were very excited and couldn't wait to rush in. As the door opened, the two of them saw everything inside one by one. They walked in side by side and glanced around. In front of them, there was a statue that was as tall as a person. This statue had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He held two long swords in his hands and looked very majestic. It seemed that this middle-aged man should be the Wind and Thunder Emperor. End of chapter 685. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.